Yes, yes, you heard it right. Chief X is on a hot seat. He'll be coming in a little later. This is not a video replay. He's actually on the hot seat. He'll be talking live in the flesh. All right. I'm going to ask some questions that, that people find controversial. And I'm going to have him explain from his own words, you know, some of his antics, some of his controversy, all that stuff. I'm not going to leave nothing out that's major. In the words of Young Dolph, it's major. You know what I mean? So while I'm doing that, let me go ahead and send this link, you dig, to the chat. People could tune in. I believe we'll have time for a question and answer, period, as long as respectful. You know, we just trying to have a cool discussion. So right now I'm just going to Facebook so I can send a link to a couple people that might find this interesting. And we're gonna have a nice dialogue. Hey man, who knows? It might be Chef next, Chefrin. It might be Unc. It might be Sosa. It might be Amber. You dig? It might be Amber's son, But the hot seat doesn't discriminate. Anybody can get it. That's why they call Unbiased Sports the can man, because anybody can get it. Africans, Dominicans, Amber can, Chief X can. Anybody can get it. I can. Throw me in a hot seat. I dare y'all throw me in a hot seat. Ask me questions. Ain't no exposing me. I believe the way I believe, and I can justify every last belief. There's no contradictions in my belief system that I'm not aware of. You dig? So I ain't buying that. Right. So let me go ahead and okay. So let me wait. Why is this here? I can't stand that tab in a Zoom, man. That damn meat control be all in your way. All right. So there we go. That's out the way. So let me go ahead and post this link in a couple of chats. And then, of course, Facebook through what's this? Safari is trash. Safari is trash. Why do I use it? They got little features that I like that Chrome doesn't have. It did, or even Firefox. Okay, so let me go ahead and just put this link in a couple chats, group chats that I believe will be interested. You know what I mean? Then we're gonna get started. Safari is trash. Everything takes forever. Black think tank, throw it in there. You dig? So again, be patient. The guest will come on very shortly. He's allowing me time to go ahead and Send the link out. Yeah, this is a live interview. Chief X will be here live, okay? This is no replay. I'm not playing a video. I got his picture showing just so you can, you know what I mean, see in case somebody's unfamiliar with the brother but heard his name. There you go. So like I said, I'm just sending in a couple of groups and then we're going to get into it. I'm going to touch on the controversy. I'm going to touch on his political views, you know, everything that people are questioning. You dig? His beefs. We touching all that. All right. And then, like I said, there's going to be time for a question and answering period. As long as respectful. I mean, ask your question. You could exchange, but, you know, just keep it light. Let's see. Everything ain't got to be an argument. If I could have pseudos on the channel and I don't be arguing with them like that, that lets you know, you dig? That's big. I really got zero tolerance for pseudos, but I'm learning how to live in harmony. Okay, so let me just, okay, I did that there. So, okay, we throw in the pseudo killers chat. I know they're gonna be interested. It's gonna be funny though, you dig? Matter of fact, let me pop, you know what I mean? Matter of fact, let me go ahead and open this up right here. I'm thirsty, all right? I'm thirsty. I think Amber sent me a cash app. Thank you. I'm thirsty, Amber. Thank you for the beverage, you know what I mean? This is on you. Mossy went, so I was in pseudo killers. I'm going to Team Osiris. Team Osiris next. I'm not sure if I could do Mossy. I'm not sure if they'd be interested, but I don't know. I'll do it. But shout out to them anyway. Kofi, Sean, and everybody affiliated to Mossy Clan Warriors. All right. I don't want to be confused. Y'all gotta be nice. Okay. So listen, man. Yeah, I really think that one of the reasons why we can't come together as a people, not uniting under one thought. Of course, we think differently. You know, why would we ask for something that no other nation asks of themselves? We're not going to come under one thought. All right, but to come under to be asked to unify under an agenda or code, that's not unrealistic. That's very realistic. Okay, but I think the religious thought that we got to unite under one thought, I think that is what's stopping us from coming together, because we believe unification starts with all of us believing the same thing. Okay, when we start to accept other people's thoughts and opinions about the world, I think we won't have a problem, because we shop in stores that don't believe like us, politically, religiously, spiritually, financially, none of that stuff, ethically, and we pay for gas from the same people. You dig? So why we don't expect them to think like us before we patronize their businesses? So why would we hold ourselves to such extreme standards? You dig? I'm heterosexual, so you know what I mean? So I'm into those relationships, but I'm not mad at somebody who's not. I could get along with them. I don't got to force them on my way of thinking. You dig? If they cool, they're cool. Got no problem with that. Republican, Democrat, Muslim, Chinese person, really the black community. Like the black community, it don't matter what your belief system is. As long as you're not violating, me or, causing harm in the community, not subjective harm, it's about actual real harm. I can live with you. So let me go ahead and let me have one more chat to put it in. Look for one Facebook group, and then we're gonna get it started. Let's see. What other group can I put it in? Okay, this is wait. Centric. Maybe this one. Just go in a group and type Afro or African. You'll see a bunch of blackologists. Okay, I'm gonna do one more Afro group. Just type Afro, and you'll get something. You can bet your ass is definitely a blackology group. What is blackology? Blackology is the opposite of whiteology. You know, people talk that white folks was whitewashing history, saying white folks did everything, black folks did nothing. Well, blackology is the reverse. It's blackwashing history, saying black folks did everything, white folks did nothing. That's all. That's a nutshell what blackology is. Okay. And if you think blackology is real, you're welcome to hop on this panel. We don't really debate religion, but religion is up for debate. You know, we don't discriminate. So there's some Hebrews in another group chat that want to hop on a panel tomorrow and come holler at your boy. So I said, come on, you know. Then a group chat, sausage fighting in there, and you know they laugh amongst themselves, kikiing. I'm like, all right, it's a little different when it's live. You can chat your little Hebrew doctrine all you want, but when it's live, big difference. You got to articulate your points now. Now that heckling, when I read something, you're going to have to address that. Ain't no just ignore what I said and just saying what you're going to say. No. You're going to address what I just read. You're not doing that. That cognitive dissonance crap. All right. Send the Chief X the link right now. Okay, let me send some brothers the stream link to come check us out. Those who probably don't get the notification. So I guess tomorrow I'm gonna do a live on marijuana, right? Because I keep hearing it's legal, but then I hear it's illegal, and then I'm hearing it's illegal and it's legal and illegal at the same time in the same state. Like, okay. So I did some research on that. So I want to share what I found. Concerning that. Okay, so waiting on Chief X to hop in the Zoom meeting. So while he's doing that, I'm going to send this link to a couple of supporters. You dig? Let me send it to Unc. Maybe he's interested. I'm gonna send it to DJ Focus. DJ Focus is he's boycotting me right now. Now, DJ Focus told his brother that cuts my hair that I don't let him talk. We're cutting him off. We're meeting him. I'm biased. I show favoritism. I skimmed through about 5 different lives with DJ Focus, and all you heard him do was scream and yell and cut people off. and I'm looking at it, like I'm randomly just selecting anytime. I'm just scrolling through, like just here. You hear him yelling and screaming, and then he's admitting. I'm pointing out, like, brother, you yelling over everybody. He's admitting, yeah, I'm a little emotional or hostile. You know, I'm looking for smoke. His brother heard about 5 different lies. Okay, I'm just scheming. I'm just anywhere, just moving the thing. Wherever it is, you're gonna see us poised, calm, asking questions, answering questions, and you're gonna see old boy over there acting like a fool. His brother's convinced, like, all right, he was lying. Okay. Is that Chief X? Is that Chief X? So he's probably getting his audio together. You know, when you come in, you got to get that audio. You got to select your audio.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you now. Wait, do I sound clear?
You sound clear to me.
Okay, cool. Because usually I log in with my, you know, I use the iPad for the microphone because the iPad microphone is much more clear.
But can you hear me clear?
Very clear.
I got my little mic sitting here.
Okay. So how you feeling today? For us, it's tonight. How you feeling?
All is great. Well, you got your screen share, I guess.
Let me unshare that right there, brother. What you doing? Camera off?
I'm gonna put it on in a second.
All right, cool, no problem. Once you do that, I'm gonna pin your camera where it's stuck on you. All right. So anyway, take your time because right now I'm just messaging, you know, supporters of the channel right now. You know, getting them. Okay, good. I see you. So let me go ahead and pin you. Okay, there you go. That's the infamous Chief X, the most controversial figure in the whole entire community. The most hated, maybe the most liked also at the same time. You like Brett Favre. Most interceptions, most touchdowns. Most hated, most liked.
What you call it is better than Zoom.
StreamYard?
Yeah.
What you like about
see, like on StreamYard, you can catch my whole background, including my name in the back. I think this has a smaller, I mean, is that me?
It could be I don't know.
I think this one, I think has a smaller width. Let me see though. Okay. But if I move it too high, then you can't see.
All right, so just give me I got like about a few more people to send a link to. Like literally like maybe a minute and a half. Got Mr. Morpheus.
Peace, Ricardo Robinson. So, hey, pin my so when I talk, I guess my picture pops up.
Yeah, you already pinned. So let me just look at the screen and make sure. Let me look at the test screen and make sure that you are. Yeah, you're the only person right now that's being shown. So I just got a few more people who normally won't tune in, but will tune in if I send them a link. I got to send the link to, and then we're on.
Okay. Now we got 30 people in the chat. 30 people paying attention.
Yeah, and I'm posting a few. Like I said, I got a few people who support the channel. You dig? And you know, they peek in here and there. But I believe if they see your name, I think they might be more interested tonight. overall other nights. So just give me about 30 seconds to hit up a few more people.
Take your time. I ain't doing nothing tonight. I just wanted to I was just free Tuesday night. And,
so let me ask you this. You got your booster shot when?
I got my booster shot yesterday. My appointment was at 12:15. I woke up at 11:30 and freaked out. I said, "Oh shit, I didn't miss my damn appointment." Threw my shit on and drove 15 minutes to go get my booster. Mainly I went to get my the vaccine for shingles.
Right. Okay.
But I just so happened to see they were doing the booster also.
Okay.
So they hooked it up, but to get, just so people know, just to get the shingles vaccine, you have to be 50 years old and up.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Were there any side effects in either one?
No, she just stuck 2 needles in one shoulder, so that one shoulder is hard. It's sore right now.
Okay, so just for the people who are not in the know, okay, did they put the needle in your veins? Because some people just don't know that.
What's that? Did they put it in my vein?
Yeah, because some people believe.
No, what do they call it? Intramuscular.
Right. Oh no! Don't shout no words. I don't want them even knowing that. Okay. No education tonight on that.
Hey, can we just lay some rules real quick?
Go ahead.
It's just something I want to say before we get started, because I'm not going to be dealing with that all night. When I come on someone's platform, I'm always respectful. Okay. It's not my platform, so I have to respect whose platform I'm on, right? And like, for instance, if I go live, I'm moderating my live, okay? Right. I'm also moderating the chat, okay? And people cannot come on my live and just be disrespectful to the guests for no reason, okay?
Sure.
So I don't know what some of these people's issues is in the chat, but it's 3 people who are always just like habitually insulting me. Okay.
Don't name. Don't name.
Don't do no naming.
No, please.
Okay. Because people do not even know who these guys are. They've never seen them. They've never seen them on social media. So a lot of times you have these people in the chat just talking shit and nobody even knows them. You know what I mean? So it's a few people who've been accused of being white. And a lot of times they come to these chats and just start a bunch of trouble and start a bunch of shit.
He said they're white.
Right, like let me just give an example. I'm gonna give one name. He's not in the chat.
Yeah.
Like D Centavo. Nobody ever seen D Centavo's face. They never seen him on social media. They've never seen him on YouTube. I'm like, who is this cat? And why is he invisible to everybody? Okay. He's never been on anyone's streamed, but he's always in the chat, insulting and talking shit. You know what I mean? So like some of these people, y'all like Sonetter too. Some of these people, y'all got to get some of these moderators out your damn chat. Nobody knows them and they just troublemakers. And who never show their face, but always talking.
Interesting. Okay. Well, you know what they say, right? When you're on a panel, don't do what?
Yeah, so like I haven't insulted anybody. So people get to insult me, and then when I snap back, they act like I'm tripping. It's just backwards. People just fake as hell. When I snap back, then they act like, oh, Chief tripping. What are you talking about? They know I'm an eye for an eye kind of guy.
Okay, so I think I sent it to enough people. Yeah, I think I sent enough people. I think it's enough to get started. Okay, so is there? Yeah, hey, yeah, decent in the chat. He funny as hell. I got a shout out.
Yeah, somebody. Yeah, I got to be careful who you kiki with.
Yeah, yeah, he funny.
Or or at least it's a couple other cats, but since you don't want me to mention their names, I'm
Yeah,
gonna respect that.
you
But
know,
sometimes you
because
got to make these people show their face or come on the stream at least one time, or you ain't got no picture on social media.
okay, so let me say this. So there was one brother. Okay, so now there's another brother who I was trying to get on the thing. He's Nation Islam, right? And he chats a lot. He argued with me a lot in the thing. But I felt bad because I'm trying to get him on here. I'm calling him a coward. But he told me that, he lost his voice in a car accident. So I felt bad. You know what I mean? I was like, dang, I'm over here telling my man he's a coward. And so in his case, he can only chat. And then another brother had a bad stutter. He told me, he said, his stutter just was bad. A lot of black men like myself, I stuttered, but it's not bad. But some people stutter like where they just can't get a word out. Screw a sentence. So, and then some people, brothers, sound like Mike Tyson. So I'm gonna give them a reprieve. I'm gonna say there are some situations that they're in, and I'm not saying decent, but I'm just saying some people, there's reasons why they don't want to be heard. So I just want to throw that out there. All right. So are you ready?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so some people in the community, and again, I don't know, I'm not pocket watching, but a lot of people, that we suspect, some admit, some don't work. They don't have no employment. What do you do for a living? And what are you working on? What business moves are you involved with? Do you work?
Yeah, I'm not employed as far as job wise. I'm self-employed. Hey, real quick, maybe it's a delay. Hold on one second. Let me just make sure I got this shit together. Okay. So I've been self-employed for the last, let me see, 13, 16, 17 years, my main employment before self-employment, I was a youth counselor for 10 years. I worked at Edelman's Children's Court as a legal assistant. Started off at group homes. Worked at Vista Del Mar, Child and Family Services with the level 14 boys. So worked at a skate park and had a caseload. Worked with mentally disabled adults at a day treatment center. So adults who had like Down syndrome and some serious mental health problems. I was their day treatment teacher at a day treatment facility. So I've just been a youth counselor and worked in social services like since 1990, 95, really. You know what I mean? So like sometimes when I hear people talking about putting in work and this and that, and I'm like, I mean, I did that for like 5-6 days a week for a decade. So sometimes I laugh when people be on YouTube just talking shit, talking about they putting in work.
Yeah, I think that need to be clarified. Like,
it's like real funny. Like, what do you mean you putting in work? Because you're talking about history on YouTube. That means you're putting in work. Like, history is a hobby. You know what I mean? None of this shit we talk about is gonna change nobody's life. It's a hobby. You know what I mean? So if you like history and you just like having discussions and debate, that's fine and cool. Gives us something to kill time, but you're not changing nobody's lives just because you're having a history discussion. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I definitely respect those who are involved with the youth. King Shah is somebody who's new to the platform, and he sent me videos, and he's been definitely, active with the youth in his community. So yeah, I definitely respect that.
So yeah, okay. So I didn't answer your question, but yeah, for a living right now, people think only Moringa. Moringa is just a little side hustle. I might pay my utility bills with that. I don't even promote Moringa, but my 90% of my income comes from working in the cannabis industry, and we're gonna have that discussion too. So yeah, 90% of my income comes from the cannabis industry, whether it's sales, Also, I hate to say I employ 20 people, but I help 20 people feed their families because they buy wholesale from me. And I send people cases wholesale. I get people started on consignment a lot of times. Um, so man, it's like 20 different people who feed their family off of what I send them. So mainly my base income is in the cannabis industry. And soon, because I've been in the social equity program with the city of Los Angeles for 2 years, right? And I'm at the bottom line, and I'll have my license for a delivery service in the state of California
Okay.
and a distribution center in the state of California.
Oh yeah.
And I finally took on a business partner, which is John Sally, the ex NBA player.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, so me and John Sally met up. What was it? On the 2 weeks ago, we met up, chopped it up. You know, he's a cool cat, and he agreed to be my business partner, which I knew he was. So I was looking for Snoop Dogg and or John Sally, because Snoop Dogg and John Sally has contacts in California, and they've been working in the cannabis industry.
Okay.
And I knew if I reached one of them, they would run to me ready to do business, because they're not on the level where they have a license. You know what I mean? So like when you have a license to do cannabis business, that's like on some huge level. You know what I mean? So I couldn't reach Snoop Dogg, but I did find John Sally through his publicist, and she put me in contact with him, and then we eventually met up. So this is like big business. You know what I mean? Just for an example, so people can understand about a delivery service. Just say, for instance, and I'm giving John Sally half of my business. So we're 50-50 business partners.
All right, that's what's up.
So just because of his name, you know what I mean? So like, so I realized I can make more money as a team than I could as an individual. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So just to give you an idea of how big business is when it gets jumped off. Just say, for instance, and I'm just going to be light because it can get bigger. Say you have 30 people delivering for you. You're employing 30 drivers who's delivering. Each driver is going out delivering throughout the city or whatever city they're in, and they're picking up $1,000 a day. That's easy. You pick up 200 here, 100 there. That's easy. So I'm being light. So if you got 30 drivers and they picking up $1,000 worth of delivery a day, that's $30,000 a day. You get what I'm saying, unbiased?
Oh, yeah, I get it.
Yeah, so it's a lot of money involved with a delivery service. Now that's just a delivery service. I'm getting another license for a distribution center, which means in the state of California, they had a social equity program. So everybody has their own lane that they work in. Cultivators or growers, they have their lane. They can't sell their stuff and bring it to a dispensary. They have to go through a distributor who does transport. So manufacturers have their lane. They manufacture edibles and different cannabis items, whether it's tinctures, capsules, different edible items. They have their lane. Okay. So as a distributor with a distributor's license, that means other delivery services and dispensaries have to come to a distributor, which is me, to get their product. So for instance, like Whoopi Goldberg is a manufacturer. Her products and her company is called Whoopi and Maya. So Whoopi Goldberg will be looking for people like me who has a distributor's license to put their products with me. So dispensaries and delivery service can come get her product from a distributor, which is me. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, got it.
So it's like crazy business and crazy money. So also a distributor can also transport. So say I go up to Northern California, they can't transport their weed into dispensaries and do that. So they have to go through a distributor. So I can transport their weed and they'll pay you like, just say $100 a pound that you transfer. And if they throw so many pounds in your truck or whatever car you're in, I mean, you can just for transporting something from here to there, that's $2,000 or what have you. You get what I'm saying? So everyone has their lane, and that's my big thing that I'm doing next. And it's about to go down. So I'm thinking I should have my license in about 30 days. And it's about to get real big. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So in the words of the late, rapper Young Dolph who just passed, that's major. You dig? That's major.
Major. I mind like I'm sitting here like stunned now how major it can be.
Yeah, and like you said, man, you got to have a will. People sit around and wait for opportunities to approach them. Like you got to go out there and get it, especially if you Black.
Right, because the social equity program, it's a social equity program. It was for minorities and women, and it was to help get us in the cannabis industry, because the cannabis industry was flooded with white men and Asian men, and a lot of the women were in the business also manufacturing edibles. So they wanted fair share of fair equity. So it's like a reparations program for somebody that may have had a marijuana conviction.
Okay.
Or if you live in a certain areas that were affected by marijuana laws, now that it's legal. So if you live in certain areas that were affected by marijuana laws adversely and things like that, they gave us people, po folk, niggas in the hood, a chance to have stake in the marijuana industry and get your license. So that's what it was about. So it's been about 2 years.
So the government got love for the West Coast.
Yeah, they got love for the West Coast, but it's like California, this is the model program. So everybody, all the other states are waiting for us to get it set down.
Right.
And they're gonna copy what California did.
Okay.
Because it's big money. So I have to pay taxes now. You know what I mean? So they're making a lot of money. So I had to pay like $15,000 for fees. Do you know what I mean? Like $15,000. I said, where am I get this $15,000? One license was $6,900. The other one was $6,900.
Really?
Yeah. And they came with the $1,500. I had to borrow some money from such and such and borrow some money from here, and I paid everybody back now. But my family and friends helped me out, and we set it off.
Yeah, that's dope. Yeah. Well, man, I hope you're successful in, and everything that you're doing as far as your business. Now, moving along, what attracted you to the conscious community? What we call the conscious community?
Yeah, so I call this what we call. I called it my flashpoint, right? So late 80s. See, I've been in the community since 1992, right? So late 80s. I remember me and my brother used to watch the Phil Donahue show. And when Dr. Khalid Muhammad and Louis Farrakhan came on the Phil Donahue show, man, I was impressed. And I remember I used to watch that show, rewind it, because we had VHS.
Who did better, Dr. Khalid Muhammad or Minister Louis Farrakhan?
They're kind of equal because they kind of similar. Well, who did better? Well, my what led me to the movement was because I felt Dr. Khalid Muhammad and Malcolm X.
Okay.
Those are my two guys. I felt them. Like in 95, I went to go see Dr. Khalid Muhammad at Long Beach State. Lecture, and his lecture was on the art of war. And that's the one he was going crazy, talking about kill them all, kill the baby.
Dig them up. Dig them up. Kill them again.
I mean, so I'm sitting in the audience. I'm like, white folk is sitting up in the audience, getting up out their chairs, walking out scared and all kind of shit. It was crazy. But so my flashpoint was from watching that. And then when I was in recovery home in 1992, it was a cook who worked there. And this cook had done like decades in prison, you know what I mean? And
dang.
But he used to always debate me. He was a Nation of Islam cat.
Okay.
And I'm a little Christian kid in 1992. And he used to always come at me in the program and shit. And he used to whoop my ass in discussions and shit, tear my ass up. And one day he just came and brought me the autobiography of Malcolm X. For some reason, I said, why you? He says, something special about you, Xavier, and gave me the autobiography of Malcolm X. So when I was in that recovery home, it was an inpatient program in 1992. I read the autobiography of Malcolm X, and I totally identified with him. Because Malcolm X would, when he'd go to jail, he'd He said that to stay out of trouble, he would get him a book and a dictionary and
Yep.
read. And if he didn't understand a word, he would go right there to that dictionary, right?
Yep.
And look up the meaning of that word. And that's how he developed his vocabulary. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
That reading and with the dictionary, I copied that exact thing.
Yeah.
So when I was in and out of county jail, when I was in program, stay out of trouble, I'd go get me a book and a dictionary. And when he was doing all that pimping and he was into it because my uncles used to pimp, and so just Malcolm X, I just totally felt him and identified him. So that was my flashpoint. So my flashpoint was in 1992, starting with the Nation of Islam. But unbiased, I never got suited and booted or registered.
Okay. So
I would just attend the mosque because I had a girlfriend. She was suited and booted. And she would pick me up and take me to the mosque. And then, she'd drop me off on a corner. Then she go on one door and I go on the other door. Because, men and women sat separately.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So I would just attend as a regular civilian for a couple years. You know what I mean? Because I'm always a skeptic. I'm a skeptic.
Right.
But I've never just fell all the way in on anything. I'll sit back and observe, and I was skeptic. But I was down with the movement. I would go to study groups. I don't know if you heard of Malik's bookstore out here in California.
Nah.
But Malik's bookstore was a jumping start of a lot of debates and everything, right? So like, that was my flashpoint. I would just go to study groups with the Nation and things like that. And then I got into, I ran into Ashraf Kwesi. And this is before YouTube, right?
Yeah.
I don't know if a lot of people don't remember, but Ashraf Kwesi had a debate with a pastor called Pastor Colin Ackridge in Los Angeles at West Angeles Church of God in Christ. And I was in the audience that time. And from that day on, I started studying Kemet.
Yeah, yeah. Wait. So before you go there, because I'm sure people will see the X in your name, because I thought for sure that you wrote your letter, but you said you didn't. So what brought about the X?
Oh, because my Xavier, my name.
Oh, okay. All right.
People think it had something to do with the Nation, but no.
Yeah, definitely.
Like before I was Chief X, my name was they used to call me X-Man. Everybody, my friends, they called me X-Man. But I kind of started growing. I said X-Man is too immature. I'm getting older. Yeah. That's a name for a kid and shit. X-Man and shit. So I evolved and I said I became Chief X.
Okay, so now
I call myself Chief X.
So this is kind of going into my second question. So you touched on Ashraf Kwesi and you start reading some some Egyptian stuff, because the next question was your beliefs. So you could go ahead about that journey. You start hanging around or being influenced by Ashraf Kwesi, and where'd you end up with that?
Now, first, before Ashraf Kwesi, when I was with the Nation, I ran into some Moors, and they were showing me pictures of Elijah Muhammad, and Elijah Muhammad with the Moorish Zion Temple. In that big picture that he was in. So I said, wait a minute. Then I started studying with the Moors. Then I fell out with that shit, and I started studying with the Hebrew Israelites, then Orthodox Islam, and then I ran into Kwesi. So what was your question, though?
No, I said this is tied into my next question as far as your beliefs. Okay, so as far as your spiritual beliefs or religious beliefs, where you at with that?
I consider myself a pantheist, right? So Ankh claims to be an atheist. So when me and Ankh was cool back in the day,
yeah,
he used to always say, pantheism ain't nothing but a soft atheist. Yeah. Which I never disagreed with that, but I've never called myself an atheist. I consider myself a pantheist. In other words, I believe, as far as just in general, the all equals the one. You get what I'm saying? The water God, the air God, everything in creation equals the one, right? And I'm just so like pantheists are people who embrace science also, just like an atheist would. But we would consider just everything in creation of God or is God. You get what I'm saying?
So you'd be a soft atheist and a soft Christian.
Nah, soft Christian. I don't know about that. But you don't, like, for instance, you've never seen me going at Christians and debating Christians. That's just not my thing. I used to do that. I mean, I've been doing that since 90, but I evolved from that. You know what I mean? So I don't bash people who have their certain Abrahamic faiths religion like I used to back in the day. You know, it's like some old shit we used to do.
Yeah.
Kind of moved on from. So I don't want to be bashing my mama religion. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I feel that whatever, a lot of times people's beliefs, that they're comfortable with that. If that's a stick that binds them and keeps them in check from doing wrong and evil, cool. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna bash nobody about it. Plus, I realize it don't matter if you're Christian or not, because most of my Christian family is doing better than people in the conscious community anyway.
Right.
You know what I mean? Way better than people in the conscious community. So there goes that.
All right. Cool, man. Now here we go. All right. So that was the cool seat. All right. About to turn up the oven a little bit. So now we're in politics.
Yes, and I still listen to gospel. I love gospel music. You know what I mean? I love music. My parents used to sing gospel music. So if you're not a music lover, if you think you just get woke and all of a sudden you hate gospel music, well, you was never a music lover. Anyway, so.
I remember when I was still affiliated with the Nation of Islam. I remember Kirk Franklin. No, Kanye West. Well, first of all, I used to like Kirk Franklin's songs. They used to get on me. But when that Kanye West song came out, Jesus Walks, man, I remember them getting on me singing that song. What? Jesus. I mean, it was killing me on that one.
Man, I have jam sessions playing gospel music. It's like, people consider themselves spiritual, but then in the same breath say they hate gospel music. Like, how are you spiritual? You never was spiritual. You just running off at the mouth. First of all, how can you hate music? Like, for instance, like a song called Never Would Have Made It. Right? That's inspirational.
Right.
But you love someone talking about popping bottles and twerking and Tupac, Thug Life and all this shit. Yeah. Like, it doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean?
And when I moved to the Hebrew faith, I remember there's a Christian rapper, and he was kind of dope. His name was Lecrae, I think it was. So anybody out there that's Christian and Hebrew, like, yeah, I probably knew who I'm talking about. He was kind of popular in that community. But the songs are dope, though. Like you said, it was positive songs. You know what I mean? How can you be against a positive song? That's dope.
If you're against a positive song, you're not spiritual. People be talking about they spiritual bullshit.
Now that would make sense. that I would consider that logical. All right. Are you ready for politics?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so now I think, was it Joe Biden? He said, if you ain't voting for the Democratic Party, you ain't black. Okay. Did you vote for the Democratic Party this election?
Sir, previous elections I did, but not this one.
All right. Well, according to Joe Biden, this year you ain't black. All right.
Right.
So let us know what political affiliation you line yourself up with this year and why.
So just for clarification, when Obama ran for president, I was extremely excited about that.
Okay.
I just liked his swag. I liked the way he had a conversation. I liked the way he was never rattled, right? And he was just smooth. And I just told myself it's a good image for Black folk. You know what I'm saying? Just that image is beneficial to Black folk, to Black kids, as far as achievement, and seeing themselves in a light of being presidential and being one of the leaders of the free world. You understand? I remember I did volunteer work for Obama. I was at them call centers, calling people's homes and making sure they're going to vote and make sure they're registered. I was gung ho. I was doing volunteer work for the Obama campaign, right?
Yeah.
Out here in Carson. And he won the election. Then the second time he ran, for some reason, I felt kind of disenfranchised, and I felt like a lot of the politics was just game and people bullshitting. And I didn't think Obama did things that I would have liked him to do, and I kind of got turned off, right? So I didn't vote that second time. But I paid attention when Trump was running, right? And I was like, why all of a sudden all these people hating on Trump, right?
Yeah.
See, the younger generation might not understand, but check this out. When I was growing up, to Black folk, Trump was the man. Do you remember this, Unbiased?
Yeah, I remember people. Yeah, he had money.
Is in 68 different rap songs. The rappers loved Trump. Trump was never, ever racist to Black folk and to the Democratic Party. People have short memory. So when during his presidential while he was president, I'm tripping on the older crowd. Like, how are y'all falling for this trick of Trump being racist, right? You know he was never racist. You know Black folk loved him. And on top of that, Trump used to fund Black Democrats when they ran, like Jesse Jackson and shit like that. Okay. People don't even know he was funding Black Democrats who was running for certain positions in politics. He was never known to be a racist, right? Trump was loved. He was in all kind of rap songs. So the Black community loved Trump because he had a rebel spirit. I don't know what are these older Black folk tripping on now, but they know I'm telling the truth. Okay. Soon as he won the presidency, they labeled him racist. And that's Republicans and Democrats. And the reason why is because Trump was an outsider. And when he won the Republican nominee, not the presidency, when he kicked all them old school Republicans' ass, won the Republican nominee, they was pissed. All the Republicans was pissed that this outsider came in and whooped their ass. Then he's running against, who was it, Hillary?
Yeah, Hillary. It was Hillary.
Running against a Democrat for the presidential nominee.
Yeah.
Pissed them the hell off.
Yep.
So you got Republicans and Democrats pissed off at Trump. And then Trump said, I'm getting rid of lobbyists because I don't want to be beholden to you. I'm running this shit and doing my own thing. And he removed lobbyists from the White House. Therefore, Republicans and Democrats can't make no extra side money. You get what I'm saying? The extra side income was shut down. So immediately they wanted to get him out of office and they labeled him racist immediately. So the only thing they can conjure up was some shit back in 1970s about some property he managed and he didn't let somebody get an apartment and therefore he's racist.
Yeah, that's what they
people
said.
Didn't understand the story. Trump had property management companies. He don't deal with putting tenants in places.
Yeah, and I was gonna say that. Yeah,
right?
You don't do that.
Right. Like when I was in real estate, I already know about property management companies. So when they was saying he was racist and they didn't let somebody, I already knew that was bullshit because it's politics time. Right. So property management companies deal with tenants and letting tenants get property. Then on top of that, Trump he had other property that were for low income people.
Okay.
Which they never mentioned in the news and still won't.
Hey, chat, is that true? He had property for low income people? But go ahead.
Yeah. So the person who wanted that property just wasn't qualified, basically. And they started a stink and they made it racial and it just blew up. So they had to go back to 1970s to find something on Trump and call him a racist. And they know as soon as you become a Republican or conservative, or you run on that ticket, they're going to label you racist anyway, regardless, just because you wanted to be a conservative or Republican.
Yeah, that I mean, it goes both
crazy.
Right. It goes both ways. The Republicans, they will label Democrat, candidates as something, and that they know that's going to sell. And, Democrats do the same thing, Republican. Right. So it's like a political, I get it. It's politics.
Yeah, so my point was Trump to black people was never racist until he kicked the Republicans and Democrats' ass and became president. Then they labeled him. But prior to that, anybody who's 45 years or older knows that black folk was loving Trump. All the rappers was rapping about him because he was a cool, laid-back person. They was all partying with him. There's pictures of Trump, Jesse Jackson, and all these Democrat people partying and hanging out. They would go to the Playboy mansion with Trump and party and all kind of shit. So that racist shit was just some political drama they created.
So let me just go back and touch on Obama real quick because I want to add this.
But I'm just to answer your question.
Yeah,
I'm not a Republican or I'm not a Democrat.
Okay,
I consider myself a conservative.
All right.
You want to ask me why I'm a conservative?
There you go. Yeah, that's the next question. Why?
Because people ask, what are they conserving? Why are you a conservative? Because I realized I realized the Democrats were going too far left, like anything goes left. So like a Bill Clinton Democrat back then would be considered a conservative in 2021. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So a Bill Clinton Democrat would be considered a conservative now. So I don't change. So I stand on certain things, right? So I'm conservative because of my values, not because of Trump. Fuck Trump. Fuck the president. I've learned to vote my values, and because I realize we as black people, we vote emotionally. We don't vote our values. Like I'm not for men marrying men. So why would I vote with the liberal Democratic Party? Right. They are for that. They went too far left. Okay. So I vote for my values. I'm a guy who's into gun rights. Democrats out here won't let me have no fucking gun rights.
Right. Second Amendment. Yep.
Right. They'd rather I let somebody kill me before I can defend myself. So because Democrats want to control whether I live or die, I vote conservative because I'm for gun rights. And conservatives are for gun rights. Okay. So my values dictate what I vote for.
Right.
Okay? Right. I'm old school kind of, but I'm still a little liberal. But I believe in them old Southern Bible Belt values. And my grandpa and every black people listening to this right now, their grandparents had Southern Bible Belt values. Right. My granddaddy and my grandmama before they passed, rest in peace, had Southern Bible Belt values. My grandpa would never have voted for men to marry men. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's a fact.
The evangelical church, that's the conservative thing. I'm okay with rules and regulations and religion. I'm okay with that. You know what I mean? So I feel that the left went too far left and I stayed center. So basically I rode with conservatives because of my values and principles. Right. It's nothing to do with Trump. You get what I'm saying?
I understand. Yeah.
Yeah. So people get in their feelings because people are in a liberal cult. The Democratic cult is something else. Yeah. Like for instance, like conservatives, like Trump got with Kanye West. Yep. Businessman. Who did Biden get with? Cardi B and WAP working and shit all over the goddamn place. Anything goes. Lesbianism, men marrying men and women marrying women. Anything goes. Cardi B. Nope. I'm not with that fuckery. Y'all can be for it, but I stand on shit. You get what I'm saying? Yeah. So since I stand on shit, I fall out with the people. I'm not part of that go along, get along gang. Okay, so I voted conservative because those are my values. Fuck what everybody else is talking about. I'm not part of no go along, get along gang.
Yeah, yeah, and who could be mad at, let's say, a religious person who refused to vote for somebody who, is pushing like the things you just said, gay marriage and things like that. Like you would expect them not, I mean, because they're gonna hold their religion higher than anything else. So you expect them to be like, nah, I ain't doing that. At the very least, they're not gonna vote at all. So I get it. People vote for their best interest. I'm somebody.
Like when you read the chat, politics works people's nerves, bro. Some people aren't able to have a political discussion.
Yes. So like when they pass bills, there's
So
a
a
lot.
lot of times, like when like sometimes I'll bring out some points, then points is making them feel guilty. So they're lashing out, say, fuck it, I'm out of here. Yeah, them points make you feel guilty.
Yeah, so like bills, the bill might be intended to target something. Like for example, the stimulus package. It's called a package. So we already know the major things that it was going to cover, but there's other things in there that you might want to vote for it, but you're not going to vote for it because the other things that's in there you might consider SHIT. You did. You're like, you know what? Nah, you got to fix that. So I get it. Like some people don't want to take the whole package. They're like, yo, listen, let make it a standalone bill, but the other stuff going along with it, I'm good.
Yeah, so I'm like also conservative because I don't think that people should be on lifetime welfare all their life.
Yeah,
I think welfare should be used as a bridge to or a tool to help you when you're down and out in a situation for maybe 5 years at most and cut your ass off. Because I do believe it created a dependency. You know what I mean? So I just like the Nation of Islam. So like when I say I'm old school, the Nation of Islam had an ideology of do for self, right? Unbiased.
yeah.
Do for self is a conservative ideology. Am I lying?
Yeah, nah.
Okay, so I'm what you're not gonna trick. I'm a do for self kind of guy. I'm self-employed. And under Trump, I'm telling you, and I'm not just saying this. I made twice as much money under Trump as I do now. I'm looking at like my bank statements. The way I can figure out how much money I'm making is look at my total deposits for the month. Soon as Biden came in office, my total deposits are half what they used to be.
Now, brother, let me say this so people don't think you're crazy. In my city, I talk, I'm very sociable. I talk to a lot of people. I mean, all the barbershops, just ask DJ Focus. I mean, all the barbershops, because that's where the conversations are at. Many black contractors said the most money they made was under the Republican regime. So I'm just letting you know. So he's not the only one to say that. I heard other black contractors say that.
People do not give a shit about progress. Here's the facts. Under Trump, before COVID, black people had the lowest unemployment rate ever.
Yeah.
That's a fact. Black businesses did the best under Trump than they've ever done, and black businesses expanded under Trump. That's just a fact. I'm not this show is called Unbiased. I'm an unbiased person. I can just look at the facts. See, niggas lie, math don't lie. Right? I know for a fact that I made more money under Trump. I know black businesses did better under Trump. I know black unemployment was lower under Trump. So why would I want to change that course and say, fuck all that? Fuck all them opportunity zones that Trump gave. For that was opportunity zones was for the community, for people to buy in their community and own shit. Now they're sitting here crying about gentrification. So I knew all that shit was beneficial. So that's what I lean towards. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So, are you aware of Obama's contribution in the whole marijuana industry?
Obama was laxed on marijuana. He wasn't hard on it.
Well, no, he actually signed off some things that got it in motion. I mean, like he really got it in motion.
He got in his emotions, you're saying?
No. He got the marijuana business in motion. A lot of
okay. You know what? I can agree with that.
Yeah, a lot of things he signed off
because during his administration, he made sure that the feds weren't doing a lot of marijuana arrests.
Yeah,
You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
he was heavily involved. So
So
those,
marijuana laws got very, very relaxed under
yeah.
Obama.
So for those who claim they Obama ain't do nothing, that puff a lot of marijuana, you a damn lie.
Mhm.
He saved your life. He saved your arrest record. Yes, I just want to point that out.
Right.
Yeah, so because people quick to say what somebody didn't do, but didn't research what they did. Yeah. And look, I read that by mistake. I was reading the marijuana thing because I'm gonna do a live explaining how, because people saying that marijuana is legal in the state but illegal federally. So I'm like, hold up. So it's illegal and legal at the same time in one state. So I was,
Want me to give my explanation of that real quick?
yes, sir.
Okay, real quick to explain, I think because people got it confused. Now, I may even have it wrong, but because I heard you mention it earlier. So California used to be legal medicinally.
Mm-hmm.
So we can go get a doctor's note, and they had people who was giving out doctor's note just doing that. It wasn't like you're a real doctor, but so it was legal medicinally. So people thought it was just legal.
Right. Gotcha.
No, some years later, then they made it legal recreationally. Okay. So for a while, California was only legal for people who had a doctor's note and that was able to go to the dispensary and buy. Then they made it recreationally legal. That means everybody, not just people who had needed a doctor's note, could get it. So maybe that's what they mean when they say it's legal but not legal and shit like that.
Yeah. So let me just add a little, let me add a little spoiler. So the marijuana is being produced, okay, because again, when you're dealing with the drugs, you have schedules, Schedule 1, Schedule 2, Schedule 3. So I have some pharmaceutical background, and I seen what Schedule 1. So Schedule 1 is the heroin, crack, marijuana. That was Schedule 1, and they say it's Schedule 1 because it's highly addictive. So the marijuana, the THC, the CMB, the CMD levels are certain. They're low. So anything higher than that is considered Schedule 1, and that's when the feds, so what they can do is they could test your marijuana and see how much of those levels of that in it. Yeah. And if they get involved. So so I want to do a spoiler, but I'm gonna read all that tomorrow. But that has a lot to do with why they relaxed on marijuana, right? But you're correct. The political officials, legislators, congressmen, House of Reps told them to relax on enforcing that, making arrests and just involving themselves. Period. They told them relax, and I think they signed something yearly to not mess with people that's in states where it's legal, to leave them alone. Yeah. So, but again, I'm gonna touch on all that, next day, whatever, maybe Friday. But you're right about that. So, your political views got the chat, at you right now. don't read that chat.
Trump will get them fired up. They don't realize it's not about Trump. It's just about certain policies and values.
Right. So, it's interesting. And I truly believe that we need to have more political discussions because people will be surprised on what some talking points of Democrats that you might agree to, and you would love to support that. But there's some Republican talking points that you might also agree to and push that. So again, we just got to have that conversation, and we're getting close. Melvin and his boy Chris Harris, like we're actually we're actually getting close to building up enough people to have that political talk. Get on here and go in. So trust me, man, I'm throwing something up in a pot. Where we're gonna lay it out there. Okay, so you just said you and Unc was cool. Everything's coochie cream, and then the fallout. There's always a fallout, especially black folk. We always falling out. So what happened with that? You, Unc, the Amara Squad. What happened?
See a lot of these people in the chat, in the community today. Hey, unbiased. Maybe let me see if this delay kicks in. Like when I'm talking. Oh, there we go. It does kick in. Okay, so a lot of these people are new. They wasn't around years ago. Me and Ankh has always been cool. I followed Ankh from the days when he used to have them YouTube videos and he'd just be sitting in a chair talking about Christianity. He wasn't even on the Hebrew Israelite stuff then, but he was just on the Christianity stuff, right? And he used to sit in that chair. Then he used to sit at the desk because he had a little show, right? I've been following Ankh since then, right? All up into the Blog Talk days. Before Wujaro, before Asar, before Amin Ra Squad was even formed. You know, this is how long me and Ankh go back. Okay. I've had guests on his shows. I was a guest on his show and Blog Talk Radio back in the day. So we go back. Like when a lot of these people wasn't even around. You know what I mean? So me and Ankh has always been cool in a sense. Where me say this show is called Unbiased, right? So I'm unbiased regardless if I have a beef with somebody or issue with somebody, or if I dislike somebody. One thing I'm not going to do is lie on them. Okay. So I'm going to tell it like it actually really is. You know what I mean? So a lot of people may not even know why me and Ankh fell out or what have you. But, you know, from what I'll say is one day, well, Asar used to talk about his linguistics, right? And linguistics was never a subject of mine. I never even got into it. Asar used to go back and forth with Team Osiris regarding it. And I swore Osiris was Osiris. I swore Asar was the one who was correct when he was going back and forth with Team Osiris. But after looking into some things, Team Osiris was the one who was actually correct, right? So one day, something just rubbed me wrong about some things Asar was saying on the live stream. So finally, after a couple years, I said, let me just ask him some questions about linguistics and ask him why that his information isn't peer reviewed, or why doesn't he be in discussions with actual qualified and credentialed linguists. Okay. Something was strange. And I was wondering why he just would avoid credentialed linguists and only deal with us who really don't know linguistics like that. So in my mind, just, you know, following different men over the years, I said, he's bullshitting us. Just had this intuition that he was bullshitting us. And a lot of people can't tell because that's not their lane, right? Linguistics was never my lane, and it's not a lot of people's lane. They fake like they're interested in it, right? So I questioned him, and he started arguing with me and over talking me. And I said, the only time Asar does that is when he's being challenged and he gets a little fearful, right? Because I've watched Asar and I've watched these guys for years. So Asar was getting all animated, and we end up arguing on a live stream. And instead of Ankh just allowing two men to work out their disagreement and have a discussion or go back and forth, Ankh wants to jump in because he felt he had to protect the honor of the Amin-Ra squad, since Asar is Amin-Ra squad. So Ankh could not let it go down where I'm coming at Asar for some fake linguistics. And he started coming at me. And I was kind of backed off, and I think I got off the stream. But I remember the next day or two, Ankh went live and just went off on me, was insulting me. And I'm like, damn, why would he do that? I thought we was cool, right? And just went off on me. Then I said, how is a nigga who owe me money gonna go off on me? So I brought up the fact that I sent him a case of moringa on consignment 2 years ago, and he never paid me. And it's been on since then. Okay. And a lot of people can't be honest and just say, you know what, Ankh, you did do Chief X wrong. He sent you a case of moringa on consignment of the kindness of his heart, and you screwed him and didn't pay him and didn't even mention it for a couple years. And then you went off on him. And then he brought it up because he was being nice, not bringing it up. And you told him, I took that. You ain't getting no money back. So Unc went off on me, and then he tried to play me. So and we fell out for that. So we fell out because nothing of what Chief X did. Because I always have the motto, and I always say this: never be the aggressor, but aggress when aggressed upon. It's the same thing as an eye for eye. I'm not going to start insulting nobody until they insult me first or a couple times, and then I'm going to snap. So I make sure I'm in the right first, and then I go off. And that's how I kind of went down with Ankh. Ankh was wrong for that. And his pride would not let him apologize because nobody knew I gave him all this shit on consignment, and he didn't want to look bad. So he got caught up in foolish pride, and we've been feuding ever since. Because he wouldn't let two men have their own discussion and haggle it out, and he had to jump in. So me and Ankh fell out because Ankh was tripping. If I was tripping, I would say, you know what? I did this wrong. I would say that, but I didn't. And everyone knows Ankh wronged me. But, you have people with their platforms, and you have Garfield with their platform. So people try to remain cool with you because you have a platform. You know what I mean? So, and I used to go in on Garfield. He didn't like that. But I was going in on Garfield for a reason.
Now, that was next. Wait. Let me know when you're done with the first one first.
Yeah, so Ankh could have killed this a long time ago by saying, you know what, I do owe you money, and you did give me some shit on consignment out the kindness of your heart. Here's your little $100 and something. And we could have been good. But foolish pride got in the way, and it just snowballed, and we're here today. You know what I mean? So you asked the question. Somebody Mango Slide talking about, damn, he still sound hurt. It's bias. People see people can't just say, you know what, that was wrong about. They have to take sides. Like you unbiased, you don't give a fuck what, you're unbiased. You don't have a beef with me because somebody else got a beef with me.
Nah, I'm out.
You know what I mean? That's just stupid. Like if you're a mature, righteous person, everybody should be able to say, you know what, that was wrong about. What are you mad at me for? Because I fucked me over. You get what I'm saying? It's just crazy.
Yeah, I'm out of it. Everybody's adults. They can handle their own problems. It's a one-on-one. I'm out of it.
Yeah, and it wasn't money because I didn't even sweat him for that. I gave up on it. So I said, I ain't gonna pay nobody because he stay broke. To my head. I let it go. It wasn't even about the money. But you can't just nut up on me and think I ain't gonna bring some shit up. That's why I brought it up. I let it go. It's been 2 years. I said, I ain't gonna pay me. So, and somebody here talking about, Chief, take that moringa serious. These just disingenuous people. I asked and asked and asked for that moringa. And then I said, here, I sent it to him. He want to play it off like I just doing it. I was just giving him some free moringa. Who does that? Stop. So people, even people in the chat, they it doesn't matter. They don't give a shit. People just bad behavior.
Hey, Chief X, before I go to the next question, I'm unbiased on the platform in real life. People are mad at me because I can get along. Okay, when I was in the Nation of Islam, I was doing security in Newark, right? Urban Turner. Terrible building. You dig? They over there on Stratford, off Clinton Ave. All dangerous. Like everybody in Newark knew. People in Newark, keep it real. Stratford and Urban Turner about 15 years ago was ruthless. Nobody was going to those short blocks. So Chief X, they was mad at me because I was the only Muslim doing security who had no problems with the game banger. They act like I was down with those guys. So I'm just unbiased, bro. I'm unbiased in real life. I get along with Crips, Blood, whoever. That's just who I am. Street gangs, I get along with everybody. That's just who I am. But anyway, so I'm unbiased on the platform. I'm unbiased in real life. I don't choose sides. I get along with everybody. And I be trying to get everybody together. You dig? So somebody got to be that person.
Yeah, and people in this chat also keep bringing up some shoes. I've made 2 videos explaining this shoe lie that Unc, Garfield, and Sean lied about. The video's on my fucking page. Go look at it. They lied, and you dumb niggas then believed it. I cleared that up. I showed the receipt. I showed me mailing them to a lady. I showed how I came in contact with the shoes. I found them because I was the only one doing cleanup after the event. And I found some shoes, and I notified everybody that I found some shoes after cleanup on RBG Family Weekend. And they know this. But since they can't get me on nothing, since they want to try to fake some kind of bad behavior on me, they just create some lies. They know damn well I didn't steal no shoes. What it was Ankh and Ben was trying to make 2 shoe sales instead of 1, and they was trying to force me to buy this woman some shoes. When I said, no, I don't want them ugly shoes. I'm going to mail these shoes to her, which I did. Yeah, Chief, this video is right there on my page exonerating me and showing that they absolutely lied. If you didn't watch it, that's on your dumb ass. That's on your gullible ass for believing them about some goddamn shoes. Fuck, I care about some goddamn shoes for. And then they said I wore the shoes somewhere, so everybody believed it. I keep telling niggas I didn't wear them shoes. I told them I was in my hotel room and I put them on just like people. I tried them on and they were too fucking big. Why would I wear some shoes that are too fucking big? That's the reason why.
Stop! I'm trying to drink. Stop, man.
And I can't. They're the ones that I found the shoes that I tried them on. They too big. I made a post on Facebook. I said I found somebody's shoes at RBG Family Weekend. I tried them on. They too big. So people run with, okay, he wore them to the store, and all. People started running with shit because they want to believe.
Oh, my God, man, this is funny.
They take sides, so they wouldn't believe. They prefer to believe the lie.
Hey, peace, brother Mathis. All right, Chief, man. Let's move on. Okay. Now, again, this is not to rehash anything. Just you know what I mean? Because when I have Sosa on here, when I have Haskell on here, when I have Amber, the Watcher, brother Mathis, all Miss Tiffany, y'all gonna have to tell me. You know, I'm gonna ask you some questions like how you get involved in the community. You gotta, you know what I mean? Be real. So this is him just telling.
Yeah, right. So if anybody want to have a question about the stolen shoe, I meticulously documented it.
Yeah, they gotta just go to your channel and go ahead and just in the search, go ahead and do that. It's
right there, debunking the stolen shoe lie.
Yeah.
Watch that and then get on your fucking knees and apologize, you gullible idiot.
Like I said, this interview is not to rehash anything. We're just covering bases. For whoever doesn't know Chief X and her stories, this is the best way to go ahead and just, you know what I mean? Now it's documented. So anyway, so now we passed that. You want move past that. It's all good. And now we at Garfield. So what happened with that?
You know, once Ankh started going in on me, you know, him and Garfield close, so that kind of kicked off. But me and Garfield used to be cool until he started calling my phone, asking me to pick up some money from somebody who owed him some money, who was some drug dealer. And I'm telling this real story. Garfield said, it's this dope man who owes me money in Los Angeles. Can you go get the money from him and then go deposit it in this bank account? So I'm like, what? I said, this nigga don't give. You know how somebody do some dirt with some money, then you go to the bank to deposit and you fuck around and get arrested? That shit pissed me off. I said, why don't you have him send it to you or mail you the money? Why do you want me to go put this money in the bank account for you and I'm not have nothing to do with it? All this old bullshit. Come to find out he was a dope dealer or something. And he owed Garfield some money for some reason. I have no clue. And I was not going to get the money from the dude and deposit in the bank so I can get arrested and get caught up in some bullshit. So I felt that was disrespectful of Garfield. But I gave it a pass and didn't say nothing until two people got to inboxing me talking about Garfield scammed me on the credit repair. He swore up and down that he can remove my student loans and shit. And I gave this nigga $900. Dana Garrison's his name. And I gave him $900 and he couldn't do shit. My score got worse. He had a 600 score. Then Garfield told him, don't pay none of your creditors. I got you. And he listened, didn't pay none of his creditors. His score went down. And Garfield wouldn't give him his money back. And people noticed the story. So I helped this dude, Garfield, give him half his money back. Dana Garrison's his name. Same guy who went on Ank's Facebook page and said, yeah, Chief X helped me get half my money back. Garfield screwed me. My score went down and everything. He was lying. And Ankh cussed this nigga out. I mean, like I've always been for the victim. Fuck you niggas. I'm always been for the victim. Three more people hit me up. And most of these people, so I made a video, Garfield Reed Exposed. And I had meticulous receipt after receipt after receipt after receipt, text mail after text mail. And and I exposed him. And it shit got like 8,000 views and he was mad about it. But I said, this nigga didn't give a fuck about me. He was trying to send me to fucking jail. Oh, y'all don't know this story, chat? All you got to do is go watch my video, Garfield Exposed. Everything I'm saying right now, I proved it. But these niggas in the chat didn't watch the video, Garfield Exposed. So what the hell do they know? Yes, Garfield was being dirty and lying. And I helped people get their money back. Garfield can tell you the truth. Garfield will tell you that. These niggas ain't helped the victim at all. They didn't care about the victim. All they cared about is being able to key on Garfield's platform. They know he was lying, but these people are just morally bankrupt. They've always catered to the liar, the scammer, and the fraud, and they'll shit on the truth teller. They've always been like that. So when I was getting at Garfield and I was exposing his scams, you can go to YouTube right now and put in Garfield Exposed. About 6-7 people then exposed him. I got receipts somebody sent me 2 months ago of some shit Garfield did to them. I've been giving Garfield a pass. I said I've been exposing already. I've told them people a long time ago, Garfield cannot remove your student loans. Student loans cannot be removed. They are there for good. So all that luring people in, taking $8,000 and not being able to help them was foul to me. That's just me. I have certain values. I don't stand for people robbing and stealing and getting over on victims. I don't approve of that, so I speak out. And people mad at me about it. And that's how me and Garfield fell out.
Interesting. So
Garfield was beating people. I'm beating me. I'm getting on niggas for doing dirt.
Oh my God. Oh, G-Beck, you are hilarious. Okay. So
but you know what? Here's the thing though. Like, I'm one of the original pseudo hunters. I was calling cats out years ago. I was telling people I'm always 2-3 years ahead of you and call myself a wise man. I'm not no goddamn scholar. I'm a wise man. I was the first one to expose Umar Johnson. I was the first. Yeah, this shit went viral. My friend, and there was everybody was on Umar Johnson's side at this time. When I exposed Umar Johnson, people said, please, Chief X, take that video down. And I called the realtor. I checked in the shit and I found out he was lying and scamming and he wasn't trying to buy no school on St. Paul. That St. Paul school he wasn't trying to buy. And this video started taking off. And my RBG friends in Texas said, delete that video, Chief. And I just deleted it. And people was mad as hell. At this time, 90% of the people had their hooks in Umar and believed this cat.
Oh, yeah, me too.
He was just everything. So a lot of people hate me from that. And now all of a sudden, everybody knows Chief X was right. Years later, they catch up and realize I was right about everything. Then people was mad when I exposed Phil Valentine. Wouldn't nobody ever say nothing against Phil Valentine.
That guy, all over Hidden Colors.
Nobody would say nothing about Phil Valentine until I did. And when I exposed Phil Valentine, people mad at me for that. Because these people now who mad at me, they used to believe in this nigga. They used to believe in Umar. So people mad at me because I've destroyed their heroes. Not because Chief X lied. Not because Chief X beat somebody. Or somebody. They mad because I beat up their heroes.
All right, well, since you went there, that's the next question. The next question is, what's the real reason why they mad at you, right? So you say it's because you tore down their...
See, this goes back to Facebook. I've been tearing down pseudos for a long time. I'm like the original pseudo hunter. All the chakras, kundalini, crystals, magic oil, magic candles, and all that shit. I've been going in on all that on Facebook. Niggas was gullible. So they've been hating me for a long time because I've been exposing all this bullshit and pseudo hunting years before they were. Now they're finally catching up and saying, you know what, Chief X been right for all these years. We've been hating on this nigga and he's been right the whole goddamn time. But they got this foolish pride in them now. They just can't admit that. I've been right. I don't see here. Go. I don't owe a person a penny, and I do more business than all these cats. Let's be real, unbiased. I don't owe 1 cent to anybody.
Yeah.
I've never got over on anybody in the community, ever. I employ 20 people and help them feed their family. I'm a science-based guy. I'm not a pseudo guy. You can't go down my timeline, my YouTube page and find any misinformation Chief X was teaching. I don't teach no misinformation. I don't flim flam. I don't hotep hustle. I don't do. So they have no reason to dislike me except Chief X banged on their heroes.
Yeah. Well, you know, that's a hard reality. When people, you know, bought the books or paid for the lectures or spent a lot of hours, you know, listen to these guys teaching, and then here you come saying they pseudo, you know, information incorrect because they didn't lost family, you know, relationships with their family teaching the pseudo stuff. So here you come saying they did all that in vain. Yeah, they're going to feel a certain way.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when I was pseudo hunting, they was believing. When I was busting Polite's ass, they was believing Polite. When I was busting Red Pill and Blue Pill's ass, they was feeling them niggas and they was believing them. When I was busting Infidici's ass, when I was busting Anthony Browder's ass, when I was busting all these pseudos and liars' ass, they were believing them. That's why they're mad. But they can't sit, no one in this chat can say where Chief X got over on somebody or beat somebody or lied. No one in this chat can say one lie I ever told. Matter of fact, this is how cold I am. I will pay somebody to show me one time I ever lied or taught some misinformation. That's how I put money on shit.
Well, there you go, chat.
You know, I was going at not debunking Black Egypt, and now all the pseudo killers is on my side and agree with me. I was the first one to talk about slavery, Africans enslaving Africans, and now all the pseudo killers is on my side and agree with me. So all them cats agree with me, but they want to front like they don't. So all them topics they've been talking on for a year came from Chief X.
Now, well, you got to deal with that one. So, you know, the chat gonna look at, like you're saying, Africans were, you know, doing it, you know, was raping and robbing, you know, kind of like the same actions of their white slave masters. So what form of slavery are you speaking of when you say Africans enslaved Africans?
Oh, they was hating on me, bro. They was hating on me when I went to Ghana. They was hating on me. Because when I went to Ghana, I said, you know what? These Ghanaian scholars teach a little bit different than African-American scholars. I was noticing that. When I was in the slave dungeon, I said, they saying a whole bunch of different shit that African-Americans would never say. And they were the one who was telling me we participated in the slave trade. We was practicing slavery before the white man and the Arab man. This is what they told me, the Ghanaians.
So now, when we hear slavery and we hear white man, like the average mind is going to think similar, iron, iron and yoke across their neck, hang, chain gang. Are you talking about that type of slavery, or what? Yeah,
this book, this is the book that got niggas up in the uproar and got their panties in a bunch.
Wait, hold on, wait. Let me mute myself. So say it again, so it could go on you.
This book right here is got people's panties in a bunch. It's called Indigenous Slavery in Ghana. I bought this book when I left the slave dungeons in Ghana. The scholars were selling a book out there. And they were teaching and saying that we've been enslaving each other prior to the white man and prior to the Arab. These are not Chief X's words. This is what and this lady right here works for Ghana University. She's a PhD, and this is her information from a Black Ghanaian who is a PhD at Ghana University. She's over the historical archives of Ghana's history. She knows it all. She's done all the hunting out in the fields and talking to the village chiefs, got all the stories, and they were mad that I came back. So with the Nzinga discussions and all the Africans enslaving Africans stemmed from me and me talking about it, when nobody in the conscious community was talking about it and giving up this reality. So when I went to Ghana, I realized people are going to Ghana and they're not coming back telling you the truth, because African Americans are in competition with white folk. So they want to seem like they just better than and have better morals than white folk. So this kind of information didn't go over well. So now I'm anti-Black.
What's her name?
Her name is Akusua Adoma Purdy. I never can pronounce her name.
Yeah, you might want to type that in the chat.
Yeah, can I type in the chat?
Yeah.
Okay, wait a minute.
Yeah, type that in the chat in case somebody want to sort.
So when I got to talking this information, I was telling people, I said, no, them Black American scholars are teaching different. They're teaching a more romanticized version because they're in competition with white folk.
Hey, chat, what's up, man? Are y'all calling the book Cap? Or you gonna read it and you know what I mean? What's going on? You gonna, Let
me write her name in the chat.
Sourced up. PhD. Ghana University. Talk to me. Are we just gonna dismiss it? Never read it, never Googled it to see.
And then when I did a presentation called Africans Enslaving Africans. I did that a month ago, right? Long 4-hour presentation. It's detailed. She's in that presentation. Her dissertation, her everything is in that presentation. Wow. Her interview with her saying all this, she's talking about all the tribes and how the Asante tribe got bigger because they was banging on each other. When they bang on a smaller tribe, then they would expand because they would take on them members and they would get bigger and bigger. Just like Nzinga would get bigger and bigger. These people were enslavers. Chef Ron was right. Pseudo Killer is right about that. But it's just not a story that African Americans teach. You know what I mean? Let me type this in there. Well, I typed the author's name in there. People can look her up.
Let me see. Okay, I see it. Let me copy that. There you go, man. Yeah, don't be selective researchers, Gotta be unbiased in your research.
Yeah, I mean, that's not the only book I got there. I got this there from Ghana. History of Ghana. I got another book about a story a young lady was telling in Ghana, and she talks about slavery and her ancestors. Shit. I ain't got to lie to nobody.
Yeah, because I always hear people in the community say, yo, let Africans tell their own story. Okay, well, they told their own story. So now we're going to go back on that.
Yeah, so people just don't want to believe the Ghanaian scholars. And it's not just her. When I was in the museums, I went to 5 different museums, bro. When I was in the museums and I'm talking to, if I can share my screen and show everything I'm saying. And I'm talking to the people who do the tour guides and shit. And I'm asking them questions. And one of them guys said, yeah, the Europeans didn't go inland. We was going inland. They were scared to go inland. Because Ghanaians, we're tropical Africans. We're forest people. It's a lot of forest. I mean, you'll see roads now, but just think. 1500, 1600, 17, it wasn't a lot of roads. It was a lot of forest. Right? They was not going inland into them forests. Also, when I went to the museum, I seen a rifle, an old primitive rifle. I said, what the hell is y'all doing a rifle? I said, y'all manufactured rifles? He said, no, we got that from the Brits. So then I realized certain tribes is armed. White folk definitely ain't going to no goddamn forest where they don't know their way around and running up on some armed Africans.
I don't know.
You get what I'm saying? They would have blasted their ass back to shore. Then come to find out when we're doing all the geography study, and I got a video on the Africa's geography and the coast and how boats can't get to shore because of these reasons, and they got to be picked up by a canoe and shit. We was going deep. They was doing business. All that gold they was getting was mined by indigenous slavery. Where y'all think the gold was coming from? Who was mining it? Indigenous slavery has been mining that shit. They've been kidnapping girls and using them as concubines for thousands of years.
Yeah, I see the chat quiet on that one.
Yeah, they have. They've been using concubines and kidnapping girls. And when they raid tribes and raid other tribes, they would snatch up women, do all kind of shit. When I had that debate with Jabari on spirituality, I showed the video. Today, right now, they got kidnapped girls who are concubines to the village chief. And they have to sleep with the village chief right now. Shit crazy, boy.
Hey, you know what? I'm hearing, I'm reading the chat saying that you ain't lying about the books that you pulled up. So, okay, so chat, consider this. If we don't talk about it, how are you different than white folks who refuse to talk about their evils? Listen, we got to bring it to the front, whatever it is, ugly, the good, the bad, the ugly. Let's educate. We can't ask for to educate our own home schools, and then we're hiding history from ourselves. Like, how? Come on, it's still not good education. Good education is all the cards on the table. Because this is the first I've ever heard of that, bro. And we in the conscious community, and people saying they got the information.
This is how deep it goes, right? But these people in the chat don't watch my YouTube videos. All of this is broken down, and I show receipts after receipts. That's how I get down. We went over this. So I forgot my damn point. What was my point? What did you say before, Unbiased?
I was saying how, we got the good and bad and ugly in our history. Got good history and dark history. I was saying, we're no different than.
I know what I was gonna say. Right, that just reminded me.
Yes, sir.
It's so deep that I've come to realize humans are humans. Humans do good, humans do bad, regardless of your race. There's good white folk, there's bad white folk. There's good black folk, there's bad black folk, right? And I realized since slavery has been going on around the world, Arabs enslaved people, whites enslaved people, Africans enslaved people, Native Americans enslaved people. Everybody was enslaved or enslaving someone at some point in history. Everybody. The Africans too on the continent, continental Africans, Western Central Africans was enslaving. Now, the transatlantic slave trade went down because of shipbuilding technology improved.
Right. Okay.
Right. So when the Portuguese improved shipbuilding technology, late 1300s, and then into the 1400s, then the Dutch picked up and just advanced it. But the Portuguese advanced shipbuilding technology. And then they made boats and ships that were able to cross large body oceans. At that point, they called that the age of discovery, right? And those ships that were able to cross large body oceans, it was the age of discovery, right? And that's when human trafficking across large body oceans began, is when shipbuilding technology improved, right? The Africans on the continent weren't seafaring peoples. They just weren't seafaring people. They had canoes along the coast. Okay. Now, everyone who was seafaring was enslaving. If Africans had ships and had the technology to build ships, they would have been seafaring people and they would have been invading other nations and enslaving white folks and Arabs, just like Arabs and white folks was enslaving them. This is a fact. They would have been doing just what white folk and Arabs was doing. You know how you know? Since they didn't have boats and ships to travel and go other places to enslave everybody, they did it right there where they were at on the land. What they would do is invade other tribes. That's the same thing, whether you invade a tribe by land or you invade a tribe by sea. You're still invading another people and snatching up other people and enslaving other people and disrespecting other people. And West and Central Africans did it just like white boys and the Arabs did it. They just didn't have the technology that the others had.
Right.
And they weren't seafaring people. But best believe if they had a boat that can sail across and go somewhere, they would have been enslaving other cultures just like other cultures enslaved them. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's an interesting thought.
Humans are humans. Slavery was jumping off and it was a thing in ancient times.
Yeah, very interesting.
And people need to get over it because Africans are no better than anybody else. They're not more moral than anyone else. Humans are humans. Humans will fuck you up. Queen Nzinga knew from day one that all them people she was kidnapping and enslaving and selling to the white man, she knew that they were bound on ships.
Wow. Really?
Shackled up on ships.
Wow.
Pissing and shitting on each other. And she knew her whole entire life that they were shackled up on ships and she participated. Get these niggas up on this ship and give me some money. Yeah, we big and we bad because we done banged on all these other small tribes around us and we became bigger. We shitted on all these smaller tribes around us. And now we in Zinga and we big and we bout that shit. Same with the Asante. Asante was the biggest slave training crew. I'm not tripping. It was just part of the old world. I say today, Asante gang. You always hear me say that, unbiased? Asante gang.
Yep.
I rep Asante gang. I'm a Kumasian. I just make a claim. I'm a Kumasian from Kumasi. And Asante reigns out there.
So why do they trip when white folks say you saw each other when the chat is bearing record that we did? So like, why do we get crazy when they say that?
When they say what?
Okay, so when white folks, Europeans, Americans, when they say, "Hey, you sold each other," like I was always taught that was a lie. And it's you're saying it.
White folk was 100% correct. But since black folk are in a morality competition, they don't want to hear that because it implicates them and makes them had evil behavior just like white folk had evil behavior. So we want to erase that. Don't even talk about that shit. Because then that'd make us look just as bad as the white folk.
Yeah.
But I've come to realize humans are humans.
Yeah.
I'm not in no morality competition. Everybody's fucked up. Everybody does fucked up shit. Everybody does good shit, period.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, it's crazy. So with all of that being said and everything you said, what's your overall stance and opinion on the conscious community? When you look back and examine it today?
The conscious community is a subgroup of Black Americans, okay? The conscious community is a subgroup of Black Americans, mainly comprised of a bunch of angry people, a bunch of people mad at religion who fell out the church, read a few books, and thought they were woke and better than their family members. And they developed an attitude like they woke and they conscious and they know everything, and their family and their Christian mama and daddy don't know shit. And they've developed this better than uppity attitude. And a lot of them are crooks, criminals, and just angry people in search of something. They don't know what, but they're in search of something. So you get a group of people who want to remove traditional people out their way, like credentialed people also, remove them out the way. And then they want you all to themselves. To tell the truth, my daddy and my brother does better than most people in the conscious community. They got jobs, they take care of their family, they got retirement, and all is great. While these people in the conscious community die broke. They ain't got no jobs. All these people who people call a master teacher ain't got no fucking job. And live off of fucking cash apps and donations and live off a romanticized history and hotep hustling. I realize the conscious community is not as smart and up on things as they think they are. I realize that actually the conscious community is on a lower level than traditional Blacks. Because they come up in here and get to taking on all these other false beliefs. They jump from one belief to another belief. You ask these sisters and these sisters that follow Queen Afua and shit. These heifers crazy as hell. Queen Afua says you don't need no man. Queen Afua is single as hell. She the same one who's just like Sebi, saying they can cure you of this, they can cure your cancer, they can cure you and pay me some money. And everybody who follow Queen Afua is having babies, believing in kundalinis and chakras and money oil and crystals and all this fuck shit. That shit, they got worse beliefs than the Christian church do. They're crazier than the Christian church. I'm telling you. That's why I stopped fucking with Christians. I said, these conscious community people have worse beliefs and more crazy beliefs than the church, Black church folk. Black church folk only believe in Jesus and that they might go to heaven one day.
Yeah, one guy.
Other than that, they still scientifically based. They kids go to college and they uplift people.
They get vaccinated.
Credentials and shit.
They get vaccinated.
Right, they get vaccinated. You know what I mean? They believe in science. Conscious community is an anti-science community, except, certain us and stuff. But in overall, the conscious community is anti-science. How can that community do anything or thrive? If in 2022, if a group of people is not science-based and repping STEM, That's the people who's going to get left behind. The world in 2022 is about STEM, science and technology. And if any nations or groups of people aren't into science, they're going to be a poor nation. That's just the reality. Conscious community is full of a bunch of nutcases, disrespectful people. Just look at the chat. These people can't even have an adult conversations without insulting you and going crazy. So it's certain cats in the chat that insulted me 20 times. I haven't said anything back to them. I'm on a way higher level than a lot of these cats.
Yeah, don't call out names in the chat, please.
Yeah. Well, somebody said Chief X been exposed, or maybe you're talking about Queen Afua. Yeah, I exposed Queen Afua. But y'all need to subscribe to my YouTube page. Maybe you can get woke. I got a video called, the video is called Phil Valentine Exposes Queen Afua, because Phil Valentine used to be her husband, right? I said, Phil Valentine exposes Queen Afua in the history of herbalists. And it goes back into the history of herbalists and talks about one of the early herbalists that everybody followed. Like y'all don't know. But yeah, that's part of the clique. Them are the cult leaders. See, health and wellness, you got Sebi and Queen Afua and Phil Valentine. Those are the cult leaders, and everybody under them are their students. Their students are people like Erykah Badu, Minister Inky, Yada, Red and Blue Pill, KT the Arts Degree, Dr. Ali Muhammad. These are the students of the cult leaders, Dr. Sebi. And then it goes down. Now, the history cult leaders, you got, they don't get mad, but fuck them. Dr. Ben, Ivan Van Sertima. Today you got Anthony Browder. They got the history. They got health and wellness, and the conscious community is up under their cult leaders. And they spinning y'all every which you goddamn way. History told you was North African. You ain't no North African. Dr. Ben taught North African history. Period. He never taught Black American history or African history per se. He taught North African history all the time. It didn't even want to be you. Dr. Ben said he was Ethiopian and Puerto Rican, which was a fucking lie. Dr. Ben is straight West African. Dr. Ben is straight West Central African. Just like, ain't nothing. He didn't want to be you. He set himself apart.
Wait, he didn't want to be Black?
Oh. Tell these niggas they North African too. But when you just sit back in hindsight, you be like, damn. This shit is a cult like a motherfucker.
Yeah, nobody wants to be Black. Wow.
Like people right now cannot sit here and say all these niggas who then went to college and got PhDs and master's degrees over the last 30 years. A bunch of Black men, good Black men. And don't nobody call none of these men over the last 30 years who got master's degrees and PhDs. Don't nobody call them.
That's a good point, though. Our educators, they
don't call none of these educated people master teachers. The only people they call master teachers are people without a fucking job or credentials. Those people who move the credential people out the way, say, move out the way, credential people.
Right.
We got you. And then they began to hotep hustle you. Y'all disrespectful to credentialed people. It's no such thing as a master teacher. That's just some cute phrase people say in the conscious community. It's just some cute phrase.
You get a master.
But if you really put one of these cats they call master teachers on the same playing field or in a discussion with somebody who really has some credentials, they'll look like children to them. Let's be real. Right? So like Henry Louis Skip Gates, conscious community hate him and have no reason to hate him. They hate him because he has a real PhD.
Wait, who's that? What name?
Dr. Skip Gates, Henry Louis
Okay.
Gates.
Okay, I got you.
They hate him because he had beef with Afrocentrics years ago. People don't even know this. So he had beef with Afrocentrics years ago. But Dr. Henry Louis Skip Gates wouldn't hotep. He wouldn't do that romanticization shit like they would do. And he was like one of the first ones that said Africans was enslaving Africans. Oh, from then on, nobody liked him, like forever. Similar to me. They said Henry Skip Gates is a coon. Henry Louis Gates has put out the best documentaries on Black American history I've ever seen in my entire life. Because nobody fuck with him.
Yeah, I'm familiar with his work.
He's deeper than anybody in the conscious community. You ever go to Wikipedia and see his resume?
Nah.
Oh, that shit is sick, crazy. Can't nobody touch his resume, his information. So why is nobody like it's like all you got all these Black studies programs and Africana studies programs at different colleges and universities, and none of these teachers called master teachers. Why? Because the conscious communities, I've always hated credentialed people. Always.
Yeah, I would have to say I believe there's some truth in that. Even when I used to debate the Bible, it was like important to me to make the Christians feel like their pastor wasn't about nothing, for them to trust me, Yeah, so I think there's something.
Chat mad as hell. Look at that. Chat mad in their feelings. Look.
So God Body News says somebody's the professor of African Studies at Harvard. I don't know if he's talking about the name.
Yeah, he is. Henry Louis Gates is.
Oh, Henry. Okay. So the chat want to know about your personal drug past.
Yeah. Now, if the chat may have missed it, because in the beginning we were here and we talked about that a little bit, but my drug past. See, in my day, in the late 80s, like I graduated high school in 1987. I may be from a different era than a lot of these cats. In 87, it was a huge crack craze going on. You had Rick Ross and shit, and Freeway Rick Ross, and at that time, every other homeboy you had was trying to sell dope, right? It was just wow. You know what I mean? Rodney King riots and shit was crazy. So at that time, when crack hit the scene, a lot of people in the Black communities, if you're of age, you would know. Well, a lot of these cats is young bucks, don't know a motherfucking thing, was experimenting with crack. We were weed smokers, but then we would crunch the crack up and put it in our joints. And we would smoke things called primos. Some of us got addicted, some of us didn't. But half the homies, half the homegirls then fell off and got addicted at that time. Some people cleaned up and some people didn't. So from I didn't say my addiction, but from 1989 till 1992, which was a 3-year period, I developed an addiction for crack cocaine. And I have no shame about it. The only reason people know is because I told it. Because I continue to tell it. I don't have a problem with it. They got a problem with it. You know what I mean? So, but I share my experiences to help someone else, right? To uplift someone else who may be going through something. See, this is the immaturity of a lot of these people in the chat. Like, for instance, this is how it is. When I used to be in recovery homes and women would be sharing their story and how they got addicted to drugs and shit they went through and shit, and rapes and shit that they went through. And people went through traumatic experiences, being addicted to heroin and drugs and shit like that, and what led them to that. And people went through shit. So like, I would never sit here and make fun of a girl who told her story about something she went through and she got raped and shit. What kind of a mature man would I be to use her story against her and tease her about some pain she went through and a rape she went through? Only a piece of shit would do that. So when people call other people crackheads for shit that people did shit in the 90s and the 80s and shit like that, these are piece of shit. These are people with no class tact. See, I used to be what you call a GSR, group service rep, when I first got clean in 1992. And I used to go to AA meetings and NA meetings. And I used to share my story with the people to give them hope. I was called a GSR representative, a group service representative. And you share your story with the newcomer. And you let him know, hey, this is how it was for me. And this is how I got clean. And this is how I changed my life. And I'm trying to give you some inspiration. So when I share my stories about drugs, that's what I was doing. When a lot of people, women share their stories about being raped and them on drugs, they're sharing with other women to help them out on their journey. I would be disrespectful and an unrighteous demon if I was to use that against her and tease her about it. That's what a lot of these chat niggas is. Fuck niggas who don't understand life and have never been through anything. Like on YouTube now, it's crazy. People are not. This is why the community goes down. People can't feel free to open up and share about life and things that they went through and give hope to others and talk about life lessons and shit like that. People are shaking in their boots, scared to share about their life because they know they got assholes out here who will use that shit against them. And so you have thousands of people who can't heal or get a message because you got these fuck boys who make fun of people who went through shit. Now other people are scared to share their story because they don't want to get teased later. It's a lot of women in this chat who's been raped before and is scared to tell their fucking story because they don't want somebody to tease them later on. They don't want people to look at them in a certain way. But it's Chief X, I don't give a fuck about that. I tell people now that drug experience I went through and the treatment I got and the therapy I went in the inpatient program was one of the most educational things I've been through in my entire life. I learned a lot about myself. I got therapy, I got treatment and got clean and changed my life. And guess what happened? I became a youth counselor and I gave back to others.
Yeah, respect.
I can go to the mall right now and some 30 or 40-year-old kids or something will run up on me and said, I remember you. You told me this, that helped me out in life. I'm a legend where I'm at. Living motherfuckers don't know. I'm a legend. I'm a living legend. I done lived 2 lifestyles in one lifetime. Okay, so people need to be able to feel free to share their life story to help others. But the conscious community, they can't do that. This is why the conscious community is crazy as hell. They can't share those stories to help each other. The Christian church can, but the conscious community is fucked up mentally. And most people in the conscious community got mental health problems. Slight mental health problems.
Right. Yep.
You know what I mean? So you should never tease people for something that they went through in life and then they gave back and shared and helped other people. You congratulate them for that. So a lot of these women can't even share their life stories. They can't tell what they've been through because they're scared of you bitch ass niggas. It's hundreds of people who can't get help because everybody's on motherfucking silent and cowards and scared to share because people ain't shit. But Chief X don't give a fuck. I'm not part of the go along, get along. I'm a free Negro. I'm a runaway slave. I'm a free Negro. Yeah.
All right. So let me ask you this. Okay, we talk about a lot. We talk about everything. Okay. So everybody heard, so, and that was something new. That was not on my question list, like your background as far as.
Right. But people think I have a problem sharing that. I don't have no problem sharing my past or history. I tell people on my Facebook friend, I'm the realest person on your Facebook friends list. You're not going to find a realer person than Chief X. I'm an extremely honest person. But these niggas like entertainers. They don't like real ones. So, it is what it is.
So outside of the YouTube world, because you got to remind people that this is fake. You dig? Now, believe me, I don't take this with me at all when I log off. I don't take YouTube, Facebook serious, zero. Okay? I live a real life. And look, I said this years ago. I live a real life. I'm a real person. Nothing on the internet somebody can say will affect me, zero. Right? Because again, internet doesn't pay one bill. Mm-hmm. Now, brothers and sisters did donate. You dig? I got some coffee, I got some gas, good looks. But what I mean is, like, my videos, none of that stuff pays any money. You don't pay money, and it doesn't pay nothing in my life. It's a fake life to me.
You like my shirt, bro?
Yeah. So people was asking about it. They said, "Is that Winnie?"
Yeah. It says Winnie the Pew. Pew pew. Okay. Like I'm with that pew pew life. It's one of my shirts I got at a gun show. I went to the gun show and bought this shirt, Winnie the Pew. PEW. It's also a website called Pew Pew Life. So a lot of 2A supporters might, when you see Pew, that person is more than likely a 2A supporter, a gun rights supporter.
Okay, I got you. I didn't know that. That's interesting. Yeah, that's a whole topic in itself, the Second Amendment. Because I'm big on the Constitution, the Bill of Rights. People from my platform already know that, and they should too. Okay, so question. So when you said scholars, they push the real educated people aside, and they uphold the pseudos or the people who are uneducated or uncredentialed. How do you feel? I heard a name in the chat. I think Amos
Wilson.
Yeah.
Yeah, Amos Wilson is my favorite of all.
Yeah, I was rocking with him. Matter of fact, Dr. Khalid, studying Dr. Khalid, watching his videos, he put me on. It's I don't know him, but watching Dr. Khalid, he ended up validating Dr. Amos Wilson, so that's how I know him about him.
So let me just tell you why, because let me go further, because I know what somebody's getting at about Dr. Wilson. Okay, but these people bringing out these arguments, right? So why Dr. Wilson is my favorite, because he's similar to me. Like, while these people are talking shit, they're clueless. The master teachers, who y'all think is master teachers, didn't fuck with Dr. Amos Wilson, because Dr. Amos Wilson was similar to myself. Okay, he wasn't part of the go along, get along gang. Let me help you guys out since you don't know. Dr. Wilson wasn't part of the go along, get along gang. So you'll never hear people like Dr. Amos Wilson and all these elders and people mention his name. You won't see them being in videos with Dr. Amos Wilson. Dr. Amos Wilson was about psychology, right? So he was in the line where I'm at. If your mind ain't right, ain't shit gonna change, right? You can talk all this history shit you want and all this stuff, but if the people's mind ain't right, ain't nothing gonna change. See, Dr. Wilson was a psychologist, right? So even in this book right here, it's called We Can't Go Home Again, an argument about Afrocentricity by Dr. Clarence E. Walker. Great book. Clarence E. Walker, Dr. Clarence E. Walker, be getting on Afrocentrics ass for lying and teaching false and revised history. Okay? Amos Wilson didn't like all that bullshit and Hotep hustling. He's even in here right here. Let me see if y'all can see this.
We can see it.
Okay, let me just read what he said. Professor Amos Wilson, a psychologist, calls this theft of history. Dr. Amos Wilson was just like me. He didn't like you Hotepers, lying and revising history. So he stuck with psychology and how to help people and the blueprint for Black power. Oh, y'all didn't know this? Yeah, they didn't fuck with Dr. Amos Wilson. He was a loner.
Yeah, that was my guy.
He was really about the rise of Black people from a mental state. Okay, so that's why he's in this book. And the Dr. Clarence Walker is banging on Afrocentrics who be lying and teaching fake history and revised history. So one day, since somebody wants to ask me about Dr. Amos Wilson, he's not your favorite. You don't know nothing about him. You guys are part of the go along, get along gang, and you only big up Dr. Amos Wilson for certain reasons. I know the real psychology behind it. See, my teacher is Mathu Attar. I used to claim him. Mathu Attar was Ashraquazi's peer back in the day. They were the first students of Dr. Ben who went on the first tours with Dr. Ben. Mathu Attar. Mathu Attar and me and him hang out. We used to hang out. Good, close older brother, a big brother of mine. He always told me about Dr. Amos Wilson. This is prior to YouTube and you new niggas. So he told me, him and another elder told me some stories about Dr. Amos Wilson because I brought Dr. Amos Wilson up and was letting him know I love Dr. Amos Wilson. And I'm not saying Mathu Attar told me this, but what I'm saying is one of the elders said that Dr. Amos Wilson was gay and he never married, he never had any kids. And this was something that was going a story out here on the West Coast. If you're not on the West Coast, you may not have heard the story. Okay, but I was never talking about Dr. Amos Wilson. I've always big up Dr. Amos Wilson. So one day we're having a discussion on Facebook about ADOS, American Descendants of Slavery, and how come all these revolutionary big shit talking niggas is bashing a reparations movement. And like, how is y'all talking this high power shit, but you bashing a reparations movement and at the same breath telling you we need some help?
Right.
And I said, the only reason y'all banging on this and catering to what's his name? Amos Wilson, who started FBA, which is
Dr.
intellectual theft of ADOS. Because people like entertainers better than real scholars, like I always say. So like Yvette Carnell actually has a bachelor's in political science and worked on Capitol Hill. She's more of an expert than Tariq Nasheed, but you niggas love entertainers.
Oh yeah, Tariq Nasheed is pseudo as hell, man.
Right. So Tone Talks, Anthony Tone, her other co-founder, he's an actual real attorney. And he was breaking down why a reparations case would get thrown out of court. Great info. Niggas didn't have no clue what he was talking about. So people started banging on Yvette Carnell for one reason, because they think she was gay. So we can't have who we think is a gay female leading a movement. And they went against their principles and was worried about personalities. They couldn't get on board with a reparations movement because they were so worried about personalities and who's fucking gay. Wondering who's gay wouldn't let them get on board and advocate a reparations movement. They jumped shipped and start fucking with an entertainer called Tariq in the FBA. So one time on Facebook, I said, you know what? We can't, somebody was talking about, I can't listen to nobody who gay and shit. We can't listen to no, Yvette Carnell is gay. She got a white woman and shit. And Yvette Carnell never said she was gay. And she's not with no white woman. Although she might be, who gives a fuck? Right? So we can't listen to Yvette Carnell, she gay. And I just threw it out on Facebook. I said, you listen to Dr. Amos Wilson and he's gay. And from then on, it snowballed and people wanted to ask me what I meant by that. I've never had no video talking about Amos Wilson. I brought that up to making a point about you do listen to people who may be gay. Right. There's a lot of people who are gay, you don't know is gay, that you listen to and believe. Just because someone's gay doesn't mean they can't tell the truth. So I was using Amos Wilson as an example because I knew a lot of these people didn't know his background. So I said, you listen to Amos Wilson? And it snowballed from there, but I was never talking about Amos Wilson. He is my favorite. So just for clarity, that's the story about Amos Wilson. And people blew it way out of proportion and didn't tell people the context.
Yeah.
So now people in the chat are looking for some reason to get on me. What about the shoes? What about Amos Wilson? What about this?
Now,
You
hold
can't
on.
corner me. I'm the most righteous guy
Yeah.
around.
So let me
You
just
can't
answer that
corner
real
me.
fast.
Huh?
Like, yeah, like we got to stop the whole this person is gay, so they can't say anything truthful. Like, we got to get off that. Like, really. You know, if you don't agree with their sexual position, okay, fine. But it doesn't mean they're automatic liar.
Right. And this is the whole reason. And that's another reason I'm mad at Garfield. I'm like, y'all got this motherfucking Jamaican American bashing y'all reparations movement. And I'm looking at these men like they supposed to be protectors. Reparations is for my grandchild. A benefit for my children and grandchildren. Y'all gonna allow Garfield here to shit on your reparations movement? You niggas is weak. And that's all Garfield did religiously was bang on ADOS movement. So I lost a lot of respect for a lot of fake ass niggas in the conscious community that claiming they about that shit. No, you're not. You niggas is fake. You allow anybody to come up in your community and bash your movement or something that's beneficial to you. Because you guys got these motherfucking hangups. The church ain't got no hangup like that. They can politic with somebody regardless if they're gay or not. So because you thought that Miss Yvette Carnell was gay, that means you can't politic with her. You can't get on the reparations advocacy movement with them. And people laughing at it like it failed or didn't progress. Nigga, you guys are the ones who helped it not progress. You guys did not help advocate, and you call yourself conscious pro-Black people, but you didn't give a fuck about your children or the movement. All you cared about was Tariq Nasheed and FBA and Mink Slide and shit. You niggas love entertainers and hate credentialed people. Conscious community has always hated credentialed people. They prefer entertainers.
Yeah. Let me say this. So I would be considered ADOS FBA, right? And according to the conscious community definition of banging, what Garfield did would be considered banging. Now, I personally would not consider it banging. I would think he asked some questions, you dig, and some of them was tough. But that's what people call banging. You know, when people ask tough questions and it make you think, doesn't mean they right, but the conscious community would consider that banging. You know, when you ask the tough questions, are you banging on the Israelite doctrine? You banging on the Moors? You banging on whoever? I believe he asked some good questions. It doesn't mean, you know, anything, but to me, they were some good questions that need to be answered.
The thing is, though, when he gets the proper answer, then he'll be in denial about the answer and continue banging.
Yeah, well, I'm not. Okay, so for me, I'm not trying to convince any one person, you know, because what I go by is if an individual has a question.
That Mink Slide album is banging though.
Oh yeah.
I like that Mink Slide.
Yeah, it was dope. And like his second album, I couldn't believe some tracks was from Tariq. I'm like, God damn, Tariq Nasheed, like, yeah, that's your song, like straight fire. But yeah, I'm not trying to convince one person. So when Garfield had a question, I don't believe that question was just his question. When one person has a question, that's usually the question of the masses. Okay, just one person just asked it. Now, when the question is answered, I don't give a damn if the person who asked the question don't get the answer. Yeah, I'm moving on. I ain't trying to convince your ass.
Right. So like see, another thing is people will sell out. They don't stand on anything. Like, for instance, so like most of these people know Garfield was being foul towards an African Americans movement, right? But since there's only a few platforms, like, you know, you got the Amin Ra Squad, you got Garfield, and you have Sonetter, that this space or group of people can coagulate and go to, right? You have the Amin Ra Squad and its affiliates under them. You have Garfield and you have Sonetter. Them three control the narrative. So people don't want to fall out with Garfield and call him on his BS because they still want to be on his channel. So they'll sell out to be on his channel. If he's not around, if Garfield don't like you no more, then he's not going to have you on your channel. Then a lot of these cats can't be heard and seen. That's what a lot of it is about. They know people are foul, but they sell out so they can still be heard or seen on these platforms because they don't have a platform of their own. So they got to go against some shit and side with a motherfucker you know who's clearly scamming. You know somebody's clearly lying all the time. It's like Garfield's telling people his family left him $1 million and shit. Everybody know that's a lie, but they don't care. Everybody know that Garfield never told nobody he was married. Niggas don't care. These cats don't represent the black family. They'll hide their wife, everything. These cats is for entertainment and making money up off you. You got me up here venting now.
Go in.
You know, so like, you know, like it's like a lot of these channels, a lot of these cats do agree with me. A lot of these cats know Chief X is telling the truth. But since I fell out with somebody they look up to or their homeboy, they take a side. Instead of stand on some real shit and some principles and values and be honest. Yeah, I ain't got no beef with Chief X just because he's beefing with Ankh. That's Ankh's issue. What am I going to beef with Chief X for? Chief X ain't done nothing to me. But these are it's people don't know that they're part of the go along, get along gang. And I'm not part of the go along, get along gang. I'll cuss your ass out. I don't give a fuck. Right? I'm free. Mentally, I'm free. I don't need to be on nobody's platform. I do for shits and giggles. Like, we having fun right here. I'm having fun. So sometimes I'm bored at home. I jump on somebody's panel because for shits and giggles. I don't take this shit serious. Real help is not like right. Bro, none of this shit's gonna prove your life. Nobody's I've given people the opportunity to make money. And they still ain't got no money just because they hating on me. People know I'll give consignment. People know I ship shit out of state on a daily basis and I help people feed their family, but they scared to ask me because they've been hating on me and they full of guilt right now. Like, who do you know that employs 20 people and help 20 people feed their family in this space but Chief X?
Yeah, not me.
Yeah, no one has no reason to hate on me except Chief X banged on somebody I looked up to. That's the reason why. I remember a brother named Kyle. I went on Suda. He cussed me out. So he gonna kick my ass when he see me. I'm like, what is he gonna kick my ass for? What did I do? Do I owe this nigga some money? I'm gonna kick his ass when I see him. I'm 52 years old. You just want to fight a 52-year-old man? I'm 5'6". You just want to fight me and kick my ass for what? Then I had to realize it. I said, oh, Kyle is Dagger Squad. He used to be Dagger Squad. Ain't no more Dagger Squad. I shut that shit down. Yeah, I'll break that down. So let me remind me to tell you how there's no more Dagger Squad. But anyway, Kyle is Dagger Squad. And I did nothing but bang on Dagger Squad and Garfield. And I called anybody who's kikiing with Garfield and kissing his ass a sellout because they got to kiki with this nigga so they can be heard or seen. And if you ain't on Garfield's, you can't be heard or seen, nigga. So he's mad at me for that. Not no real reason. These niggas is mad at me because I banged on their heroes and people they looked up to and exposed them. And I've been doing it for a long time, for years. And people 2 and 3 years behind me. 2-3 years later, they were like, oh, okay, Chief X was right about that shit. He just didn't give a fucking told it before we did. He was just more confident in his get down. And he told it and spoke it. Them niggas was scared to talk about Phil Valentine. Red pill, blue pill, KT. Did nobody talk about Phil Valentine until I did. Even the Moors, didn't nobody break down that the Moors were Arab and Berbers until Chief X did. And the whole entire conscious community thought they was Moors or related to Moors or descended from Moors. I had to kill that shit years ago. Niggas still mad at me about that. But even today, they agree with me. And they say, you know what, Chief X, I was mad at you for something that I agree with you on now. And the foolish pride won't let him. You won't find nobody who predates me talking about the Moors and correcting that information. It's a lot of shit, all that chakra kundalini and shit. And when people say chakra princess, that shit came from me. I coined that phrase, chakra princesses. And I call chakra princesses people like Queen Afua, Erykah Badu, them chakra. That phrase came from me, if you didn't know. So I'm waiting to, I'll be waiting for somebody to say one reason why they don't like Chief X. I haven't heard a good reason yet. People only reason I heard was I don't like his voice. You know, well, you don't like Tyson's. You like Tyson's voice, but you don't like Tyson because of his voice. Nobody said that.
Right.
So the voice excuse is some BS. I can't help what my voice sound like. If you dislike me because of my voice, you're a petty motherfucker. You're just a petty motherfucker with mental health issues. Like nobody can give any real legit reason why they dislike me. I guarantee you. Tell them to type in the chat. And people used to say clout chasing. I'm like, how? I didn't even have an Instagram, or I have Instagram now, a business Instagram. Clout chasers got Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, YouTube. They got everything. I ain't had none of that shit. I do this shit for shits and giggles. I don't make no money off of nobody in this chat and people on YouTube. If YouTube and Facebook shut down right now, I'm still good. My shit's in the stove, and I've been in the cannabis industry, and people have been buying from me. I've been shipping out of state. I'm good. I don't even search for customers no more. So I'm not clout chasing like that. If I get on here, it's for shits and giggles, and it's something I got a burning desire. I want to share some information. I want to correct some information. So I was looking at the chat for somebody to give a reason, and all they can say is he's arrogant. But these same people that would say I'm arrogant love Sarasun Seti. You see what I'm saying? So it's all fake shit. Jolanda, you love Sarasun Seti. Is your reason for not you like Sarasun Seti? Who do I disrespect? Everybody in the chat is disrespecting me, but see how they flip it? I just said people in the chat has disrespected me 20 times and insulted me, and I still haven't insulted or disrespected anybody in the chat yet. But then they call me disrespectful. See, people are so full of shit and fake.
You say yet.
Oh my God. You're
supposed to have your chat closed. Hey, yo, the next guest, hey, yo, the contract is close your chat. Hey, yo.
And like Tariq Nasheed, and he arrogant as fuck. That you know, I'm not arrogant. Actually, I'm humble.
Yeah, you know what?
I'm confident.
You know what? I don't like that word.
There's nothing arrogant about me. I am confident.
Yeah, I don't like that word arrogant when it pertains to Black people, because you know it seems like Black folks can't be boastful.
Yeah, like these, like let me tell you something. Like pure Black, decent Tavo. Everything is everything. And boom. Nobody has ever seen these four men's face. They've never seen these four men's face on social media or YouTube, and they've never been on the panel. Talk about cowardice. Talk about hiding. A lot of these cats be hiding from their baby mama because they're pieces of shit.
Just stop,
I'm telling you, niggas be hiding from their baby mama. That's why you've never seen them. And on here judging, these people are invisible and sitting here judging other people who got confidence and can show their face. As nobody in the chat has ever seen Decentavo, boom, everything is everything. And what's this other guy who's been in here insulting me? Pure Black. No one has ever seen their face. They don't know if they're white men or what. Let's be honest. But y'all let people come in your chat and run narratives and shit. You don't know who the fuck you kikiing with. Tell them to come on a live stream and hit and click the link. All four of them men, if they not cowards, tell them to hit the live stream link right now and talk to me to my face. You talking to me all chat long. Hit the live stream, Decentavo, Pure Black, boom, and everything is everything. No one, I guarantee you, nobody has ever seen their face. You guys, you niggas have agents all up in the community and don't know how to check shit. I'm telling you, that's why I can't fuck. You guys could never be on my team. You guys are careless. You don't check shit. You let shit run rampant. You got agents all in the chat. Sonetta got this one dude named Max, who's his main moderator, and nobody's ever seen Max. One time somebody said, this is a white man, Sonetta. Oh, he's a white man, son. What do you got this white man in your chat for? Calls in hell and shit. Tell these niggas to show their face and get on the live stream or cut them off. Why them four men don't have the confidence to come on a live stream? They won't even let you hear their voice, let alone show their face on a live stream. I was sick of it. I'm sorry, Unbiased. I know you told me don't do this.
Yeah, no.
They've been fucking with me the whole
Yeah, I don't mind. I don't mind this because I was saying during the interview. But right now, you just going in. Go ahead.
Yeah. Decentavo, if you niggas ain't coward ass bitch niggas, get on this motherfucking live stream and show your face or let us hear your voice. Y'all got agents up in here. I'm telling you. Y'all fucking with some weirdos. All these niggas worry about is who's gay and how much crack somebody smoked. That's it.
Yeah,
I'm skeptical of any nigga who's always asking who's gay, who's sweet. That is your mind is flooded with homosexuality. I can't believe, and these people, I can't believe it. You've never heard me worrying about who's gay. Is this motherfucker gay and he's sweet? That's something it's not flooded in my mind like that, like these niggas.
Yeah, it's certain things we gotta evolve from.
Yeah, like I'm a grown ass man. What the fuck I look like? I'm scared to show my face or get on a live stream. That's some pussy nigga shit. Let's be real. You mean to tell me for fucking 4-5 years, these niggas ain't been on a live stream and showed their face one time? Not on social media, not anywhere. If that ain't the epitome of a coward, I don't know what it is.
Asshole.
And then they come with this excuse, I like my privacy. No, that is not the real reason. You're that scared. As a man, a grown-ass man. That's some shit a woman needs. What, you need privacy? You're scared and shit to come on a live stream and shit. Y'all kiki and got cohorts with hoe ass niggas. Let me stop. I'm supposed to be good. Let's move on.
You gotta be good. Okay, look.
I apologize. Forget I said all that.
Yeah, I'm about to make you emotional now.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So look, I'm about to make you emotional. Okay. So let's talk about.
I didn't say you, Yolanda.
So
I named the 4 people. I said Pure Black, D Centavo, Boom, and what's this other dude's name?
yeah, so now I definitely want to.
Yeah, I mentioned 4 men. Oh, and everything is everything.
Yeah, so you definitely gave me an idea, and I definitely, you know what, this interview spawned an idea in my mind. I'm like, you know what, I want to interview other people like Jolanda, Amber, Miss Tiffany, Ujawu, everybody really, Haskell, the Watcher, you know what I mean, like Akachi. I want to see like what led them to this till today, like where we at today. So, and everybody, I'm going to send you the questions in advance. So,
Woodrow said Chief X is off the chain.
Yeah.
But I'm going to tell you something. Woodrow is Amon Ra Squad, but man, Woodrow can always have an adult conversation. He's never went off and cussed me out. I've never went off and cussed him out or anything like that. I've tried to debunk something, but we've always maintained respect and we're able to have an adult conversation. I can't have an adult conversation with Ankh.
Yeah, I can never say anything to Wajawa because he helped me out a lot in a lot of my arguments and debates. So I can never say anything about him. Like he could straight pass or anything.
Yeah, Haskell 45 is another one. I don't know anybody ever seen his face.
Yeah, we did. Oh,
okay, well, I didn't mention him, so I wouldn't show.
Nah,
the other 4, y'all have never seen their face in 5.
Haskell will pull up. Yeah, no, he would definitely pull up. Yeah, but I definitely want to interview, people, just indigenous Black man. Just I want to know how they came to be here today, 2022.
And that's cool. You know why I said I'm biased? Like one day I was sitting here like, in this space, people sharing and talking about their lives, their real lives, you know what I mean? The reality. Like people see my kids and shit. You see my my girlfriends, who are you? Like, what about you? We need to have more of these conversations, like you're talking about. Who are you and what are you about?
Right. Yeah.
You know what I mean? What about your life? How did you make it here? How did you succeed doing this? I mean, like, let's just have some real human being talk sometimes.
And brother, that's from interviewing you, like that. I see, you know what? I'm gonna keep it going. Like everybody in the chat, I want to go through their life, like what they've been involved with, what influenced them, and how they ended up today here, January 2022, on Unbiased Sports Channel. Believing in what they believe. So I definitely want to get the women out the way first. Jolanda, Miss Tiff.
Emmy Kit said, "No face, no speak." Now, just to be clear, I'm not saying someone because they're on the live stream they're supposed to be showing their face. I personally, I do. I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying, in years, at least one time, you could have showed your face or even got on the stream and talked or something. Like when a person has never shown their face, I'm thinking they're a deadbeat dad. Or there's a reason behind it because people have skeletons in their closet. I'm telling you. Like how are you kikiing with people you have never ever seen their face or heard their voice, but they're in your chat with a wrench every day? At some point, you got to call these people. Damn, come on a live stream. Who are you? Okay, that's it.
You are funny. Okay, so anyway, Chief X, how's the family? And how's the family? And you're single, right? Or are you?
Well, I'm single in the sense that I'm not married. Okay.
Now wait, stop. But could that be Dr. Amos Wilson? Single, but I mean,
no. I've been married.
No, I'm saying like, so I mean, the average Black man married. So just because so I wanted to ask that question about in defense of Dr. Amos Wilson, because he's not married and no children. Does that mean he doesn't have a living girlfriend?
No. Right.
So how would somebody say he's gay because he's just not married with kids?
I don't know. I don't have no proof of it.
Right. Okay.
I'm just going off of what a couple elders used to say over here on the West Coast about him, that their thing was that he didn't have any children. And one person actually knew he was gay for Because I guess he's sitting with a man. I don't know. But I'm just saying, the few elders that I did talk to back in the day, they're not liars type of guy. So just I felt a certain way and just used him as an example.
Right.
You know.
Well, you know, there's rumors about Malcolm X and Dr. Khalid Muhammad. They said the same thing, right?
Yeah. But I love Dr. Amos Wilson.
Yeah, now he was official. Anybody who's not aware of him should go ahead and Google his videos. Like my man was official. Great orator. Yeah, that was my guy.
Now, someone says there's gonna be a Q&A at some point. this is where so let me just say this. This is where you look into your intent.
Q&A at some point. Yeah,
right. If there's gonna be a Q&A and you want to talk and ask questions, is your intent good? Just think about that.
So, Chief X, this what I was gonna do. I was going,
but I do have two girlfriends.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't talk that polygamy stuff, but I do got two lady friends, and they both live in their own place, and I live in my own place.
Okay, do they know about each other?
One knows about the other. One maybe not have it, so I just gotta keep it to myself.
So no, the Q&A tonight, no. What I was gonna do is this, like once
we can have a Q&A.
No, I'm gonna do it separately. So I was gonna have you, once you leave, I'm gonna invite the people to come on to talk about whatever you want to talk about, and then I'm gonna have you back, and whenever you're free, and then we'll do that like that. So now you get to hear what they're going to say. Right?
Tiff said they're ready to go off on you, Chief.
Exactly.
Right, Tiffany, trust me, they're ready, but they have no reason to. It's not like they disagree with anything I've said.
And that's why I didn't want it today.
These are issues they've had previously. They want to concoct an issue about me and make up an issue.
You say he a cheater. Yeah, chat funny as hell, yo.
Yeah, I've always, cheating. You know what? I've spoken on cheating. I don't even know if that's a proper word, because cheating really doesn't have nothing to do with an act of pleasure per se. So sometimes I'll be like, is it really cheating? Cheating and unfaithful doesn't necessarily have anything to do with sex. Okay. Like Kobe Bryant, he engaged in an act of pleasure when he was around 25 years old with this white chick. Is he a cheater or a disloyal person? No. Kobe was a loyal man, loyal to his team. He was loyal. He was dedicated. He was faithful. He's a faithful husband and a faithful father. Did he engage in an act of pleasure with another woman? Yeah. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I'm your average man. I'm not one who's ever been that disciplined where I didn't seek another piece of pussy.
Yeah. Well, when Kobe got married, he vowed to not do those things. So yes, according to the marital vows, he violated them. But if you don't have any marital vows, I don't. It's a gray area there,
Right. My thing is, I always say, I made a post about this on Facebook.
He snitched on shit.
If you're not married, engaged, or live together, you're just intimate friends on trial.
Yeah, that was funny. Yeah.
Period. Everything else is just a fake title. If you're not married, engaged, or live together, you're intimate friends on trial. Because anybody can bounce and leave and upgrade or whatever at the drop of a dime.
Yeah.
So, at 52 years in just experience, I don't trip on all them titles and shit no more. So but I do say I got a lady friend. But I got a lady friend is great. I've never been in a relationship and never had an argument. Like, we've been together 4 years and never ever had an argument. That's like a first.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, so it's peaceful living alone. She got her own, I got my own, and we good.
Oh, yeah, I get it. Trust me. Especially if you've been there and done that. I get it.
What Ujaro says, so entanglements are okay. Yep. Now, if we just being real, it's just how men are wired. 80% of men are wired this way. 20% ain't. Like my brother and my dad never ever cheated. But then again, like sometimes like a guy who's never cheated, sometimes them guys a woman don't even want, because to them he may be boring. He may be introvert. You know what I mean?
Possibly, yeah.
So a lot of times these women don't want the guys who won't cheat because they're boring. Women like that, that roughneck, you know what I mean? A guy who's, a little outgoing, got a little danger factor to him. You know what I mean? That's what women, like. And that kind of guy with testosterone, with a little danger factor, and an athlete, them men cheat. If you want to call it cheating.
I don't know. Again, cheat
in general.
Yeah, okay, maybe in general, because I'm about to say the exception. I got a couple friends, they married long time, and bro, these dudes barely talk. They barely look at a woman when they walk by. You know what I mean? So
yeah, somebody said, decent Tapo said, so no self-control. Listen, I've always been a sucker for a big butt and a smile, and that's just called being real. I've always been a sucker for a big butt and a smile, so I'm going there.
Yeah. You are funny.
I'm not the most disciplined person when it comes to that.
Oh my God.
Like I tell my daughters all the time. I told my daughter, I said, and I gotta be real with you. I said, I gotta be real with you. Ain't none of these little 20-something-year-old boys. If you think one of these 20-something-year-old boys is only gonna deal with your pussy to the day he die, then somebody lied to you. Kids and young men are going to explore. They're going to experiment. It's our nature. We're just explorative. We experiment. We want to know what's over here, what's on the fucking moon, what's over here, and we experiment, and that's all part of the process.
Yeah. So I'm going to invite.
People talk about my vent in the back, but this is what people don't know. That vent are like burn shades, but this is how petty people get. My shit fly, but the only thing they can pick on is nitpick shit and worry about my vent. But those are kind of like burn marks. It's like that. People think it's dirt, but it's not dirt. But you can't tell from here. This is the shit people got to focus on and worry about.
What the hell is Haskell Facebook name? Dang. Haskell, what's your Facebook name? I forgot.
Yeah, so like I'm 52 now. So I'm not like I was in my 20s and 30s. Now I can chill, but I'm just being real about my life. I was always a sucker for a big butt and a smile. I mean, I can be faithful nowadays, because sometimes you've been there and done that. Ain't too much you ain't done, heard, or seen. So
I'm gonna send Wujabo and Haskell the link. Everybody else
send Wujabo and Haskell the link.
Everybody's gonna come off when you leave.
Okay, cool.
Okay, because I don't want, I'm trying to just keep.
Yeah, but it's okay. I'm not trying to argue with nobody. No.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep it clean.
No, I don't touch up the paint. I don't give a fuck about that heater. Y'all can worry about my heater.
Yeah, I don't really want to, I just want to keep it clean cut night, because I want to have other people in here, and I don't want them to feel like they got a debate, Like everybody is entitled to their own story.
Yeah, people are stuck on debate. Sometimes you can just have a conversation. What is wrong with an adult conversation? I mean, one day I went on the pseudo killer show and I was just begging, please, I don't want to argue. Please, I don't want to argue. Please, let's not talk about no Moringa. Please.
Moringa.
And they just say, fuck that shit. We want to argue. And then here I got a snap on their ass. And then I get off the show and hey, Xavier's tripping. He came on here and done lies like a motherfucker.
Yeah, so I'm cool with Divine Prospect. I'm cool with people you don't think I'm cool with. I'm cool with Inky. I'm cool with people who you think I'm not cool with. Because I was letting the chat know, and you know, that I'm cool with people who you might think I'm not cool with. I'm cool with
Divine Prospect. Chef Ron can come on.
I'm cool with Divine Prospect. I'm cool with Inky. I'm cool with guys. I don't gotta agree with everything they say, but you know, I'm cool. It's no beef.
See, people talking about Ankh ain't came out. He can't. See, Ankh actually, but people ain't going to admit this, but Ankh actually feels guilty. So he's guilt-ridden about me. He knows he was the wrong one. So I don't start shit. I finish it, and I always stick to my motto: never be the aggressor, but aggress when aggressed upon. And I was aggressed upon.
Yeah. I'll tell you this, man. My first time going live, I remember. I will never forget it. I will never forget my first time going live. And it might not be my first time going live, but it was my first significant live. And I remember Chef and hopped on my first time live. You dig? So when he hopped on, that gave me the confidence to like go live after that with Chef and hopped on.
I used to tell people, and they didn't like it, but it was early when the pseudo first got started. Yeah. I said Sheffrin is the smartest of all the pseudo killers. People are like, oh, gee, what you talking about? I said, yeah, I judge smartness on logic and common sense. Not that a person has more information about certain things, but how well a person utilizes their logic and common sense. And Chevron is smarter than them in that way.
Yeah, so Chef really was my inspiration to keep going live. You dig? And then I believe Sosa, Amber, Haskell, and The Watcher off the top was my motivation to keep going live, you know. And then other people start to like, you know, show love and things like that. And then you got Ujabu held me down for the whole pandemic. So, you know, got a lot of people I'm appreciative of.
Anka's listening, y'all. Trust me.
hey, I definitely sent Unc the link. So
yeah, Anka's listening, y'all.
Yeah, I definitely sent Unc the link. So
but you know, see, when if my name is brought up, or if Unc not come, I bring fear to niggas' hearts. Let's just be real. It's a fear catch because I'm not here trying to romanticize shit, and people know I'm gonna drop some of that real shit. It's a fear. That's all that shit is.
Yeah, so you know, let's just keep it clean. You know, I already know Ujabu. You know, Ujabu was usually mild mannered. So I got Yolanda. You know, sis, I respect her. And as a matter of fact, I'm gonna try to set up a day and time where I'm interviewing her again. I'm just gonna pick your brains, nothing ambush. The same thing with Ujabu. I'm just Ujabu. Some things you already said. You know, I'm gonna go across. You know, things your different. You know, decisions as far as the community, the nuance, all that stuff. You know, always that led you up to where you're right now. To even
somebody said he's pandering. He feels like Chef. He might have a chance with Chef. Now I don't know if Amber Evans knows, but Chef Ron was just on my live stream. Me, him, and Ngozi, we did a live together. I don't have no beef with Chef Ron. Me and Chef Ron don't have no beef. Me and Chef Ron text, and I called Chef Ron. If y'all didn't know.
So the first person came in the queue was Ujabu. So let him say what you got to say. You dig? Whatever it is.
Ujabu don't have no beef with. I ain't went in on no Egypt today, so we.
Yeah. And then you can respond. You can respond.
I don't know nothing about the Big Bang. That's not my topic either.
Then you can respond.
I don't know shit about no Big Bang, and I'm not talking about
it. Ujabu, peace, bro.
Peace. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Peace. Unbiased. Thanks for the invite. Peace, Chief X. Now I don't have anything to say. I just clicked the link. because you sent it, and but I do want to say, Chief X, man, I'm gonna tell you this, boy. You never disappoint me on being off the chain, because I don't catch a lot of the videos, but whenever I click, I don't care. Like, you could have been talking for 2 hours, and it doesn't matter. Wherever I click at and I listen, you are off the chain. Like, you push the chair back. Like, what you doing now? You lighting the cigarette? I mean, the cigar. You push the chair back, and you got that laugh like that and everything. You're like, I put fear in their heart.
Most people like my videos. They won't admit it, but they
he is funny, yo.
No, but seriously, you know, I mean, I do disagree with some stuff you say, but I'll let you know if I have time. I'll let you know if I don't. You know, I just you know, keep it moving.
And with y'all, like, you're supposed to, you know, like, we don't expect everybody to agree with everything somebody says. It's okay, but we shouldn't be offended because somebody disagree.
Yeah, exactly. So Chief X knows a couple of things I disagree with him on. So, you know.
Well,
you have a mic on, Woodrow?
I can hear. I can hear him loud.
No, I can hear him good. That's why I'm asking. Do you use a mic, Woodrow?
Yeah, I have a mic. Yeah.
Thank you, bro. That's why I can hear you good. I don't know the mics aren't that expensive, people.
I got a $20.
Buy some headphones for
I got
$5 years.
I got a $20 mic from Amazon.
And it either get you some headphones or a mic.
You picked the right one. You picked the right one. That thing sounds good. Okay. So I want Mujabu to run it down and disagree with, and brother and Chief X, you don't got to necessarily respond at this moment, because I do want Jolanda to say what she got to say, and then Chef. So go ahead, Mujabu.
What period or
I'm saying everything you heard. Yeah, period. So if you didn't hear it tonight, yeah.
Ooh, how much time y'all got? Let me stop. No, okay. If I'm coming off the top of my head, if I think back, I know Chief X and I definitely are mostly in sync when it comes to the whole reparations issue with ADOS.
Right, of course.
And by the way, Chief X, I'm not the only one, but I'm one of the only ones that did go on Garfield's channel and offer a whole lot of pushback.
Oh yeah, I definitely was there.
I remember, and I appreciate you.
I was there for that.
I don't know what was wrong with everybody else being scared, but I appreciate that.
Now I was there for that, and yeah, you ruffled some feathers.
Yeah, the whole thing. But let me see. So what did I disagree? Okay, so so one thing that sticks out that I disagree is okay, when you were going in on Asari Motep, and I didn't chime in much because the appearance is always going to be okay, because Asar and I are colleagues. We consider ourselves colleagues.
Of course.
And I'm just jumping on because of that. So I didn't chime in on it too tough at all, really. But a lot of things that you were saying, you were just way like just in left field. And when you got time, I could walk you through a couple of things.
That's the next live. You dig? Yeah, next live.
Yeah.
But just run it down. Would you run it down?
So no, I'm just saying about the whole linguistic thing. Yeah. I think Chief X, you honestly are not like you're out of the league when it comes to being able to say, okay, who's right, who's wrong, and so that just kind of surprised me. I'm like, well, okay, well, how do you know? So it's like cherry picking. It's like, okay, you're gonna find somebody that disagrees with something and then just side with them. Like, but how you know who's right? Anyway, right. So that was that issue.
Can you give me this credit, Ujaro? That I always say I don't know shit about linguistics.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what surprised me.
I do admit that, right?
Yes, you definitely do. But
okay.
I'm saying to your credit, yes. But that's what made me even more surprised, because you readily admit that you don't know anything about it, but yet you got a lot to say who's right and who's wrong. I'm now, like, what?
I know you're not talking about. You may just to be talking about in general linguistics, because that is not my lane and I'm clueless. But see, I'm honest and can say that. A lot of people will fake it like they do, but I don't get to do that. Now, I know you're not talking about my Asar debunked video.
See? Chief, he's just running it down. You dig?
Because people don't mention that one.
No, but Chief, that's a whole nother discussion.
Well, okay.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind, but I know.
Now, because we can play, because that's the only thing I'd be honest about. Now we can play that video.
Now, again, Chief, I have no problem setting up a day for that.
And you can tell me what was wrong in that video that I said.
Yeah, but right now, I'm sure he had no problem. But right now, I just wanted to run down, what he disagree with. No problem.
Yeah. So hold on. What else? That came up. And like I said, I don't chime in too much, but I think okay. Now, I disagree with you on your views of Egypt, but to the extent you're going after blackologists and romanticizers, right? So I understand that, and I can actually even appreciate that, but I think that you do too much in trying to go at them where you cloud what you can actually benefit in terms of learning from or whatever. It's almost like there's an exaggeration there to get at the blackologists and romanticizers. So that would be my issue with that, with anything surrounding Egypt.
Right.
But the fact that you did something on Phil Valentine and all that kind of stuff, man, I'm not bothered at all by that because I mean, you're not the first to deal with stuff like that. All those romanticizers. But and what else? That's pretty much it. In terms of, and then you being you, like I think you funny. That's what I'm saying. That's why I say Chief X be off the chain. And that's why I did that shirt. I don't know if you still have that shirt.
Yeah, dude. Hold on.
Still got that shirt?
Yep.
Show everybody that shirt. I did a shirt for Chief X, smoking a cigar.
Oh my
Smoking
God.
a cigar. Yeah, but no, I think Chief X is funny, and if he kind of was a little bit more polished, I think he'll come off better. So I'm just being real. I think Chief X get out of bounds sometime. But it'd be funny though, like.
Oh no, he's definitely when they say edutainment, he's definitely edutainment.
Right, and that's what I was going to say. Like what I say,
I think it might be in the wash. I can't find it. The no pseudo shirt. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Withdrawal never had no beef.
No, I don't have beef. I don't have beef with anybody really.
Who can beef with Withdrawal? All right, come on.
I don't. Oh, Chef raises his head.
Oh, okay.
Right? How did you get?
Withdrawal, are you finished?
Yeah. That's.
Wait. So now I just want to say I appreciate you, bro. Throughout the beginning of the pandemic and all through it, we was on the live back to back. I appreciate you for that, man.
No problem, man. Hey, and plus I know Haskell is listening. You got to do a follow-up show to that PCR stuff that Haskell was talking about.
And the thing is, but also I'm glad you said that because I'm glad how you and Haskell handled it, even though it got a little choppy, a little crazy, but y'all both simmered down and the show continued. You dig? So I appreciate that.
Oh, I was just messing with Haskell being soft.
I know that. Trust me. I know that. But I like the fact how Haskell handled it. He wasn't too petty. Like he let it just go because he said, "What can I do?" He's over there, I'm over here. You dig? So I thought he handled that pretty well. I thought
it would have got handled. It would have got handled well if I wasn't over here. He wasn't over there either. But
right, but I'm saying, for the sake of life.
If y'all hear me, it'd have been all right.
Yeah, I'm just saying, for the sake of the live, both of you pretty much let it go, and y'all just continued to build, and it was over. So I definitely respect both of y'all character for that. Okay.
Yeah. So, you got to do a follow-up show on that stuff because I think that's a good topic. That's a teaching moment for that topic and the stuff that was said. So I think.
Yeah. Because there's one thing I don't allow. You can't throw your rocks and hide your hand. You got to whatever you say. I know whatever I say, I'm willing to just address it at the given moment. I'm not gonna run from nothing I say. Okay, so And I don't think anybody on the panel would do that. So I don't expect Haskell to do that. Haskell said it, you got to defend it. So Julanda, how you doing, sis?
Good evening, greetings.
How are you?
Bibi Fahodie. I'm better.
Ooh. Okay, good to hear.
Bibi Fahodie, it's West African. It means Black African liberation. Don't act like you don't know.
Hotep.
Owl. Sound like
Hello,
owl.
Tep.
I didn't say nothing about no. I said ETM Hotep. That's respect for myself, Joe. But yeah, go ahead.
Hey, peace, Jolanda. It's an honor to be, in your presence. And I haven't been in your presence in over a year, so
Oh my God.
That's right.
I came back to the university though.
We're out.
So, hi, Chief X. How you doing?
All is great. All is great. Life is great.
Yeah, you look well. So anyway, I was capping in the chat so I would get sent the link. I will behave though.
Yes, please.
I will behave though, if I choose to. Anyway, so I will give credit to Chief X because if it wasn't for him, I would have never been introduced to certain groups like the Masi Warrior Clan or Sesmahi Merunecher or Amara Squad or any of those things.
Yeah.
So that is my respect to him.
Respect.
That I've always told people that. Chief X is how I met Sean, and then that's how that chain of events took place. The reason why I know Chief X, though, is through my RBG connections, because I am affiliated with Long Star RBG, Brother Rich Rock, which is him and Chief X are, pretty good friends. And I've even, when I was first having difficulties being in the community and being new, and I had some issues with Chief X early on, I would run to him because, out of respect for Chief X and his constituents or / family, because I consider Long Star RBG to be my family. I've met a lot of amazing people doing amazing work in all parts of the country from being affiliated with, that union of Black African people. So it's always a beautiful thing. So thank you for that, Xavier. But one of my problems started with you is the responsibility that I felt that you were trying to force upon me in certain situations on Facebook. See, I'm not for the debates. I am not for dissension amongst Black people. I'm for Black solidarity. It's like I'm Southern, I'm Geechee. I was raised by a woman born in 1918. So a lot of, ideals besides, my waning ratchetness, because I'm just fed up with some stuff, are very humbling. Like I'll, I know how to take a punch and just eat it. You feel me? I always got to react in certain situations. And definitely that holds for some of the elders. So I'll let you know here with plenty of witnesses, my first disagreement with you had to do with a Charles Finch situation. If you don't remember, it was you, Aku, and Adojua, I think her name was. And yeah, so I consider certain people in the community my elders. When you know better, you do better. But we all had a starting point. We're all continuing to learn, to grow, to get better. And if you are a pseudo killer, anyone who's out to dismantle misinformation, because you love or care about Black people and you really want us to see us to succeed. So, we advocate STEM, we advocate, science, technology, engineering, arts, all those things that will propel us to put us on a world stage to be, how can you say, competitive?
Competitive, right.
Competitive. So, these things are important. So sometimes, even though you don't agree with certain things, or I don't agree with certain things or how people are going, I'm still going to push on forward because, teams win and it is about the overall goal. I think a lot of us get tied into personal stuff. But my issue was with Charles Finch. He is an elder. I've met him personally. I love him dearly. And I understand that he is a student of Dr. Ivan Van Sertiman, which I still respect, everything that Ivan Van Sertiman said, did in research wasn't all completely wrong. So I feel like, you know, certain things just need to be explained properly, clearly, concisely. But on that post, y'all were getting on me because I wouldn't come at this man and correct him. One, Facebook is not the platform for someone like me to be addressing any elder about what they may or may not be wrong concerning scholarship or academia. Secondly, I didn't feel like I was, you know, qualified to be in that position to do so at that point. And if I was, I still probably wouldn't do it because one, he's an elder, two, it's Facebook, and I would give him way more respect than that, you know? So that was my first contention with you. And then there was some other settings and you questioned my degree. Well, I graduated from FSU with a degree in criminology and a minor certificate in African American studies. And I by the best of them.
Jolanda?
Yeah.
Real quick, I don't recall any post about Charles Finch. And I don't think I've ever made a video going at Charles Finch or a post going at Charles Finch. So I hear you. I'm just letting you know. I don't remember. And I don't remember ever making a video or a post about Charles Finch.
You didn't make a video. It was on the post, but I was a little disgusted because I considered you someone I looked up to and respected at a point, and I thought that was very distasteful. And then
what was the point? What did I say?
Y'all didn't like some of the things that he was agreeing upon. Again, he's an Ivan Van Sertiman student. So
okay,
you already
okay, so because I disagree
with Aboriginal stuff or thought.
Okay,
you know,
since I disagreed with some Aboriginal stuff or something that he said.
But I do too.
No, wait a minute. So you're not saying that you're bothered me because I went at some misinformation Charles Finch taught, are you?
No, I'm saying I'm bothered because you expected me to go about it in that manner, and I'm not you, and I would never disrespect the elder on that platform.
So I expected you to disrespect.
Oh yeah, y'all questioning me on my.
No. Listen to my words. Listen to my words. Are you saying I was expecting you to disrespect Charles Finch?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, so I'm confused.
I didn't say that.
Okay, so I don't remember any posts about Charles Finch or anything. Maybe I was speaking about a concept that was spoke on by Charles Finch, but I've never went in on Charles Finch.
You went in on posts that concerned him, and because of that, not only thank God he didn't unfriend me, but another elder did, and I was also like inboxed by several elders that I really didn't know, like they were Facebook friends, but I guess they just tracked me and questioned about it. And I was like, damn. So, like, because I kind of stayed
like a lot of pseudo killers, a lot of Amin Ra squad.
Let me finish.
Okay.
You're cutting me off.
Okay, go ahead.
So being that I respected you and that you came at me like that, and then you had then I was really pissed. So I felt like your cronies come at me. I mean, I lost that because I play sports. I'm a team player, but I don't believe in being in no cliques and I always stand on my own.
Right.
So that's just what it is. So I was disrespected by that. Then you came at me about my credentials because you didn't like something I was saying. Like, I feel like if you want to come for me, I'm gonna come for you. And that's just it. And that's how it's always been. But I always kept a minor respect for you because of RBG and Rich Ross, because that is my big bro. And I'll always be loyal and love them. They've taken care of me for many reasons, you know? So it is what it is. But I'm just telling you, that was my quirk. And so I will say this to, you know, the channel, the panel and the chat, dyslexic as hell. One of my philosophies in life is I'd rather be righteous than right. We can have all the right information, all the right facts, all the knowledge, but none of it matters if, one, we don't properly apply it, you know, and it damn sure don't matter if we're going to be disrespectful and hurtful, because a lot of times that can destroy what we're trying to build when we're cutting each other down, tearing down our self-confidence, you know, and ego ain't always a bad thing. So I'm just saying, like, I feel like in a sense, we have to do a little better on the discourse or the exchange. That's all I'm saying. And that's all I wish from you. So for me, I would love to see you be on a platform and talk more about how we can get more Black people involved in this marijuana industry. I have a degree in criminology. My mom went to prison. You know what I'm saying? I'm a product of the drug game. You feel me? But because how I articulate, as you can hear, I was always excused from certain things, and I was always excused from certain things that were maybe not so much positive or post-social in the so-called ghetto environment, even though I stayed in the ghetto and HUD housing, all that. But I was always included in other things that allowed me benefits that no other Black child in my community was ever allowed. Like I was a competitive swimmer in elementary, middle school, and high school. You know, you don't see that from a lot of Black females. Now you see it more, but you didn't see it then. I'm 46. Don't look my age, but that's where I'm standing. So I did that years ago.
You definitely look very, very, you dig?
I take care of myself.
Yeah, late 30s.
So what I'm saying to you is that I lost my train of thought a little bit. I would like to see you just do a little bit more on that, discussing how we can get in this industry, how we can start making a level playing field. One thing that I always love what Asar says about, and Wu Zhao would say, is about building and creating agency. So whatever like expertise we have or square we stand on, let's stand on that and let's start, you know, defining our own reality for ourselves, you know, staying on that square and creating agency, then sharing that information and properly applying it so we can move forward. So I would love to see more of that from you. So when you get your license in California, then, you know, let's start something so we can teach people in other states, learning the other state requirements, how they can get their license in Florida or New York, and, you know, push forward with that. Not all this rah and disrespect and whatnot.
Okay, cool. So Jolanda, do you not recall me asking you, do you want some stuff wholesale and to hustle?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I do.
I think she's saying publicly, Chief.
No. I understand. I'm getting.
I am.
Oh, okay. So
yes, I do. But
okay,
the reason why I did not put that, Chief X. Wait.
Hold on 1 second.
No. Let me finish. You asked me a question. Let me finish the answer. Yes, I remember. I did not jump on it then. Nothing personal. I was not ready. I was not in a position to take on something like that. So I'm not going to disrespect you, your brand, or your product, or what you got going on.
That's fine.
I can put myself in a better situation.
That's fine. Now, since I've been in this process and been on Facebook, that's all I've been talking about. Okay. Now, I think you unfriended me so you wouldn't know. Okay.
I did.
Okay.
I'm right.
Okay.
No,
hold on, Jolanda.
Mm-hmm.
On my videos talking about cannabis, I have to do this, and I do this all the time on Facebook and on YouTube. Nobody seems to care when I talk about business. I always talk about the cannabis industry. No one cares. On Facebook, hold on. On Facebook, when I got into this process with the social equity program, I've told every woman, every Black woman that's on my Facebook page what they should do and how to get into the cannabis industry.
But it was only in California.
No. Let's listen to it. I can only talk about California because I'm in California. I can't do
Understood.
Hold on. Listen. I can't do anything about any other state. Other states have their own rules. Okay. So whatever the rules and regulations is in Cali, it has nothing to do with another state. Okay. So for years, I've been pushing people, Black men and women, to jump into the social equity program. I've went live while I'm watching social equity program videos, and that's all I've done. So I just want to clarify that. Now,
okay.
I don't know, since you may have unfriended me, means you may not have known that I always talk about this on social media.
Chief X, I still watch some of your videos on YouTube because I just want to see what you have to say or how you're going to say it.
Okay.
You know, so
now, the other thing with Dr. Charles Finch, I've never went at him. And
you did.
Hold on. I said I've never went at Charles Finch. Now, I could hold on. Listen, I could have talked about an idea or a concept that he spoke on that I disagreed with. And you mentioned something about abos or something like that. So it was probably something him claiming to be part of the original Native Americans. Now,
you don't remember the Valentine post I had that went
I don't even remember. This is what I'm saying. If you're disliking,
I said so Valentine. Do you remember that one?
I don't remember, but I'm saying if you're disliking me because, like I said in the beginning, like I've been saying, because I've destroyed a lot of people's heroes. This is my reason. This is what you're saying. Because I went at Phil Valentine or Charles Finch for some wrong information, this is why you're disliking me.
No,
You're
that's not.
that's what you basically said.
No, I did not say that. What I said is I dislike you because you expected me to go after them and correct their information.
Okay,
and
so that's when you were saying that. I don't recall.
That's why I think
Hold on.
Went
Yolanda.
about it. Did you hear me when I said
I do not
being
recall.
right and righteous?
Yeah, I
You
heard
heard me when I said that, right?
I do not
That's
recall.
what I'm talking about. I never
Yolanda,
said
all
you
I'm-
were wrong
Yolanda,
about your
relax.
point of view.
All I'm saying
No,
is
because you're trying to
no,
misconstrue
I'm
what
not.
I'm
No, I'm
saying.
not. You're
not having that.
feeling guilty right now. You're relax, relax and breathe. All I'm saying, Yolanda, is I do not recall.
My nose and not my nose, just like yoga.
I do
I
not.
blew.
Okay, Yolanda, I do not recall me asking you or expecting you to come for Charles Finch. I just don't recall that. And I don't even recall me ever making a post or a video about Charles Finch.
So you didn't make a post or video. I guess it wasn't
I
important.
do not recall. Listen to my words. All I'm going to do is keep repeating.
I'm just letting you know.
Okay,
my
listen.
issue with you. I'm going to digress.
So I'm just responding. I do not recall. Listen.
Let me know when you talk about the marijuana stuff.
Hold on.
Just accept my friend request if that's what it's about. Because I ain't finna go back and forth with you.
No, you don't have. You don't have to. You don't have to. I was just responding that I don't recall it. You don't have to be bothered with me because I don't recall it. I'm just letting you know I don't recall making a post or a video about Charles Finch. I'm sorry, sis.
Yeah, let's go move on from there.
Okay.
Yeah, but good dialogue. I'm glad that people was able to say what they had to say in front of the person. I respect that.
Where was y'all at?
Well, y'all was on mute, but we definitely got Chef right there. We got another brother. We got Chef and another brother on the live. So after Chef goes, the other brother on the live, you might want to tell us who you are in the chat because I'm not familiar with your name, but I know you're in the chat. But anyway, so let Chef go ahead and do it. He was patiently listening. Jelena, respect. Thank you for hopping on. And like I said, Jelena, I want to talk to you as well, a solo. And again, I will send you the questions in advance.
Oh, I do have something else on my list.
Okay.
Bone to pick with Chief X after Sheffrin.
Bone to pick.
Oh, it's my go?
Nah, Wujawa have one more bone to pick. Go ahead, Wujawa.
Oh no, I didn't want to talk out of turn. I was saying I could come back.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah.
So hold that thought, Chef. And then my brother who hopped on after Chef. Go ahead, Chef.
All right, what's up, everybody? What's up, Chief X?
What's happening?
Good interview. From what I caught, right?
Thank you. Yeah.
But I talk to Chief X all the time. So
Right. He said that.
yeah, so it's one thing, and I'm glad we're gonna do this live right here.
Yes, sir.
Chief X, you keep saying that you started the conversations.
You said that.
Conversations, right?
Yep.
Now, I can recall before you did your Egypt on trial, was it, what was it called, Chief X?
Black Egypt Debunked by Chief
Yeah,
X.
yeah. You did the Black Egypt debunk. But like 2 months before you did the Black Egypt debunk, you was calling everybody else, everybody from the Almond Raw squad, everybody to debate you, right?
Right.
Now, you feel as though you spearheaded that whole conversation, right?
Yeah.
Now, I can recall a year and a half before that, the pseudo killers was already arguing that. We was already arguing that. It was other members. This one, Unbiased was a part of our team at this time.
Yes, sir.
We had another brother on, ex-architect, used to argue with him, Chief X.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Right. So that conversation was going on way before that. Then you had Ngozi and them, a Team Osiris, way before we even came into the situation. They had already argued it. You know what I mean? So that conversation, and then in academia, period, that's already been argued, right? So it's like, okay, yeah, you definitely went full throttle with it.
Right.
You know what I mean? You definitely made the most noise.
Yeah, right.
You took it outside of the small little group arguments, and you made a proclamation.
Right.
Yeah.
To the whole, you went, and you said you went on Sinetta. And everything. So that's what I'm gonna give you. That's where I'm gonna give you credit at.
Right.
I can't give you credit for that argument. Like it's been had.
Yeah, I gotta agree.
Goddamn, Dr. Benningham was arguing that shit in the 70s. So it's crazy to try to take, you know what I mean? But go ahead, you can respond to that.
Well, I'll say this. People had certain arguments, but they were different arguments.
Okay.
Just in general, Team Osiris will say that African Americans aren't Egyptians.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we don't descend from them. They'll say that, but they'll still make you think that the ancient Egyptians were black. They say we aren't the ancient Egyptians, but the ancient Egyptians look like this, and you'll see some nappy head black people. You know what I'm saying? So they weren't clear, like I was clear.
I think Ngozi been clear for a long time.
Right now, what was I gonna say? Now, there's an argument. Put it this way: no one has ever, and you can show me, Chef Ron, made a video or a presentation debunking Black Egypt. No one's done that.
I give you that.
No one has also ever made this statement, which just solidifies and clears it all up. And I'm the only person that has made this argument and statement. And that is, North Africa has never, ever been Black Africa. No one has made that argument except Chief X. And I proved it. No one can get around that. I will pay somebody $100 if they find someone who ever made that argument and made it plain and clear.
Okay, so this is where I gotta jump in, right? So, when you started that argument back up, because that argument shows its face every now and then. I've been on Facebook since 2009,
right?
And I've seen that argument come and go like the tides.
Yeah, like the whole world, since I've been in the community since the 90s, has always, at least some kind of way, argued if the ancient Egyptians are Black or not. Well, I'm clear on that.
Yeah. No, I'm saying it. So my skin in that, and this is what I try to even deal with you on, Chief X, is that I was hoping that you or anybody else would not just dump gas on that same circular retarded argument. And so I was hoping that you, since you had the time and energy and you were going in on it, I was trying to give you a suggestion or recommendation to kind of structure the argument different by having the understanding that even the social racial construct of Black, white, and this and that is a modern construct that wouldn't even be conceived in the minds of those people over there at that particular time and this and the third. So it's really just a arbitrary, just talking point argument for no reason to say whether they're Black or white or whatever the case is, because of the classification we do today. And all it is the way that we group human populations, and they didn't do it like that. So to say that they're not Black, that the ancient Egyptians are not Black is so blurry that it's just diving into this quicksand of that same argument that I hear for the past 30 years, that just go nowhere. And it's been confirmed because it don't go anywhere. Even after you did your thing and whoever else before that, it never goes anywhere.
Hey,
it never goes anywhere.
Withdrawal, can you admit one thing?
Ancient people did classify race, though. I'm tired of hearing that part.
No, they didn't.
Can you admit one thing?
No, they didn't.
And I can prove that.
Oh, wait. You said ancient people. That's vague. So the ancient Egyptian didn't prove that.
Wait, hold up. Wait, before you prove that, remember.
He can't.
Wait, hold on.
He just threw some. He said the ancient people, like they was the only people.
No. We're talking about the ancient. See, that's
It's
what I'm
gonna
saying. We're talking about the ancient Egyptians.
Yeah.
You said all ancient people. So
Hey,
that's why I said that's vague.
But that's what I was
I'm
saying.
talking about ancient Egyptians though.
That's what I'm saying. It's 12 o'clock. So I was saying, like, let's set up a whole nother live.
Oh no, I'm not trying to get into it tonight. I'm just saying. Sheffrin said.
My bad. Go ahead. Finish your thing.
Okay, no. But I just want to clarify with you, Sheffrin. I mean, Chief X was talking about Egypt, and so am I. So when you say ancient people and broaden it and make it vague, then you're on a different.
No, because the race of the Egyptians was mentioned a few times also. I'm talking about their phenotype. The explanation of their phenotype was alluded to by different people.
By the Greeks.
Exactly. You know what I mean? So when you do that, that means that there is, quote unquote, a racial component that we recognize now that was visually seen also by them, and they had their own way of trying to classify that also. So go ahead. That's my only point.
Hey, Wujaro, I want you to admit this. Can you admit this?
Okay.
At least?
Okay, which one admit?
Because you kind of halfway backed me on this, and you made a video also after I made a video. Okay. Before I made this video, and just be honest with y'all, because
listen, hold on. I'm always honest, so you
right. You had to come behind. You had to come behind me, and when you came behind me, you kind of was co-signing and agreeing with something because people were tripping.
Okay, on
I
what?
I made the video. Now, the title I put on it was just for shock value, just to make people click and look. Okay. When I made the video, I said
Good advertisement.
I said Egyptians hated Black people. And I made the video just to basically show that the Egyptian and the Nubian are two different people. And at this time, which was just recently, maybe a year ago, everyone was arguing, and you had to jump in also. And these people were arguing, like 80% of the conscious community was arguing that the Nubian and the Egyptian was the same person.
Okay, so
now, can you admit people were thinking that?
Okay, yes.
Okay, so I had to clarify just this year that ancient Egyptians and Nubians are different people and not the same people. People were saying and blending them and acting like they're the same people.
Okay, so let me say something. That was my number 2 bone to pick. It's because is because you were saying that, and the reason why I agreed with you and I backed you on it is because that's something that I've been saying for the longest. I got Facebook posts that's date and timed, obviously.
Yeah, you went in on that
to show you that I went in on it, but I'm correcting it. See, I'm not just saying that okay, the Nubians are not the Egyptians. I'm explaining that, and I'm showing how the Egyptians saw their neighbors to the south, that what we call Nubians. I'm even telling people that Nubian is a misnomer. They never called them Nubians. Nubians didn't call themselves Nubians, and I'm giving them the proper terms and whatnot, so it'll clear it up, so it won't come back up again ever. Right. So that's why I backed you, and I was hoping to give you that information because you were doing so many videos and actively championed that point. I'm like, well, let me feed you this information so that you can get it out there, so it won't keep coming back up. So that was the issue. But you did shock value stuff, and you kind of twisted it, and it turned into the same old fussing match. I was like, dang. So
I went hard. I just had to. I went hard. It was like a hard stance. Bam. They were separate people.
But see, that's
called them vile and wretched. They were not the same people. Hoping. But you do got to admit that 80% of the conscious community were talking and under the impression that they were the same type of people, same people.
It's the same 80% that I've been refuting. But I'm saying, so my bone with you is that when stuff like that, in order to be effective to correct something, you can't do the fussing and turn it into that kind of thing. And that's what I was hoping you wouldn't do, but you did.
I did a video by myself. It was a presentation by myself. I didn't have anybody to fuss with. It was just me going in.
No, I know, but I'm saying the way you went in was you positioned it wrong.
Yeah,
like you did.
I wanted some drama. Yep.
Yeah,
So-
that's
so
what,
let me-
that's what I'm
I
saying.
went
That's what I'm saying.
hard to stir it up. I wanted to stir it up.
But that's not
T-Pack.
effective. That's not
Hey,
effective.
It's effective now because everybody agreed that they're not the same, so it worked.
But what would make? But T-Pack, what would make them?
Now all these
different?
people in the chat agree that they're not the same now, but these people in the chat thought they were the same.
Hold
Something
on. So,
something worked. What I did.
hold on. But one thing I need to know in your mind, what would make them different?
Just the way that the Egyptians depicted them, their lifestyle, their different accomplishments, also things like they didn't have writing until they was influenced by the Egyptians.
So you're talking about cultural things.
Yeah.
Okay. So, but
So they didn't have
phenotypically-
pyramids until they were influenced by the Egyptians, you know.
Okay, but phenotypically, you can find both phenotypes in both regions, right?
Okay, you're asking me phenotypically you can find what we would
Both
say-
types. What you would call a standard Egyptian lived in Nubia, and what you would call a standard Nubian lived in Egypt.
when you do business,
Phenotypically.
when you do business and work and trade and stuff like that, yeah, of course there are going to be a few people in the area and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's
So
a
there were
place
some
called-
Nubians in Egypt, and there were some Egyptians in Nubia. Yeah,
But why would you call them Nubian if they're in Egypt?
no, I'm saying, I'm
Can
saying,
a Mexican can a person of Mexican descent, right,
Mhm.
be a United States citizen?
Yes,
Right. Now, how many generations do he have to live that line of people have to live in the United States for you to just call them a goddamn United States, that they damn American? Like,
well, that would be up to the
Mhm.
Egyptian government, because they still today are not claiming that these people who are living here are Egyptian. They said if you don't have a parent who's Egyptian, you're not Egyptian. So that's why they have the Nubian village. The Nubian village, and then people who've been living in Egypt are not Egyptians
but why do
According
they
to
call it a
Egypt.
Nubian village?
because they're Nubians and
Right.
they was displaced.
Displaced, right. Now, but we're talking about the ancient civilization.
Right.
You talking about the modern, you know what I mean, state
Right.
of Egypt, right?
Right.
But we're talking in modern time. If a person, either way, if that it's called the Middle Nile, right?
Mhm.
Now, the Middle Nile area has those different phenotypes, right?
Mhm.
That you would call standard Egyptian, and it had that Nubian type, right?
Right.
But in that Middle Nile area is no distinction for real. Like it's basically how us African Americans look, right? We range, like,
Mhm.
but we could all be in the same family.
Right.
We range. You probably got people in your family that look white,
Right.
right? Then you got a motherfucker in your family that look like they come from goddamn what?
But to be honest, my family all look alike. To be honest.
See,
But I
I
get your
Yeah.
point. But my argument is the Egyptians aren't black people. Now, are there some black people that kind of migrated around there and get caught in middle, not what you call it, Middle Nile? Or,
the Middle Nile.
or people
It's a
along-
whole type of people.
Yeah,
The
or people,
it's called the Middle Nile people.
right.
You can
or
look
peop-
them up.
Right. Or people who live in what we would consider northern Sudan, close to the
Right.
border.
Right.
But my whole point is, and the reason why I win this, my whole point is the achievements of ancient Egypt and who made those achievements. Okay. Like the pyramids of Giza, those 3 pyramids is in Cairo. It's right along the Mediterranean. The Sphinx is right along the Mediterranean Sea. And all those accomplishments and the writings and stuff, those were from Egyptian people and not Nubians. So, Yeah, so I just want to be that clear.
So hold on,
Most black people in
I
America.
want to cut in on this one.
Real quick though, Joe, most black people in America hopped on the Egyptian train for one simple reason: to claim the achievements. That's my
some
main
North Africans.
right.
Right.
Claim the achievements of North Africans. That's my
Okay.
main point.
Culture vulture.
Here's the short and skinny. Like you should just jump straight to it, man.
You're a culture vulture.
So the Egyptians.
Yeah, I was a culture vulture.
Nah, y'all will never hear me say that.
That's my thing.
Wait.
Black folk think they did all them achievements.
Okay,
and they descended from people who did all those achievements.
If niggas ain't do them achievements, it ain't no point in talking about Egypt.
Right.
Okay, so here's the thing, and this again, this goes back to why I say everything should have been framed up different. The core of your point is to push back on the blackologists, the Egyptomaniacs, as some people call it, or the romanticizers, right? That's your core issue.
That's my intent.
Right, and so the real bottom line is the real bottom line is to give a message that African Americans, you're not Egyptian. Am I right or wrong?
That's part of it. Yes.
He said black people in general.
Wait. No. But I'm saying that's when it get broad. I'm saying the 80% of the conversation is directed to African Americans and saying that, listen, y'all walking around here with these Egyptian names and doing all this stuff, and you're not Egyptians. That's the bulk of the conversation, and that's the bulk of the target of your missile that you firing off, right?
And we not
wait. Am I? But I'm saying, am I right?
Correct. And we're not Nubians.
Okay, but I ain't get to Nubia. I just make sure we're right. Okay, so that's, if you remember in the comments on some of your posts or whatever, that's what I was telling you. I said, why don't you just keep saying that and home in on that? Because the moment you say you broaden it up and start talking about them not being Nubians or and all the other kinds of stuff, you convolute all of that. Because here's the thing, where I jumped in and said that the Egyptians and the Nubians are not the same people. What people call the Nubians are not the same people, but the original Nubians are in fact Egyptians. And I explain all of that stuff. And so, and I show how the Egyptians view their southern neighbors. They never called them Nubians. It's a mistake. And I talk about the misnomer that the European scholars did and how they trick people. And even in your dialogue, you're kind of falling for the banana and tailpipe also, because it's the scholars that called these southern neighbors of Egypt Nubians, and all they did was replace the word Negro.
Say that again. Southern neighbors of who? The
southern neighbors of the Egyptians.
Oh,
were being
not
called
the Egyptians, but the southern neighbors.
Yes,
okay,
not the Egyptians. Okay, so not the Egyptians. Scholars called the southern neighbors of the Egyptians by the term Nubian by replacing the word Negro in all of the scholarship. So all the scholarship called them Negroes. And then when that word got phased out, they changed that word to Nubian. Simple as that. And so Nubian semantically became synonymous with black.
Right.
Okay, so that's all they did, because Negro means black. So they were saying the Negroes, the black Africans south of Egypt, they just changed it to Nubian. Yeah. But what that does, it messes up the historical picture, because the original Nubians were in fact Egyptians. Because
I would say, if you're being very, very technical about the names, exact names and stuff, but just in general, black people think Nubians are black people. So I'm talking to the layman. I'm trying to cut the layman.
Wait, Nubian. Wait. You said.
So Nubians not black?
Wait.
I'm trying to cut the layman, Wujaro. I see, but you're coming with a different angle about the proper name of a Nubian.
No, I'm not coming with a different angle. I'm right. See, the way I come is to kill the whole argument to where I leave nothing standing. I don't get involved. I don't get involved with the dancing and all the goofy stuff. But I'm saying, So there are people who think Indians are black. Like India, like over there in India right now, they say that they're black, but they're not the same type of black as African American or whatever case, but they're calling black.
If
So
an African, hold on, if an African can be called black, but then you have an Indian that's darker than Africans, why wouldn't they be called black?
no, that's what I said. People call those Indians, many Indians over in India, black.
So it must be something wrong with the word black then. Like,
No, I'm saying there's nothing wrong with the word black. It's like when you apply it to these conversations, all you're gonna do is just swim in the down the rabbit hole. And so what have said, and I don't want to get in too far into it now, but what I've been saying is to kill the argument by updating everybody and giving the right information. So I'm saying that the Egyptians are not what people call today Nubians. They're definitely not that. So that's why I agree with you on Chief X. The Egyptians are not the Nubians. The Nubians are not the Egyptians.
Okay.
Period.
Okay.
that was crazy.
But see how quick the conversation
So
goes.
let me ask you
No,
this.
you just confused me.
Let me ask you this.
Wait, hold Chief, hold up. Sheffrin, how are you confused by the fact that the Egyptians are not the Nubians and the Nubians are not the Egyptians?
Because you stated right before you said that, you and forgive me for playing the Xbox while you was talking.
See, that happens every time. That happens every time, boy.
I thought I heard you say
I know you got in
something
trouble in school, boy.
I could have swore I heard you say something about the original Egyptians were Nubian.
No, the other way around. I said the original Nubians were in fact the Egyptians because Nubian as a moniker was for two cities within the borders of Egypt. Is a place called Nubit or Nub.
Yeah, right. The gold,
which is Gold Town, right?
Right.
Gold Town. Okay,
Right,
so though and particularly,
but they was in the south though. That was south.
No,
right?
but it was within Egyptian borders even to this very day.
Yeah, but that's always a place. A government can always annex land because they have a resource there that they want, right?
No. This place has been in Egypt all throughout Egypt history, even until today. So it was never outside of the borders of Egypt. Today it's called Ombos and Com Ombo. You can look on the map.
Right.
Both
so
of those,
if the people further to the south are darker, that's what we're saying. We got to be saying the same thing.
No, I'm saying where you said that you were confused at. I'm saying I'm explaining
what the people of Nub, did they look like what we call Nubian? Were they darker? Were they a darker group of people?
I don't know whether they were darker or not.
So then why would the
But here's the thing. I'm saying whether they were darker or not, what I'm trying to clarify when you say I confused you is I'm saying when I say that the original Nubians were in fact Egyptians, I'm explaining because within Egypt there's two places and the people who lived in those two places would be called Nubians after the place where they live, Nub or Nubit.
So that's what I'm saying. That if the word Nubian has now took the place of the word Negro, right? Then obviously the people that lived where Nub is at obviously look more Negroid.
No. So again, the scholars simply called the southern neighbors of Egyptians, including the original Nubians that I brought up. So not the original Nubians. They called the southern neighbors Negroes all in their literature. And then at a certain point, the word Negro became politically incorrect to use or whatever. They swapped it for Nubian.
So let me ask you that. Let's cut to the chase. Are southern Egyptians, are they darker?
Today, yes.
What?
Wait. The Egyptians that live towards the south of the country are darker than the Egyptians who live in the northern part of the country.
That's the whole point.
Yes.
That's my whole point.
No,
So
but I'm
if-
saying how is that your point? When I was clarifying you said
No,
you were confused.
That's what I was trying to get to, and you just went into a circular. Basically, what I was really asking you was Southern Egyptians and people around the place of Nub that you mentioned, would they be considered darker and look more like what we call the Negro that they got reclassified as the Nubian? Would those people look like what we call a Nubian?
And to that answer, I said I don't know, because in Nakada area, the archaeological site of Nakada, which is one of the Nub sites, is not way down in the south as you may think. And so asking me what color they were of 5,000-year-old people, when in their artwork they used a canonized range of color to depict themselves, and none of it was black or dark for all of the Egyptians, including who you're talking about.
So in Aswan, how did the people in Aswan always look like that, or was they? What's the issue with that?
Now, Aswan, you're talking about the southern border,
Yeah,
right? So you stepping outside of the two places I'm talking about, but as far as Aswan, that's south. That's way south. That's the southernmost border, pretty much.
So you don't have no problem with them being darker?
I don't have a problem with anybody being darker.
Hey, with Jaro and Shefford, I want to ask y'all a question.
No, I'm trying to get what, like, I done lost the point that you're trying to make.
Good, because you do that to me all the time.
But wait a minute, let me just withdraw. Let me just ask this question.
I mean, but it's real simple. The Egyptians are the Egyptians. Okay, the Nahisiu, which is the correct name, but what people call Nubians today, they're Nubians. They're not Egyptians, and the Egyptians are not them. I mean, that's the end of the conversation. The Egyptians are that's like saying Canadians are not Americans and Americans are not Canadians.
Canadians are Americans.
No, United States of not. When we say America, we talking about United States of America, not India Americans. Okay. So let me do it a different way. The United States of Americans are not Canadians, and Canadians are not the United States of Americans.
Facts.
You put it that way.
Hey, Withdraw and Chevron, real quick. Let me ask y'all a question. Okay.
So why is that hard to do with Egypt though?
It's not. That's it. I agree. The Nubians and the Egyptians ain't the same. I totally agree.
So, but here's the thing though, Withdraw. People, if you watch my video on the Egyptians hating Nubian, you'll see all up and down people arguing that they're the same people.
Yeah, I know. And I like I said, even before you jumped on the argument, I was arguing that years ago all the time. So I'm
did that.
I'm aware of it.
Talk about the Egyptians came from the south, you know what I mean? And all the Nubians.
Some of them did. Wait, hold up.
But wait a minute, Withdraw. Let me ask my question though. I'm gonna ask y'all, Chevron and Withdraw. Now, before we got to talking about this black thing, we're gonna go back to it. But before, people were trying to tell or say a reason why, and I asked why they hate me or what did I do wrong. And the only thing we came up with was a disagreement about something about Charles Finch. Okay. And so my thing is, Withdraw, I don't think hates me. And I don't think Chevron hates me. So I'm still trying to figure out, and that's why I asked this question. I said somebody in the chat answer it, and nobody in the chat. These are some weak ass petty reasons to hate somebody. When you got all these people with these Moors and these Abos and these Israelites with these crazy beliefs who disagree with y'all on 100 different things, and they hate me because they disagree with me on one or two things, and it's not. Nobody has came up with a legit reason to hate Chief X. It's all some petty bullshit. So it's something deeper behind the hate. It's something deeper.
Well, I mean, I think hate is a strong word. I think people just I don't know. I ain't gonna
Yeah.
pretend
No
to speak
one
for people, but
said
I
Xavier
don't
beat
think- I don't
somebody.
think-
Nobody wrote Xavier beat somebody out of money. He
It's the
lied to
internet.
somebody. He got over on somebody. It's just
but it's part of the circus
because
though.
you're
Yeah,
right.
it's
It's
the
a
internet.
circus.
It's the internet.
It's
Like-
part of the circus for all that to happen. So I mean, people do that and don't even need a reason.
So
just-
so it's
part of it.
like people will disagree with what Israelites and Moors and different religious people, and will allow them on their platform. What is the fear? What is so evil that because I go against Black Egypt, I can't be on on somebody?
You shouldn't go against Black Egypt.
Yeah, see what I'm saying? It's all a bunch of silly bullshit and fear. It's nothing Chief X did.
But hold up, but see, yeah, but you part of the circus though.
You know I'm not part of the peanut gallery, boy. Stop it.
No, not the peanut gallery, but I'm saying you add to that whole circus vibe though.
I started my own circus and people joined in.
Yeah, you a ringling of the ring. You're ringling and not Barnum. What is it? Ringling Brothers and Barnum and Bailey.
Barnum and Bailey.
Yeah,
So-
you Barnum and other people are Bailey.
Yeah, so I'm a crackhead. I'm gay, and they hate me for. I still don't know why.
But I'm telling you that whole black thing is just you just dove into the quicksand. You're still in it. You're still swimming in it.
Right.
I mean, so that's my take on it. But
Why didn't they get that mad when he said that the Moors wasn't black? See, that's the issue. I think we've been dug too much of a hole with this Egyptian mania madness, right? Because when he did the thing about the Moors, other groups did the stuff about the Moors, right? Not being black people. So, you know.
Wait, so they're not black? The Moors are not black?
Stop. Don't start.
According to no.
No, I'm saying. See, like today.
No, we don't want to get into the word thing, Wujao.
No, I'm not. Okay. I'm saying Morocco, where Moors are Moors, and Mauritania, Egypt, Libya, all those North African countries, because of the European tissue, dividing Africa into three sections, with the Nile being one, sub-Saharan Africa being the other. They call it Africa proper, and then the northern part they call it European Africa. To this very day, it's a spillover where all those countries I just named people are considered white. If anybody wants to seek citizenship here in the United States from any of those countries, they are told to declare themselves to be white. Even any Egyptian citizen right now, I don't care how dark you appear to look, over here you'd be considered white simply because you came from Egypt or you came from Morocco or Mauritania and so on and so forth. So, conversation over with, man. That's it.
Wujao, do you have a problem with me being a conservative?
A conservative?
Do you have a problem with me claiming to be a conservative?
No.
Okay. Well, I don't have a problem with anybody claiming to be liberal.
Oh, I don't even have a problem. That's like neither here nor there with me. Conservative or liberal.
Okay. I just checking.
Democrat or Republicans, conservative or liberal. For me, that doesn't bother. Okay, I'd rather not even know that.
Yeah, just checking.
Because I'm telling you, no matter what people claim to be or titles they claim to have, it's in a person's words and their actions and the marriage of those two, which dictates, who and what they are in terms of interacting. So I don't care about titles.
Did unbiased fall asleep?
Probably so.
The bias be on that heroin, boy. This nigga, he was going to a nod.
So I can't even see the chat. I know we probably done swerved the conversation. They say, "Yeah, there you go with that Egypt stuff." But no, the whole black thing. But what was that? What else did you bring up? But no, the African Americans are not Egyptians, and that's really the bottom line. That's really the heart of your whole entire argument. All the other stuff, you could have just left that alone. Just said, y'all are not from Egypt. Like, because everybody that does a DNA test, everybody's into the 23andMe, Ancestry.com, and the majority of your shared DNA is not going stretching over to East Africa.
But here's the thing, though, with y'all. So we sometimes people force you to go to other levels. Okay, like when they also get to going in and talking about all them Egyptians was whitewashed and the Arabs came in and everybody who was in Egypt dispersed and disappeared, and it goes deep, man. So all that shit they thinking, so they thinking they was black, and then people came in and whitewashed them, and they dispersed and went to other places.
Ultra
It goes deep.
That's been going. That's been going on for.
So I'm saying I just can't attack one thing. I got to go into a whole bunch of different things.
Yeah, but that's yeah. It's just
you understand what I'm saying, Chef Ron?
Yeah, I'm saying, but those arguments have been going on for a long time, and so if you're gonna just add to the battle, or put an end to it, and see, I mean, I know everybody don't do things the same. See, me, I try to.
Real quick, see, Google Scholar, you may have came in here late. Okay, it's not like I was saying. I'm a conservative. I don't claim to be a Republican or a Democrat. I'm an independent. So I'll vote whichever I hear the best things or policies coming from whatever candidate. Next year, I might vote for a Democrat if he's talking right. It wasn't about Trump. It was about being a conservative and standing on certain values and principles. Fuck Trump. You get what I'm saying? So I just wanted to clear that up for Google Scholar.
Yeah, but I forgot what I was saying. But no, I was saying, yeah, it's the method, because if you see arguments happening over and over and over again and they're going nowhere, then you got to change up. They say, doing the same thing over and over again, expect change is what? Retarded, dumb? I forgot the same.
Insanity.
Oh yeah, insanity. There you go. Insanity. So you gotta switch it up. And so when I see people fall for the okie doke and do the same thing, even though they mean well, I'm like, oh boy, there go another one. And there it is. And sure enough, I've seen it too many times. So it's about putting things in, but it's quick. These arguments don't have to drag on through 24 videos and over 2 months, years, or whatever the case is. It's real quick.
Hey,
like I was saying, Egyptians are not Nubians not the Egyptians. Everybody in North Africa is considered white. Everybody in below the Sahara is considered black, and people on the east is a question mark. They say they're Asian.
Do you agree with? You can be honest with me. Please be honest with me.
Man, you keep saying that. I'm always.
Do you agree with Soy Kita's work?
To the extent that I know about it, I don't have a problem with what I'm familiar with. No, I don't have a problem with his work.
Okay.
Yep.
I like Soy Kita also.
I've had an opportunity.
Recently, I've been seeing a lot of people saying he's kind of geared a lot of his talk, and a little bit the Afrocentrics kind of use him as a valuable resource. And sometimes he'll kind of lean towards a certain way, but it's kind of tricky to understand. You got to really listen to it.
Well, no, I had an opportunity.
Because I've seen him contradict himself a couple of times, and I took notes on it.
Okay, well, I've had an opportunity to talk to him and had a nice discussion with a few other people, and from what I got out of that conversation, he's on it. He's trying to direct upcoming scholars to do way better than the shoulders that people claim to stand on. The Dr. Benz, and the likes. He said that we can't do that, and we can't do that. He said that's going to fall short. We have to actually prove and demonstrate support for all those claims. He said, it's falls short. Mm-hmm. And so to that, I got utmost respect.
He made a claim that a lot of Afrocentrics disagree with, and I took notes on it. I got the timestamp and everything, and he was saying that they were straight-haired people and blue-eyed people about 40,000 years ago, all up and down the Nile.
Oh well, yeah, you got it. You got to show me that. I mean, I don't know either way.
Okay.
I never heard him say that.
I took a bunch of notes. I was going to do a video one day, but it was just too exhausting and shit.
Yeah, but I mean, but the thing is though, see, we're totally drunk and intoxicated off of looks. Like we
Right.
group people based on looks. And I'm telling you, if you study ancient people and even historical, you know, go back that far, they just didn't have that same stance with looks. They weren't caught up on that like that.
Yep.
What makes a person what they are wasn't their look, that surface stuff that we deal with today that we focus on so much. Like what let me ask you this. What makes an Egyptian? In ancient Egyptian, what made an ancient Egyptian
well, you know, I'm with you on look, and we put too much stock in black and white. I'm with you on that. But you're asking me what makes an Egyptian an Egyptian?
Mm-hmm.
I guess if that person claims to be an Egyptian. I mean,
no, definitely not that.
Are you talking like in today's time?
No. Ancient Egyptian. What made an ancient Egyptian an ancient Egyptian?
I don't have that answer. What would you say?
Well, okay,
you see how that make up nothing with y'all? It's okay.
Yeah.
Right. It's okay to say I don't know.
Okay, what did you say, Sheffrin?
The culture.
Right.
Okay.
So culture, like the further back in time you go, culture is at the top of the hierarchy, whereas today it's a 180 flip where culture is low, and then the surface phenotype or the looks or how somebody look is king. Culture was king, and now it's not.
Stu Pease made a comment, said Chief X is against Black immigrants. No, I'm not, Stu Pease. Just because I was repping ADOS and I was trying to explain the ADOS movement and that that immigrants aren't involved and weren't in the cotton fields, whether you're a Russian immigrant, a Nigerian immigrant, a Jamaican immigrant, you're an immigrant. So immigrants aren't included in reparations in the ADOS reparations movement was my point. That's just being honest and real and trying to teach what was going on. I have no problem with immigrants. I'm not sure why you would think that. Matter of fact, I love immigrants more than most people in this chat. I'm one of the kindest person. I can't wait to go back to Ghana and deal with the Ghanaians and I love Black Ghanaian immigrants and shit. I want my son to marry this Ghanaian immigrant. Fine chick. I want my son to marry her for real. So I wouldn't want my son to marry somebody who I hate.
So see, Chief, I even do call you and raise you by double and repeat something that I say often in the past is that, like, see, so you push back on African Americans believing that they're Egyptians, right? And that's, you know, that's been part of your argument for a minute. But let me just tell you what feathers I've ruffled. I go as far as to say that African Americans are not African. So how about them apples?
I agree with that too. We're on the same page. I've heard your argument about that. We're on the same page. I'll roll with I'm a Black American or I'm an African American. Either one of them or terms are fine with me. Or I can just say straight, I'm just an American. I ain't got to put Black or African in front of it.
Hey, Sheffrin, are you African?
Hell no. I'm an eyeball.
I'm a American.
See, I can't even tell Sheffrin.
And I'm a proud American. I wish I could have went to the Olympics boxing and would wear my red, black, and gold.
So I'm saying, so what about all the people that think they're African? Like, if you have that stance, what do you say to people?
I don't have no problem with African American classifying themselves as African. That's because they are of African descent. So,
but everybody on the planet is of African descent.
No, I'm talking about recent. We call white Americans. We say that they are of European descent.
And so, all Europeans are of African descent.
Right, but they're Europeans. We just said,
Wujao, you forgot to say fundamentally African.
yeah, that would make more.
I learned that from you, Wujao.
No, but see the thing, the exercise in that conversation, like if we would have had the whole conversation,
you need to start doing more live streams like that.
But see, what would come out of that conversation if we had the full blown conversation is that we stick arbitrary things for the purposes of just categorizing people and categorizing things. Like Sheffrin, your whole thing was a time range, like because I said Europeans are of African descent, but then you said recent. So when you said the moment you said recent, you invoke you put a time range on, and you set a demarcation line, and so that's just arbitrary. So it's like okay, well, how long? Then you get into the other questions, and people not even gonna try to answer them. But how long does a person have to be out of Africa to stop being African?
No. We clearly have markers to show that people of Asian and European. So that, like, I hear what you're saying, that Homo sapiens are African, period. I agree with that. But there are definitely markers to show a person, where a person is from. So,
well,
but Homo sapien, our species, yes, it originates from Africa. I totally agree with that. But you can still classify people by their region a little bit more accurately than that. You know what I mean? So
would you say, because I was wrong about this. Maybe you can correct me. I was looking. I used to always say Neanderthals first came out of Africa 300,000 years ago. Would you agree with that? Or would you say no, they were out of Europe?
What's the name did that he came out of? What was his name? Rhodesia.
Jabal Earhart?
No, Rhodesia. What is that? Homo Rhodesia.
Denisovan.
No, Denisovan went into Asia. Go ahead, Adrian. What was you about to say?
Well, like what Jawu was saying about, like, yeah, like we're all African and things of that nature, and with you saying that we all have different markers, like even though like we all are African scientifically, but like Asians are kind of like classified as they have more Denisovan DNA, Europeans have more Neanderthal DNA, and Africans, like specifically like from Africa, like like us or whoever else is from the continent, they're classified as more of the archetype of the human being. But I mean, we're all humans and stuff like that.
Hey, Wujaro, remember we used to say, and you used to go to the periodic chart. Are you there, Wujaro?
Yeah, I'm here.
Remember we used to go to the periodic chart. I used to say Homo erectus, Homo Neanderthal, all them my ancestors. So when y'all saying ancestors, honor your ancestors, are you honoring the Homo erectus? and then you would go further and say you're honoring the periodic table elements.
Yeah, I'm just saying. A lot of conversations can be over in like 5 minutes. If you argue more than 5 minutes, then it's just worthless. And I'm saying I just be cutting to the chase. That's why I say all humans. I mean, everybody knows that all humans originate out of Africa. But only and back to my point. My point is that for the purposes of us grouping things into neat categories and not so neat categories. We put these arbitrary things on it, and then we want to argue about it as if we didn't do that in the first place. It's like we forget. So what makes an African, or a person not African, when all humans come from Africa? And then when you say, well, like what Sheffrin was saying, Asians, we could do it more accurately, as he put it. But you're talking about where their DNA is shared with the most in present day, and so on and so forth.
Oh, I was talking about Homo Rhodesian. I think it's Homo heidelbergensis is his other name.
Heidelbergensis.
Heidelbergensis, yeah.
That's old.
Yeah.
Homo heidelbergensis is older than all of them, right?
Yeah, but they believe that the Neanderthal was an offshoot from that African archaic human. So
Who's an older people, Woodrow? The Andamanese Island people or Khoisan?
Oh, I don't know off the top of my head.
what you mean? Who is the oldest?
Like an older people whose genetics and their people have been around longer.
Oh,
like when on the out of African theory, they say the old Khoisan would be older. You think?
They're considered older.
Are the Khoisan not older than the Aboriginal over in Australia, Tasmania?
Well, the Aboriginals in Australia, from like what I've read, they're like they have that founder effect thing going on with their DNA, which they were considered for a very long time to be the first people. But I think that they were considered like the first people to leave and actually like stay on the island for a very long time. They were considered the first people for a very long time.
Right. And most people in the conscious community still don't know what the hell an Aboriginal is. They got it all confused.
We have to, as like intellectuals and historians, we got to kind of distinguish between the liberation theology people and the actual people who's like putting in like actual like scholarship and stuff like that.
All I know is that a lot of these conversations people attempt to have can't be microwave, but everybody's sitting in a microwave cafe having a microwaved conversation though. And once you zoom in on a particular issue and question, you got to really walk through it with a nice slow pace and make sure everything is in order. And so even the conversation about race, about biology, because notice how we went from a social construct to a biological conversation at a snap of a finger. And we can't do that and expect to come out with a solution to the conversation.
Hey, you know one thing I wanted to ask you before, Woodrow, do you disagree with anything that Asar teach?
No.
Just one thing.
No.
Hold up. I'm trying to think.
He said the Big Bang was a hypothesis, and you went down that road with him.
No, because I study it though. And I can show you even astronomers and astrophysicists that will say the same thing. So it's that's what I'm saying. We gotta slow the conversation down. And just real quick on that, the reason why is because the theory part, the observational part, the confirmatory part of the Big Bang Theory only takes you back so far. But what's included in the Big Bang Theory that people talk about is the speculative part that's based on pure logic and speculation. And so in that regard, it's a hypothesis. And they'll tell you in a minute. They'll tell you that in a minute. I can show you about 10 videos right now. So when we get together though, I'm gonna show you all that. So it's not gonna be confusing at all. So it's not far-fetched to say something is a hypothesis, even within the model of the Big Bang. The Big Bang explanatory model. They don't even know.
The theory of evolution have offshoots of it, and some parts is not cleared up. But we don't say that evolution is a hypothesis because there are certain hypothesis theories and that get included, in it because they're the so-called like kind of, missing links and stuff. But the overall proposition of evolution, it is a theory, is enough facts that support it that makes it a working theory.
No, it's called the Big Bang Theory. Like nobody in their right mind is gonna say that that's not what it's called.
But you acting like that's a misnomer though.
No, it is.
Oh God. See,
No. I'm saying the theory part. I'm saying the Big Bang. Like, if you don't know that the Big Bang is a misnomer, then I got to question what you know about the Big Bang, because they say that, and everybody says that Big Bang is a misnomer, because nothing was big and nothing went bang. So
But-
why?
Every time Chef Ron say, "Oh God," it just sounds so funny.
Is
Yeah,
Like, oh,
Chef
God.
Chef
Chef Ron be like,
Chef
"Oh, God."
Chef
he
be killing me with
just
that.
because it be twisting stuff. Why is
No, you just said you just accused me of saying the Big Bang is a misnomer, and I'm saying that's absolutely right. But I'm
no?
not
I'm
the only
saying
one. Like
no,
where
not
where
the
have you
word
been?
Big Bang, not
Where
the
have you
word Big
been?
Bang. No,
Okay,
not
so
the
clear.
word,
All
not
right,
the word
clarify.
Big Bang. We were talking about the Big Bang being a theory or a hypothesis, not the word Big Bang. I'm saying you're acting like putting theory on the Big Bang is a misnomer.
Don't
That's
forget,
what
No.
I still need you to
No.
answer that question though, with y'all.
Okay, I done forgot your question.
But is there one thing you disagree with?
Oh, yeah. I'm all right. I'm coming. That. I'm trying to think.
He
Is there
disagree with me
anything?
on everything, but he got to
No,
think
I
hard about.
no, I actually don't.
I know. I'm fucking with you.
I know. I'm saying I actually don't though. I do a good disagree with you. Not paying attention when it's a learning moment. But Chief X, let me think about that. I don't know.
Well, SARS. We got
Okay,
screenshots.
put it
We
this way.
got screenshots of SARS saying that the that African Americans are descendants of ancient Egyptians. I mean,
Facts.
you do
Yeah.
disagree with him on that, at least. I mean, but I don't
Okay,
want that. Give me another.
yeah,
Give me something juicy.
yeah. I disagree with him on that wholeheartedly.
But you should know
Why shouldn't I?
because he said he could prove it.
No, but see, I know SARS being sarcastic. I talked to SARS, so that's just he's just playing with y'all on that.
Oh Lord.
But no, but Sheffrin, just real quick though, because I don't like to leave stuff out there like that. The Big Bang is called the Big Bang Theory, hands down. So there you go. But a lot of people don't know what that entails. Like the Big Bang Theory, what is the actual theory? What is the theory? What's included in the theory? Because it's a composition of many things that are in there. There's a lot of ingredients in that theory. But let me ask you this though, Sheffrin.
Mhm.
When does a hypothesis is no longer an hypothesis and it becomes a theory? What makes that change?
The accumulation of facts.
No.
What do you mean?
Hypotheses are tested, right?
Is your hypothesis tested?
No, I'm saying hypotheses are tested, and through testing, and it prevails through that testing, then it's confirmatory. And now you move a phase from being a hypothesis over to building an explanation, which becomes the theory, right?
So you saying they can't test the Big Bang?
I'm saying there are many elements of what we think of as the Big Bang Theory that are not tested and even untestable. But yet we call all of it the Big Bang Theory. And so that's the only
Like
thing that's
what?
meant.
Like name something in the Big Bang Theory that is not substantiated. And that they don't explain why it's not substantiated. Go ahead.
Okay, so like the emergence of time itself. The emergence of time and space itself. How are they able to test that? How are they able to test the trajectory of light when light travels at a certain amount of distance per second, speed of light.
Mm-hmm.
They can only go back 13.7, 13.8 billion years, but yet the space of the universe is about 3 times the size of that. So they can only go back but so far. But within the Big Bang Theory, they speak on things that are not tested and even untestable. So therefore, it cannot become, it cannot graduate outside of it being hypothesized.
So you just said a lot there. Let's back that up. So
Okay.
are you questioning the age of the universe?
Of the known universe, no. Of the
You definitely
observable
got an answer to that.
of the observable universe, no. Because the CMB tells you that. The CMB is the confirmation of that. So I'm not
Right.
talking about that. I'm talking about prior to that. They talk about and included, because remember the
Now
Big
you can hypothesize about prior to that moment. I agree.
But what I'm saying is that when they do that, and that data and that discussion is inclusive of the entire Big Bang Theory. When people discuss the Big Bang Theory, they think they're talking about the birth of the universe, but it's really the evolution of the universe and not the birth of it. Just like biologically, biological
that's one hypothesis. That's you
Huh?
just threw you if you saying the birth of the universe or the evolution of the universe, that's just a play on words. You didn't say
No, that's not a play. Okay, I'm gonna show you that's not a play on words.
Go ahead.
The theory of evolution.
And when you finish, I got a bone to pick with y'all.
Okay, real quick. The theory of evolution. When we say theory of evolution, everybody should know that that's the biological theory of evolution in biology. So the theory of evolution seeks to explain how life evolves, but not how life actually began. And so the Big Bang Theory, people assume is speaking about the actual birth of the universe, or what some people may say, the creation of the universe, or however they want to word it.
Creation.
Or however they want to, I'm saying, however they choose to word it, they think that the Big Bang Theory is speaking about that when it's not. It's talking about the evolution of the universe from a certain point to the present day.
Because you saying it came from something else, so it evolved from one state to the next.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that
You have to be.
No, I'm not. I'm saying that the Big Bang Theory itself is not speaking about the actual birth of the universe, the actual origin of the universe.
Right. He's saying they can only go back so far, so they can't possibly be talking about that. So that has to be hypothesized.
Every single professional astronomer that are in these talks that we can cite or whatever, these professionals, astrophysicists, astronomers, all say the same thing. Like, you can YouTube this all day and they will tell you that they can only go back so far.
Can I
and
ask you a question?
and beyond that. So yeah, go ahead.
So who are these astronomers that you keep saying can only go back farther? Because I haven't heard this before. So like, can you give me like an astronomer?
Okay, I'll do that. Give me a second.
I mean, all astrophysicists say that.
Okay, so Sheffrin has heard it before, but let me help the brother out though. Give me a second. I'm gonna give you. Yeah, I'm not gonna play it. So for example, let's see. Okay, a theoretical physicist by the name of Brian Greene is one. That's one I just happen to have bookmarked.
They all say it.
Yeah, they all. Neil deGrasse Tyson is another.
So it's the consensus.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah,
it's definitely because even Stephen Hawking, before he passed away, and he's the one that came up with the inflation. Him and his colleague, they wrote the book that I suggest everybody get if you're really into this. He came up with the model, the inflation model, which is really, really good. But anyway, but my point, and I can give you more. It's just that
they don't know what happened before the expansion. Like, it's just from that point of origin, we don't know. Now they can hypothesize about what happened, how hot it had to get in that point. Whatever is all hypothesis at that point. They can only calculate from the point of expansion. It's like a certain amount of T decimals that you can calculate within that time period when it started to expand. Everything before that, we don't know. Like, it's no way for us to observe that before that moment. Is the unobservable far as we know at this point. That's where everything that we understand comes in to play at. Existence, time, everything else. Before that, we don't, you know what I mean?
Let me know when you're ready to hear this.
How you going to observe something before it's observable? Like, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, but I'm going to just say my point because I know Chief X wants to say something. So my point, though, is that until you actually, like, gain a curiosity to take up a study on it, and, you know, of course, I'm not saying get a master's degree or a degree in it, but until people actually take up enough interest to get into a study of it, people usually don't appreciate these things like that. So in general, when we have conversations like that, people have their assumptions based on what they don't know versus what they do know. So when you talk about the Big Bang Theory, to most people, they're assuming that the Big Bang Theory is inclusive of the actual birth of the universe or the creation of the universe or whatever the case is, when it does not. It doesn't at all. And these astrophysicists who actually study it, when you get into the detail, they'll tell you that it doesn't. They tell you how far back go to the 10th to the however many zeros after it, the Planck epoch, the birth of the atom, all that kind of stuff, and they openly admit what they have not observed yet, even within that is pure math. They only know about certain things through math and not through science. And as a matter of fact, they will even say, if you want to know about quantum mechanics itself, take up calculus. That's a starting point.
You ready to hear my bone?
Go ahead, yeah.
Even though you didn't answer the thing about a SAR, I'm gonna give you a
oh yeah. Let me get back to that because I won't leave you hanging.
Okay, go ahead. Then I'm gonna ask you a question.
Okay, so let me see. I'm trying to think of what have I ever disagreed with Asar. So let me say this. What Asar puts out, I don't think I've had a disagreement with anything that he put out, like put effort in and wrote and everything like that, because in terms of his work. But we have discussions that we disagree. We don't agree on everything. Between me, Asar, Sanjetti. And even at time, you know, when the whole squad was or is together and stuff like that, we don't all agree all the time. So in how, like, among ourselves, we have these disagreements and we try to work it out and whatnot. But what he's published or presented, I don't think I've have any disagreements with anything.
Okay, so you don't disagree with anything he's publicly talked about.
Nah, not in a intentional, you know, scholarly way. I don't know what he does.
Except the one thing I brought up.
What was that?
That African Americans are Egyptian, descent from Egyptians.
Yeah, but that's not nothing that he's publishing. He's messing with you.
Okay, no. But anyway, so this is my bone, y'all.
Yeah.
So a lot of people don't know about you, and I give you props on this, Ujaro. You are amazing with the law, right? You were you a paralegal before?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe that's why. I didn't know that. I just kind of guessed. So you are great with the law, court procedures, what this and that means in court, you know, just the language. I mean, you're very good with that. And the reason why I say that, because you done one of the best, it was one of the best blog talk discussions I've ever heard. Okay. And you and what's his name? What's the other brother that's good with the law and Dr. York? What's his name with y'all?
Morgan.
Yeah, Chuck Morgan.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
You and Chuck Morgan on several occasions was on Blog Talk before back in the day, and I think somebody put it on YouTube. But you amazed me when you was going in about the Dr. York court case and what happened and the legalities, and you just went very deep. So no one except you and Chuck Morgan know Dr. York's case. You and Chuck Morgan are the best at it, okay? Bar none. And when you were going in one time, you impressed me a lot about the law, and you just every detail.
Why do I feel like Chief X set me up? Because he said he got a bone to pick, but everything you saying.
So look. So you just went in on the particulars of the case. I don't even think people in the chat or now even heard what I'm talking about, but I'm sure you're clear.
Yeah, don't go too far, because my interview with Jaro, we're gonna do all that.
Okay, so I said, damn, would y'all know this shit in and out? So did Chuck Morgan. So one day, I would like you to, I'm requesting this from you, Wujaro. After Polite's court case, that's the next date, I think it's February sometime. I would like you to do a breakdown on it and in relation to Dr. York's court case. Because I know you, Wujaro, this has been on your mind. You have thoughts and beliefs and opinions on it that you have not shared. Okay. I know you have some connections in your mind that you be thinking about, and you just haven't shared with us about it. Okay. I was always wondering why you didn't speak about the Polite case. And if possible, after his case, next case court date in February, can you do a breakdown in a video? I'm telling you, you're gonna get a lot of views. How you feel that they are connected, the similarities, and just kind of, you know what I'm saying, just kind of go in about the Polite case.
Wujaro ain't doing that.
In relations to Dr. York. And because no, Wujaro has some fucking insight about a lot of this stuff. And I just want to hear it, Wujaro. Can you do that for me after this court date?
Okay, let me say the conditions that if I would, how I would do something like that. So what I advocate, even with York's case, is that I always told people to get the entire court record,
right?
Get the entire case file, before opening your mouth. And so that's what I stand on, and that's one of the main reasons why I don't say anything about Polite's case, because I don't know enough. I'm against speaking from ignorance. Right. Especially on issues like that. Like if he stole a Snickers or something, then that's something different. But on serious issues or potentially serious accusations and issues like that, I don't get involved with
right,
that.
So that's why I threw in the caveat after his next court date. So you get a little more informed, because discovery is going to have went down. So you'll be a little more informed.
Right. So the only way that something like that could go down is if the complete case file, if I had access to a complete case file. See, with York's case, not only did I have access to the case file, but I had access to everything, including York himself. I was
right
paralegal, with all the attorneys, and I was a minister of record for the Federal Bureau of Prisons. So I
people don't know this about you, would y'all?
Yeah. So I'm saying, so with that, I to this very day, I know that whole case like the back of my hand. I don't need any paperwork in front of me, and I could run it at any point. Certain things starting to get a little fuzzy, but the moment somebody mentions something, it just snap right back, because it's like so far removed. I'm so far removed from that. But as far as Polite, Yeah, I don't like my stance right now. I don't even know much of anything. I don't know much of anything. All I know is that I don't see him. Or I don't hear his name mentioned online.
You know, I don't
Anytime.
believe you, Gerald, but I'm gonna let you go.
No.
Because
Seriously, I don't.
because we've been on with attorneys talking about it.
Hey, Chief. Hey, Chief, let me say this. So, like, okay, so as far as the Nation of Islam, I don't think anybody in the community know more than me. And I feel like I feel like he feel like that with Malachi York in his case and like that whole what they was doing. Okay, as far as the community. Okay.
Mhm.
So the proof is when I interview, if you look at my last 20 videos, they're all members of Nation of Islam. They all know that I know the teachings, right? Nobody's gonna doubt, they all gonna say I know a lot, like more than them or as much.
I don't think you know the 1 to 40, man. I
You don't know about the.
I got all that.
You don't know about the teachings
Yeah,
of the number six.
I had bills. Okay, you ask Rob Bourne, and he's gonna tell you I'm official.
You don't know about the teachings of the number 6.
Oh no, I know all that. That's equality.
You know,
That's the math.
The average height of man is 6 foot. When man is buried, he's buried 6 foot deep. The average height of a man is 180 pounds. 60.
That might be said. I don't know.
Go in on that boy.
That's some extra made up shit. But the
that's some old school shit.
that's some old school made up shit. But
that's what the lessons when they talk about the number 6. That was
yeah. I guess that's made up. That's not in the actual Supreme Wisdom book. But number 6 is equality, by the way. But as far as I'm gonna say this, and maybe Wujawo, this is his stance. But the Nation of Islam, although I debate them and get on them, but I will only go but so far, and then I won't. Then I'll just check out. So y'all might go further, but for me, I will only go but so far. So I got a brother that you guys know. I'm not gonna say no name, but he's on Sadnetta. He's a moderator. You guys know him, okay? But even him, like he would go so far with Sunni Muslims, and then he'll stop because at some point, Chief X, you put yourself in a position where you just rather not just be there, you know, and that's why we go but so far and then we stop. That's all I wanted to say.
I'm trying to see what if I fit in that. Yeah, we could talk about another time. But to Chief X, to what you were asking me, yeah, I truly do not know much about Polite's situation other than the fact that he is in a situation. I really because remember I took a 3-month break from social media. Period. I'm like just this year, like the beginning of this year is me.
I took a break in 2020.
Yeah, but I do know that the accusations happened and this and that. But other than that,
I just thought maybe you was just you had cut it because since you were so meticulous about York's case, I thought you might have had some.
Nah, I don't
some
know.
insight or an opinion.
Nah, I haven't even seen one piece of paperwork.
Okay.
Yet. Nothing at all. Yet. I just know he was accused. And I think at first, just like other cases, that people take it lightly, but then all of a sudden it got serious real quick.
Mm.
You know, even with your case, people thought that that was gonna blow over. That turned serious real quick.
Yeah.
So, but see, I don't. But let me just say this though, because you brought up the York thing, because I know a lot of people wonder. Some people don't even know that I was a Nuwabian, and then there's a whole half that do, and they think that bringing up York or the fact that I used to be a Nuwabian is relevant or does something. But in the York situation, there's a lot. Like I don't speak on it anymore because I'm so that happened in 2002 when he was arrested. The trial took place in 2004. So imagine from that time till now, when I was a Nuwabian and even coming out of it, my effort was to help other Nuwabians understand the facts of the case. So I was the go-to man or the go-to person to learn about the case, to the point where I even set up classes, like legal classes, so people can learn about the case. So if they should want to help or in any way they can, they'll know where to start or what's valid, what's not valid, and stuff like that. And then that turn, I stopped doing that because I left. And when you leave an organization, people, it's like a breaking up in a relationship, and so people assume what they want to assume, and get mad that I left, and so that cut that off from me advocating and trying to help and present facts and stuff like that. And so from that point on, I don't talk about the case. I don't talk about it. I hear other people try to talk about it, and they wrong. So one time, let me tell you. So I was far removed from it. One time, this brother kept saying just a whole bunch of wrong stuff, and other people were believing it, to the point where Garfield set up a debate. I wouldn't call it a debate. He set up a conversation between me and another brother, and that's what you probably talking about, Chief X. Garfield recorded. Me and this
had something to do with it. Yeah.
Yeah. So it was a 2-part.
It was a great discussion.
Yeah, but every single thing out that brother's mouth, I was just banging him, and whatnot. And I was doing it. I had nothing in front of me. I was just doing it over the phone. And the brother bringing up stuff, and so I did that, and I felt that was enough. Like, I just refer people to that conversation because he brought up a lot of stuff, and I just went in on whatever he brought up. Everything. I mean, people could hear it's a classic at this point. So that's that.
Also, I don't know if you watched. So you probably didn't watch when the a few of his daughters and sons was on Taharka Bay. And they was talking about the shooting and stuff like that.
I watched all that.
Did you catch any of that?
What shooting? What shooting are you talking about?
When it's still called.
He didn't watch it, Chief. He didn't watch it.
Oh, okay.
Oh no, I know about it though. If you talking about the Bushwick store and Polite and
all that, and a couple of family members were on live, and a couple siblings were discussing.
I was
like,
name
the
it.
whole time they was discussing, I had you on my mind. I said, I wonder if y'all listening to this, because he can kind of verify or not verify this.
No, I didn't listen to it, but I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Polite, and you're talking about Sakina, who was running the store.
Yeah.
Her name Patricia. Everybody knows Sakina. You talking about Care, which is Leah and Mahmoud's sister.
Yeah.
And all of them.
Those are the names.
Yeah, Polite, Water, and all those folks. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I know about that. I know all about it.
Okay.
I didn't hear it, so I don't know what they said about it. So I can't tell you if they.
I'll send you a couple of videos for you to check out. I'll inbox it to you or something.
Okay. Well, that was an interesting moment of time though too. I could tell you. See, I don't know what they said, so I could tell you what I know and what I can confirm about all of that.
Yeah. So I see. It was two sister siblings. One was calling the other one crazy and a liar. Another one was saying, So
wait,
it was
two
like,
sisters, because Care and are you talking about two sisters that were going at it?
They're two half sisters, yeah. Two of Dr. York's daughters.
Oh, on a show?
But they were on the show at separate times.
Yeah.
Oh, you got to be talking about Care and Leah.
Leah's one of them, and I think it is Care. Care is kind of cute.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's her.
Yeah, I mean, that's the only person you're talking about, because she was the one that was there.
Okay.
Care. They call her
Yeah, because I brought that up because I said, I wonder, whichever would, I didn't know whose side to take or believe. I said, but Wuja will know. So I wanted to when your opinion on who was wrong and who was right, but you didn't see it.
Nah, I didn't see it.
Okay.
So give me, all right, so we don't go into it. Give me two highlights of what was said, and I could tell you.
Now, I may get the names confused, but the second interview, which one was that, Unbiased? The girl who came on second. Was that Leah?
It's definitely so the first one was the first one was the cute one.
No. Maybe
Wait, hold on. Y'all
one, okay. Wait. Who was the one that was calling the other? Who was the one that was calling the other sister crazy?
Right, that's the cute one that was doing that.
Okay, what's her name?
I don't know.
Okay. Wait, hold up. Listen,
It's not Leah though. It's not Leah.
Oh no.
Y'all-
Okay, Leah was the first interview, and then
Y'all
I
are
think
judging-
somebody said Uma. Did somebody say Uma in the chat? I think somebody
Uma
in
was
the
the
chat
cute
said
one.
Uma.
That was the cute one.
yeah, she
No,
was calling
listen.
the first interview girl crazy.
Yeah. So she's the cute one.
Ophir's the cute one.
Uma.
Y'all are so
Okay.
sexist.
No, hold up. That's what I'm tripping
Hey,
on
man, we
because,
see beauty.
wait, I'm
Yeah, one was a
tripping.
nice looking young lady.
No,
Yeah.
I'm tripping because y'all are actually trying to differentiate them based on who's cuter than the other.
Right.
Oh, we just trying to like, separate them, distinguish them.
Okay, but
The
I
second
think
one, I don't know how the second woman. I have no idea how she looked. By the way, I have never seen it.
okay.
All
But
right.
you
I
gonna
mean,
call
if I-
it the
if
cute
I-
one.
I'll inbox
I-
you both interviews later on.
No, okay, but I'm saying, can you just give me like one or two highlights that was said or points? Like what was
she
a
was saying her
major? What's a
sister was
major?
crazy.
A
She was
major
saying her-
point?
The second chick interview, she said her sister, I think maybe it was Leah, is crazy and exaggerating, and that the family don't hate her. And she was kind of trying to expose the family, but the second girl was trying to protect the family. So I was believing the first girl, who everybody's calling crazy. But what was the things they would talk? It was just so much, man. I had to go back and rewatch.
Hey, Sean Parker, was Uma the cute one? Because I think Chief X, I don't know.
He said the cute.
Can you quit saying that? Like,
But no, I'm only saying that because I don't. The second one, I don't know. Leah, I don't think she showed her face.
he said Uma was the first one.
No,
That's
but
what he said.
no, what I'm saying is I'm only saying,
You're right. It was Uma the first one.
I'm only saying cute because I don't believe Leah showed her face.
But you can say first or second. You said you hadn't seen the second one. It was only two sisters.
But
so it would be the first one, right?
but Amber, we are dealing with 2022. Dudes are judgmental, so I'm saying she was cute, so that's the cute one.
but what I'm saying is you said it. Okay, we get it. You don't have to keep referring to her as the cute one because it implies the other one wasn't cute.
No.
I'm like, man.
Okay, so the second one, she didn't show her face, as far as I know it. So I don't know how she looked, but the cute woman was Uma, right?
All right, so yeah, I'm Chief X walked away. I was trying to see what's a major point that was made. Now, here's the thing. I could say this without even.
He don't remember. She made her point because she.
I watched the whole thing. I remember.
Okay, but what was the point? Like, what was the main thing?
Tell him. Unbiased telling.
Yeah, so Uma.
I'm old, man.
Yeah, so Uma was just saying how her older, I think it was her older sister, was like jealous of her, and she was trying to protect like the dad. So the older one, the other woman was Leah was on the dad's side trying to protect him. So that's what she was coming at. So that's her stand. She was trying to protect her dad from his acts, his like ungodly acts.
No, man. Nah, that's if that was said, that had nothing.
I was just asking if I wanted you to figure out who was the most genuine out of the two, if you knew.
Yeah, well, I had to listen to it. I can't rely on what y'all saying, but I can say this about the ordeal. A little backdrop, and they probably said all this, but Care was staying. The property that's there is a living quarters and it's a bookstore. So there's a bookstore on the first level towards the front, and then upstairs is where people can live. And so it's like these two spots joined together, and you can have access to either one from inside. And so there's two front doors, but then when you go inside either one, you can get to each side. And so that's like the setup. And I know Care was staying there, and there was a shift at that point in time. There was a shift of who was going to run or control it, because York has been in prison for a while.
So is it true that he really wanted Polite to run it?
Now here's the thing. People got different messages that contradict, and it causes an explosion, people bumping heads. So one party would be told, "Hey, okay, it's okay, you can stay there. I want you to take over the property part of it." And then somebody else is told, "Well, hey, I want you to run the bookstore. I want you to teach the classes and everything." And then those lines of communication may not be clear, and may be like, "Okay, well, I'm gonna take over the whole thing." All the while, the property is in taxes and being managed in somebody else's name. So you got three people tugging at this same location, and instead of them working it out, it just escalates with a whole bunch of other drama mixed in the pot. So that's it in a nutshell. So Polite was told one thing, Care was told one thing, and Sakina, who had been running the store, was told something, and all three of them were told different things.
Okay, so my understanding of that is Polite. They were saying that Polite never really met him in person, but they did correspond through letters. And through letters, Dr. York was saying he wanted Polite to run it. I don't know how true that is.
Yeah, well, the first part is true. He didn't meet York. He came into it after York was arrested. I remember Polite first came on the land with Sakina in the buses that came down from New York. But him running the bookstore, see, that's what I'm saying. Run the bookstore and hold classes, and that's how it's set up. That very well may be the case.
He may have been told to run the educational, part of it. I don't know. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, I think Dr. York may have seen him on video and just heard him and said, "That brother's sharp. Let him do the teaching."
Well, York was arrested. He didn't see him.
Okay.
I mean, let's.
Okay. Maybe somebody said, "Hey, that brother be teaching, York."
No, but what I said, that's the short and skinny of it. Three people are told different things, and they are not compatible things. And so, and then other drama and other stuff gets thrown in there, escalates, and you have a big problem.
Is it your opinion that was done intentionally?
No, that's just the way things were done, routine, often. So it wasn't like it was intentionally and that was isolation. Nah, that happens all the time. That happened in the organization all the time. I could listen, I could talk for like days about all kinds of stuff.
Right.
and
that's why I said I know you got an opinion. So that's why I asked you about this. I didn't mean to bring up this whole thing, but I was just curious if you had an opinion of the relation between Polite's case and this one.
Let me tell you a story though. A similar incident. Well, prior to that incident, there was a issue between Sakina, a sister named Sakina. So mind you, I don't know, y'all don't know who this is or anything, but the sister that was running the bookstore, and she's been running for quite some time, and then another bookstore that was nearby, like not close nearby, but the closest other bookstore. It was like a rivalry brewing up and competition brewing up between two bookstores, and it got so bad that. This is in New York. And so myself and some other brothers went to New York to do an interview with the newspaper and some cable television show or whatever about the legal case. And while we were up there, we wanted to see what we could do to totally put the fire out on the beef that was brewing up and whatnot. And at this time, Polite was staying in the Bushwick store. He was living there, and Polite was involved with the beef that was brewing up. So we just wanted to have a conversation, a sit down, and like what can we do?
So we went to Polite ain't pull no trigger on nothing though, did he?
You talking about when we went up there?
This shooting.
No, I'm telling you a story.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I'm not talking about the shooting.
Okay,
I'm talking about when we went up there, when I was up there. And so we visited the other bookstore, and Elder was running it, elder brother by the name of Muhammad Qasim. And we went over there sat down, broke bread, had a good conversation, explained everything, and it was really, at the end of the day, it was a good conversation. We left there like, okay, man, okay, we it's gonna be some light at the end of the tunnel. Everything is all good, gravy. So then we leave from there and go over to the Bushwick store where Sakina's at. We run into Polite. And mind you, this is at nighttime. We spent all day up there. We were hungry or whatever. So we were waiting on Sakina so she can take us to go out to eat. And they had some like finger food because they had class that day or whatever. But anyway, long story short, we saw Polite and we wanted to have a conversation with him to kind of repeat what we just discussed at the other bookstore and everything. And man, him and his partner at the time, Water, just got really, really sideways and talking out the side of their neck to us, like very, very defensive, as if we were coming up there to do this and do that and the third or whatever the case is. So a longer story short, and I'm being short because I'll tell y'all the whole story. I guess I'm biased. I come back on your show. We could talk about it, but the police were called, and Polite lies to the police and tells them that we tried to jump him and his partner, Polite and Water. Now hold on, let me tell you this. We were dressed neat from head to toe, sharp, because we had just did interviews and everything. And it was like 10 of us. We had like a 15 passenger van. It was like 10 or 12 of us or whatever. And we were all dressed uniformly, neat, had patent leather shoes on, linen outfit, pressed up, everything. And so we just try to get something to eat. So when the police come, he's telling these guys that we tried to jump him, whatever. And the police come over to us. And mind you, one of the brothers with me was a police officer. So the police come over to us and shine a light and look at us. He was like, man, he said, I'm gonna tell y'all. He said, I don't believe anything that's come out of his mouth. He said that you all came up here and tried to beat up on him and this, that, and the third. He said, now I know that you 10, as big as you all are and the size he is, if y'all really wanted to hurt him, it would have been totally different and everything. I say that to say that that's my run-in with him in terms of what I know that what he would do and lie in any, whatever the situation is, when nothing that he told the police transpired. Said we took his chain or something off his neck or whatever the case is, and a whole bunch of things. None of that stuff was true. And the police was like, all right, y'all have a good night. He made sure we were invited there. Sakina came out and said, yeah, they're my guests. And that was it. Told them to go upstairs. And Polite's wife at the time ran upstairs. Said, you want me to get the gun?
Do he remember this that you did? Were you involved? He don't remember all that.
Nah, I'm sure he remember. I'm sure he remember that. But see, I'm giving you the short and skinny. It's more
like, did he say, okay, that was Wujaro that was there? Do he remember you like that?
He should.
Okay.
He should. I mean, he should.
That's interesting.
He should. But yeah, his wife ran up the steps, threatened to get the gun. Get the gun. Whatnot. Then yeah. Anyway, so, but that's the same place, right next to the temple. But yeah, I don't know what y'all talking about as far as what if any sisters were arguing. So you said you said they weren't on the same show.
See what y'all made me do? What's up with y'all? You made me get some North African tattoos.
Yeah, Chief X is funny, bro.
You know what I'm saying? Y'all influenced me. Y'all wrongly influenced me.
Chief X, you think you are Egyptian? That's why you. You know what it is. I think
I'm proud of my journey though.
Nah, I think what it really is. I think Chief X, you're mad that you were fooled, and you the one that thought you were Egyptian. and then found out you weren't, and now you're on this rampage.
You know, probably.
You really thought you were Egyptian, the god best incarnate.
Yeah, but guess who brainwashed me the most? Guess who brainwashed me the most? What you call those out here? Ash Raquazi lived out here in LA. So when I got these tattoos, I was going to Ash Raquazi lecture.
God best incarnate.
Ash Raquazi told me I descended from Egyptians. Then he put some cold-blooded slide presentations up and hooked me in.
See, I told y'all.
I became the god best reincarnate.
See, you just confirmed what I said. You found out. It's like
Raquazi had me coming and going.
It's like you found out at an older age that your parents are not your parents, that you were adopted. Now you pissed. Like right now, you just found out recently that you're not Egyptian. Cause when I met you,
he found out recently you're not Egyptian.
I got so caught up with y'all. Look, I didn't got the kids' names and shit all up in there.
That's right.
Only begotten son. It was cold-blooded. It said only begotten, and then it's a representation of the son, and my name's in there. His name was Rashad. So I gave him a nickname, Sal Ra and shit.
Now you see,
see, I had this shit before it was a Facebook. These niggas knew.
Now the truth come out. See, Chief X is really just pissed off that he got lied to and he fell for the okie doke.
Yeah,
I never believe. I always say all the time, we're not Egyptian. We're not. In cultural sense, if you want to talk biology, we don't live near a river. We don't have a river culture. We don't rely, like everything about the Egyptian culture was connected to and anchored to the Nile River. We don't have anything like that. None of that stuff. So
hey, Withdrawal, you know what you should watch, bro? You should watch that video I did on the geography of Africa. I played Thomas Sowell. That is very interesting. It's like a subject that nobody really talked about in the conscious community. And how they were kind of saying that the sub-Saharan Africans was kind of cut off from the rest of the world. They weren't able to do trade. They talked about the land, and I mean it was just a subject that we never talked about. Did you ever see it?
No, but that sounds like a good addition to people having a good conversation or studying the Hegelian or Hegel philosophy. He's one of the founding Western philosophers, and in his works and in other scholars of his contemporaries, they divide Africa into three. Like I said, European Africa, the Valley Africa as they call it, and then Africa proper, which is sub-Saharan African, and they say the same thing. It was cut off. But yeah, they have
it says why and it's part of the reasons why they remained underdeveloped and poor, because around the Mediterranean and North Africa they were able to trade and do business and vibe off each other and learn from each other. But sub-Saharan Africa, under the Sahara, you're cut off from the rest of the world. You couldn't pull up to shore in certain kind of ways. Do you get what I'm saying?
No, and but because of that, reality of that opened the way for a lot of assumptions and bias and racism by these scholars, where they thought that the inner Africa, or Africa proper as they call it, wasn't even worth mentioning, that the people who lived there were wild, untamed, didn't even have emotions, couldn't think abstractly, had no philosophy or any of that. That was the view. That was the dominating view of all of that whole time period, and all the scholarship reflects that.
Right.
All of it.
Hegel talks about that all the time, but I love Hegel philosophical wise though. Hegel he's the best.
Yeah, if you can separate that, but a lot of his views when it comes to Africa is just downright trash.
I mean, yeah, but like the thing is though, like, Martin Luther King, he subscribed to Hegelian philosophy a lot in his speeches.
No, that's what I said. When you separate Hegelian philosophy, the strict philosophy and the questions that are discussed, that's fine. But you can't help but to you know, him interjecting when he ever comes to Africa, it's a wrap.
Yeah, he
Africa
says.
is terrible.
Yeah, he says Africa is the land where men are children.
Yeah.
He said this is the study of the rudimentary mind. The great Basil Davidson, he talks about that in his massive documentary on Africa. He starts off with using his quote first.
Yep. But I'm saying that is the running theme of a lot of scholarship, a lot of scholarly writing and contemporaries of that day. This is what a lot of people are relying on and not knowing. I mean, I'm not talking about the philosophy part. I'm talking about the views of Africa itself. You know, primitive, untamed, wild, and he even goes to say that if it wasn't for the Mohammedans, he called them Mohammedans, but we say Muslims. If it wasn't for the Mohammedans, they wouldn't even have an inkling of culture. So he's saying that the Mohammedans civilized
I
these
mean,
sub-Saharan Africans.
when you kind of look at it, Islam, in my opinion, when our ancestors from the Western Sudan actually were like Sufi Islamic and stuff, they actually did help West Africa a lot. It gave a lot of trade unity, a language unity. John Hunwick, a disciple of Basil Davidson, by the way, if you check out his book called West Africa, Islam in the Arab World, John Hunwick says that Arabic was the Latin of Africa, as Latin was the language of scholarship in Europe. So, like, I mean, yes, I believe that Islam did give Africa very high culture, you know, all of that stuff. I don't think that we should just say that was, you know, kind of a bad thing. But I mean, he is kind of right when you think about it.
Listen, I could pull it up, and that is not the case. See, it's one thing to say that two cultures converge and come together, and then it's cross pollination taking place. That's to say one thing, but that's not what he's saying. He says that inner Africa, Africa proper, or sub-Saharan Africa, as we call it today, was absent of that, and that if it wasn't for the Islamic culture or Mohammedans, as he says, if it wasn't for them, Africa would still be infantile, still be uncivilized, untamed, with the inability to have emotion and feel, and so on and so forth. That's the way different statement and claim and stance than to say, okay, we got two cultures that have a area of convergence, and then there's cross pollination there. So that's definitely a non-cipher on that, buddy.
Well, Charles, I know you, bro. So I know if you'll like something, just trust me on this. About 2 weeks ago, I did a video presentation on the geography of Africa. I would please watch that for me when you get a chance.
All right, we'll post a link.
You should love it.
Okay, we'll see. We'll see. Yeah. But what's that? Adrian was talking before. Yeah, Hegelian philosophy is a lot of core roots in philosophy period, Western philosophy period. So
yeah, I know what it is.
Yeah. No, I'm saying I'm trying to separate. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've studied Marxism for years, man. I'm well aware.
Hey, Adrian, what's your name in the chat?
Well, this is actually my first time getting on here because I'm on the pseudo killers and Chief X, brother.
Yes,
He walked away. Oh,
yeah, I'm Perry Mason on Facebook, man.
Okay.
What?
Yeah.
Are we Facebook friends?
Who's A-Bone?
No, we on you okay, I'm gonna tell you who I am. I'm the dude that's usually the young dude that's on pseudo killers.
Yeah, I know
Was
you.
always on there. Yeah, but I'm Perry Mason on Facebook. You commented on a few of my posts before when you was trying to and congrats on the John Saley thing, by the way. But I was the one where I posted the two
Congrats on what?
I was the
you said congrats on what?
Oh, congratulations on the John Saley deal.
Oh, okay.
Congrats on that one, man. I'm proud of
John
you.
Sally.
But I'm on Facebook on the pseudo killers, and you interacted with me on the Facebook post that I made about the two Islamic revolutionaries, and you came on the show one day and you cussed me out.
Did I?
on pseudo killers. He was all like, "Shut up, boy! You ain't got nothing to bring to this panel." I'm like, "Oh,
Oh, you're
God,
talking
man."
on a live stream.
Yeah, on the live.
Yeah,
stream
I,
on
I,
Pseudo
I
Killers.
remember. I remember.
Yeah, I'm like, man, I ain't gonna debate
I'm-
nobody
I'm-
else.
I'm-
Oh, if
Chief-
they my
Chief
dad.
X don't care.
I'm gonna go ahead and apologize right now.
Oh, it's all good, man. You know, this the internet, like Sheffrin be saying, but I'm like, I ain't gonna say nothing because you about my daddy age. So I'm like, I ain't gonna I ain't gonna do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll check it out though, Chief X, when I get a chance. But I think that conversation is part of a greater conversation that people will start putting pieces together to see, even on your pushback on blackology and stuff like that. It overlaps with what you just was talking about in terms of geography, and then also how a lot of the so-called intellectuals, European intellectuals of that day, viewed Africa and how they chop it up, and how they viewed it, and there's a side effect to that we see right here today.
Yeah, so this video took another angle too, and they got to talking about the land in certain dry areas where you just that things just don't grow well, and I mean it just went deep. A lot of stuff I just never knew about the geography of Africa. And I mean I'm sitting around here, I used to make these little romanticized phrases talking about you can spit on the ground and an apple tree will grow and shit.
Oh my
See,
God.
I'm
You know what I
telling
mean?
you,
I was-
see, Chief X, you telling, listen, you telling on yourself, like your whole beef is really with your old self.
Oh yeah, we know. We all used to be pseudos.
Nah, I
we all had some funky beliefs. Yeah, I said my jumpstart was the Nation of Islam, so you know I was crazy.
I think that you want company, and you hoping that other people was as pseudo as you. And then when you find out they not, you get mad.
Yeah, attitude.
Cause you thought you were God, the God best incarnate.
Oh yeah, God bless.
I'm still best. Best is outside the Nile Valley. Best is OG. Best is one of the oldest deities.
But hold up, but Chief X, you
I'm
remember
still best.
Hold up, but you remember you came to Atlanta and we broke bread at the at the festival. I mean, not
I
the
remember.
festival.
I still got the pictures.
Yeah, you had locks back then. Yeah, people don't know that
Yeah, Chief with the Afrocentric look.
Yeah, Chief X had a dashiki and locks, boy.
Nah.
I had a ball. I had a ball there in Atlanta.
Yep.
Man,
Chief X was in Atlanta.
Dr. Phil Valentine look on Chief X.
The Black Power Awards was lit.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Yep. And Professor Small. Matter of fact, it's us three in the picture. Me, you, and Professor Small. You remember that picture?
When y'all done
Yeah.
reminiscing, I got a bone to pick with Chief X.
Oh, okay. That's A-Bomb. All right. I was wondering who A-Bomb was. That's Amber. All right. All right. So I'm a mute. I'm
in a good mood.
I done said enough. I'm gonna say my piece and I'm gonna mute out. I'm just listening. I might roll out.
I don't want to argue. I just want to kind of highlight some things that I've seen over the quote unquote interview earlier.
Okay.
And I'll be honest. I don't necessarily have a problem with you, but I do have a problem with the way you tend to gaslight and project.
I tend to do what?
Gaslight and project. So
Sure.
like earlier, you came on the show, pretty much, you started out with a speech about how people hate you and they don't like you because you talk about their favorites or, their leaders or what have you. And that's why they don't like you, because you've exposed all of them. And then you go, well, for me personally, it's more your personality that I don't vibe with.
Okay.
Because you have no problem criticizing others, but when people criticize you, you have a problem with that. And I feel like
No. Can we be honest for 1 second before you go? Okay, sweetheart. People are not criticizing me. Is full blown insulting me. Now, if we're gonna have a conversation with me, we got to be honest. You see the full blown assault and insults to me, and I haven't insulted anyone yet. So if you want to have a conversation, can you please just be real and honest?
I
Now, if we're gonna talk about personalities, I don't want to have that. I don't want to have a personality. I don't want to have a personality conversation because we're gonna go back and forth because I don't like your personality. Okay,
and that's fine.
So now, okay, if I did something wrong to someone or something, I would like to apologize. If I harmed somebody, if I did something to you, because you've been in this. Well, hold on, because you've been in this chat insulting the hell out of me in this chat. I've been watching you. I haven't said a word to you. And then you got the audacity to come up over here and try to check me after you insulted me 100 times tonight.
See how you're playing the victim?
You got the nerve to get up on here and tell me about my personality. Just let me remind you, I'm a 52-year-old man, okay?
And I don't give a fuck that you're 52.
Okay, so
I don't care.
So have some respect if you go talk to me, and don't come to me with no motherfucking conversation about you don't like my motherfucking personality. Bitch, I don't give a fuck if you like my personality.
I don't like your personality.
Who the fuck is you talking
because
to?
You're a perpetual
snap
victim.
On this motherfucker.
You're a perpetual victim.
Talking about my personality.
But you're always assaulting
I'm 52
someone.
years old.
You're always
this is my personality.
Who
and my
gives
personality
a fuck?
ain't gonna never motherfucking change. My personality ain't gonna never change, bitch.
But maybe it should, and that's the problem.
Talking to?
Maybe it should, and that's the problem.
No, it's not gonna fucking change. I'm a grown ass man.
I didn't say it's gonna change. I said maybe it should change.
Something to somebody,
instead of whining about
harmed you or something, I'm good. But I already told you I don't want to argue.
You don't have to. You don't have to harm me personally. But you talk about people, and then you get mad when people bring that same energy to you.
And now you got me.
You get mad. You feel like you're entitled to some respect that you have not earned.
Just you in the chat talking about he wants some drama
that you have not earned.
Come on.
You feel entitled to respect that you have not earned,
and you envy people who are respected. Well, let's get it on. Is this what you feel entitled to respect that obviously you haven't earned, and you feel a way about people who have respect. Who do you think you're talking to? You think I give a fuck?
Who are respected.
Okay, I said, come on. I told
you. You're envious of people who are respected.
Be real. If you
come on the platform and shit on people,
okay?
You couldn't talk about yourself
I shit on
talking about other people
that
ain't up here to defend it.
God damn it, you hear me?
Baby,
you don't control me. You don't tell me about my motherfucking personality,
bitch.
Who you talking to?
You're sitting up crying on the platform about people not liking you.
Bitch, I'm out of here.
You're sitting on the platform crying about people not liking you, though. I didn't yell at all.
That's A-bomb. A-bomb doesn't yell.
Yeah, I stay calm, but I just don't understand how you, like, I would have been cool with his interview, his talking, whatever, but it's like he can't say anything positive about himself without trying to throw somebody else under the bus. And then he has the audacity when he's met with the same energy in the chat. He feels entitled to respect because he's 52 years old. You talking about people that's older than you. You're talking about people. You're trying to diminish what the work that they've put in, trying to boost yourself up. You feel entitled to some respect, and you feel the type of way about people that's getting respected in a community when people look over you. I haven't did this and I haven't did that. You don't have to. You're a shitty person, and people can see that despite all the good you do. That's the bottom line.
Interesting. So let me.
It's just
We're gonna put the Latin.
it's just ridiculous. She said, Jolanda, let it be. No, I'm sorry. He sat up here and he's talked about everyone. People that aren't on the panel to defend themselves. They're not in the chat to defend themselves, but he's bringing up people's name. But here you are, right here. And at the end of the day, you have a problem when people don't like you. But you feel like you can say whatever you want to about people in their absence. I feel like that's fucked up. I'm sorry. I just had to get that off my chest because then, you know, he want to know about Polite. He want Wujawu to do a video. Like, you want to be in everybody's fucking business. Now, earlier when I asked the question about his drug addiction, he like, oh, I don't have no problem talking about that. He talked about it for all of 3 minutes, but he went into this whole diatribe about the Moringa shit with Unc. No, you're not comfortable with that. Just like Wujawu said, you really mad at your former self in more ways than one. Anything about you talk about, oh, welfare recipients, and I'm about this and I'm about that, and cult leaders and all of this, but you admittedly went into the cult of crack, but you excused your way out of that. Well, everybody was doing it at the time. Everybody was okay, so that make it okay? You voluntarily joined the crack cult. I don't hear you banging on yourself for that, but you want to talk about everybody else. But as soon as someone has any type of criticism for you, even in the chat, when you can just avoid the chat, but that lets you know he's so concerned with what people have to say about him because he can't stay away from the fucking chat.
Yeah, I always say the number one rule is do not read the damn chat. Okay, so when y'all
Especially
come
if you're
on,
gonna be triggered and bothered like that, like if you're gonna be triggered and every 2 seconds you gotta revisit the chat, you gotta talk about, like, if you're gonna be bothered like that, just stay your ass away from the fucking chat.
I always say, when you be interviewed, do not read the chat. Okay.
But that wasn't even no interview, and you know damn well it wasn't no interview.
That's an interview. Come on.
No, that wasn't no interview. He came on. First off, did you reach out to him and ask him for an interview?
I can't disclose. I can't disclose that.
I know you didn't. See, he was so bothered. Everybody, Wujawu, Asar, Chef Reen, Sosa, everybody been getting all this attention. It's been all this conversation, and he's not involved. So what? Now he want to come on your panel. The only time he shows up over here is when he on the panel. He don't never just drop in the chat to say what's up, like the video, support. Like, he's such a fucking narcissist. It's disgusting.
All right. You say you're a narcissist. Explain.
You said what?
Explain. How he's a narcissist?
Because he never takes any accountability for anything. It's always everybody else. Always. He can do no wrong. Yes, he was a crackhead, but he told us that, so who cares that he was a crackhead? And everybody was doing it, so he don't got to take no responsibility there, but he's better than everybody. Even though he's a former crackhead, he's better than everybody in the community because he don't steal, he don't talk stuff, about anybody, except for when he called himself exposing people, except for when he's trying to throw people under the bus to boost himself up. That's the only time he talk about people, but he really don't be talking about people. Like, get the fuck out of here.
Shit.
It's absolutely ridiculous.
So why you say it wasn't an interview?
You said what?
Why you say it wasn't an interview?
Because you wasn't really asking questions.
I asked questions. I asked about 7.
But you wasn't giving no pushback on his answers. You was just really listening. Like, okay. Like, he was going on these whole long, like, he controlled the interview. You didn't. If that was a quote unquote interview.
I let everybody talk though, Amber.
You do, but at the same time, he pulls up the book, makes allegations that it's in this book. Anybody else, let's say if you was in if you was talking to Israelite, a Hebrew Israelite, or somebody from the NOY, you would have told them, okay, you got the book, but show me where it say that in the book. You just hold up the book and say that the book say this and that's your source? No, it doesn't work like that.
Amber. Hello, Sister Amber. How are you today?
I'm good, Stu Peace. How are you?
I know that. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you. I've been asking for the link for the last 2 hours. Saved you. Unbiased didn't let me in. But I feel like I understand where I rank now in his priorities. I rank online football.
It's not showing my picture. I'm trying to correct it.
Yeah, but trust me, I understand where you're coming from.
It's 2 P's.
Mm.
Let me tell the chat. You know what I mean? Tell the chat to subscribe, okay? Because we got more people there than we normally had. So
Okay, like, share, subscribe.
Yeah, you gotta do that. You gotta pick in once in a while. You can't just only pick in with Chief X. Pull up. You dig?
Yeah,
but anyway,
like, share, and subscribe. This is a wonderful channel. It's open to knowledge. You are going to be questioned if you come with bullshit.
And look,
expect that.
And let me say this: for those who are listening, I don't beef with anybody. That means that I have access to everybody. Rob Bourne, Mr. Morpheus, Inky, Divine Prospect. I got access to everybody. Pastor Smith. Okay, so you might want to subscribe. I don't beef with nobody, and they all like me. I got access to everybody. Everybody can see that.
I don't beef with anyone.
Masi Warrior Clan, Team Osiris, Amara Squad, Sudoka. I got access to everybody. You might want to subscribe.
Unbiased. I wanted the opportunity to ask him a question because I've been on Garfield channel and I've listened to Garfield, and a lot of us we might not agree with 100% with everything with Garfield.
Oh yeah,
I have never heard Garfield being anti-reparation. He doesn't like ADOS because of the anti-immigrant.
Right. No, he raised good questions. Right. I said that. I said he raised good questions.
Yeah, but Chief X was saying that Garfield is anti-reparations, and that's a lie.
But what did I say? I said he raised good questions, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I said. I'm unbiased. I'm not going to sit there and act like everything he says is wrong. He raised some good questions when it pertains to ADOS, you know, and I said those questions got to be answered.
Yeah.
But anyway, you could finish. I'm gonna go ahead, 2 P's. Yeah. I'm gonna
go. Garfield is anti. What's her name? And what's his name?
Yvette. Are you talking about Yvette?
Yeah.
Hey, what happened to Chief X?
You know, he been on for a long time, so I think he checked out.
Okay, man. I left and come back and he's gone.
Wait a minute. Did you see TV?
Huh?
TV said he went into Cardi crack correct.
Who? What he say?
I'm done. He said he went into Cardi crack arrest.
No, honestly.
Oh, man.
Yeah, honestly. No, but guess what? Don't say what a man don't say. Say Garfield was anti Tone and Yvette Carnell. But don't say him was anti-reparation. It was not that. Right? It was not that. The same way I would not tell a lie on Wujawu. I've never heard Wujawu defending Dr. York. But at the same time, I've never heard him tearing down Dr. York. I would never walk around and say, Wujawu defending Dr. York because he never saw time more Dr. York guilty. Instead, he said, look at all the information and come to your own conclusion. right? That's what I believe. Sir. What a man says is what a man says. You don't try to change it.
Yeah, Garfield wasn't against reparations, but what Garfield did is he added to the he was an antagonist to the understanding and the spreading of the reparation conversation when he shouldn't, and he doesn't have a skin in the fight.
No, all right.
Um,
This is what I'm an immigrant, and let me tell you the truth. I wasn't saying anything because it's not my fight, but
mhm.
Tone and the one, what's the other one name?
Yvette.
Yvette and the fundamental Black American one. What's his name? FB.
Tariq Nasheed.
Tariq Nasheed had deep anti-immigrant sentiments.
Oh yeah,
Tariq
so
Nasheed had
yeah, so
deep anti-immigrant
Tariq talking points are
anti-
different than Tones,
yeah,
right?
yeah, but even Tones had deep anti-immigrant sentiments.
I didn't sense
Right?
that, but okay.
Both him and something. So that's why when Garfield was
Tariq definitely,
what
Tone,
he did,
I haven't sensed that.
right?
Okay.
No, and it wasn't anti-immigrant against anti-white immigrants. Because black immigrants, if you look at the Department of Statistics of Naturalization and Immigration, black immigrants is not responsible for 25% of the immigrants that come into America every year.
Yeah, but see, if you
More white immigrants come in, and I've never heard Tariq Nasheed or Tone or any one of you, including you, question a white immigrant, but a black
yeah, but I'm
immigrant
gonna
taking
tell
away
you
your
why.
job.
Okay,
Why?
I'm gonna tell you why. Fundamentally, people have to understand how the whole conversation unfolds.
Mhm.
White immigrants are irrelevant, and here's why.
Why?
Because you have this concept of flat black in the United States where everybody's black. So if you look a certain way on the surface and stuff, you get socially categorized as black. And so, but we're not the same on the question of reparation or restorative justice. And so, in that conversation, there has to be a demarcation put forth to separate those who are relevant to the conversation and those who are not. Although both people are considered black, but they're two different types of black. One reparation applies to, the other one the conversation applies to, and the other one it doesn't. And so when that conversation is sparked up, it caused people to flare up and get defensive, and then the arguments happen where people believe that okay, one side is anti-immigrant, and then the other side it
No,
believes
no,
that
no, no. It's not one.
immigrant.
Whoa. You talk. You understand? I'll continue because it's not take 2 seconds for say what you say. But you want to make it look like that. Tone was an anti-immigrant. Listen, no black
No,
Caribbean
no,
person
I
has
didn't say that.
have ever instigated for reparation from the American culture. No black immigrant has ever said the reparation that you guys get, we supposed to get. None at all. So when that
But
question bring up
that's not the
about the
accusation
separation,
though.
no, that's the accusation. Because
No,
if you're
no,
talking about
that's not the
separation,
accusation.
what is the accusation then? Or is a null
Okay,
point?
that's
What is
what
the
I'm saying. That's
accusation?
not right. That's not the like nobody accused black immigrants of saying that they should have whatever. That comes up in a conversation when people don't understand the justice claim. And so what people want to do, people want to incorporate the concept of Pan-Africanism and all of the African diaspora into a very specific claim that's only relevant to African Americans who are descendants of
Which
those.
people? Which people?
What do you mean? Which people?
Which notable Caribbean person came up and said, "We don't want to talk about reparation for you guys. We want to talk about
No, no.
the Pan African country." No, because you bring up an argument, so I want to know which people
Okay,
came with that argument to say,
okay,
"Listen, we're not going to discuss the American situation. We want you to be Pan." Which people? Which people was trying to deny people the right? Because people using this which people all the time and people, and it's a
okay,
non-argument all the time. So tell me which people.
okay.
Call a name.
So, okay, I could tell you from my own personal experience because I was in the conversations for a long time. Pan-Africanist, and I will repeat, Pan-Africanist felt that the restorative justice claim that was being built up by African Americans should not be done that way, and that it should be done for all Africans, people of
Which
African descent.
Pan-African?
No, I'm saying
Which
Pan-African.
Pan-African?
I'm saying people who
I
subscribe
understand what
to.
you're saying, but I'm asking you which one, because
Okay, are you asking me for
it's not
names?
just
Yeah, no. Don't name drop. But
no.
but two piece. Wujai, I was around at the time, and Wujai was not making that up. Okay.
No. But let me ask me what
No,
I'm asking to you.
are
Because
you
you
asking
have
for names?
American Pan-Africanists, and you have
I think you cut out. Okay, so while you get your audio together, I'm saying that if you want names, then you give me some time. I'll dig up my conversations and my Facebook posts and even my video where I did it, and I'll give you some names, but I don't know what specific names are going to do for you.
don't worry about
The
it.
point-
No, don't worry about it. Because guess what? Guess what you do? That's what you just did a while ago. You generalize a conversation by saying Pan-Africanist. Name an organization. It's like how I can say you have Caribbean. Did you have Caribbean Americans saying that don't go about your claim?
No, see,
Did you have
there's
Nigerian Americans
two.
going about? No. We need to look up. The attacks were directed by Tariq Nasheed, Tone, and Yvette towards Caribbean Americans that we are taking away from your claim. So I want to know which Caribbean Americans you can identify that to say we were preventing you guys from going against the claim.
Yeah,
because
but see,
you
I
guys
don't.
made a direct attack.
No, but I'm saying,
Yes, you
see,
did.
okay.
Tone did. Tone never make direct attack. Are you saying that Tone didn't make direct attack? Are you
No,
saying
what-
that Yvette didn't make direct attack? Are you saying that Tariq Nasheed didn't make direct attacks against Caribbean and African immigrants that we are preventing you guys from getting your claim?
No, what I'm saying is that you are mischaracterizing the claims, and I can tell. But wait, listen real quick. I can tell that you're not aware of the conversation stretching back and how it led up to all that stuff. I can tell just by the way you're talking
Stop.
that you
That's
don't.
unfair.
No.
Woo, stop. I was
No.
I was there from the conversation from day one. I saw when the plan came out. I downloaded it. I read it. I remember the first conversation that you guys had on the program that indicated that Caribbeans and Africans were benefited from stuff that are directly for Americans, for Black Americans. That was one of the things that Tariq Nasheed come in, what Tone came with, and what Yvette came with. That we were taking away benefits that was specific for you guys. That's what that was one of the claims. I was there from day one, so don't insinuate that I'm not aware of it. And I was aware of every single attack that was made, and I said nothing because I wanted to know which Caribbean person was preventing your claim. Is it that because we are benefiting?
That's why I say, okay. If you wait, hold on. Let me just say this. If you were there when you say day one, you're talking about you're talking about day one. I'm talking about
before Yvette. I'm talking about before Yvette and Tone came on the line. There was this other dude on YouTube who was saying it. Other dudes were saying it before.
Okay, but check.
Yvette and Tone came with wasn't new. It existed
but
before them. So don't say I don't know what I'm saying. What you're supposed to say?
No, okay,
right,
so
this is that and that is that.
Okay, so here's the thing.
Right.
So the fact that you're asking me which Caribbean or whatnot says that.
No, it's preventing. It's saying that we don't agree with you guys getting reparations.
Okay, but I'm saying, where did they say that it's a Caribbean that's doing that, and not the concessions given by the United States government? So show like because I come from demonstration beats conversation. So if you want to set up a conversation, we can have no because I can show you.
All right, because what you did a while ago is unfair.
I can show you.
What you turned the argument a while ago is unfair. You use language schematics to say, all right, conversation be demonstration. All right, show me that you guys weren't anti-immigrant. Show me that others aren't anti-immigrant.
Okay, so if I show you a video of Yvette saying that she don't have no problem with immigrants or even Africans, and she love Africans, she did her DNA test and this, that, and the third. If I show you that, will you just move off that point?
No, that would prove to me that she's a liar because I can show you videos where
See,
she said African people is a liar.
so what you're saying is that nothing I show you, your mind is already made up. Your mind is already made up.
No, my mind is not made up. My mind is not made up. Yeah.
Let me find
Can
the
you
video.
clarify? Can you clarify what would make you believe that it wasn't anti-immigrant?
Listen.
Like
going to
what would he need to show you that would prove that for you?
All right. If you differentiate, are we differentiating fundamental Black Americans from ADOS? Are we distinguishing the two groups as two separate groups?
Yeah, FB, they're two different.
Right. So we're addressing ADOS, and we're addressing ADOS in terms of tone and event, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And you are saying to me that Yvette have a video to say that she's not anti-immigrant, she's not anti-Black immigrant, because she's pro. She don't have a problem with white immigrants or Mexican. So she's saying that she don't have a problem with those immigrants just as much as she don't have a problem with Black immigrants. If you say that, I'll take it as the face value, and I'll say nothing else about it.
But the reason what I was getting at though is that the Black immigrants is the issue. The white immigrants are irrelevant.
What's the issue with the Black immigrants?
Okay, the issue didn't come out of like a void, like it didn't come out the clear blue sky, like they just went live and just start hating on Black immigrants.
Who you dancing? What is the issue?
I'm not dancing. If you allow me to answer, I'm truly not dancing. I don't like to dance when it comes to that. Like I don't hear no music, so I'm not dancing. So here's the thing. The issue is that ADOS is part advocacy and educational. So what Tony and Yvette set out to do was to educate people on the need and importance of taking the flat black of how we see each other as Black people every day and how we're treated in a common way. They had to separate the different types of Blacks for the issue of reparative justice or reparations, not anything else, just for that. So the reparations argument had a requirement to make that separation. So when they started to discuss this separation and separate, okay, African Americans versus other Black people, because we're all Black, considered Black, that is, between immigrants, that's what started to ruffle the feathers, and then the conversation started turning on its head, and people were arguing back and forth. You had N'Cobra, people who support N'Cobra and the Pan-African movement that was coming at Yvette and Antonio, and then Antonio and Yvette was firing back at N'Cobra and the Pan-African. If you watch how it unfolds.
You're not answering the question.
Oh my
gosh. Guess what you did a while ago? Guess what you did a while ago? I was waiting on you to do it, but you sidestepped what it originally was. Let me tell you what Yvette and Tone issues was. Yvette and Tone came about, and they said, listen, we're going to deal with reparation for African Americans. I don't have no problem with that, right? But what they started to say that, what you omitted a while ago and what you should have put in place, and I would have agreed with you 100%, is that Yvette and Stone started to say that immigrants are benefiting from rights that were acquired for Black Americans that they shouldn't benefit from. I wouldn't have a problem with that either, because certain rights is talking about, example, they were talking about scholarships. Yvette and Stone talk about that all the while, that Nigerians are benefiting from scholarships that are for Black Americans. Am I lying when I said that? They didn't bring that up yet.
Yeah, they brought that up.
Right. Yep. So don't tell me that I don't know what I'm saying. Because I listen.
No, but I'm saying I'm trying to find out where's the disagreement. No, I'm saying where's the disagreement?
But I know what I say. But you didn't bring that up a while ago. You sidestepped that. You said what the issue was. The issue is the venom at which they went at that part of the place. Because the talking point, what they were using was part of Ann Coulter, that white girl talking point, which I agree with, that civil rights, that is American fought for civil rights for America. You might have had people like Harry Belafonte who financed Martin Luther King, but we don't have a problem with that because we understand that everybody have a struggle. And if I help you fight your struggle, you might help me fight mine. I don't have a problem with that. The rights, the scholarships, those things that were given, it's for Black Americans. A lot of people come, a lot of immigrants come, and they benefit from those instead of Black Americans. If that was a conversation that I have and say, listen, I have a problem with that, I wouldn't have a problem with that. That would have said,
Okay,
I
so
understand where
so
you're
what
going.
you
But it's the venom at which you went at immigrants I had a problem with.
I know, and I'm trying to give you a little context of what you're calling venom, and you want to microwave it. So I didn't get
I'm
a
not
chance
microwaving
to
it.
no, because you're saying I danced when I wasn't even
You
finished.
sidestep.
But
You,
what?
you didn't
No,
mention
Well,
that
may I
point.
ask? May
no.
I ask
But
a question from the chat? And
Mhm.
then it ties into what he just said. So someone in the chat said that there's literature on their website claiming Black immigrants were stealing and usurping affirmative action benefits. Is that true?
And when you use the word stealing and usurping, I
Okay,
would say Black
tell
immigrants
tell
were
the person
Black immigrants were
tell the person to
benefiting
post the
from
link.
Black immigrants were benefiting from affirmative action and from certain programs that were put in place for Black Americans.
Yeah,
Some Black
but
immigrants benefit from that. I
let's
have
not speculate. Let's
it's no.
just put the link up there, and then we just show it, because their website. But let me just say this though, real quick.
That isn't it. That isn't it.
Wait,
That isn't
hold
it.
up. But let me say this real quick though, because you mentioned venom, right? And what I was trying to do was give in a very brief way that the venom did not come out of the clear
Of
blue
course, it
sky.
came.
Like
They started it first. They started it first. Do not
wait.
apologize for them. Yvette and Tone
Listen,
started them first.
But see, you keep cutting in when I'm trying to say it, because you're assuming that I'm either taking up or being apologetic or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm telling you how the things unfolded. I'm saying they didn't wake up and decide to go live and spit venom. Can we agree on that?
I disagree on that totally.
Okay, then we're gonna disagree all night, because what I want you to do is show me that video, that first video where they just woke up and spat venom. Show me that.
It didn't start out as what it ended up with. It started out with sly remarks, with little drop tags. That's how it started out. With anybody who could listen, it started out with dog whistle language. That's how it started out from them.
No, but I want you to show. I
They
just
are
asked
the
you.
one who killed it. They killed it.
No, but I just asked you.
I'm waiting on Tim to drop the link.
Yeah, but let me say about the website. The website has changed. The website used to be ADOS 101, and they had this page called the Black Agenda, and we had walked through the whole Black Agenda on several shows and stuff like that, and people had a problem with what Yvette and Tony was saying, but then we pull up the website, it wasn't saying what they thought it was saying. So that's why it's always best to go straight to the horse's mouth.
Because Yvette writes something different and she talks something different.
Hey,
what you put on paper is different than what you say. Anyway,
Stu Pease, let me give you some clarity, Stu Pease. This is Chief X. Just for clarity, Stu Pease. The confusion with ADOS and people thinking that they're anti-immigrant is because they had to explain how the reparations movement would go down and work. And they had to explain to a lot of people that immigrants could not be included for it to pass, because it's a reparative justice. It's going to court. And you don't want things thrown out. So the attorney was trying to explain, and Yvette, that immigrants cannot be involved in this reparations movement. So people didn't understand the language and what they were trying to do. So a lot of immigrants and people who didn't understand began to argue the issue.
That's a lie.
Giving people the impression that they were anti-immigrant. So she actually made a video showing her DNA, and that her DNA shows she's West African. She said, we support CARICOM, which is the reparations movements for Jamaica. We support that. We wish you guys would support us. She said she is not anti-immigrant, and this is on the video. My point is, before I end my point, let me just finish up my point. Let me finish. My point is, people thought that they were anti-immigrant because they weren't included. So people would get in these arguments, like Ujaro was saying, people would get in these emotional arguments and fighting for immigrants and not understanding immigrants cannot be included. So it sounded like they were anti-immigrant, but they weren't.
Let me
It was just
me
people
answer now,
angry.
Chief, let me answer you because that's a lie. Everything you spewed a while ago is a lie. Because first thing you have to establish this fact that immigrants did not understand that the reparation program, that it has to be descendant of people who went in slavery in America. The thing about you don't understand is that people, that's a misnomer. When you come up and say immigrants don't understand that. And that's a lie. All immigrants understand that this has to do with American slavery. Every immigrant, you ask them which part them come from, them tell you where them come from. If them family was slaves here, they can identify that no, their family wasn't slave here. Then how they are supposed to benefit from what slaves, descendants of slavery are supposed to benefit. If it was acting like immigrants was going to jump into the line and say, oh, I'm going to benefit from slavery here. But in the Caribbean, we have a saying that who don't put, don't look. Meaning that when we're cooking up, who don't contribute, don't look forward to any of the benefits. Immigrants understand that. We never put any blood, sweat, and tears in the slavery that was associated with Americans. So we wasn't looking for any reparation or benefit from that slavery. Yvette and Tone spun the argument around it, almost as if immigrants, we need to separate the blacks. All you had to say that this program is to benefit descendants of American slaves. And every immigrant understand that.
They did. That's what they did.
And when you come with this DNA test, the DNA test came almost a year. Let me stop. The DNA test came almost a year and a half later when she realized that people weren't taking her seriously because it's almost a separation conversation. When did she know our DNA?
Okay, Stupid, this is what happens, Stupid. See, you took it personal. I wasn't saying that about Jamaicans. What I'm saying is people didn't understand the argument and they was wondering why immigrants couldn't be included. So she's arguing with other Black Americans about it and it gets contentious. So people get this impression that she's anti-immigrant and this false narrative spreads around. You get what I'm saying, Wujaro?
Yeah, I get it, but I'm saying like this is like like about 4+ years trying to condense it into like 2 minutes, and what I was just trying to give just a highlight of how the tension built up was because when they came on the scene to break down, because the average person was assuming that any restorative justice claim, reparations claim, it would be for all Blacks. And so when they came on the scene to bust that bubble, it was an uncomfortable conversation to have.
Which average person? The immigrant descendant was assuming that?
There was the majority.
Nope. That's an untrue statement. Nope. No,
man, I could show you.
Show me that. Show me where immigrants. Show me where immigrants were saying that they have rights to reparations.
Let them finish this first. Let them finish this.
No, it wasn't. See, they didn't understand that the reparations was the specificity of it. They took reparations and people were saying that no, we need to go after England. We need to go after the British. We need to go after the French. We need to go after America and all of that. They were trying to lump everything in together. And that's why I mentioned the Pan-African people who adhere to the Pan-African movement, and everything was converging on this topic and discussion about reparations. So Yvette and Antonio being advocates of it, they had to say, well, wait a minute, y'all, pump the brakes. And they had to start to have the conversation separating, and people did not vibe with that. They were like, you are you're teaching dissension. You're what's the word they used to use? They used to accuse Yvette Antonio of another word for separation, separating Black. You're just you're teaching dissension and separation and stuff. We the only way we're gonna win this is if we unite, is if we're one.
Yeah, they didn't understand.
And everything. And this was going on.
That's an unfair statement to make,
But
because you
but I think if
Oh
we're being
man,
lack
fair,
of,
I'm
no,
gonna
no. You're
I'm
basing a
gonna
lack of understanding based upon you believing that other
man,
people didn't
I'm gonna
understand. That's what you guys
Stu,
say.
no, I can
Continue,
show
go.
you. Look. I'm look
Stupies.
on
I
my
mean,
on my on my wait 1 second. On my post, I hashtag my ADOS conversation with ADOS. All I gotta do is go to Facebook and look up my hashtag, and it's gonna pull up a whole bunch of things. We can come back on this show and we can walk through them. The dates are there, the conversations are there. You
All
got
right.
people from London, the
All right.
RBG, the
Let me
red,
use
black, and
Garfield.
green, marking
Let me use
Garveyites.
Garfield.
I can
Let
show
me
you
use Garfield.
Garveyites
Let me use
jumping in.
Garfield. Let me use
But hold
Garfield.
up, but I want
Let
you to
me use
appreciate what I'm
Garfield.
saying first.
I
Yeah,
appreciate
go
what
ahead.
you're saying, but let me
Go
use
ahead.
Garfield. Let me use Garfield for a second. I'm using
Okay.
Garfield name for a second.
Okay.
Has Garfield ever said that Caribbean people should get benefit from American reparations?
Nope.
Never.
Okay, so we agree to that. So now that that's out the way, since
Mhm,
you brought up Garfield,
mhm,
Garfield did not say that. But
mhm,
Garfield not being a party to the conversation and
mhm.
not coming on the conversation to add on in the progressive way, he came to the conversation to diss Yvette for her sexual orientation.
That's a
He
lie.
Yes,
That's
he
afterwards.
did.
what
That
Yes,
was
what
that,
yes.
that
what?
was afterwards. That was afterwards. That
Wait
No,
was
wait wait
afterwards.
wait
That wasn't in
either.
the beginning.
Oh
That
my
wasn't in
god.
the
he
beginning.
came
I
to
From the
know,
beginning.
basically he came to
wait
clown Yvette, and that's what he's
wait
saying. You
wait wait
know
hold up,
that.
but hold up, Stu Peace.
Mhm.
Okay, you're separating a beginning and then some other time. I'm just saying Garfield did it. I'm not saying when he did it. What I'm saying is that Garfield in his discussions about ADOS, it was primarily, and the majority of his discussions were in the negative, in the in
Of
the in the
Yvette and
in
Tone. Of
in the,
Yvette
Those
and
are the
Tone.
founders of
no
the
no
reparations
wait
movement.
wait
If you slash the founders,
man.
you're messing with the movement.
Wait,
No, because
let me finish. Hold on,
Common
finish
sense.
on them, finish
let
on
me just
them.
finish. Okay, let
And
me
then
just finish.
He was
I'll say.
anti-ADOS. They started
Okay,
They
That's a
started
lie. He
ADOS.
wasn't anti-ADOS in the
Yes, he
beginning.
was.
okay,
Big
He was
yeah,
time.
not. That's
On
a
the
but hold
lie.
up.
extreme
But
level.
wait, okay, but let me just finish this because only reason I want to finish this because you brought him up. I wasn't gonna bring him up
Yeah.
again. But okay, so Garfield played and replayed other people's videos on his channel that were dissing the ADOS as a movement, dissing Antonio and Yvette as a person, as people who they don't even know, and the whole nine. And Garfield replayed the videos in full. And I forgot the brother's name. I forgot the brother's name video he used to play all the time. What's that brother's
I
name?
think it's
But he,
Y2K or one dude similar to that. What's his name again?
no, not
I know,
Y2K.
it's not Y2K, but it's that dude. I know.
It's another brother who's known for just not getting
No,
any of the arguments right. But anyway, my point though is that Garfield not being a party to the issue is coming in not as an ally to help progress the conversation. He's on the scene dissing it and then taking shots that are irrelevant about Yvette Antonio as a person and stuff, and then saying it's a scam and this, that, and the third, and all this that, and the record will show. I mean, I got the receipts.
all right. Okay. Can I speak now, please?
if I
Please
may,
allow me to speak.
if I may,
Oh,
Stupid, you cut me off earlier, and I
Go ahead, Amber. Go ahead.
I just feel like the conversation is not going to go anywhere because we're not addressing the fact that I feel like immigrants, Black immigrants, as well as Black African Americans, they do have certain attitudes and views towards one another. So I think from the very beginning, it was bound to go this way because the assumption is going to be here they go trying to exclude us. And then the other side of that is here they go trying to tag along. Like, I think that was bound to happen because of certain attitudes and views that we hold against one another. And without them understanding, first and foremost, why they can't be included and how it affects our ability to advance, I think it becomes a problem. because they don't really got it. They don't really understand why. They look at it as us just trying to exclude them versus them having a thorough understanding of why.
Amber, let me explain to you what because this is a topic, this is a conversation that I've had with a ton load of immigrants. Ton load. And I start a conversation, simple question. What is your expectation from the reparation conversation that is going on in America? What is your expectation? What do you expect? Do you expect to benefit from it? And many people said yes. And I said, how? It said, because once the American Black win their reparation fight, it will be easier for us to fight our fight. Because it would be, it's like the gates would have been open. Right? So that was the conversation. That's one of the conversations I have with many Black people. I'm talking Trinidadians, I'm not talking people who, because we have different level of education and level of people. We have people who can barely read and write. I'm not talking those people, right? Not those people, right? So when we have the conversation, we never expect anything, any monetary benefit from the program.
Stupid. Let me
understand. No, let me finish talking, because when you were talking, I wasn't interrupting you. Don't do that to me. When you was talking, you come out here, come
calm down, bro. Nobody interrupted you. Calm down.
All right.
Go ahead. Continue. You overreacted now.
No, because that's what you did.
No, I didn't know. Nobody meant any harm. Just stop overreacting.
Okay. When Yvette and Tone came, I understand that they have an issue that many immigrants were benefiting from programs that were set out for African Americans. And they stated that continuously, not one time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. And I understand that it seems unfair, and it is, that persons who are not Black Americans benefit from program. And as a result, their success is seen as Black American success. Because they even mentioned the young lady who graduated from university with some scholarship, and they're saying that she's African American, and and Yvette Antonio saying that, but she's not African American. I understand where they come from with that. Because when resources are scarce, it's unfair that people from outside come and benefit from it. I don't have a problem with that. And nobody would have a problem with that if you say it that way. If nobody have a problem with that. But one of the major things in the beginning, and after she changed how she converse, one of the major things in the beginning Yvette and Tone was doing is that these people are stealing from the Black Americans. And that was the height of the conversation they had all the time. It was something they were saying almost daily. Oh, these people stealing opportunities from the African Americans. No, and then
can I get a word
can say
in?
no, say no, don't know.
Can we get a word in? Are you there, Stupies?
I'm here.
Okay. You have to relax and listen to some of what we're saying. I'm a Black American. I'm from Los Angeles. Okay. We tribal out here. They got Crips, blood, shit like that, right? So
what that have to do with the conversation?
Let me just finish. I'm leading up to something. Just understand. Okay. I have a subgroup. We have a subgroup called African Americans, Black Americans, whose ancestors were in them cotton fields only. Only Black Americans' ancestors was in them cotton fields, not nobody else. So like when you come on here and the first contention you have is about an ADOS issue, as a Jamaican, it may bother some. Hold on. The truth hurts. The truth hurts. And I'm saying what I'm saying is, hold on. What I'm saying in here, it feels like you shitting on my people. Listen to what I'm telling you. My people, African American, hold on. My people, let me finish. I let you talk. We let you talk for 10 minutes.
No, you said I'm shitting on the people.
We let you talk for 10 minutes. Let me finish my point.
No, you make an accusation.
Guilt right now. You have your guilt right now. You're guilt ridden. Your
Which
guilt
guilt?
won't
Which
allow
guilt?
somebody to make a point.
Which kid?
Okay.
Which kid? How
Okay.
am I
So
sitting
now
on the
let me
people?
say,
You made an
so
accusation which is a lie. You're telling a lie on me.
Garfield come
You
spitting
told
on. So you don't want this truth to get out. You don't want this truth to get out. That's what that is.
You're telling a lie on me. I don't want to tell a lie on me.
Okay,
How
listen.
have I? What
Let me
negative
finish.
have I said? What you say? I'm
Okay,
speaking on the
I
people.
can't say it if you can't be quiet. Listen, Garfield.
No. You said
Hold
I'm
on,
speaking on the
I
people.
can't get. I'm going to get to it. I'm going to get to it. You got to be
You have
quiet.
to deal with that first. You have to deal with that first.
Yeah, I'm
You said
about
speaking
to,
on the
but you don't
people.
tell me how to deal with it. Listen, Garfield came on the scene spitting on my African American sister and
No,
brother.
you said
As a Jamaican, I'm telling you, when you come on here with your first contention, let me get back to you then.
Michael Stupid Smith.
What?
I was speaking on, yes. Michael, my name is Michael.
Okay,
People
maybe
call
you
me
misunderstood
Stupid
something
Smith.
then. Let me keep going.
It's what you said, it's not what I
No,
said.
what
How am
I said
speaking
is
on the
your
people?
first contention, you come on here as a Jamaican, and your first contention with me is me, Garfield, in the ADOS movement. That's why we're here. When I left the line, you came on here defending, you hold on, you came on here defending Garfield and trying to protect him and act like he was down with our African American movement, and he was not down with our African American movement. That's why I'm here. You are not gonna spit that wicked venom on our people like that. Garfield was spitting fire on my subgroup and my tribe, in the founders of our reparations movement. Garfield was spitting fire on the founders of my African American brothers' reparations movement, and we didn't like it, okay? And he was wrong for it.
You told a lie and you can't admit it.
He was wrong for that. And you are wrong out here trying to defend that bitch ass nigga.
You told a lie, you can't admit that you told a lie.
All right, let me say something. Can y'all hear me? Oh, am I muted? I might be muted.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay. So, okay, now you see how that exchange went? And I'm just using that example. This is how. No, but here's the thing. Wait. Let me just say this. This subject, cause see, I have watched the unfolding, like prior to the heat coming, the venom coming, as you call it, prior to Cobra stepping in and ADOS being called Russian bots and stuff and all this other kind of things. I saw all that in real time. Like I didn't go back and then watch things hindsight or whatever. I watched the things unfold, and I see the nuance and how everything escalate. And I'm trying to tell you that even with you all's exchange right here, right now, that's how powder keg the thing can get. Can't even have a conversation about it. And I'm telling you that the moment that it was perceived that there was some kind of exclusionary aspect to the reparations movement, people got pissed off, and then the two sides start going at both sides of the table, start going at each other's heads. And it messed up the whole educational part. People couldn't even learn about the whole reparation process, what it entails. HR 40 came up, and then who's going to sign on to the bill and this, that, and the third. All that stuff was incorporated that we can't talk about in just 2 minutes of a conversation. So let me just say this about Garfield, though. Garfield is on record many times as in support of the concept of reparations, period. So he never said that he's against reparations. He never said that, at least to my knowledge. So I ain't gonna say never, but to my knowledge and stuff, he has not said that.
When the chief lie on him.
But wait.
I never said he said that.
Of course you did.
No, stop it. Of course he's not gonna be against Jamaicans getting reparations.
So, but wait a minute. My point, because you brought him up, right? My point about Garfield is not that he said that, because I never heard him say that. I heard him be in support of reparations, period. And he's aware of CARICOM, and the whole nine. The problem is that Garfield invested a lot of time on the drama part of it, by repeatedly playing other people's videos and dramas and opinions about stuff that is totally unhelpful. It's not helpful to the conversation. It's not helpful to the movement. And the movement is a serious thing. It is a real serious thing. It's something that has to be very precise, and people got to be in sync. And so for anybody, Garfield and others, to highlight the drama and to replay and to like pour gas on the drama part of it, that's a disservice. And I told Garfield, so everything I'm saying right here, even though Garfield's not here, because I don't want people to think, I'm talking about him outside of, behind his back. I've said this on his show to him that I don't agree with what he's doing. And so that's my problem.
Was Garfield question tone and event, and a lot of people.
He's done more than that, Stu Pease.
No,
see now you're being apologetic.
No, I'm not being apologetic. He went after tone and event. That's what Garfield did.
But how can? But wait, hold on.
But do you realize that affects people's even people that fall under the banner of ADOS? Do you realize that affects their views of the movement?
Yeah, but what happened? No, what happened is that Tone and Event went after immigrants, and Garfield went after them. And I'm not saying that Garfield was right to go after them.
Wait. In that order, you're saying that Tone and Yvette went after immigrants, and then Garfield put on a cape, and then go after Tony Yvette to protect immigrants.
Yes, that's what he did.
You are romantic. You are
No. I'm not romantic.
And I'm going to show you. Watch.
For 3 months straight.
I'm gonna show you.
Spoke on ADOS.
I have listen. I have the Dagger Squad. Wait, I have the Dagger Squad YouTube videos up, and if you go back in the archives, we gotta do is look at the title of these videos. Now there's a lot of videos on here, so I'm scrolling through. So as y'all talk, I'm gonna pull out just the videos to show the titles, and we're gonna look at the date timestamp, like what comes before what. And it's not the pretty picture you trying to paint like that, Stu Pease. It's not like that. It's not like that. This reparation hearing, it's a whole lot. Reparation hearing, ADOS. It's way before that, where he was written. Matter of fact, the person's name, somebody said it in the chat. I appreciate it. Javen Bullets. He kept replaying Javen Bullets videos over and over again that had nothing helpful. Nothing. None of that stuff was adding to the conversation or had any solution to it. It was just stirring.
Bad mouth like ADOS, he would play it.
Yeah.
Right. It didn't add anything to what we were trying to do.
It's called instigating. Garfield was instigating the drama.
You for 3 months straight, every day you talking about African Americans' issue of reparations. He was sick with it. It was just like crazy.
Hold up, I'm just gonna put, and it's a lot, man. It'll take a whole lot of time to just scroll and find out all the ones like that. Somebody else can do this.
Can y'all hear me? This is Tiffany.
Okay,
yeah,
I can hear you now. I can hear you now.
I just wanted to say, first of all, Garfield is my brother, but he even knows, and y'all even know if y'all would see me in the chat, and when those conversations would happen, I would express my, disdain for how it was going. It's one thing to have something against Yvette and Tone, for whatever reasons you may have, but it did kind of, it muddied the waters for the overall conversation. I think that's what we're trying to say. And, you have intelligent people on this panel that's expressing basically a same sentiment. So there has to be some truth in what we're saying. Like we're all not just blind sided to our own concerns and issues. It's just that we just didn't really like how it came across, in terms of how it was presented on the platform. So continuously saying that you're lying and that's a lie. That's just like gaslighting all of us, saying that, what we're presenting is just, you guys don't know what you're talking about. We actually have feelings in this too. This is something that is
Are you saying that Yvette and Tone were anti-immigrant? That's what you're saying?
I didn't even say that. See, that's what I'm saying. I didn't say anything about
Main thing she said, we got feelings.
pro-immigrant or anti-immigrant.
She said she got
But my
feelings.
question,
That's my
my
argument.
question,
That's my argument.
but my question, Stu Keys, though. Let's say hypothetically they were, right? But you also said that you agree with the whole purpose of the movement.
I agree, but at the same time, I can agree with you, but that don't stop you from being an asshole.
I can understand that though, but when you highlight, oh, they're anti-immigrant, but you don't talk about the other piece that that you're actually in support of the movement. If you're not going to be in support of the movement because the leaders are anti-immigrant, do you see how that's a problem? You understand what I'm saying? So it's like you're looking for an excuse not to support the movement. That's how I would take it, because it goes beyond Tone and Yvette. It goes beyond them. So for you to highlight their flaws or what you perceive as anti-Black immigrant rhetoric, you undermine the entire movement.
Okay, so let me just real quick, real quick, because it'll take me too long to keep doing this because there's a lot of videos, and so anybody can do this if they don't believe me or want to, not even that, but want to just follow what I'm saying. So while y'all were talking, I'm just open up each tab of videos that had an ADOS subject in the title of the video, and if you look at it, this one, and so this is my claim. So again, I want to repeat, because I know people in the chat are gonna run to tell Garfield that his name coming up, which is cool, because everything I'm saying, I've said it to him, and I don't have nothing against him. Garfield never was against reparations. Like, I never heard him be against reparations. I've actually heard him say that he supports it as reparations itself. I heard him say that. So I'm standing clear of that. My issue with Garfield, and it's always been when he brought the conversation up, is that summarily I will call him an instigator for not for progress, but for non-progress. He actually hurts the situations way more than helping it. And here's why. Because he would repeat videos of any and everybody who criticize Yvette, Antonio as a person, or the ADOS movement. But he doesn't play, and he never played, and I can show you, he doesn't play Yvette or Antonio's videos or clips or conversations. He shows other people criticizing Yvette and Carnell and Antonio. So watch, look at this one. It says the truth about reparations, Yvette, Carnell, and Tone talks, helpers or distraction. So that's from March 2019. Look at this one right here. Exposed, Yvette, Carnell, Antonio, and Tone talks reparations commission, HR 14, and then DNA, that's the other subject matter. Look at this one. The truth about reparations, Yvette, Carnell, Tone talks, Tariq Nasheed, and Cobra. Rapper Talib Kweli attacks Yvette Carnell. Policies, is he right or wrong? And so, but now I'm only reading the titles here, but if you watch the video,
he's on Talib Kweli's side.
Exactly. He's always on the side of everybody who attacks the Yvette and Antonio as a person, or whatever they got to say about ADOS. Look at this one. Yvette Carnell, Tariq Nasheed, hatred towards immigrants. Black Authority responses by Wujal Garfield. Look at this one. Yvette Antonio, modern day Amos and Andy niggas. Yeah. Look at that.
Listen, he played that video by Javen Bullet who said that. Play the video.
Stupid. I already conceded that Garfield is playing that brother's videos, so I don't. That's nothing special. You're not saying anything special. I already said that.
Okay, and why did Javen Bullet say that? Why did Javen Bullet say the cool name?
No, but my point. Wait. Let's not jump the point. I can do this all night and pull them all up. My point is that Garfield's role in the conversation was way more detrimental than helpful. Period. And I got the receipts. I can play every video if you had time. This is an hour video that is on the screen right now. We don't have an hour, but but we could play it.
No. When Javen Bullet, because he's often start those conversations with what Javen Bullet said. When Javen Bullet brought up, are you saying that Javen Bullet is telling lie on Yvette Carnell?
No,
don't let him distract you. Keep going, Wujaro. Keep clicking on them videos, Wujaro.
Because that's important. Are you saying that when Javen Bullet made a video about a topic,
Javen Bullets is retarded?
No.
Yes.
He's a troll.
Are you saying that he's telling lie on Yvette, right?
Javen Bullets has emotional. He has mental problems.
Javen Bullets is known as a troll.
Homosexuality is a mental issue. You know that, right? So Yvette Carnell having mental problem.
Yeah, you're an emotional wreck right now.
Look, but
keep dropping them videos on him.
That's what you said.
He get mad because Wujaro dropping them videos. He won't Wujaro to stop. He trying to stop Wujaro. Don't let him stop.
No, I'm not stopping. I'm not saying anything. I'm saying that you brought up that Javen Bullet as mental
true colors is showing you don't like African Americans. What you got against Black Americans, bro? What you got against Black Americans?
We're
trying to tell you we got some pain. We're trying to tell you we got some pain. We got some pain.
I never said nothing like that. You see what he's doing.
We're trying to tell you we got pain and we got feelings, and he's spitting on our movement. You're not caring.
But hold up. But here's the thing. All I'm saying, and I'm gonna reiterate my point because I don't want nobody to misconstrue what I'm saying. I'm not accusing Garfield of being against reparations. I'm not accusing Garfield of any of that. In fact, like I said, I've heard Garfield support the idea of reparations.
Yeah, he's against the 88 West movement.
But Garfield has definitely expressed his disdain for the 88 West leadership and the movement, and it reflects in his behavior as far as how he handled these conversations. And I'm proving it right now. And I'm not clicking on these videos. These videos are long. This one is 2 hours long. The other one I show is 3 hours long. Of course, I'm not going to play all those videos. I'm just showing you the title, and you can do what I just did. Go to the channel and just scroll and find anything that mentions ADOS or similar, and you're going to see it. Look at the flow. Look at the chronological order of the videos. He plays videos of any and everybody that criticizes the leadership or the movement, and then when he gives his side, he sides with the opposition as opposed to anything Yvette and Antonio say. And he never plays Yvette or clips from Yvette and Antonio saying stuff. He always plays the criticism, whether it's true or not. You know what I'm saying? And so that's a problem for somebody who's not even part and parcel of the reparations itself by himself being excluded from the actual movement. So that's like, what are you doing? And so I'm saying this unapologetically because I've said this on this show, and I got respect for Garfield, and he understands my position with him on this or anything like that. So it's not a thing. I don't want nobody to instigate my words to him. Oh man, brother Wujaro was saying all this about you. Man, that don't work on me because I'll just call Garfield up. But the point is that you cannot take this away and act like we're crazy when it's right here. It's right on the channel. The Dagger Squad channel became Garfield Podcast. So if y'all didn't know, now you know. Just go there, go through the archives. That's it. So, and I told him, I said, I asked him, are you an ally to the movement, or are you like, what are you doing? And everything. And so like Stu Peach, you're saying, well, he's questioning Yvette Antonio. No, that's not how you question somebody by playing whole videos. Javen Bullet's whole videos, Tyreek Nasheed's whole videos, Dr. Boyce Watkins' whole videos, and Krober's whole videos, hating on ADOS. Come on now. We're not slouches out here. And so that's the thing. And people don't understand the seriousness of this restorative justice claim and the movement that needs to be set in motion behind it, even to try to make it successful, because it's already seemingly impossible thing. Everybody
that's why I say this is for my grandchildren, man. It's like serious. People just think it's like a joke. This is serious. We're trying to close the wealth. It's about the closing the wealth gap a little bit, you know.
But and here's the funny thing is that people downplay it and don't understand it, and so they don't take it serious. But they also said that it's impossible. Oh, the government ain't gonna never give reparations, man. Y'all, it's a waste of time. I don't know why y'all doing this. And then when it got closer and closer to the elections, when because that was an election season, so everything was like fast paced and everything. When it got close to that, it was like the issue of voting, who you gonna vote for. It's a waste of time. This ain't gonna do that. What did the candidates do? What did the candidates not do? And never, never, ever once did the opposition give props to Yvette and Antonio leading the conversation by making it a hot topic about reparations, bringing it to the forefront out of the candidate's mouth. Never once in recent history have presidential candidates been forced to bring up reparations in the conversations at these different standoffs and town hall meetings and stuff like that leading up to the
And withdrawal,
election.
guess what? In 2 more years, it's about to ramp up again, ADOS. Because election season, people are going to be talking again, and who's supporting what. ADOS movement is an advocacy movement. I remember you was teaching that, what advocacy means.
Right. It's the advocacy and
they're not politicians. They're just leading an advocacy movement. So people need to look up what advocacy means. You know what I mean?
But
in 2 more years, this shit gonna ramp up again, and people better be on our side.
Now look at this: Dr. Claude Anderson versus Yvette and Tone. ADOS is trash. Look at that hashtag. ADOS is trash. You see that?
Damn.
Hashtag ADOS is trash by Talib Kweli. Now in his defense, Garfield can easily say, well, he's just repeating the hashtag of Talib Kweli, et cetera, from Twitter and everything like that. But my point is the instigation, without no offering of solution, resolution, or helpfulness to the conversation. It's just repeating and adding fuel to the drama and the fire, to the point where Garfield had a large audience. He was averaging 250 people viewing at the time, 350 people viewing. And that's an opportunity to educate and come up with solutions, not to just showcase drama. And I said this on the show. Everybody can bear witness who's ever been there while I was there, while I make an appearance on Garfield's show. I used to call in the morning. I used to call in from my cell phone. You're like, oh, we got Wujah on. And I used to just go in.
People used to be mad. People used to see when he was talking about ADOS.
I was definitely on the conversation one time when you came in to add clarity.
Yeah, I remember.
What the movement was about.
And at this time,
I remember Tiffany, Sister Tiffany was on quite a few times in the chat. At least I would see her.
And at this time, me and Garfield hadn't totally fell out. We were still halfway cool at this time when he was talking about ADOS. Okay. But people were getting mad at me because I was bothered with Garfield spitting fire on ADOS. I'm like, my own Black American brothers is mad that I'm mad about Garfield talking about ADOS. It was crazy.
Well, one time
I want to add this about ADOS. Like, it is a movement that's organized under a certain group of people, yes, but it is also describing a larger group of people. And I think sometimes that's missed in the conversation. So when people just say ADOS, they're not just speaking about this particular group or organization. They're speaking to the larger conversation of Black people in America whose ancestry can be traced back to American chattel slavery. And so that's why it's that part of the conversation gets missed. And I just want y'all to keep that in mind when people are like, this anti-ADOS thing is bigger than that organization. It exceeds outside of that.
No, and that's a great point.
Tiffany. I need, listen, there have always been conflict between people coming from different regions of the world, right? Because some Caribbean people look differently on Black Americans, and some Black Americans look differently on Caribbean people. Because we come from separate different cultures. So sometimes the cultures are going to crack, to clash. Because it's a cultural clash. I don't have no problem with that. I understand that because the dynamics of people living close together with different cultures. Cultures will clash. And sometimes people will not see people as how them see themselves. I understand that. But to say that when the term ADOS, as it was, probably back home we used to call Black Americans Yankees. We call them Yankees. Like everybody come from New York, everybody's a Yankee. You have white Yankee and black Yankee. right? But we made a distinction. Was it right or was it wrong? We can't argue that. That will make a distinction that people come from different cultures. But to say that because we do not agree with Yvette and Tone, or to imply that because I don't agree with Yvette and Tone, I don't agree with the struggles of African Americans. And I'm not using African Americans to cover every black person here. I'm using African Americans to cover descendants of African slaves that arrived in America. Not because I don't agree with Yvette and Tone, don't mean that I don't understand the struggle of African Americans. Right? Yvette and Tone is, there's a video with Tone saying, because there was this black Nigerian girl who got her PhD. And the black girl said that she hoped to be an example for black children. The visceral with which Tone attack her. And I can play the video.
Play it again. You could play what video?
They play the video with Tone attacking a black girl because she said a black Nigerian girl who got her doctorate.
Oh, yeah, pull it up. We could play it if you want.
Was she specifying to be an example for Black American children?
That's what he said. He was
just a black
attacking. He was attacking a concept and giving a teaching moment.
No.
He's acting like he was attacking the girl.
Stop that.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, like, was it?
It was a teaching moment, and he was talking about immigrants.
Stop that.
Was the girl saying that she wanted to be an influence to Black American kids? I mean, is that what it was, Stu Peas?
Okay, so hold on. Okay, yeah. So
I hope this title is accurate.
Yeah.
What the video was going to show.
Yeah,
it's not.
But here's the thing. What Stu Peas is doing is, again, the same thing that, okay, Yvette and Antonio. The title says Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks cries because a Nigerian woman is being a role model to black kids. Now let's just pause for a minute. No, let's just pause for a second, and let's just ask because wait a minute. This is from Javen Bullets again, and let's just think for a minute. If you to go to Javen Bullets' channel, he is crapping on the ADOS movement and Yvette Carnell and Tone Talks. Period. And so what he does, he takes anything and everything out of its context and just shows these things like this video. This video is about 2 minutes long. And you know there's a whole context to it. There's no way that Yvette or Antonio is can make a point in just 2 minutes. They never do. And so this right here is disingenuous of Javen Bullets. That's why nobody pays attention to that.
The title makes you laugh itself. Why would they cry because some Nigerian woman is being a role model? And I guarantee they didn't say she was being a role model.
But hold up, but hold
propaganda.
Up. Yeah, but hold up. But let me say this. Let me say this. This is something that Antonio and Yvette have pointed out. And so, like for example.
This is influencing. This is why he thinks they're anti-immigrant.
But hold up, but here's the thing. So let's say, okay, what's a good movie to use? The Black Panther, Fred Hampton, the latest Fred Hampton movie, right? Now, anybody who is an African American who is remotely familiar with Chairman Fred Hampton of the Black Panther Party and his life and what he advocated, what he stood for, what he fought for, it was all about African American prosperity and success, etc. Right? We all understand that. So Fred Hampton is an African American symbol and representative, but yet they get somebody to play him who is not an African American, even though the person is black, but he's not African American. Now, that may be a small issue with some people, but if you really look at that, Fred Hampton is not some just regular old story or whatever case is. Fred Hampton represents the struggle. He represents the fight in the middle of the fight. And he got his life taken way too early because of the fight. But yet they can't find an African American who Fred Hampton, the real Fred Hampton, fought for and on behalf and was of. They can't find an African American play that part. They find a black person, but from a totally different background and backdrop from African American. And nobody's supposed to say something about that?
Thank you.
Okay, hold on. You can't hear me? You can't hear me? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
That's a bullshit argument.
That's just the
biggest bullshit argument. Let me tell you why that's a bullshit argument. Let me tell you why. Because producers who produce their own movie choose all they choose. Jeremy Irons is a white man. Jeremy Irons is from England. Jeremy Irons is a big-time actor who has played roles of American presidents in movies. Right? We can list other actors. Anthony Hopkins. Anthony Hopkins is from England. Anthony Hopkins has his role as president in many movies. He's not American. Right? So to say that if they couldn't use a black person, Hollywood have always decided to use who they want to use to sell the movie. And we can go down the list of actors. Gary Oldman is from England. Idris Elba is from England, right? Because he played a gangster in The Wire. There's a problem with him. Christian Bale, who played Batman. Batman is one of the most iconic fictional heroes in the world.
Yeah, fiction.
But
we're not talking about fiction, no.
No. Hold on. We can't call fiction mythology. It's like you have a myth, an Egyptian myth, and you put a white person in it, or you put somebody else in it. When you have an Egyptian myth and you want somebody or African myth, you don't like.
No, I don't want you. I don't want you to miss my point. Hold on, Stu, wait, but Stu, I don't want you to miss my point. Listen, because you said
what's your point?
Okay, but let's rewind. You said that my argument is a bullshit argument.
Because
and so
wait, choose anybody they choose.
Wait, but see, that wasn't the argument. Wait, Stu Pease, you got to learn.
Your argument was that the guy is black and they couldn't find an American to play the part. That was your argument. What was your argument?
Okay, let me say my argument because you definitely commit straw man and logical fallacies. Okay. I'm not arguing that Hollywood producers can't choose who they want. That never came out of my mouth. Obviously, they can and they do. Right. They do it all day, every day. So I'm not arguing that they can't. I'm arguing the fact that Fred Hampton, who he was, who he represented, what he did, and the struggle he went through to the point where he actually is one of the people who literally gave his life for the struggle of African Americans. And so the fact that
African Americans.
Wait. The fact that, and I'm not saying that they can't, but I'm saying the fact that they did not get an African American actor to play that role, I'm saying that people are expecting us not to say something about that. And that's some BS.
So
can I add something to that about this particular situation? There was an article that came out during that time. I don't have it like saved anywhere. I'd have to look for it when this conversation first started. And the director's Jamaican, I believe. And he's on record years ago he made a film, I guess it was based in New York. And so he's on record as saying that these certain particular lead roles in that movie needed to be played by Jamaicans so that it can bring authenticity to the role. And he was adamant about that as a director. So it's the same reason why Malcolm X is, Denzel Washington is so beloved for playing that Malcolm X, because it was was how he related to the character.
That's not it.
But you're saying that's not it.
Hold on. Let me tell you why we choose it.
This is crazy.
Why he did that?
So in one sense, he can say, listen, for him to have Jamaicans play a role because of the authenticity. But we're talking about one of our iconic
the
leaders,
accent that
and
the
we
accent.
have
Regardless of
people
the,
who
so
want to
wait, hold on,
Stu.
hold on, Stu. Before you said because of the accent, but accents can be fake. There's plenty of people that fake accents or get like. Here's my thing.
No, there's
Black
none.
Amer- but
No, no, no,
honestly,
no, no.
Black
None.
Americans have accents too.
But
And Chicago, people from Chicago have specific accents too. Why would you
Malcolm
have
X
this
wasn't
blonde
particularly African
playing a Black
American.
American from Chicago?
Here's my thing. Like, if you can show me where you can take a Black African American and put them in any film in any other country, in the Caribbean, in Africa, and they can play the role of one of their leaders or one of their prominent historical figures, then I'll give you that. It doesn't make a difference, but it can only not make a difference here in America when you don't see this shit everywhere else.
Let me add some
But the
clarity.
craft of
Hold on.
acting,
Let me just say this real quick so somebody have clarity about the immigrant getting roles and certain jobs. What it is like, so you guys understand, Barack Obama is a second generation immigrant. Okay, he's not ADOS. His mother's side or father's side was not in them cotton fields or part of the slave trade. He's not ADOS. White people see Black immigrants differently and as the people who is easier to deal with and work with. So when they have these discussions about who's getting acting roles, and mainly a point a lot of people miss, those jobs, those high-tech jobs in Silicon Valley, the Black people that work in them high-tech jobs are Black immigrants. There's no ADOS people with these degrees in engineering and stuff, and the Black Americans and African Americans that gets these jobs in Silicon Valley, even though they're qualified. They give them to the Black immigrant because they see the Black immigrant as easier to work with a better attitude is with white folks. They don't have this issue about being a slave in America because they're different. They weren't part of the slave trade. They're not as angry. So that's what the issue is. And they bring examples up of how they're getting certain movie roles or how they're getting certain jobs. And these are teaching moments that Yvette and Carnell used to do and explain this immigrant issue and why they are favored. Okay, so I'm just giving you a little heads up. Hold on, I'm finishing up. I was just giving you a heads up on what that's about. And that's why Yvette and Tone talked about it a lot for a teaching moment.
has anyone seen the movie Cry Freedom?
I want everybody to pay attention to my screen, though.
Denzel Washington. Has anyone seen that?
Yeah.
The South African government didn't have a problem with Denzel
None at
Washington
all.
playing Steve
Is that,
Biko.
is that an American studio produced film?
And then also, I'm gonna give another example. There was another movie
Mighty
called
Quinn
Catch a Fire
in Jamaica.
with Derek Luke, where he played a South African freedom fighter. The South African government didn't come out and say, "Oh, he should never played Patrick." And plus, the craft of acting. Look, I was an actor for 7 years on stage. I played a black. I played in The Color Purple, where I played Walter. My family is not from the South at all. I had to act to get that authenticity in that. It's about acting. You're not playing yourself.
Okay, so let me separate something
Thank
here
you very much.
because
Thank
I
you
don't.
very much.
Here's
I've
but
been
wait,
an
here's
actor
the
for
thing.
7 years.
This is. But hold up, here's the difference. See, because this is why we got to understand the point being made, and so it's not about what does happen, and you can't compare what a government says versus how people feel.
No one,
So
no one was
No,
angry
it's what
about.
you
no
said
one was
about-
angry about Denzel Washington
Nobody-
playing
wait.
Stephen Biko.
Nobody was
but
angry
one second.
about that.
Okay,
Nobody was
listen.
angry about Idris
Okay.
Yeah,
Elba
but those
playing
are,
Nelson
those are
Mandela.
American produced films, y'all.
Nobody
Those are not
was-
films that
nobody-
was produced in these other
But
countries.
yeah.
The
But
Black
no one
Americans.
came
hold
out
up.
You're
and
moving
said,
the
"Oh, we
goalpost
have a
now.
problem
Hold
with
up.
it."
You're moving the goalpost now.
Okay. I'm definitely not moving the goalposts because for every one that you're gonna bring up, I could bring up an opposing one, and then we had a stalemate.
No,
and that's
you
not the
said,
point. Wait.
You said,
hold up.
show
Here.
me a. And he
It's
showed you.
really
No.
BS
I didn't say
argument.
Show me
I didn't say no. I didn't say show me anything. So that was Amber that said show me something happening somewhere else and stuff like that. But anyway, on my screen is an example of the principle behind the point that I'm making. So right here, this is from 2020, I think, 2 years ago, where Halle Berry was slated to play a role of a transgender, and it was so much criticism and pushback based on the principle of what it says right here, that a transgender or somebody of the LGBT community should play those roles and not somebody who's not of the same thing. And so she backed down and apologized for that. So this is an example of the principle behind it. So it's about authenticity or the principle behind it. So that's why I brought up Fred Hampton. I'm not saying that they can't, because obviously they did. That's like duh.
You cannot use a transgender. You know why you can't use a transgender?
No.
You know
I can use what I
no,
want.
No. You know why?
Let him finish his point.
But
finish your
the
point.
reason-
Let me done.
Jesus.
But I'm gonna answer
Because regardless, the like y'all can't see beyond the surface. I'm talking about the underlying principle here, and I'm saying that I use Fred Hampton because Fred Hampton, we could talk about a lot, but I pull out Fred Hampton because of what Fred Hampton actually even represented, and the fact that his life was taken at a young age and the potential he had and the whole thing. Like, he's actually part of the African American struggle, like right in there within the struggle. But they couldn't get an African, or they didn't. I say couldn't. They didn't get an African American person out of the plethora of good actors out there to play that role. So the brother that acted for 7 years. Let me ask you this: why do you think that they casted that brother to play the role over the umpteen number of African American actors who could probably nail that same role? Why do you think that is?
Well, with Hollywood, it's all about who's bankable. Daniel Kaluuya, he was pretty much bankable with Get Out. That's how Hollywood basically like works. It's more about if you're bankable or not.
Okay, so again, I'm glad you said that because
okay, I know what you're gonna bring up with Halle Berry. I know what you're gonna bring up with that. So okay, with everyone getting with you and other people who are making
Halle Berry is not bankable.
With you, no.
God
Here's the thing.
dang.
With you and all these other people that's making very just feeble arguments.
I don't want you to back away from what you just said,
over the craft of acting. Okay, let's just say we have just how Hollywood is. Let's say okay, African American only play African American roles. Transgender people only play transgender roles. Do you know what's gonna happen if you just start regulating people into a box like that where they can only play this role or this role? You know what starts to happen?
What?
You get something called typecast. And then you're limiting yourself based on your acting ability to just one role. That's one of the worst things an actor could ever go through, is being typecasted. And that's not how acting works. You play someone else.
No, it's perfectly fine to play somebody.
The craft of acting is when you play someone that's not yourself.
Yeah, but and that's part of the art. That's part of the creativeness and the art aspect.
That's 100% of the art.
Okay, so
it's
you
not
agree
a
with
part
me?
of it. It's 100% of it.
Okay, so I'll use your term, 100%. Okay, that's 100% of the art and whatnot. But here's the thing: that's fine and dandy, especially for certain roles. But roles that are, like, for example,
historically, yeah.
Wait. For example, let's take what you just said. It's 100% of the creativity and the art of acting. So, would you think it's okay for a white man to play Martin Luther King in a movie about Martin Luther King?
That is completely different.
No.
That is completely different.
Wait, 1 second.
That is completely different.
Okay. You say it's completely different. Fine. But you just said that it's 100% part of the art and whatever to play something else. Now, wouldn't the extreme of that for a white person to play something extremely outside and something else? Wouldn't that be?
It's not the same thing. You're comparing apples to oranges.
No, actually, it's not.
No,
I'm not saying they're the same.
To oranges. Okay, so
Oh my
if we
goodness
have a
gracious.
if we have horror films where there's a deranged serial killer who's killing people in the back seat, should we have people who are actually serial killers play the serial killer because they know how to kill people and all that type of stuff?
See, and that's what you're doing because
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 now,
because
now
because
I'm
wait,
just
wait.
letting you know how crazy that is.
No, no,
Like
no.
there,
What I'm saying, you're making my point. Wait,
white
you're
actors don't
making
get white
okay.
actors don't get angry
You
when
don't
they're white English actors that play American roles. Most of the cast in The Walking Dead are English and Australian. White people don't get angry over that.
I know, but I'm not see that's one thing that you shouldn't do the fallacy of what another group may or may not do.
No, but
So
white people
here's the
don't get
thing.
mad. White people do not get mad when um when Andrew Lincoln plays Rick, who's an American Southerner on The Walking Dead.
White people
Right.
don't do a lot of white people don't do and do a lot of
It's
things.
all about acting.
I know, but wait, okay, if it's all about acting, what's the problem with a white person playing Martin Luther King?
You can't do that
See,
because that person isn't black.
wait a minute, but it's all about acting, brother.
No,
You know
but
what you
Okay,
just
so
said?
all right, all right. So you what?
A
So
black
so
woman
you,
just played Anne Bowen, so
who?
Oh,
Okay, what show was that?
this is a movie.
Okay, what
The
movie
same
is that?
actress that played in Queen and Slim, she's playing
What
the
movie
Scottish
is that?
Queen. I don't. This is brand new. It's brand new.
You gotta tell
but
what
me
about
hold
what
the
up,
black?
movie it
What
is.
about the black
but
woman who are playing Catwoman and Batgirl? We
Yeah,
have a
but those
problem
are
with that?
fictional
No, no,
characters.
no,
Those are
no, no, no,
fictional
no,
characters.
no, 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 no. They're white.
okay,
Those
but
are white
you
characters.
I know,
No,
but
they're
No, no, no.
fictional
Those are
comic.
no, no,
Saying
no,
They're
fictional
comic book
no, no,
characters.
no,
characters.
no, 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 no.
What
you're
movie? What
We're
movie is
saying
that?
accuracy counts when
you're
it comes to
you're
historic.
yes, and
No,
you're making my point. You all don't know, but you're making my point because
Catwoman
the
was
reason
historically well. Catwoman is
So
different.
two piece. If
it's
someone
it's
made a biopic of your life, right? And they depicted your mother as a fucking white man in a wig, you think that would be
That's
okay?
two different things.
That's
It's not
different.
two
That's
different
different.
things.
no,
That was
That's
I
That is
different.
know,
two different things.
I
Because my
know,
What
but
mother was
wait,
about a
not.
Filipino man?
but hold up, but
That's
wait.
two different things.
No, but listen, you're making my point. Let me just talk for 60 seconds.
Mm.
You all are helping me make my point and don't know it. I ask you the questions so that you can help me make my point. You rightfully recognize the difference when I say somebody who is a historical character like Martin Luther King. That's why I purposely brought Martin Luther King up and went to the extreme and said a white man playing him. He's like, no, that's crazy. No, that's different. That's different. But then when I say something else, you don't take that stance. And that's my point. My point is that when it comes to certain characters and certain situations, accuracy and the principle, not the banking and how bankable and this, that, and the third that we do know that go on in Hollywood is at play. That's what should be at play. And all I'm saying is that people are expecting us not to say something that okay, because like for example, you said earlier that Hollywood can do what they want. That's what they do, bankable stuff. So let's just say hypothetically that they did do something like that, make a white person play Martin Luther King. So based on the logic of this conversation, we should just be okay with that.
Denzel Washington should have never played Malcolm X
Why not?
because did you know that Malcolm X wasn't particularly African American himself?
Here we go.
Oh my God.
He wasn't.
We're not gonna go there.
No, we are gonna go there because
No.
Denzel Washington, his mother is not from Grenada.
No, but sometimes we gotta
No,
be.
but his mother is not from Grenada.
But
But
yeah,
his
So
but
history
they
is
should have
Yeah.
rooted.
they should have
Yeah.
chose
His mother.
an African American. They should have chose an African American with a Grenadian mother.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. So your point
Minister
is
Farrakhan not African American either.
okay. Okay.
Nor
So
is Gil Scott Heron.
okay. So
So they should have chose somebody else to play Malcolm.
okay. So they should have chose some.
That's-
So you agree with me?
your leaders are immigrants.
No, I'm asking you agree with me?
Now I'm proving how crazy your point is.
No, but I'm
Since you want to
saying,
go
but
that route, since for so-called
It's not
authenticity.
crazy. This is
no,
part of the
nah,
problem.
nah,
Like the
and
part of the
that's
problem
it.
is y'all want
Are
to
you
take our
African
culture
American though? Let me
and
ask
make
you.
it y'all like that's the part of the problem. We have a distinct cultural experience. We have a distinct culture. Our shit is not the same, and y'all keep trying to make it like our shit is the same. We acknowledge y'all culture. We don't try to impose on that. We don't try to hijack that. But when it comes to us, y'all think it's cool. Like, oh, well, y'all shouldn't have a
We
problem
mean
with that.
y'all.
Like, you're
Hey,
justifying it. You're
Adrian,
justifying it.
are you African American?
My family is from Mississippi and Arkansas. Yes.
Okay. So you're an African American that don't have a problem with that. And I can respect that. But there are people who do. And so I'm gonna ask you, can you respect that?
No.
Can you can you don't
It,
you
it,
don't?
it,
You can't?
it it's stupid,
Okay.
but I mean, okay.
Okay. So
that was a very you should have given a very
so there it is. So there's where the line is drawn. You have a stance as an African American. You think it's okay. I'm an African American. I don't think it's okay. You think the way me homing on the principle is stupid, and that's cool. I think you're retarded for on that though, but that's cool. We could
All right.
both respect that. That's all right.
Acting
Adrian,
So
you
isn't
was in,
about acting
you was
isn't
in your feelings
acting
a little bit, Adrian. You wasn't being genuine.
acting
no,
isn't
that's cool.
acting isn't about choosing somebody who's born here and who's born there. It's all about
Yeah,
what can you bring to the table as an artist.
acting is about acting.
And there wasn't one Black American male actor that could have pulled off Fred Hampton.
That's
I mean,
what I'm saying. Like,
even when you think about the accent, even that alone can turn. Because I heard a lot of people who actually went to go see the movie saying that the accent really turned them off. But
It did for
this
me.
movie was fairly good, but the accent, he didn't sound like somebody that was from Chicago.
Nah, and he didn't do a good job. And I'm and
now,
I'm,
and
I'm
here
he
here's
didn't.
my thing. When y'all make
He didn't.
arguments like that, you play into the white narrative.
Oh God.
How they say that we haven't won certain awards because we're just not good. Can y'all hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
we can hear you.
That we haven't won certain awards because we're just not good enough. Like that kind of is in the same vein of what you're saying. Like, well, it's about talent, it's about acting. It's like there are no Black American talented actors. Is that what we're saying?
that's implied. So let me ask you this. So let's talk let's talk about the craft of acting, right? And how well somebody acts a certain part. If it's a fictional character, there's a lot of leeway because we don't have a comparative judgment to make. You know, we could just go off of just the skill of acting in on an island by itself. But when people play the role of a non-fictional, a historical person and stuff like that, that's harder because we have a comparative aspect to that. So Jamie Foxx, did Jamie Foxx do a good job at playing Ray Charles? Yes or no?
He did fine.
Great
Excellent.
job. Yes.
He did it excellent.
Phenomenal.
Well, I would say he did.
Phenomenal job.
Yeah,
I don't
yeah,
think nobody could have did a better job.
yeah. So
Denzel
now,
did a great job of playing Malcolm. Did
yeah.
Denzel do a good job of playing
Wait.
Malcolm?
You're going too fast. You're going too
No.
fast. I was.
Did Denzel no?
Hold
I'm
on,
asking
stupid.
you,
He's trying to
did
make
know.
it
Yes,
Denzel do a
he
good job
did.
of
Did a
playing Malcolm?
phenomenal
when
job.
someone's leading up to something, y'all can't stop their lead.
Boy,
No,
y'all be
because
going 90 miles an
Jesus
hour
Christ.
to a red light,
go
boy.
ahead,
But
go
go
ahead.
ahead. Nah, go ahead. You just
No,
like
did
kind of
Denzel do a
shortcut.
great job of playing Malcolm?
Yep.
Yes, excellent,
Although
phenomenal,
Malcolm was Antigua and America.
extraordinary.
Although Malcolm was Antigua and America.
His mama was from Grenada.
Grenada and
No.
American, I mean.
Okay, but
Although he
see,
was Grenada and
wait.
American.
Look what just happened.
Come
Wait.
on,
No. Wait. Y'all be quiet for a second. Look what just happened. And it's amazing how that just happened. I said, let's set everything aside and let's talk about the actual skill of acting. And you see how
because you
Stupides.
brought up
Wait. No. Wait a minute. Wait, Stupides. Even in the middle of me setting all that aside and only wanted to focus on the skill of acting,
I
you
didn't
brought
hear-
back.
I didn't
you
hear
brought
that
back
part.
in-
I didn't hear that part, so I apologize and I take back my comment. I didn't
Okay,
hear
cool. All right, cool. So let's rewind again. I'm only talking about the skill of acting because we're gonna disagree, and I can respect the disagreement in terms of like, for example, Adrian thinks it's okay for that to happen. I don't, and we just on two sides of the thing. So they're cool. So that's in the rearview mirror now. So now I want to talk about the skill of acting. So I first brought up Jamie Foxx and Ray Charles because I'm talking about historical real people, and I preference it by saying that that's harder to do than fictional character because we don't have no reference point. Okay, and everybody, well, Adrian said he did all right, but I say Jamie Foxx did an excellent job at playing Ray Charles, like straight up and down, like even Ray Charles felt so. So anyway, that's that. So Stu Pease brought up Denzel playing Malcolm, but I didn't hear what everybody say. I say he did a good job. I say he did a really good job. What everybody say?
Are you asking my opinion? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was phenomenal, extraordinary.
Okay. Who else plays somebody? That's actual. Okay. Now let's there's some other people, but I can't think right now. It's late. But let's talk about Daniel, the guy that played Fred Hampton. In comparison to Jamie Foxx / Ray Charles, and then Denzel playing Malcolm, in those pairs, where would you put Galuga, or I forgot his name, forgive me, playing Kaluga, excuse me, playing Fred Hampton?
Did he do good of a job, you're saying?
Yeah. Yep.
No.
On par with a Jamie to Ray Charles or Denzel to Malcolm?
Lower.
Okay, how about anybody else?
I didn't see it. I can only go by what I heard, so I can't comment.
Okay, well, I agree with you, Chief X. He didn't do nearly as a good job as Jamie did with Ray Charles and Denzel did with Malcolm. So when we're talking about skills now, we're not talking about the whole immigration.
Daniel Kaluuya is he's classically trained.
It doesn't matter.
And Jamie Foxx is not.
He didn't do as good of a job at all.
And Jamie Foxx isn't classically trained, but I wouldn't really compare their performances like that.
You must be talking about an overall, but as far as that role with him and Ray Charles, oh, he killed that stuff. I've been watching movies. I'm a movie head. He killed that role.
I mean, it's like without even knowing the background and training, it's showtime when it's said and done. Like somebody could spend 10 years or 6 months in acting school. When them cameras are rolling and that tape and that money is being spent on that tape and post-production and investments put in, what comes out in the theater is what it is. And so I'm asking about that. I'm not asking about the training. So the
training, it does have a lot to do with it, though.
I know, but that's not
trained actor. A classically trained actor will always be a better actor than the movie actor who hasn't done anything on stage.
I don't know. Tupac was pretty good.
Yeah, he was.
Right.
He was theatrically trained. Yeah.
Not really.
Okay, what about Mekhi Phifer? What about Mekhi Phifer? Because I remember when was it Crooklyn, that Spike Lee movie? And I remember when they auditioned, it was just some kid in the neighborhood. They got the part. It was Mekhi Phifer.
Mekhi Phifer, he's pretty good.
He was excellent. He wasn't
for an actor who is a film actor. Yeah, he's pretty good.
Right, he wasn't classically trained.
But a theatrically trained actor is always going to act better than the actor who just starts on film. Like, okay, so she brought up.
I think it's an innate talent.
No, not really, because with the craft, it has to be. You have to, honestly, in my opinion, you have to go through that stage first. That's just, you have to, because you're going to always bring something to it. And since the sister brought up Crooklyn, not Crooklyn, but Clockers, I think. If you look at the dynamic between Delroy Lindo, with all of their scenes together, Delroy Lindo, he always winds up upstaging Mekhi Phifer, because Delroy Lindo is theatrically trained. He came out of the Negro Ensemble Company, and he just honestly stole the show. He stole the show from Denzel and Malcolm X as well. Even though Denzel is classically trained as well, but if you're a stage actor going on the film, you're always gonna be better than the film actor.
But here's the point though. Again, regardless of whether being classically trained, theatrically trained, or film, or just walked on the set, at the end of the day, it's about what people see when they sitting in that seat eating that popcorn. And so we just went through 3 pairs of acting involving a real historical person: Ray Charles, Malcolm X, and Fred Hampton. Out of those 3, the Ray Charles and Malcolm X were way better performances than the Fred Hampton one. Period. Point blank.
90% of actors would agree with that.
So
okay.
We might have to just ask them then.
Let's talk about movies now. Let's talk about movies where the actors didn't fit the role.
We got another subject.
No. Because he brought up you pick and choose the 2 actors that you choose 2 top-rated actors. There have been movies where the actors weren't good. There have been biopics about people where the actors weren't good, and all of us know that.
Okay, yeah. Name them.
You bringing up Ray Charles and Ray and
Malcolm X,
and
Jamie Foxx and Ray Charles and Malcolm X and Denzel. Yeah, I brought them up. So who do you want to bring up?
You brought up 2 other better examples.
Who do you want to bring up? Yeah, just name
I
someone.
can bring up examples like movies that I watched with something about the Black Panther actor didn't do a good job for what's his name?
Chadwick Boseman.
Yeah, he never do a good job for I Feel Good. What's the dude who sing I Feel Good name again?
James Brown.
Are we just listing people who
that
done a
wasn't
good
really a
job?
good
Oh yeah, James Brown,
Chadwick?
right?
That
He played.
wasn't really a good movie.
They had Chadwick playing everybody. That's
compared to
terrible.
Denzel and Jamie Foxx.
Okay, so right, and I agree. Like
Right, so you bringing up Jamie and Jamie Foxx as an example.
No, I'm saying if you wanna bring up another pair, then cool.
We can't
So
bring up
let's
pairs
so
that
wait.
don't
So here, wait a minute. So this is how you do that. So I'm saying, like, if you're gonna bring up a pair, that's perfectly fine. But if we were to put them in a hierarchical rank, and that rank, that x-axis rank is based on, Y is based on the skill set, like did they nail the part or not? Then Chadwick Boseman playing James Brown, where would that go on the scale? That would go below Jamie Foxx and Ray Charles for sure.
Right.
No,
It would
that would go above. In my opinion,
Oh my
that would
God.
go above, man.
Wait,
I'm
wait.
sorry.
No, they just playing game. They just playing mind.
I ain't being contrary.
They in argument mode. It don't
You
matter.
must be.
No,
You must have lost your mind.
It don't matter what you
This
say.
is no, but here's the thing. I ain't
Hey,
being
Adrian,
contrarian on that one.
Do
He's not
I
being-
you
ain't-
wear
I ain't
glasses?
being-
He's not being genuine.
Yeah, I wear glasses.
All right, that explains it. All right.
Oh, what? Oh, you would have. Oh, okay.
that explains it, man.
He
I
in,
bet you.
he in defense mode. He's not trying to be real right now.
No, I ain't being contrarian. This
I
is
bet
just,
you. I bet you got 5 to 20 vision or something, man. I mean, I'm playing, but I'm just saying, there's
dude,
no
I know
way.
This the internet, man.
No, but I'm saying there's no way that you're gonna put Chadwick Boseman's role as Chadwick Boseman's role as James Brown above Jamie and Ray Charles, bro.
Man, Chadwick wins, man.
Jamie Foxx role in Django was better than that.
Okay, Django. Okay.
Wow.
First of all,
Yes.
okay,
Jamie
so you gotta
Foxx
go
killed
with
Django.
Okay, let's go with Django Unchained. That was Christoph Waltz movie. Django was basically the sidekick in that movie. Don't play with me. I'm a huge fan.
We're not
of
talking
Quentin
about who's the
Tarantino.
lead.
Wait. Don't.
It
But
was
don't.
Christoph Waltz.
Wait.
It was Christoph Waltz
Wait. Hold
movie
up.
in
But
there, man.
don't bring up Django because we want to stick to like historical, the real
Chief
person.
X brought it up.
I know that's what
He
I'm
said
saying.
he killed the role in Django.
not-
I'm like, this
that's
Christoph
not-
Waltz movie.
Yeah, but let's keep it to the same. Let's be consistent with roles that are real people play, real people, historical people. So James Brown's a real person, and we know James Brown's story and stuff. Chadwick Boseman played James Brown, and so Adrian, you believe that he should go. Man, let me write this out. You believe he should go to the top. You believe he should go to the top, right? Of
Yeah,
the list. Of the list.
Well, what do you mean of the list? Like,
No, I'm saying out of the pairs we named so far, we got Jamie and Ray Charles, Denzel and Malcolm, and we got Kaluuya and Fred Hampton. And so now we're introducing Boseman and James Brown.
well,
So
we can choose. We could choose because he played three different people. So we could we could use him 3 other times.
yeah, that's true. But I'm saying this particular one, where would you put it? You're saying to go at the top, right?
No, I'm saying that Chadwick Boseman's performance was better than Jamie Foxx's and Ray.
Yeah, so it goes
He
above that.
He goes. Yeah, he
It goes above that.
Right.
Okay, so is he at the top? Out of the ones we named so far, is he at the top?
No, he's not at the top.
Okay, which one? Because maybe I didn't hear you. Which one is the top on your list?
If I had to go in order, okay, it is It's Denzel Washington and Malcolm X. He goes at the top. And then it goes, who else?
Chadwick, right?
Yeah, Chadwick. Then it's Jamie Foxx. And then it's Daniel Kaluuya at the bottom. But I will say this though. I would say Daniel Kaluuya got Fred Hampton's whole voice cadence down. He got his.
What about Forrest Whitaker? What about Forrest Whitaker and Idi Amin?
Oh, that was dope. That was the first movie I saw with my man Forrest. Well, it was actually The Crying Game.
So
But,
why did you use an African actor to play Idi Amin?
but I didn't like how they put that man in blackface. That was terrible. They didn't have to darken that man's skin up like that. That was terrible.
I'm sorry. I don't think my man can act very well.
Who, Forrest?
Yeah, I
Man,
just,
Forrest
top,
has
man.
been
He's my
Forrest.
favorite.
See, look, Forrest has a
Certain
lot
certain
of range.
things, yeah,
Ghost
certain
Dog,
things
Ghost
he
Dog.
does well. Others,
like he's playing a role in what's his name, the ex drug dealer Harlem,
Bumpy Johnson.
yeah.
He's
now
see, this is the reason why, like, you all are probably, well, you say that you don't think Forrest is a great actor.
He's my
It's
favorite.
mainly because Forrest's
he's
acting
alright.
style, his acting style is what we call in acting naturalistic, where you play yourself, but you do subtle changes to where you're not so much yourself. Like Samuel Jackson is really good at doing this. If you want a clear indication of that, you watch Eve's Bayou and 187. Denzel does the same thing as well. It's certain things that you can catch if you actually just looked at them. Like if you actually looked at Forrest acting, you would see what I'm talking about.
honestly,
But-
I tend to feel like Denzel is a little overrated. I don't even think he's that great. So
I think
That's-
Ooh,
Denzel,
Amber.
that's my 2 cents.
Okay.
He's great, but I think Forrest is better.
I saw they on the same little playing
What's the
field.
guy
It's
that
just
played in Whoopi Goldberg, the little slave movie? What's his name? That
Danny Goldberg. I mean,
yeah, Danny Glover. Now Danny
I
Glover.
said Danny Goldberg.
Danny Glover can act.
Yes, he can. He came out of the Negro Ensemble company, I think, as well. But
Well-
with Hollywood, though, what you saying that you think Denzel is overrated, I think him being a very attractive guy, I think that helped catapult him into like Hollywood starting to be like that, that one, black sex symbol that they let through every now and then. But I'm pretty young. I'm like 23. So if y'all, I'm pretty sure most of y'all grew up in the 90s. So
That
y'all would know more
explains
than
it.
me.
That explains it.
So
He's 23.
That
Wait,
explains
did he
it.
say he's 23?
yeah, I'm 23. I'm
Oh, no wonder.
I told you. Look.
But
There it
let grown folk talk.
Oh no! Oh
There it
no!
is.
I knew
Oh,
something was
no.
It's the wisdom, the lack of wisdom, right? That's what it is.
Oh my
You know,
lord.
The
one
guy
of the
know
things I
about acting. You
enjoy.
know about acting?
Hold
You know
on.
about acting? Or you going to undermine it? He's talking about what he knows about. Do you know about acting?
Who, me?
No. I'm asking Chief X on the acting
No,
skill.
It's
no,
not.
I'm
It's
just.
not. Come on.
I was using that to, with me being an actor for 7 years,
What
I was
Chief
just
X
using
said
that to just. We haven't had a fun. We haven't.
Come on, keep talking, Adrian. Don't let them discourage you.
But
Right,
I'm
don't be
just saying
discouraged.
about acting. Chief X
but
acting, but
but
Chief X
basically, I think Denzel, him being a very good looking guy, that catapulted him for like starter, because Hollywood cares about looks too. There's a lot of good
I
looking
agree.
actors out
He
here
is definitely
who can't
bankable.
act. Right. But he
Yeah, I
is an
agree.
excellent actor though. I mean, just
Mhm.
look at his acting style. Don't even look at Malcolm X, because he played, a person that he could have, actually formed the cadence and stuff. But if you actually look at all of his movies, you can tell that he does subtle things as well. Like it'll be something like, oh, he's playing himself, but it's different,
Well, really,
He's
Well,
classically
see,
trained. He's
honestly, a lot
classically
of people in
trained.
the chat, are saying my sentiments. Denzel consistently plays the same character.
y'all know what
He's
jumped
playing.
Denzel
You got to
off.
check him. I haven't watched it yet, Amber, but he's in Macbeth now.
I've
He's
seen
playing
it.
Macbeth on
Y'all
Apple.
know it. Y'all know what jumped Denzel off that just
Macbeth?
made him hot.
Yes.
Woodrow, have you seen
Soldier's
Soldier
Play.
Story?
Yeah, I've seen that. That is his best role. I tell anybody
That's
to
one of my
watch that.
top 10 movies of all time. That movie catapulted Denzel.
You want to hit old Sergeant Waters, boy?
If you ain't seen Soldier Story,
Hey,
you
but
living
hold
in
up,
the
y'all,
dark.
wait, y'all getting off the path. Y'all getting off the path a little bit. I want to make this list a little longer, but I want to use
This Negro
real historical.
This Negro put a presentation.
Okay, I have
together.
somebody you can add. I got somebody you can add.
Historical,
He didn't put a quick
historical.
presentation together.
Nina Simone being played by Zoe Saldana. Is that her
Oh,
name?
that was disgusting.
Okay.
They put that woman in blackface, like it is. Like,
And nose prosthetics.
yeah, they could have
Explain
chose.
that one.
They could have chose Michaela Cole to play her.
India
Let's
Ivory could have did it.
Keep going. Name some more. Cause I want to get a hierarchy. Like I want to put these in order based on the best to the worst or whatever.
Denzel Washington, Stephen Biko. You could put that up there too.
Who else? Cynthia is Harriet Tubman.
She didn't even look nothing like her. You can put Idris Elba and Nelson Mandela up there too, because he didn't look nothing like it. He didn't look nothing like Nelson.
Why is Cynthia look? Am I not spell Cynthia anymore? How you spell Cynthia? Good gracious.
CYN. Via.
Okay. And who? What was his role? Oh, Tubman.
Yeah.
Okay.
What you about to do with y'all?
No. I just want. I just want to put because see this how you kind of gauge like everybody has their opinion, right? And we have like this thermometer of opinion, and obviously all of us come from different backgrounds, have certain favorites, and look for different things in movies or whatever. So I'm just interested in what you all would say.
Angela Bassett is Tina Turner.
Oh yeah, that's another.
But I would
Should
say
we throw Sidney Poitier out the window because he's not African American? Should we throw him out?
Well,
what do you mean by throw out? Nobody's throwing anybody out.
Yeah, you brought up you're bringing up the whole ethnicity and all that again. I'm trying to avoid that by just sticking with the skill. Just because you said acting is acting. You said acting is acting. You said acting is acting. So
I think Will Smith is overrated.
Will Smith, he's good at 6 Degrees of Separation.
I actually think he did a good job of playing Richard Williams recently.
Yeah, I didn't see that, but the previews made me cry. So
that whole movie was
I gotta watch it.
The movie was off the chain. But all right, so and some more.
It was good with y'all.
Yeah, everybody. Yeah,
I didn't see it.
But name some more. Anybody got some more? There's some
Sidney
good ones now.
Poitier.
Some good ones. Some good ones. I'm talking about some like historical.
Can
Like
we
who?
put the movie The Great Debaters, or is that a reach?
That's
'Cause
real.
that is based
That's
on a
real.
true story, right? And it
Yeah,
is
Jen-
Oh,
Denzel.
oh. What about the high school teacher, the principal?
What?
You talking about Lean on Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we played
Someone,
Joe
I think
Clark.
someone else said Amistad.
I mean, something we can have a comparative value, like not.
Sidney Poitier as Nelson Mandela. He played him before.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
He even played the dude who was in the board versus board of education. Sidney Poitier played the guy who spearheaded that. And
Who's
Sidney
the-
Poitier ain't even African American.
What's the chick name that
Up,
played?
so you
Harriet-
keep
what's the-
bringing
what-
you
what's-
keep bringing
what's-
up.
What's the chick that
I mean, I
played?
guess
Harriet-
we could
What's
do the
what's the chick that?
Temptations movie.
Who's the chick that played Harriet Tubman?
We
Cynthia
already
I
have
did
it.
say
Erivo.
that Cynthia. That was
Okay,
Cynthia
okay,
Erivo.
there you go.
Now, okay, and also, what's her name did play it? Jennifer Hudson also recently played
yeah,
in the Hollywood
Lorenz Tate.
production.
I'm sorry.
And nobody played a
So-
good. Nobody played a Martin Luther King good.
Yeah, Lorenz
Paul
Tate. Why do
Winfield
fools
did.
fall
Hudson
in
play
love?
who?
Paul Winfield.
Wait,
Paul
Who
Hudson
played
play
Martin
who?
Luther
played Dr.
King? Who played Martin Luther King well? Nobody.
Paul Winfield.
Wait,
It was a television movie. Paul Winfield.
yeah, it was made for television, but no, who Hudson played who?
That counts.
She also played Aretha recently in a Hollywood production.
Oh, I have to see that. Why I
You
ain't hear about
you
that?
sleeping with y'all.
Hey, I was waiting for somebody like Jennifer Hudson to play Aretha Franklin.
Oh
Aretha
my
Franklin?
God, man! I went to the
Oh,
theater,
she
so that one
actually.
it was
Oh,
great.
yeah, she did. Actually, I ain't got a chance to see it yet. She actually did.
And that's who Aretha wanted to portray her.
I went to the theater day one to see that at the theater. It was a good movie.
Man, I need to see that because I've been looking for that. Okay, who else? Who played Michael?
They're
Michael
saying
Jackson?
Lorenz Tate.
Paul
played-
Winfield.
Lorenz Tate. Why do fools fall in love?
Oh, wait a minute. How about those actors that played the Temptations?
I mentioned the Temptations a second ago.
Classic.
Mm-hmm.
Did they nail it or what?
What was it called? The
I
five
think-
heartbeats. 5 heartbeats.
No,
They-
the Temptations.
David
Temptations.
Ruffin.
The
David, I mean,
Temptations.
Leon.
I don't
he
know
beat
their
all of
names.
them.
I don't
Leon played
don't-
David Ruffin.
Mhm.
I don't know their names.
Temptations ain't nothing without David Ruffin.
What about the actress who did New Edition? I mean, since we going there, the New Edition story.
What about the people that play what was the mixed people, the DeBarges?
What
I
movie
haven't
was
even
that?
seen that one.
What movie was that?
TV1 did a movie on them, on the
Oh.
DeBarge family.
Alright,
The
so-
made
so,
the
alright.
made for TV movies be so.
All right, so look, I'm gonna build on this. I'm gonna keep adding to this, but let's just put these right here because I'm definitely got to get up off here. So let's put these in hierarchy in order according to the skill. And now, mind you, we do not cloud your mind with their with their overall acting in their career. I'm talking about how well did they play the role that's on the screen, like not what they did in another movie that's not listed up here. So don't let that be a bias. So let's go through here. So
Personally, I'll put Jamie first, Ray Charles.
Okay, so that's at the top. That's at the top. Who else?
Denzel goes over Jamie Foxx.
We got to take votes.
Let's
We
take
gotta
a
take
vote on
votes on
Jamie or
this, though.
Denzel.
I'll say
All right.
Jamie at the top over Denzel.
I say Jamie's a better. Denzel's a better actor overall, but for this role,
Oh yeah, this role.
this
role.
specific role,
Yep.
Jamie killed it. I think.
All right. So I think the majority wins on that. Jamie's at the top. Oh wait. Stu Peas and Adrian, we ain't hear from you. And
I
Denzel.
would put Cindy Poitier in Victor as
He ain't been following. He ain't been paying
He wasn't-
attention.
He wasn't
got
even
bad-
Invictus. He wasn't
Yeah.
Invictus. That was Morgan Freeman.
Oh, sorry. I
That
mixed him
was
up.
that was
Plus,
both
he
of
ain't
the
been
reasons.
paying attention to you right
I
now.
mixed him up the movie. But the movie that he played.
That was Morgan Freeman.
What was the movie? What's the movie that he played in South African leader?
That was Evicted. You just said it.
No. Cindy Party. What's the movie that Cindy Party played?
That was
Mandela. He played Mandela.
Mandela.
We rolling with what we got. We decided on.
Yeah.
So wait.
Mandela.
Wait. Out of all, Stu Peas, out of all of these, you say Sidney Poitier playing Mandela should go to the top?
Yeah.
Okay, so
He sounded like Mandela. He looked like Mandela too.
what? What?
We're talking about skill.
You spoke.
Come on now.
Listen, allow me to be an asshole.
We all love Sidney Poitier, but he don't look like Mandela.
You smoking, man. You
His mannerisms.
You got,
bro.
You need a urinalysis.
Nah, he got that Yardie weed right now, boys.
Got that split.
Okay, so I don't even think we're gonna agree on the list, but let's just try to get some kind of list order right now. So we got Jamie first. Okay, who's second?
Well, Denzel is second.
What do y'all think about? What do y'all think about Will Smith role as Muhammad Ali?
Let him. He sounded like Ali. He acted like Ali. It wasn't overacting.
It was.
I didn't see it.
I'm an Ali
Yeah,
fan.
I think he did a pretty good job.
I would just say basic.
Basic.
I say he did good.
Nothing to write home about. Nothing to kick out of bed.
All right, let's do
Yeah, it
another,
wasn't like amazing.
All right, let's do an easier one. I think maybe easier one. Angela Bassett and Tina Turner.
Put her third.
Yeah, I would say her third. I would say Denzel and then Angela. Yeah, that's what I would do.
Lawrence Fishburne stole the show in that movie, though. He sounded just like Ike.
Yeah, I forgot to list him, Lawrence Fishburne.
Yo, did forget Lawrence ass.
Maybe
Okay,
they can be
so-
fair, because since we're going by movie.
We'll put Bassett and Lawrence Fishburne tied together.
Yeah, I think so.
They both did excellent.
All right, so Fish.
They did, but I don't feel like they should be together. I feel like if they did excellent, they both should get their credit.
Yeah, separate. All right, we're gonna keep it separate. Okay, so where does Kaluuya fit?
Between who?
I'm asking where does he fit?
Never. Heard.
I would say that
Daniel Kaluuya. He's Fred Hampton. He played Fred Hampton.
I'm stuck in between Bozeman and Kaluuya, because both of them are classically trained, and that's really hard.
No, I'm talking about how well did they play these.
Yeah,
two
but
people
but in order for me to evaluate how much they played, I got to look at their training as well. Their training is a lot. It goes into.
You're the only one. You're the only one on here that's thinking about training when nobody else.
The training. It matters though.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't.
Yes, it does. Okay,
we just talking about your experience when watching.
I think it matters to you as someone that has experience with it. But we're saying as far as their performance, whether they got experience or not.
Don't your training go into the performance stuff?
Yeah,
not necessarily. It's plenty of people that train and they trash.
But hold up. But in fair, wait, Adrian. In fairness, this is an example. So like when Olympic athletes do the gymnastics, the judges are not judging based on the training or the trainer and how much training they did, but they're judging the actual performance. So even though they all know by default that they have some training before they got there and blah blah blah. So I'm trying to get you to stick to just the performance. I know gymnastics is different than acting.
You can't compare that. You can't.
Okay, I understand. You can't. Yeah, you don't understand analogy.
Didn't Tupac?
No, you can't compare that.
Hold on. Didn't Tupac play a real person in some movie?
No, I don't think so.
But anyway, let's just try it. Let's try it because analogy is not working with you. So all right,
it's two different areas, man.
I mean,
it doesn't matter. The logic is consistent. It don't matter what area it is.
Right, the logic is consistent.
The
We're
logic
just
is
judging on the
oh,
performance, not what they did before they got to the performance.
Okay.
What your
but
experience
that's
was when you watched it. That's it.
Okay. Where does Bozeman go and Kaluuya?
keep them
Keep him like that.
yeah, keep them together.
All right. How about Will? Well, I got him up here twice, but how about Will Smith? And well, y'all haven't seen King Richard, so
Put in 6 degrees of separation. I mean, no, that ain't.
Even
That's
though
his best
Cynthia is
role.
not as popular, I think she did a great job.
with Harry Tubman.
Yes,
So under Bozeman.
I would.
All right. How about Zoe and Nina Simone?
Never seen.
I
Right at the bottom.
I wasn't feeling it.
Oh, that she at
Ruth
the bottom.
nigga,
So she
Ruth
at the
Right
bottom.
on
when
at the
she
bottom
was
of the list.
I
in,
think I haven't seen Fred Hampton or James Brown, but I'm mad that Temptations is sitting off to the side and it ain't made it into one of them slots on that
No,
list.
I didn't. Okay, so let's bring Temptations now. I don't know the cast, but
Can
I
you
would
share your
push out.
screen, Wujawu? Are you putting this in one of your graphics?
Yeah, he's sharing his screen.
yeah,
Oh,
it's
you
on
know
the
what?
screen.
I need to look on a different screen. Okay.
Yeah, you gotta come to the 21st century.
Listen,
Tiffany.
I'm about to get on my iPad. Okay.
See,
Tiffany got
I would
Tiffany
put
got a
that
Tiffany got a rotary
that's a-
phone and
No,
Cricket
I
Wireless.
got
and-
all the latest toys.
okay, I got Temptations. So where you say they go?
I would push Temptations right on up. Now, no, I ain't seen Fred Hampton. And I wasn't too impressed with James Brown. So they would be number 4 for me. But we could take a vote on that.
And the 5 Heartbeats was a better movie than The Temptation.
you said what?
The 5
Yeah.
The 5 Heartbeats.
was a better movie
The
than
5
The
Heartbeats is good too, but it's not. It's
Yeah,
not historically.
Yeah,
Hey,
that's
It
just
was about The Temptation.
it's
So
patterned
they had
after
to pick the
the.
guy from the 5 Heartbeats.
hey man, keep talking like that. You gonna find out my office hours from 9 to 5, man. Come on now, you can't say that the 5 Heartbeats better than
That's so
Temptations, man. What's
Of
wrong
course.
with you?
Nah, the 5 Heartbeats is like a play off the Temptations and the Four Tops.
It
and all
is.
that.
That's
It
more of
is.
like the
Before
damn.
The Temptation.
I would go ahead. I would go ahead and put Hudson next.
Hudson. Oh, after Temptations. Wait. Where were Temptations at? You said
Put
4th.
Leon as David Ruffin.
I
That's the
said
guy
4. Yeah. Y'all tripping.
Yeah, Leon as David Ruffin. Yeah, I'm Otis.
ain't nobody coming to see you. Otis.
All right. All right. So we're gonna do it like that. All right. You said Hudson.
That's the literature skills, boy.
You said Zoe Nina Simone. Not even worth
Leon /
take her
Ruffin,
off the.
Temptations in quotation.
All right. We got 2 more. We got these.
I throw the rest in the trash.
Nobody saw the Sidney Poitier movie except probably me, because I think old dude, my brethren over there, I think he said he saw that movie because I brought it up.
Yeah, I know I saw it. Also.
I would want Will Smith as Richard Williams on the list over Ali. I think he did a better job in the role, although Ali is a more prominent character. But
Also, let's not forget. Well, I hate to do this. Let's not forget Will Smith in the role of what's the guy's
Pursuit of
name?
Happiness.
Pursuit of
Yeah,
Happiness.
I think that's a better. Yeah, I think we could just scrap the other 2 and put them
Wait,
in
but
Pursuit of Happiness.
who's that in his, was that a
It's
was
not.
Yeah, it was
It's
a
a
real-
real person, but I guess
a real person.
it's not considered like a. I don't
like
know.
we wouldn't know like who that like I'm that's what I'm trying to do comparative.
Right, I
like,
understand.
Throw the rest in the trash.
he said throw the
Anything
rest-
on the right, put in the trash.
All right, so these are the standbys, and we
Okay, so can we substitute then? Can we put a new one on there?
The
Because we ain't
honorable
even got the Jacksons on there.
the honorable mentions.
Oh, the Jacksons. Who played the Jacksons?
Yeah, I'm finicky about that.
Lawrence Hilton Jacobs played
I guess Jason Weaver did a good job though playing Little Michael. That stands out.
Really?
put Lawrence Hilton
Hey,
Jacobs as
Michael.
Joe Jackson.
Yeah, Angela is their mother.
Oh, you're right. Damn,
Oh,
I
that's
forgot about
right.
that
She
movie.
sure did.
Forgot about that movie. Who played Diana Ross?
I got
Who
to
did play
see
Diana
this
Ross?
hangover.
Oh, speaking of
Hollywood
that,
Oh,
is
she played Billie Holiday.
over.
Holly. I think it was Holly Robinson Pete. Hey,
Man, don't
is
get me
that who played
started.
her?
All right, but what's the name? What's the name? 'Cause, man, y'all.
Now I want to add Diana
Jackson
as Billie
5.
Holiday.
Who played Billie Holiday?
Diana Ross.
Oh yeah,
Excellent. That's one of my favorite movies. So.
yeah. We got to put that.
What about
Lady Sings the
um,
Blues. That's the name of the movie.
when
That's
she
with
played?
that's with Smooth Code 45. What's his name?
Billy D.
Oh,
Williams.
Billy D.
Billy
Are
D.
y'all
Yeah.
getting that
Yeah,
confused with
man, throw
Mahogany?
Diana Ross up
And
in there and
let's
stop
see,
playing.
baby.
Oh wait, Mahogany. Wait. Yeah, am I confusing that?
Yeah, I
We've
feel
been,
like
we've
you're
Yeah,
been,
they
we've
getting that
played
been,
him in
confused with
Mahogany too. They
Mahogany.
did that
yeah,
too.
we've been disrespectful. We'll get Diana Ross up in
It's too
Diana Ross
many of
can't
them.
act.
there.
Diana Ross, she can't act. She can sing though, but she
But you
can't
know what?
act.
Hold up.
Boy.
But you know you but watch this. You know what this would do if we spend more time and actually built out this list, and I guarantee you that we could come up with the same, like use the same set, right? Same set. Like we build it out and have use the same set, but talk to different people on a panel to do this, to put them in order. I bet you we could pull out the different, like we could actually pull some helpful information out of that based on age and something, like because Adrian, you're the youngest on the panel, I
Yep.
believe.
Not
And
even
so
just that though. Age, and then like he has a background in that, so he cares about the technical
yep.
training. Whereas the viewing public, we don't have that hang up and that bias. We just
Just gonna
appreciate.
say I studied theater too. I just want to say that's what I studied in college, so I have a background in it too.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
What you
Okay.
playing, sister? What you playing back in the day?
Well, I went to basically an all white school, and I got in on a theater scholarship, and I actually played a lot of lead roles.
Did you
And I
do
remember
Shakespeare?
some of the Black students. Well, we did a lot of Greek tragedy, so I definitely I played in a lot of that stuff.
So you did Oedipus and Antigone and stuff?
Andromache and the Women of Troy.
Oh, that's what's up. I was Oedipus.
And the dean provost of the school, after my performance, his face was bloodshot red because he was so taken by my performance over the actual lead character.
Hey,
Well,
Which was Helen.
I
That's
play
how a lot of character.
I play Aristotle in my schools. Let me stop.
Oh, that's fine, man. Anybody could catch the acting bug, man. A lot of the best actors have a late start, so it's never too
Hey,
late.
Yeah,
but
that's
it's
true.
but it's interesting if we were to do the same thing right here. Now check this out. I'm gonna make this claim. The way we're going through movies now, we done been doing this for about an hour, and I think it's a good way to kind of soften up the conversation, because it got heated earlier, people cursing each other out, and I think this is a good way to end. But you see how long it taken us to do the movies, and we kind of have this agreement with a little bit of disagreement. But I guarantee you, if we would do the same thing with music, it would be on and popping. Like it would be a lot more disagreements when it comes to music. What do y'all think?
Music, I mean, some music out now is trash to me, because most rappers now are not original. They all mumbling, and they pretty much all sound the same. It's that drill stuff, I think.
That's your generation, though, man. You got
My
rap.
generation, see, the issue with my generation, it's kind of the same thing. I'm gonna run up on somebody, blow their brains out. I mean, there's a few good singers out here like Brent Fires and other people, but I mean, my generation, the music, we're not really producing good people For real.
I mean, I'll say though, even beyond, I think music in general, because I'll say even beyond that, with R&B as well, like 90s R&B, 80s. I think it's more classic. It has longer lasting power versus what's out now. Like I could see it not being that hot in 10 years. Nobody's gonna really care. But there are certain songs that records you'll always play, regardless.
Yeah.
I agree.
Well, y'all, it's been nice, and I don't know what can be gained from all of this, but appreciate the invite. I know Bias is probably knocked out. He's probably in his third dream, and appreciate the conversation. And I will see you all next time.
I'm out too. Everybody out. I'm out.
Hey man, congrats on John Saley, man.
Okay, no problem.
Sally.
Yeah. That's it's gonna be huge.
Okay, John Sally, what you got going on, John Sally? You about to you got recruited in the
He's my
NBA?
He's my cannabis business partner.
You playing point guard?
I
What?
recruited him.
You playing point guard? What'd you say?
I recruited him as my cannabis business partner.
Oh, all right. So he's investing or like
He's 50-50. Me and him is 50-50 on my delivery service and distribution license.
oh, that's hey,
I got 2 licenses coming from the state of California.
that's good, man. That's real good.
Congratulations.
Yeah, I know, cause that's a expensive path to take, but once you get it, it's good. That's what I hear.
Yeah, it's crazy good.
I mean, if the licensing and the cost of that, from what I hear, it's like real expensive.
Mm-hmm.
That's really all it is. It's not about skill. Pretty much, it's like do you have the money to to ante up?
Basically.
Mm. I know somebody who's doing that or getting into that.
Chief X,
Yes, sir.
I sent you a friend request.
On Facebook?
Yep.
To the Variant Xavier page?
Yep, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, Chief X has about 5 Facebook accounts because he always getting shut down and put in the Facebook jail because he be going ballistic on people. I just want to put that out there.
I'm down to 2, but they get all of them together now. Once one restricted, they all restricted.
Miss Tiffany, how's your business going?
Oh, it's going good. It's going good.
What you doing, Tiffany?
Oh, well, I sell tea online, but I also run a small cafe in a private institution here in New York City. And so I'll be going back to that at the end of this month.
Oh, okay.
Do you sell?
I don't be sharing all of this on this platform for obvious reasons. What is it, Will?
Do you sell Kenyan black tea?
Yes. I do.
Oh, I was playing, but you do. Okay.
You sell jasmine tea?
Not yet. It is in repertoire though. I consider myself a connoisseur. It is though. I love jasmine.
What's your best seller? What's hot in demand?
Ah, God, what would be the hottest in demand? I don't know. Like I said, like this past season, like some of the flavored teas. So I have a what is it called? It's a black tea. I'm trying to think. This is late for me. Passion black tea.
Well, if you want to get involved in some cannabis infused tea, I got you covered.
Well, I already started looking down that road. I ain't even gonna lie.
Well, you better be kidding me up. You must not know who I am.
No, I know. I've been checking it out. And I actually went to the CBD or the cannabis trade show here in New York City. And that was very eye-opening.
Mm-hmm.
Just doing my little research.
All right, cool.
Great money in the cannabis industry.
It sure is. It sure is.
But yeah, if you want to do some tea underground, let me know.
Okay.
And Adrian, I'm gonna pull some strings, and I'm gonna get you a role to redo that Black Panther movie. So you play the lead, all right?
Nah, man. See, here's the thing. If I had to play any role in there in the Black Panther movie, you know who I would play?
What?
I would have played. I would
The
have
cop.
loved to.
The
Nah,
cop.
I would have loved to. Oh, wait, you mean the Black Panther movie with
Fred Hampton.
Daniel Kaluuya?
Yeah, Fred Hampton movie.
I, uh, I think I would have done well with Lakeith Stanfield's role. I would have loved to play him.
The Judas that
Yep.
they call it. Oh, okay.
Because I love playing roles that are just completely opposite from myself. Like I played Othello. Me and him were like two different people. He's my best friend, but we're two different people.
Oh, how did y'all think that Forrest Whitaker did in The Butler?
Excellent. Like
I
it
thought it was
was
excellent.
Oprah. She tries to act, but she don't got it.
We was
I
talking
love
about
you,
Forrest. We
Oprah.
wasn't talking about Oprah.
I love you, Oprah. But you try so hard, but it's not for you.
I thought he did good in The Butler. That was a good movie.
Really?
The dude
Well,
that played the son was good too, though. He was really good.
The Butler, y'all don't know this, but The Butler is my uncle, my grand uncle.
Wow. So how
Kevin,
did you think?
Yeah, it was weird to me though, because I know him, I know my uncle and all that, and so I have a different, like, I know a lot of people enjoyed it and stuff like that, and it was a good movie, but Forrest Whitaker playing, I was totally biased because he looks nothing like my uncle and didn't sound like him, or I mean nothing. It was just, good acting, but it was not a match. It
Mm.
was not a match. So, but I can get
Now,
past that and think it was a good, good movie and how it went down. But it was a
was
lot like, go ahead.
was the majority of that embellished?
It was, I can tell the embellishments, definitely, the exaggerations and embellishments and things, but the whole,
And to
but
give up the
huh?
and to give up the no kid. The part where
What?
Oprah, his wife, went and had sex with the neighbor.
Oh, you breaking up?
I think he talked about when Terrence Howard was messing with Oprah. I think that's what he's talking about. He asked, "Is that true or not?" I think.
I
Remember?
don't even. Yeah, I don't even know. I don't know.
Wait, what you mean messing with Oprah?
Yeah.
I think he talking about the Jamaican dude talking about he's like somebody with the nipper, and then I was like, he probably talking about when the butler wife was cheating on him. I think that's what he's talking about.
I don't
mm-hmm.
know about that. I don't
I'm
know about
talking
that,
about.
because that
But Oprah, who played his wife,
That might have been an embellishment.
their real name is Eugene Allen and Helene Allen. That's my aunt and grand aunt and uncle, and they have been married since forever. They
Right.
live
You know,
on
telling what happened back in the day.
right, and I live right down, and my grandmother, we live right down the street. So I live on that street. I used to live on that street. So we all live on the same street, on the same block. And
Wow.
I remember he worked for several presidents. Um, the man, the work, the butler position and stuff was through several presidents, and that's all I know because I was young. So I just know that he used to work at the White House,
Mm.
and that's pretty much it growing up. But then I know his story and stuff. But anyway, yeah. So that was it. But yeah, I heard. I think the movie was good, but I had to get past the no resemblance, the no don't sound like him, and everything like that to like enjoy the movie.
Mm-hmm.
He looks nothing like, because my grand uncle is light skinned. That
Del Forest is bankable. You
he
know,
definitely had to be bankable, because I wouldn't think Forrest would be the guy to do that, to play that part.
Do you
Really,
think it
really.
makes a difference because most people like wouldn't have known? your uncle, so we would know what to like compare his performance to or his aesthetics to.
Right, that's what I'm saying. So that's what made it easy for me to just like get out my shoes and just enjoy it
Okay.
from yeah, just whatever, because he's not known. So the movie itself was an honor to the whole family, because it's
Mhm.
worth it, because he's the longest serving butler, and he didn't retire until like real close to his passing. Like he was honored. He was honored, and I mean, when I say he served several presidents, I forgot the first president he served under, but he was there. Matter of fact, he Barack Obama, going backwards to before Jimmy Carter. Who else? I mean, he was there with Reagan. The Clintons, Reagan. I'm talking about the '80s. I mean, he goes back. So anyway, I thought it was real cool, real. I mean, man, that was it. Because they were hush hush about a movie being made about him and stuff. So it was all right, but it's interesting.
Congratulations. It's a great honor to your family.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know any one way or the other than like it's definitely an honor. I'm like, and he deserved it. He definitely deserved it. Both of them.
Mhm.
Yep. We know him, Helene and Jean. Used to sit on the stoop. Yep. Talking about upright, honorable person. Yeah. But anyway, his son still straight. But yeah. But I'm looking. I don't know where they filmed it, but I'm looking at everything because I live down the street, been over the house and everything. I'm trying to see what they get right, what they get wrong, what was close, what was not. I had to get out of that mode to enjoy the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but it was cool.
Wow.
All right, but I am definitely out. I can't pull a 10-hour on a second time around. But y'all have a good one, man. Stay safe. I don't know. I know the weather's y'all snowed in New York. Who else is in New York?
No.
Oh, I thought it was snowing in New York. All
I
right.
don't know. Maybe it is snowing out there. I don't know.
Oh yeah, you ain't been out in 5 days.
You sound like me, child. They like, you got a storm coming your way. I do. Like, wow.
That's how you know people work from home, boy. You don't even look outside for 5 days later.
Well, it was fine when I was out there earlier, but who knows what's going on now.
I got all online school.
All right, so I think Unbiased made me. Oh, Unbiased still here. All right. Well, I'm gonna say peace, y'all.
Peace.
All right, peace.
Nobody else jumping on the campus.
I dropped the link a little while ago, but and don't nobody move quickly.
Brethren,
Let me see.
Stoopies.
Yeah.
Did you see that Idris Elba movie called Yardy?
I don't like Idris Elba for some strange reason.
You say you don't like him?
Why you hating?
Yeah.
I don't really like Idris. Idris is a good actor. I'm not doubting that. We can never doubt whether or not Idris is a good actor. He is.
Idris made a movie about the y'all Jamaican cats, how y'all got down in the 70s in Rose Garden, man.
Yeah, I didn't see that one.
Yeah, it was his directorial debut. It's called Yardy. Like Yardy is another word for like street dude or something.
What call Jamaica yard? The yard. So
Yardy.
Them going
Go
back
on yard.
Yard. Idris is not. Idris, I didn't like him from The Wire. Probably that's why.
I I liked him in The Wire. I didn't like his character. I liked his acting. I didn't like his character.
Yeah, that's why I didn't like
Same
his
here.
character.
Yeah, he's an excellent actor though, I think. But yeah, his
Yeah.
character was, I mean, but he played
Now,
it role. He played the role really well.
yeah. Now my thing is, can we talk about people that like you do not like to this day because of a role that they played because they played it so well?
Okay.
Like Junior from Players Club.
Junior.
That scene, Junior, when he
What
raped
did he
Ebony
do?
in the room,
Oh,
I cannot take him ever since that scene. Like,
yeah. Mhm.
I just can't separate his any work that he do from his role in that.
From that role, wow. I
Clifton
remember the
Powell for
movie was
me.
good. I just can't remember that, but I do. I can see where that's coming. I can see that point.
I didn't like Ice Cube for a long time too because of his role in it.
Mhm.
Blair Underwood in Medea's Family Reunion.
Oh yeah, that was.
oh my gosh,
He was about to throw her out of
such
the
a
building.
jerk.
He was
was
about to
horrible.
throw her out the building. He like, you ain't going nowhere. You can either go out this window. I'm like, oh my God.
Well, in that case, Michael Ealy and For Color Girl.
When he threw them baby, that movie was all over the place for
Man,
me.
yeah,
Yeah,
it
I
kind of
didn't
put me
like
in the
that.
mind of a Beloved. Like Beloved was all over the place too.
See, I
Yeah,
like
I didn't.
Beloved because
I didn't
Beloved.
like because I know the play, and you probably as well, Adrian, For Color Girls, and most, you've seen it before, right, Amber? For Color Girls as a theater piece.
I haven't seen it as a play. Nope.
Oh, okay. So yeah, it was a little awkward, but it was kind of awkward.
Man, when Janet Jackson asked him, "Are you getting bent over or something?" Oh my heart, and he was like, "Why would you ask that question?" I'm like, "Oh God, this movie all
Yeah.
over the place."
Now,
Gotta
low key,
ask these days.
Janet Jackson is someone who gets roles, and I'm disgusted every time. I don't think I've ever liked the role that she has played, other
Why
than
did I
Penny
get
on Good
married?
Times.
All right, I was like
No,
Penny, you like Penny.
like other than Penny, other than that, no.
What about her? What about her playing Willis's girlfriend? Did you like her in that, or strictly just Penny?
Penny.
Penny, she played his girlfriend in different shows.
I don't recall her.
Okay. Yeah, it wasn't. I don't think she was on there a lot, but
yeah,
she was cute as Penny.
Danny Glover in
Yeah.
The Color Purple.
Oh man, I actually
Yeah,
love
that
him
would
in
have
The
been a
Color
role
Purple.
that you would hate him for, but he really was
But
hateful in that role.
Low key though, his role was hilarious to me though. Like
Get off my leg.
Really?
Get off my leg.
and I fixed it so I know if you didn't touch it. So, I gotta go to school. Yeah.
Clifton Powell.
But he was a whole creep.
Clifton
he was
Powell
great.
and Women Who Are Loose. Y'all ever saw that?
Yeah, I didn't see that.
I haven't seen it.
It was where he played the stepfather who he did something to the daughter, and then she wound up going to jail. Kimberly Elise was in it.
No, I didn't see that.
Oh my God, you got to check that out.
Yeah, I haven't seen it.
Mm-mm.
I'm trying to think who else was a whole creep or just did some foul stuff.
Well, Denzel Washington in Training Day, I hated him in that role. Not to
You
bring
can't do
Denzel
nothing
back
but
up,
like.
but it took me years to actually appreciate the actual character that he portrayed, because I was just like, I can't stand this man in this role, the character. I was like, how could he do that? When I first saw it, I was like, couldn't believe Denzel would do such a role.
Yeah.
Playing a
Now,
corrupt
I mean, honestly, to me, that was probably and I'm not gonna say the best role he's ever played, but I feel like it got him out of his element because he typically plays the good guy,
Yes.
the savior figure.
Mm-hmm.
So
I
that was
appreciated
good for
it 10
me.
years later.
Yeah.
I think he did excellent once I got over that, but it took me a while to get over it. But yeah, he
Execution
was
as well,
excellent.
awful movies.
What you say,
Execution,
Stu Peas?
the movie Executioner that he starred, 1 and 2, I didn't like those.
You talking
What?
about you
Denzel
talking about the
Washington.
Equalizer.
Equalizer, oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I
That's
don't
an
know.
action
I'm
movie.
just a Denzel fan, so I don't know a Denzel movie I don't like. So I guess
I
I'm
think
I
biased.
I
love,
think I
I
actually
like him in Pale
the
too.
movie. But yeah, I actually like the movie, but I feel like it's too late in his career for that role.
And he about to
What?
come out with another one.
Come on now.
Equalizer
Number three.
Harrison Ford was jumping off trains in The Fugitive. Hey, look at Liam Neeson. Liam Neeson, he's still beating people up and he's 75 years old in the movie.
Hey.
You're absolutely right, but I don't know. I can't. Now the crazy thing is Harrison Ford. But Liam Neeson. Yeah, I actually do like him and Taken.
I was Liam Neeson's biggest fan for a long time, but he said some stuff that was crazy. And I was just like, I can't mess with him no more.
Even though that was said like way, way back in the day, because that wasn't recent that he had made those comments, right? That was like over 20 years ago, right?
Yeah, but when he was being stupid and brought that out in the interview, that was that all his movies now people ain't watching it no more because he
What did he say?
he said that that his niece came to him in Ireland, well, came to him and said that a black dude had assaulted her, and then he walked around every black neighborhood with a police baton, and he said that if I would have saw a black person, I would have hit him over the head because that was probably the black person that did something to my niece, and then ever since his movies came out, nobody ain't went to see him because of that.
I mean, I feel like if you was to reverse the role, a black person would probably feel the same way about a white person in that circumstance. Like,
yep, I agree.
It's an amount of rage and wanting to do something that I feel like is just human. And the only identifier he had to go off of was race. So as far as I'm concerned, like I wouldn't look at that as like he hates black people. There was a cause. You know what I'm saying? And
Right.
then that was the effect. It ain't like he was just hunting. It felt like he wanted to hunt black men.
Well, he did say he walked to several black neighborhoods looking for a black person to beat up. Like, I mean that right there. I mean, I like Liam Neeson as a actor, but I just don't like the person. Like, I love John Wayne too. John Wayne didn't like black folk, but I still be walking around watching his movies on AMC.
Now, did anybody ever verify if that was an actual story? Like, if his niece, if somebody actually assaulted her, or was that just an excuse for him to express that?
He said in an interview with his movie Cold Pursuit that his niece came to him and told him that a black man did this to me, and then he walked around with a baton stick, walking in several black neighborhoods, just waiting to run up on somebody who was black and hit him over the head. I mean, but I like his work though.
IBM said that's not normal to want to get black revenge, but if you were in a position where blacks had the power, like if everything was completely wrong, like we can't imagine it because there's consequences to blacks having behavior like that. But if we had the type of privilege that they had, and our black child come and say, or black niece or nephew come and say, a white man did something to me, absolutely, you're going to have some vigilante rage. And if you have the power to go out and just make anybody your victim without any repercussion, you can't convince me that you probably wouldn't.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, be myself personally, I would never do nothing like that. Like that's terrible. You know. But I mean,
Y'all teach y'all.
I like I like Liam Neeson's work.
Peace, Sosa.
Yeah, let's hop on real quick because I was like, I think Angela Bassett, right, tops them all, right? Because you got to look, because when I look at a movie, right, for far as acting, I be looking at like range of emotion. You feel me? And I think like her range of emotion that she had to carry and be Tina Turner, I think like tops all of them. Because like
Great point.
yeah, when you talk about impersonation, Jamie Foxx could win an impersonation award because that's what he does. But as far as like what the acting role required, it was like very limited.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Great
method.
point, King Sosa.
So
I agree. Angela Bassett tops them all. I just knew that probably wasn't gonna go over well.
Yeah, I want to change my vote. Yep.
And I thought, and even Halle Berry did a good job in Josephine Baker. If you ever seen that movie, she was real good.
Nah, she didn't play
Gotta see that.
Josephine Baker, dude. That was Lynn Whitfield, bro.
Oh,
You tripping?
What was that? Oh well, her. Well, my bad. I thought
You tripping, man.
No.
Man.
There was another movie she played. Was it?
I know
You
what
talking
you're
about
talking
Monsters
about.
Dorothy
Yeah,
Dandridge.
Dorothy Dandridge. Yeah,
Dorothy
she played
Dandridge.
Dorothy Dandridge.
Yeah, Dorothy Dandridge. She did good in that movie, in that role too. And later did Josephine Baker. She was awesome too. In that
Well, Whitfield is the truth.
Yeah,
I
she's
wish
the truth.
I wish those actresses like Angela Bassett and Halle Berry. I wish they would have honestly had like I guess bigger careers, but I think with Hollywood, when it comes to like attractive black women, they tend to keep them on the kind of almost underground almost because I feel that they wouldn't want them to upstage the white actresses like Megan Good. Like Megan Good, as attractive as she should have a much bigger career than what she
she's
has.
not a
But
good actor.
I don't think. I'm like Megan Good
She's
is
not
not
a good
a good actor.
like I'm
no,
not.
You know who we
Megan
forgot?
Megan Good is actually a good actress. Watch Eve's Bayou. Watch
I
Eve's
actually
Bayou.
didn't like her in Eve's Bayou, to be
I'm not.
That
perfectly
was
honest.
what?
I'm not
That's
tipping my
No,
hat to goddamn Megan.
I'm not.
She's pretty, but you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
do that shit. You know what I'm saying? And,
I mean,
Angela Bassett did when it time though, you gotta look at the time. Like, we really acted like it's been 1,000 years. So, when Angela Bassett broke in, like the roles were limited. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
that's what I'm saying.
Right.
I wish she would have I wish they would have had bigger careers, but they're
Yeah, but
attractive
she
black
rose to
women and they
prominence.
don't want them to have bigger careers. They don't want
Yeah,
them
by the time she rose
upstaging
to
nobody.
prominence, it was
We
already
forget. We're forgetting Viola Davis.
Viola
oh
Davis is the
yeah.
truth
definitely one of
too.
my favorites.
Did y'all see her playing
Yes.
Ma Rainey Black Bottom?
I actually played it.
I ain't
I
tear
actually
No.
that, but
played
Oh
Me and My
yeah. I have seen. Yeah, I have.
yeah, she's good
That
at
was,
everything. She's good at everything.
yeah.
She can
Give me
do it.
my Coke. Give me my Coke.
She
Yeah,
can
Oh,
do. She can do like
don't miss.
every range. She can do every
She
range.
don't miss.
Yeah,
she don't miss.
yeah, she's dope.
And she got famous late in the game too, which is, another good example of how acting to work out sometimes.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
she was
But
killing on a damn sitcom, on that little sitcom series she had. Was it
Scandal.
Murder? No, the
It was
Murder.
How to Get Away with Murder.
How to Get Away with
I mean,
Murder.
yeah, How to Get Away with Murder.
Yeah,
She was excellent in that. She played a
killing
psychopath.
that. Yeah, she was killing that shit.
You said a psychopath?
Yeah. She played a
Pretty-
psychopathic, murderous
Lawyer.
lawyer.
She was not murderous. She never killed anyone.
Oh, but Amber, she
She was a
manipulated.
I was gonna say she was a master manipulator. Yeah.
You don't think she was a psychopath?
No.
Like,
No. I don't.
Well, whatever it was, she played the
It's
hell out of that
questionable.
role.
It's questionable.
I don't know. Mm-mm.
She showed she got over shit quick. Like she like, you know what I'm saying? Like she said, oh, dude up to get locked up, the boyfriend dude, then got him out though. Nate. Poor Nate.
Yeah.
But the crazy I mean, I honestly think it's kind of like and I don't want to like make too far of a comparison, but they talk about it a lot in Power, like moral morality, and kind of like she would always try to choose the lesser evil, but it would still like be some evil shit. But she had enough confidence in herself, like, okay, I know what I'm doing. They just gonna have to take the fall for this, and I just have to go back and fix it later. You know what I'm like?
Yeah, she was superb.
Like it was, yeah.
Yeah, that's what made a role so good, though. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. That speech she did at when it was the series was about to end, and she did like a whole monologue in the court. It was around that was so powerful. And every time she was on screen with Cicely Tyson, I mean, she was pure gold.
Yeah, she's braiding her hair and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she go in, but yeah, she's definitely one of my favorites.
Yeah. Yeah. So what y'all think of Chadwick and what did y'all think of Chadwick and Ma Rainey, if y'all remember it?
That was,
his character.
I mean, that honestly like made me cry because that's Chadwick's swan song, and he knew he was gonna die like while he was filming that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I didn't really see it. I ain't a huge Chad Boswick fan, but I ain't seen that. It's like he's okay, but he don't like blow me away in that.
When he killed old boy, I was like,
right. That was so sad.
It broke my heart.
Over some shoes.
Hey,
but it wasn't sad though. It wasn't the shoes. That was just like the thing that made him snap.
That took him over the edge, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I want to say, well, without bash, because I don't want to bash, but I want to get into some people that have careers that I feel like shouldn't. Like, now you were saying, Adrian, earlier, you were saying that you felt like Angela Bassett's career wasn't as great because like they didn't want beautiful Black women to upstage white women, this and the third. But I think that there's still like this quote unquote pretty standard in the industry for even amongst Black women. So I feel like a lot of roles that probably could have went to Angela Bassett or other people that actually had the skill went to these quote unquote prettier Black actresses. Like, I don't think Vivica Fox has much talent when it comes to acting.
No, Vivica Fox is not good. She's not good.
Has she played some decent roles? Yeah.
I don't think I've seen
Gabrielle Union.
Yeah, good cult classic like Soul Food.
Yeah, Gabrielle Union, I don't think is good.
I put Gabrielle Union with like, you might not agree, but like she's like with Chadwick Boseman to me. She's like okay. Like I ain't mad when I see her, but I'm like, I ain't thrilled either. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. But I feel you with Gabrielle Union.
I don't think that there's like a industry standard with like putting pretty, Black women or average looking Black women on the screen. I just think it's really like they don't want to put attractive, Black women ever like opposite to like a white female actress. Cause like I could give an example, right? If you I don't know if you've seen the new Star Wars or anything. I'm a big Star Wars nerd.
Nah.
And what's this chocolate girl? She's one of my favorites. Denai Guerrera. No, not Denai Guerrera. Lupita Nyong'o is in Star Wars, right? But they had her play an ugly monster that was animated because they didn't want her, because if they would have had her be a regular human, people would have been looking at her instead of Daisy Ridley. And I can give another one. They had Idris Elba in Star Trek, but guess what? They had Idris Elba play an ugly alien person. They didn't have him just be himself.
But typically, aren't these the roles that they audition for?
Yeah, but yeah.
Like just like how that, do that because it's hard to do that one because it's an alien movie.
Right.
I know, but just imagine if they put Lupita Nyong'o just as a regular person like no makeup, just regular Lupita Nyong'o,
She's got
and
movies
Daisy
like that.
Ridley's in there.
She's got
She do
movies.
have movies like that.
What's another movie where
Excellent actress, by the way.
It's just
Excellent.
that
I like
sometimes the
Mhm.
name may get it. Like Beyonce might get a role because she's Beyonce.
Cadillac
Mhm.
Records.
well,
Yeah, even though she was okay in Cadillac
that's because
Records.
she can
I
sing.
ain't mad.
That's
She
because
can
she can
sing.
Yeah, I
sing.
think it was
Like,
one of her better performances.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I like her in that actually.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
well,
So
Beyonce can
sometimes
sing
the
though,
name might win over an actual solid actor. You know what I mean?
but Beyonce could sing though. Same as Jamie Foxx. I mean, you know,
Well, yeah, for the purpose of that, like, I mean, but
It's
also
confirmation.
too, that was one of those movies that they invested a lot and they wanted to see a return. So they made sure they casted certain names that was gonna draw the audience.
Right.
even Most Def's an artist. I mean, I think he knows how to play the piano. I think maybe even the guitar. I mean, he's a rapper, so I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. The Beyonce role in that movie had pretty good range. Like the last song she did with this ring or something. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
That's like Kelly Record, and that movie was a pretty dope ass movie.
Yeah, it was
That-
good.
Yeah.
Old boy in that movie, he's like underrated too. What was the real license? I can never remember his name.
Jeffrey Wright.
Jeffrey Wright. Yeah, he's real
Jeffrey
good.
Wright. He's him and Most Def. They're theatrically trained. They're brilliant.
He's real good, but he's not as spotless. But he gets a lot of good roles though. A lot
Yeah,
of good
he was
roles.
in Westworld and he was the black man in the James Bond movies with Daniel
Yeah,
Craig.
he can play nerdy, he can play gangster. You know what I'm saying? Like
I knew him when he played Peoples Hernandez and Shaft. That was
yeah,
that was cold.
he can do.
Yeah, he's a good actor.
Uh,
I don't want to go back to that conversation, but didn't he play MLK?
who?
Jeffrey Wright? Did he play
Nah,
MLK?
it's a
Okay.
light. He's Jeffrey Light, hella yellow.
Yeah, I know, but who played? Let me look it up. Who played
Oh, that
MLK?
dude, I forgot the one that played Selma.
Yeah, okay, it wasn't him.
I forgot
His name is Daniel Oleolawa.
Okay.
Okay.
He was in The Butler.
Was he also the one that played 12 Years a Slave?
Nope, that's Chiwetel Ejiofor.
Oh, okay.
He's pretty
see.
good too. He's pretty good. He's pretty
Yeah.
good too.
Most of these Black English actors,
Yeah, they're trained.
Shakespeare is funded by the state down there, so I think that has a lot to do with it as well. It's already like funded by the state. But like, I mean, I love like Chiwetel. He's one of my he's one of my inspirations.
Yeah, 'cause it's always funny when you see them play them roles. Then you see the interview, and then they have the London voice. You be like, get the
Mhm.
I thought
For the longest, I didn't know Don Cheadle was
what?
foreign. I'm like, I mean, I've known for quite some time now, but he's actually had a pretty long career. So it was a good while into his career before I had ever heard him. You know, some of the time I thought that he was like faking an accent. You know what I'm saying? Like, because in some of the
Yeah, Don Cheadle's good. I like Don Cheadle.
yeah, in some of his roles, he's actually utilized the accent. So I used to think he was faking that.
I used to think Idris Elba was African American when I saw Daddy's
In The
Little
Wire?
Girls. Nope, Daddy's Little Girls.
Yeah, I
'Cause, I
thought
mean,
that.
he had a
Yeah,
southern
yeah,
accent.
yeah.
Well, I thought he was in The Wire. I didn't know. I thought
He was,
I didn't know.
but he
Yeah,
was the
He did a
daddy.
good
Yeah.
Yeah, when I heard him talk to another one, I was like, get the even dude from goddamn Snow.
Snowfall,
Man.
Damson
Snowfall.
Idris.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But
he's
I'm like,
English.
yeah, doing a Kelly gal like
Guess who else is English?
oh,
Delroy Lindo.
Oh yeah, I knew that.
And he was in Romeo Must Die, The Five Bloods. He should have won an Oscar. I was really mad
Blockers.
that he didn't win.
Wait a minute. No.
he played them good old firm roles this year. He do a good job.
The Clockers, that was excellent. He was like,
It was an excellent movie.
I'm not one of them people on the corner. I got the book clockers. He's one
But
of
I
those.
still, I mean, we were talking about it earlier, and I know, I mean, that was Mekhi Phifer's first role. So it was really an extraordinary feat for this unknown actor to play opposite of Delroy Lindo and to be able to pull it off in the way he did.
Yeah, that's
You
why
can't
he
really
blew. That's why
you
my
can't really
kind of blew. Yeah.
So I think that just goes to show how good of a natural talent Mekhi is or was at the time.
Yeah.
He should have gotten more roles too.
Yeah, he should have definitely got more roles.
Sometimes I wanted to just be that they just be very selective. You know what I mean? Like because it's like seemed like he stayed around though. You know what I'm saying? It seemed like he did well, but it just wasn't in the whole
Yeah.
He probably because he didn't have a lot of the training because the acting world can be very cliquish and very, a lot of gatekeepers, and who knows why, that could have had something to do with why it made it hard for him, to succeed in that way. So, but I love Lorenz Tate in Dead Presidents.
Yeah, and then Marty Poole's Soft Love. When he played Frankie Lyman.
Yeah, he did a good job.
Yeah, I like him. Frankie.
Yeah, he's a good actor. Lorenz is a great actor.
Keith David killed it in Dead Presidents and Clifton Powell. Gosh.
But actually, that's a movie where I feel like the female actresses brought the quality of the film down. Like I think he did an excellent job playing Frankie Lyman, but Halle Berry and Vivica Fox.
Yeah.
I wasn't. Yeah, I think they brought the quality of the movie down.
Tell good Halle Berry movie. Just one.
Name a good Halle Berry movie.
Halle Berry, I tell you, Dorothy Dandridge. She killed Dorothy. She was awesome in that movie.
She was good in her first movie.
Jungle Fever was her first movie.
Oh, with Isaiah?
Strictly
Isaiah?
Business.
Jungle. She played the crackhead.
Jungle Fever. What was the movie with? What was the one with the little doctor boy? Isaiah something?
Losing Isaiah.
Boomerang too.
Yeah, she was good in Losing Isaiah.
Did y'all see John Wick? Did y'all see her in John Wick? I mean, I don't know.
She broke her ribs in that movie.
Yeah, I did.
But I like y'all gonna probably hate me for this, but I like Halle Berry as Swordfish. Monsters Ball.
It's
I
all
love
right.
that movie. That's my favorite.
I like both
it's
of those.
all right.
Nah, but I mean, the scene aside, the scene was awesome. The scene aside, she did a good job with Monster. She did a good job with Monster.
I actually liked her in Frankie and Alice. Was that the movie Frankie and Alice when she had multiple personalities?
Oh yeah, I saw that too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, she acted opposite Stellan Skarsgård. He's really good.
What's the name of the movie?
Frankie and Alice, I think.
I don't think I've seen that one.
It was on Netflix years ago. That's how I saw it.
Yeah, everyone. She got.
You don't like Halle Berry too much.
Who don't like Halle Berry? I like Halle Berry.
I'm asking Suki. He wanted to know if we had just one good movie with her in it. So I was wondering.
When he brought it up and hear all the movie, he was like, "Okay, yeah." Because like a lot of people forget sometimes because like
about the
you
body
may have
of
a
work.
bad run, and you may have a bad run, and then you tend to forget about the quality work that they did. You know what I'm saying? Because I think Denzel had a bad run for a moment. You know what I'm saying? He had some good spots here and there.
When was his bad run, King Salsa?
Yeah, explain this.
Y'all like Man on Fire? Was it Man on Fire?
I love that movie. Kiersey Bear? What's his nickname? Kiersey Bear?
Man on Fire was the Equalizer. You know what I'm saying?
I don't care. I love me some Denzel.
You know what I'm saying? Now he was good in what is it, Spy House, Safe House? When he was like a assassin and a white boy had to lock him up and shit. Like he was getting that too. You know what I mean?
He broke that dude neck in that bathroom. He just jumped him. I remember like, oh God.
Then he went.
He was great in the Philadelphia story. Was he in Philadelphia Story with Tom Hanks?
That was really good too.
That was
Yes.
excellent.
No, like he has some shit here and there. Then he has some like some Charnessa characters.
My mom used to watch him in Saint Elmore Spire or Saint Elsewhere. That's what I think that was his acting debut.
Saint
No,
Elmo.
his acting debut was Carbon Copy.
Carbon Copy?
Yeah, where he was this black kid from this white father.
Oh wow. I
Oh
gotta look that
yeah,
one.
I saw that.
A devil with a blue dress.
That's a good movie, Carbon Copy. You'll love it.
Okay, let me check it
Hey,
out.
Stoopies. Since you brought up a few of Denzel stuff too, how'd you feel about the Mighty Quinn? How'd you feel about that dude accent? Cause you West Indian. So how'd you
It
feel?
was awful.
Tell the truth, it was awful.
Don't hate on Denzel, man. Denzel, he had the accent down pat.
Which accent you have done, Pat? He sound nothing like, and he sound nothing like.
You gotta have experience, real experience around Jamaicans to pull off a style of Jamaican accent on the street.
That was based off a fictional island, man. You gotta give him credit.
Yeah, I damn hate to see an African American do a Jamaican roll and butcher the goddamn patois. I'd be like, this shit, I can't even take it.
Right.
It's
And the actor that
crazy.
played in what was that? It was on Netflix. What was that show? Was it with the black man superhero? It was a Marvel.
Oh, you talking about Bushmaster? Now that was an
Bush,
excellent accent. That was
but go ahead.
that was excellent. That was an excellent accent right there. Cause
He did an excellent accent.
yeah, that was a dope accent.
There was no dope accent. Bushmaster.
I don't think he. I didn't think so. I didn't think so.
I'm like,
Like that was a
Adrian, you
role
fried.
that why didn't they just get a Jamaican to play that role? Because I mean,
Right.
we in 2019 now. Okay.
When he said Wagwan, I be on
They
finest.
needed,
Come on, now, that was dope.
they needed an old boy from Belly, but he had passed away.
Baby. Oh, you talking about Bum the Color?
Yeah, that
The original Dandada.
He said, "I am the Don." He said, "I am the Dandada." Don't you ever say that to me.
The
I
original
just didn't
Dandada.
understand that.
You are on with me.
What was that? What was the name of that show?
Shut up. Well, shut up.
What? The one on
Shut up.
Netflix
Luke
where he
Cage.
played. Yeah, Luke Cage. That's
Luke
what it was.
Cage.
I was really shocked that they didn't have somebody better to play that particular role.
With
Because I'm,
Bushmaster?
yeah, that guy's not Jamaican.
Nah.
Come on now.
No, I don't remember a couple times in the club, like drunk as hell. You just get stupid drunk in the club.
See, y'all can't be hating on Mustafa like that. That was a dope role. He beat Luke Cage up. He beat him up. He elbowed.
I think with a Jamaican accent though, it's like they have to Americanize it somewhat, or you'll get
Don't
lost.
understand it.
Mm-hmm. I won't be able to understand.
I gotta.
But watch with the subtitles. Shit. Okay.
They might be offended you put subtitles in the Jamaican speak with subtitles.
Hey.
Lord help us.
Oh Lord, that should be hilarious. Jamaican movie with subtitles.
No. I'm saying you watch with the subtitles. Shit.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm just saying, just for the general, for the general audience. Like, I mean, my baby mama's Jamaican, like, so been around it, but I'm just saying for the general public. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
My girlfriend was Jamaican, and when she got angry, I could barely understand what she would be saying because I feel like sometimes like they be having to really calm their accent down because they talk like really fast a lot, and I'll be like, hold up, slow down.
It just sounds fast because like I'm Geechee, so if I was back home, it sounds the same way. Like, but it just sounds fast because you don't understand the language. You know what I'm saying? Like that's just how, like, you hear Chinese, it's like because we speak English, like you hear the pauses when I speak, right? But the pauses ain't really there. It's just psychological. Your brain just put the pause because you understand the language. So that's why you hear Chinese, it sound like, but to them we sound the same way.
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? We all speak the same, but because you understand the language, you hear the pauses in each word. That's all.
It's stupid.
Yeah.
Can you
Well, I
understand
do. Well, I do feel
Americans
like
when we be talking?
Huh?
Like, do you understand African American? Do you understand our dialect when we be talking? Because
Yeah, because a lot of TV. Over time, we got very good at it because of television.
so y'all be watching us.
Then that's the first thing America export.
Of course.
That's the
Of
biggest
course.
American export. Television. You didn't know that?
Television and music.
Television. Everybody have
Yep.
access to it. It sell the white people friends and the dog that look like glasses. And everybody want that dream.
Mm.
They never know that that's what America sell to the rest of the world. Television.
Yeah.
The picket fence and the dog that look like Lassie. And everybody said, that's what you want.
And they want what they see. I remember the first time I went to Jamaica, and I think it was in Spanish Town. It was because I've been there twice, and I know one time I went and I saw like a KFC when they started bringing a lot of our chain restaurants over there. I saw a line of people lined up outside of a KFC in Spanish Town. I never seen anything like that. I was like, this is crazy.
Yeah, you know that
That's
You know,
because,
that shit ain't even popping like that.
yeah, that's because that's because of Jamaica, like it's kind of like how you talking. Go ahead.
Yeah, but I knew when I saw that what the future was going to behold people who ate like that, because I knew what it's done to people here. So, you fast forward 20 years later and,
You went to Spanish Town? Where's in Jamaica?
Yeah. Well, I've been there twice. I've been to the Kingston side the second time. And then the first time it was Lucy Hanover.
Oh, you got country. Is that country boyfriend you have?
Well, he was from Hanover, Jamaica. But then I went later and I was on the Kingston side. But I just remember, they would take me everywhere. So, and I just remember seeing that. And I knew that was going to, like, years down the road, that was going to be problems because, when I went there and I saw the school children coming out of school, it kind of reminds me of when I watch old television shows and see how thin the people were just in America, how thin they were compared to now. But so seeing the kids come out of primary school and seeing how small they were compared to American kids at the time.
Go back 20 years later, all the kids
exactly changed.
All the kids big. It's the food.
Because of the KFC and the McDonald's and the whatever else they got over there.
Yeah, I've been a Kingston.
And then a decrease in physical education. Yeah.
Kingston and Montego Bay over
Not
there.
education, but the food, nutrition, the food, the food fattening. Everybody want the food. No, nobody don't want
that's
to eat.
because it's kind of like what you was talking about. Like they eat their own food, so it's like when something new comes, they get attracted to it. But like in Jamaica, you can literally be in your car at a light and grab you a a grilled chicken, a jerk chicken on a corner from a guy with a grill while you're in your car. Not even have to get out your car. You see, so it's like it's so in abundance. When something new comes up, it's like, hey, you know what I'm saying? Like, to be honest.
So you went to Hanover. Hanover is nice. And Hanover is quiet and sleepy. It's a quiet place.
It's nice.
Yeah, it's like everybody know everybody. You realize that in Jamaica, everybody know everybody. It's like somebody walking down the street and it's like they talked about 100 person before the hour. And you say, how is this possible? I can't remember when they took my American friend down and he was saying that, you know everybody in Kingston? I said, no. But a lot of people over time.
Yeah.
Even when I meet people from in Atlanta, they'll know my people, my girlfriend and people in Jamaica.
Yeah.
From last day off school.
Oh yeah.
I stayed up in Red Hills in Jamaica.
Yeah, my uncle live up that way. Some nice houses up there, so.
Yeah, she live in some mansion out there in the hill.
Hey, stupid.
Yeah.
Where Marcus Garvey buried at?
Marcus Garvey buried in National Heroes Park. It's a park in Kingston.
Okay.
But he was originally buried in England, and
Yeah, they brought him back not too
in
long.
Baltimore.
Yeah.
Mm.
He died in England, and they brought him home and made him national hero. So he's buried in the National Heroes Park.
Cause yeah, I want to go over. I want to go to Jamaica and visit his grave. Like,
Well, you see, when you go to Kingston, go in the day, especially that part of Kingston. I mean, day, like between 11 o'clock and 4 o'clock.
Why? 3Ps, why?
Kingston is not you play with.
Kingston ain't like it's like it ain't like But I've been all over Kingston, stupid late at night too.
I
I
just
mean,
want to
I
hear
went
what
to
you
a
people gonna
strip club.
say. I'm
Who you went
Yeah,
with? Who you went with?
I said I
make
was
it plain,
I
Stu.
was at the asylum.
Right, like why you stressing that?
Yeah, I partied at the asylum down there. You know what I mean? Went to a couple strip clubs. I went to like a peace strip club down there.
You ever went to a road party? A street party? Passa, ready.
I was on there. When I was there, it was not jumping off when I was there.
Yeah, they have street parties in Jamaica. Mean that the street completely locked off, and you'll have like hundreds of people just partying on the street.
is that carnival for y'all?
Like that. It'd be like that.
That's like a block party. It's like it can happen anytime.
It's like I go into asylum, the whole line of streets. Everybody was like that.
I went to one of those when I was there the first time around. The driving drove me crazy though, because the guy I was with at the time. I mean, there was just no street lights, and he was just driving so fast everywhere.
Oh, baby,
Bro,
it's just like that.
I had to drive.
We got on a
from. I went to Montego Bay first, right? So we drove from Montego Bay to Kingston. And when I tell you got to ride a cliff,
right,
with no rails, bro. They no railing on the other side, nigga. Nothing. If your shit break down, it's a wrap. I was like, yeah, and you on the left side, right? That shit was crazy.
Terrifying.
I was like, oh my goodness. Nigga, like, how can you think
y'all giving me anxiety?
What if we break down? Like nothing. We gotta wait, hope somebody come riding by. It's just crazy.
You like how wide the roads are?
Oh my god, that shit is crazy.
Crazy.
Hey, they nigga ride on that bus with on that bus like with the holes there. Oh man, that shit is crazy.
Yeah,
but that is the one thing I have come to appreciate about America. I haven't been to Jamaica, but I went to Cancun and had to ride like public transportation. The bus was full and they was flying, like fucking flying. Like my nerves was so bad. Like I never want to get on one of those again.
Yeah, when you go to Jamaica or when you out of town like that, you gotta get you a driver. You know what I'm saying? Like you can find you a driver.
But if you go to Jamaica, you'll enjoy the food, and you look around and you'll think that you're in Atlanta. Depends on where you're. All black people, everybody black.
Food awesome.
Yeah, it's definitely in the plan, but I want to avoid that cliff he's talking about.
Yeah, Jamaica. The cliff.
My nerves ain't shit.
Oh, you'd have freaked out. Yeah,
and ain't no lights on around them cliffs, Amber. That's the other part. Ain't no street lights.
It's nothing. I'm talking about, the Bugs Bunny movie when niggas like that, nigga. Like when I see a mountain, yo, you riding down a mountain, like for real, like that's the
real.
Oh my goodness.
He was up in Red Hills, that's why. He was up in the hills.
Nah, I'm talking, but I'm talking about not even Red Hills too, but I was coming back from Montego Bay. I had to drive from Montego Bay to Kingston.
Oh, you went on the highway.
Yeah.
And then the highway is like it's on the edge, how they cut the road on the edge of the hill. It's like
and you gotta ride a cliff of all
doing like 100 miles per hour.
Yeah. Shit. Because you don't want to go slow. You want to hit you like, hurry up.
Matter of fact, the first time I landed in Jamaica, it was a blackout. So I got a nice little warm welcome.
You enjoy the lights of Kingston when you're in Red Hills? When you're on Red Hills, look over.
Yeah. It's beautiful. And like she was way up, her house was way up the mountain, right? So when you go outside, you look up, there's somebody living way up there too. You like, God. I'll tell you, you lift your head straight up. It's a big mansion, you know what I'm saying? Even higher up. You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, shit.
Jamaica live on the hills. In Kingston, they live on the hills.
Yeah.
All the expensive houses are on the hill. I look over on Kingston.
Yeah, so that's the view.
Stupid.
Yeah.
Are you a maroon?
Partially, yeah. My grandfather was.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cause my homie, who I went to school with, he was a maroon, and he told me, cause I remember I asked him, I was like, "Yo, is all y'all, Jamaicans down there maroons?" He was like, "No."
No.
Nothing. Fucking all them be maroons, goddamn.
Well, I mean, all of them. Look, I mean, slavery in Jamaica.
Maroons
That's like,
specific though. They dipped out for a minute. That's what made them
All right.
maroon.
I mean,
The
but
maroons
most
here,
of them, like, yeah. But what's up, Stoopies? Yeah, keep
the
going.
maroons have thicker, blacker hair. Like I mix out now. Somebody here, like thick curly hair, but like the maroons are runaway slaves. But we have those. The culture kind of over time, the loser culture. But back in the day, the maroon had their own language. They speak a Twi, a mixture of Twi, the African language, with patois, English, and Spanish mixed up. But over time it changed. But
So, Stoopies, I got a question about Jamaican politics. Are you for many, go ahead. What you say?
I'm PNP. And some people is Labour.
Is that Michael Mann?
I don't know. I'm gonna give you this name. You have to. I think he's PNP. But anyway, for many years, I was very closely. I was close to somebody in this family. Right. I'm not gonna get into who, but the father became prime minister. Bruce Golding. How was he as a prime minister?
No, well, he got kicked out because there was this gangster named Dudos from Tivoli Garden. Them called him president. The Americans wanted him, and some mix up, and they had a shootout with the soldiers and all of that, and like 105 people died during the shootout with the gangster. He controlled this area named Tivoli Gardens, one of the biggest garrison community. He was the head of the Shower Posse. Anybody ever hear about the Shower Posse? Was a posse who was running the drug game in New York and Miami in the 80s, and that dude was the head of the posse. So they had a fight with the army, and the prime minister had to resign.
He had to resign because it happened under his
watch.
Under his watch, and he didn't. Yeah. He couldn't. Oh, I was okay. I never was sure why he resigned.
The Jamaican politics is.
What do you mean about the Americans wanted him? What would you mean by that?
Because they wanted him for the murders that they committed up here in the 80s and 90s. Just type up Shower Posse.
Oh, they wanted the gangster.
Yeah, they wanted the gangster. But the gangster was part of the system down there.
Yeah, because they recruit the gangsters in the man, Jamaican politics is fucking crazy.
Okay.
I went to school with a guy. I went to school with Prezi. I went to school with Dodos. He was in my class at Arden High School. Yeah, but he's a nice guy. At school, he was cool. His sister went to Arden Extension, but he was a cool guy. If you go to school with him, you never know that he turned out to be one of the most wanted men in the world.
So did the U.S. get him after that whole
yeah,
thing?
He's up here. He's doing like 25 years.
Damn.
Yeah. Yeah, he's in the feds now. But yeah, they wanted him. The whole country was under lockdown for like couple days. Kingston was totally empty because they know that it's going to be it was literally a war. Police got killed, soldier got killed, people got killed.
The war in Kingston be crazy.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Wow.
right around political season. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
I still don't understand y'all politics over this disease. I can't even.
it's the politics is good. The politics is good. We have
Right
two
along with
parties.
the wars is good.
No,
That's just how it is.
no. Is that
No, what I mean is that's a part of that's just kind of goes along with it, with what I
no?
mean.
It's not like what back in the 80s, during 1980 election. Like
Mm.
I remember one time they had a political rally in the apple tree, and they were stopping everybody who passing, and the people say that if either you're with us or against us, and if you're with us, you have to join us. So you have to come out to the bus and go join the political rally. Yeah, but those politics days finished. Nobody not killing anybody again over politics.
Oh, okay,
No,
okay.
no, we have some real hardcore gangsters down there. Trust me.
Still,
Yeah, still.
Yeah.
Still. I have some shatters. Just think about it. When you watch Belly, and I'm gonna show the shatters them, so them behave. They killed a good friend the other day and cut off him head and carried to him and left it on our doorstep.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
See,
Qua.
you in Jamaica see a dude walking around with a machete.
Yeah.
My ex used to have one. Have it on the ready.
Yeah. You have to kind of defend yourself. Like people here, when I see people here like them fight in Jamaica is a serious thing. People don't fight. Like people said them, you and them, them have hands. Most Jamaicans don't have hands. They can't. They don't have hands. They have a machete or they have a gun.
Them black people in England got hands though.
In England too. That's just
They ain't allowed to have guns down there. My homie, he said if you go down
in
to
England, they
England,
have knives.
The knives and
Right.
stabbing. Ain't machetes. Ain't it? Yeah.
They have knives. They have a lot of knives in
Dude
England.
on Shooter Killers with homeboy Fritz. His son got shot, and the other dude his partner got cut with a machete in England.
If you fight a Jamaican, he's going to look for something to hit you with.
That's a good point you make, P. Now that you say that, I never thought about that. But
you said, "Nah, we don't got hands. We got weapons." Fuck that.
We don't play hand games. We don't play games. Because a fight is a serious thing. Because if you and I should fight, I am not supposed to fight you tomorrow or the day after that or the day after that. When you think about me, your neighborhood, you're not leaving your house because I'm supposed to mash you up. I'm supposed to do the
finish
evil.
it. Done you.
Done you.
Yeah.
So when you hear me name, you peep your yourself. I'm not talking about your punch man and knock out and people laughing. No, man. If that happened to a Jamaican and you laugh at him, you spend the rest of your life looking behind you because I'm coming back.
Yeah. I think it's probably I like that, Charles.
It's like my
Fight is serious, so people don't really go there. But when they go there, they go all the way.
Yeah, they go all the way.
Okay.
My son the other day, he was walking and this dude asked him if he want him phone or him life. And when the dude said that to him, just start punching him in the face and beat him up bad. And I said to him, so next time just give him the phone. I'll send you a new phone. Because I asked him, said, do you remember what he looks like? And he said, no, but I said, but he remembers what you look like. Because you beat him up. So he's going to always remember what you look like. But you made the mistake of what he look like. Yeah. So I said, just give him the phone. I'll send you a new phone.
Jamaica's wild. I love it though, because Jamaica's like Wild Wild West. I love that. I kind of like that type of vibe.
For real, thanks, Oprah.
All right, like, but then
I grew up in that kind of.
to talk about the violence and the music here. You know what I'm
I
saying?
tell you, I'm a hypocrite. I told you I'm a hypocrite.
Clearly.
I told you
I
I'm
don't
a
like to see our
hypocrite.
people nowhere
When it comes to
living
music,
like that.
I'm a hypocrite. I told you. I ain't
But
lying.
the thing in Jamaica is that if you're not involved, nobody not troubling you. If you're 9 to 5, normal people going on your day to work, if you're not stupid, meaning that you don't come out to your house with all your jewelry on, coming out to your house with the jewelry on, asking to get robbed. But if you're normal 9 to 5
Mhm.
business, nobody not troubling you. But if you're involved or you mix up, that's when the problem arises. But
See, the
normal,
part about the mix up, you can get mixed up, not even know you mixed up, and then something happened to you.
no, you can't get mixed up like being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Meaning that
What I mean by, you said like some of the, like, I hear that, you know, like if somebody's going after you, they can't get you, they will go after your family.
depends on which family.
Okay.
The mix-up family too. Because like the normal innocent grandmother or mother, no.
And name, like, 'cause I ain't gonna say my people's name, but name matter. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? We hear that last name, they go, okay, you know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
a determination made upon that last name.
Your name matter and association matter.
Yeah. Stay away from the mix up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know too. Because like I used to go down to Tivoli because I know the others. So I could go down there because them know, so I know him.
Yeah, nobody touch you.
Yeah. But you can't go in certain areas and people don't know you. What you doing in there? What you doing in the community and nobody don't know you?
Yeah. Same thing in Charleston. Same thing in Charleston. Because Charleston, same thing is like islands. So everybody, so on each island, everybody know each island, and they know that they'll ask you, "What's your grandma?" And like they'll ask you who your grandma is. You tell them the last name. Somebody will know your grandma, or you know what I mean. They'll know who, and then you'll be like, "Okay, okay." You know what I'm saying? But if they don't, or if they see you, when they see you, they know you're not from. They know you're not from around here. So why are you around here? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's your purpose? You know what I'm saying? You must be up to no good because you ain't from around here.
You did say Charleston, right, King Sosa?
Yeah.
Yeah, because I know when I went there, I felt like the Black people that I encountered there definitely reminded me of Jamaicans that I know.
Kind of operating the same fashion.
And the phenotype and everything. Phenotype, the making the baskets. But you know, it goes back into the history, you know. Charleston's connection to like Caribbean and you know, the whole slave thing. But yeah.
Once you go back to Charleston, you and the natural dialect, you'd be struggling to understand what people are saying too, because you know.
I got a uncle-in-law from there, and man, I don't know what he's saying half the time.
The thing about the language too is that the language, when people speak a specific dialect, it brings the community closer together.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Geechee, because they have their own dialect, they're very clan-like.
Oh yeah. Because when you go to Charleston, it's kind of like when you go to Charleston, everybody in Charleston ain't Geechee. You know what I'm saying? But there's a community of people there. But the dialect is so strong, everybody kind of sound like they Geechee. You know what I'm saying? Because it's so strong. Even white people kind of have a little Geechee tone to it in some area because they be around it. You know what I mean? But it's like I said, it's cliquish. So, and they know, they can tell West Ashley Geechee from a downtown Charleston Geechee.
That dude, Kwame
People on one side of
Brown.
the water, don't go on the other side of the bridge. Like it's people on that side of the bridge, they're on that side of the bridge, and they don't really cross over like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I mean, unless you like, if you regular, then you can, because they'll know. Like once you speak Amber, they'll be like, oh, they won't pay you no attention because they know you ain't. You know what I'm saying? They know you just a regular person. You know.
Okay.
Yeah, they won't pay you no money. Yeah.
If they see, oh, you from that other state, don't bring your ass over here.
It's, people would like, what is the intention? What's the purpose here? Are you here to make trouble? Just what people get confronted sometimes with a whole lot of bullshit from our own same people.
Yeah, I think it has something to do with just islands, man, being because you know what I mean. Because Charleston were islands first, and then they built the bridges later on, connecting these islands. You know what I'm saying? So now you have people who were never a part of one community now going over. You know what I'm saying? And I think it's some type of island effect that occurred because a lot of islands, yeah, a lot of islands are violence. You know what I'm saying? Like wherever you go, whether it's VA, you know what I'm saying? Just I don't know.
I want to change the subject. I can go back. I just have a question. What do y'all think is going to happen with Prince Philip? Is it?
He's probably not gonna go down. He's probably not gonna go to prison.
I'm lost. You gotta enlighten me.
Nothing.
Nothing?
What do you mean?
They not showing the trial on TV. They not releasing no documents.
What happened? I'm lost. What happened?
He's being implicated in the Jeffrey S. They just got finished with Giselle. They just got finished with her, so he's next.
Oh shit, that nigga above that. Like you ever see that
Well,
gay dude?
the queen stripped him. She stripped him of all of his I guess his royal brigade or whatever. She stripped him.
Allegedly.
Okay.
You know they're gonna say that shit publicly. She got to.
Well, I'm curious to see what's gonna happen with that. And then they're saying that the woman, Giselle, is not, I guess she's handing over the black book to the judge. I don't, whoever's in that book.
She gonna turn up dead.
I'm waiting to see if she's gonna turn up dead.
They gonna find her ass somewhere stinking.
That book went up
went to the island. A lot of people went to that island. A lot of people went to that island.
I'm just wondering if they're gonna actually take down this print. Watch it.
Yeah, he royalty though. Like I doubt anything happened to that. It ain't, even though it ain't royalty like back in the day royalty, like they got their powers.
No, I feel like he's gonna have to face the water.
I mean, the way I see it, if it's gotten this far, either they not worried about it or it's intentional. Like to me, it ain't like his name just come up. You know what I'm saying? Like if they putting it out there, I would have to say it was more so orchestrated for him to be implicated. Like I don't think shit like that happened by accident. Me personally, I feel like motherfuckers are in high enough positions where his name didn't have to come up if they didn't want it to.
If the woman says that he took advantage, and it's Prince Andrew, I think. But if the woman says, and she's voicing her truth, and then she's saying this is the man who did this to me, I mean, could they have had control over whether or not she's just releasing her own personal truth?
The black book, but we don't know because the trial's not being on.
No, TV. I'm saying the woman who was violated.
I believe so.
This man violated her.
I believe so. I believe that's evidence that could have been destroyed, gotten rid of, pay off, implicate this. Like, I definitely feel like that's something that could have went away if they wanted it to.
One of the girls had shown that Naomi Campbell, the black English model, was on Epstein's island too. And she actually showed a picture of her and the black model together.
Now, just because it was all on the island, does that mean they all know what was going on in the? I mean, I'm asking.
That's the way. I mean, people are pretty much saying that. I mean, that's been the conclusion that most people draw. Doesn't mean that, no, but
right.
Also, I mean, do you have things like this going on without the rumor? You know what I'm saying? Like it may just be reaching our ears, but how many of these people hadn't at least heard the rumor? You know what I'm saying? Like,
right, already.
so then that begs the question, like, okay, so what was you doing there? Because we may just be finding out about it, but 9 out of 10, y'all not.
Right.
It's Disneyland. You don't go to Disneyland, don't go on the rides. You don't go to
Disneyland don't want that.
You don't
I
go to
could see
Disney.
I could see a great mastermind fixing it so it looks normal to the on site, but underneath it is some other stuff going on. So I could see a mastermind wanting to make sure you have really, credible quote unquote celebrities having a good time, or you may have like a select group that's engaging in other activities.
In the back room.
Don't mean that everybody there has to be privy to it.
You know that's a Disneyland in the back room like that.
Where?
No, that's a Disneyland has a back room where like the elite enjoy themselves.
The VIP.
Yeah.
I mean, truth be told, I don't doubt any of that. Like, I don't doubt any of it.
Mm-hmm.
No, because like back home, even here in America, hundreds of girls go missing every year, just disappear. Just disappear. The bodies don't turn up. They blame it that these girls run away. But where they running away to? You can't find these girls. Island girls get kidnapped, girls disappear all the time. Where these girls go?
So sad.
You understand? Girls just running away. Think about it. In Atlanta last year, how many girls went missing? No, that it doesn't come on the news either. When black girls disappear, it don't come on the news. But if you type in on the internet, black girls who went missing, you find hundreds of names. Where are these girls? In the strip club?
Before the pandemic, it was a big movement to broadcast that.
Right.
And but the pandemic, so everything quelled down now because of the shit that has happened. But like they was promoting that big, like, watch it. You know what I'm saying? Like, these girls are going missing. We're gonna be careful. You know what I'm saying? Like, you could tell like it was a government campaign to make people more aware of the fact that girls are going missing. You know what I'm saying? And we're trying to, and they were cracking down on some of these rings. And they made a couple large busts on the different rings. You know what I'm saying? They charged them slavery. You know what I mean? But the pandemic kind of just made everything kind of die back down.
Yeah, I want to say my friend, she teaches in Baltimore. I remember she had a coworker, another teacher. He was implicated in a ring out there, a smaller sex trafficking ring.
Wow.
Yeah.
And them rings be big too, big like 20, 30. It'd be a large ring.
Yeah. They're missing every year, but nobody don't talk about them. And these girls are being sold on the black market, and they disappear. The bodies are not found. Where are they? Epstein didn't have the only island. There's other islands.
Right.
But it's big in Hollywood. Remember that white boy? He'd been trying to bring it out for years now. He was an actor.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
The one that was like, but he was
Jumped
like
off a bridge.
He was like the one that said, but he was like Michael Jackson had never tried, but he kind of defended Mike. He was like, Mike ain't never tried that with me. He didn't try it. I don't
Oh, you
recall.
mean
Corey?
Corey something.
Corey Feldman.
Yeah.
Corey, that was his mission. He was on a mission trying to bring that shit to light. Like there's a, you know what I'm saying? Like there's the underground pedophilia market, you know what I'm saying? And he was telling like all these higher up. He was saying it for years. You know what I'm saying?
You need to take it into consideration. My problem with the missing girls are because back in Jamaica, couple of years ago, before the pandemic, almost every week a girl got kidnapped, and she's never found again.
That's crazy.
And that's an island.
Body or nothing, man. Body or nothing, right? Yeah.
Body or not, that's an island. That's an island. Do you understand? What they're doing with these girls?
Mhm.
A body is not an easy thing to discard as other people might.
And what was crazy, stupid, y'all remember like Hillary Clinton and Bill Clinton? Remember there was a lady doing a shit that happened in Haiti. They were transporting, because like during that big hurricane or some shit that happened, they went there on like, Christian help, right? And they were grabbing
Yeah, a
children.
missionary trip.
Yeah, and they were transporting them from Haiti to the Dominican Republic. You know what I'm saying? And they made a bus out there, but the Clintons ended up getting that lady out of there. You know what I'm saying? And she was like, they were grabbing children, right? And that's supposedly their parents died. And the kids were like, no, I was telling them, no, my parents still alive. And they were just grabbing children and putting them on the bus to ship them, you know what I mean? But they ended up catching some of them, setting some of them free. And then they arrested her in the Dominican Republic, but I think she was, I don't know if the Clinton had anything with her being released, but she was tied to the Clintons. And then she ended up getting released and sent back. You know what I mean? So that shit crazy.
But trust me, a lot of girls go missing every year. Every year, a lot of girls go missing, and nobody not saying anything. And we're not talking. When I say girls, I'm not talking about. I'm talking about under 14 and a 13-year-old, 12. Okay, look it up in Atlanta. We're not talking. We're not talking older girls. We're talking younger girls.
Right, and they're trying to pass them off as runaways.
And they pass them off. Where a 12-year-old is going to run to. Where she's going to run to. How long before she gets hungry? Right? One day. So nobody don't see her, no cameras. Nobody don't see her begging food or looking lost. If you move from New York to Atlanta and you don't have no place to stay, by nighttime police pick you up. By sundown. Because they're going to say, where's this strange person? But yet still 12 and 13-year-old girls can disappear without a trace. That's the issue.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, that's just sad. I'm scared for my damn daughter. But I don't.
You have to be.
Nowhere, like, you know what I'm saying? I be like, I'm old school. Shit, I be like, I like to be with my eyes to see you. You know what I'm saying? Like,
you have to be, because it's not like back in the day where the community had all eyes out. That don't exist anymore. Here now, if you live in a new neighborhood, your neighbor don't really want to know you. They might wave to you, and once every year you might have a cookout or something outside. But apart from that, people go inside and them say, "Oh, that's not my business. I don't want to know."
listen, I was driving. It's got to be like it's probably about 6 o'clock in the morning, a little before 6. Coming out of this apartment complex, and there's 2 kids, like a brother and a sister, waiting on the school bus. But it's just them. Outside the gate, nobody. I'm like, shit, not me. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, shit.
Listen.
You think I was gonna have my 10-year-old and like probably 8, 7-year-old stuff? 6, I'm like, shit, you got me fucked up. Like, I'm out there shivering. I don't give a how cold it is. I'll be right there shivering like a bus pull up. Like, I ain't finna do it like that. Shit.
That's right. That's right.
But they do these. I don't know if y'all ever seen them. Y'all ever seen like where they do like the little skits where they'll do like a scenario just to see how people typically respond. So it was sickening. They've done skits of like kids being abducted. They on the street yelling like, no, like get away from me. And like people steadily walking past, not even stopping to pay attention. Like the shit is scary.
Wow.
Like, you mean to tell me a kid could be screaming bloody murder and and it wasn't like a few people. It was like a crowded street.
Yeah,
Like you could count on your hand how many people stopped.
yeah, that don't.
Yeah.
Somebody
They
don't
say
want
the
to get
psychology
involved.
behind that is like when there's a bunch of people like that, the people think, well, I don't have to do nothing.
Somebody else gonna say something. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, because they were trying to look at the psychology. Because that's happening in New York when a girl was running around screaming rape, and nobody did nothing. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Like,
what they
Timothy,
said nowadays, women not supposed to scream rape, scream fire.
they should getting killed or something like that. But everybody's right there, but nobody even tried to help her because everybody thinks, surely somebody's going to. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, somebody got it though. And everybody just take that approach, and it's crazy. Let it happen.
Absolutely ridiculous.
That's what it is
Low
now.
key, I feel like I be being too nosy. I hear it sound like somebody screaming outside. I'm like, what was that? Looking out the window, like, hold on. For real, I be too fucking nosy. I'm watching other people's kids at the playground. Oh, baby, don't do that. Shit. Too fucking nosy.
But the problem is, where's the sense of community now? Be honest. Where's the sense of community where people can say, all right, this is this, that is that, that is that.
Yeah, that don't exist no more.
So different now.
Yeah,
Everybody's in the internet, on their phone, on their tablet. So all of these things have been replaced with apps. So
I kind of prefer that kind of now because I'm like, cause at least they in the house with me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Back in my day,
the world has
12,
changed.
Yeah, back in my day, 12, forget 12, 7, 8. I'm on my bike.
Yeah, we had to be in the house when it started to get dark. That was it.
Yeah, but during the daytime,
but you outside all day.
Yeah,
exactly.
I might be a mile, 2 miles. Like I'm out there from the crib. You know what I'm saying? On a bike. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Like I can't even. I'll have a heart attack if my daughter did that shit now. Like shit.
Yeah, it's a different.
But I mean,
world.
I don't know how many years I am apart from y'all, but I can remember that starting to change in my childhood because it started to be a more prominent thing of kids getting abducted and kidnapped.
Yeah.
Like
yeah.
Yeah, in the 90s, in the mid 90s, it started ramping up. Yeah.
I remember the change.
So now I still could go outside and play, but I just wasn't out there like by myself. You know what I'm saying? Whereas when I was a little younger, I could go outside by myself. It wasn't no big deal if my older sisters didn't want to go. But as you know, things started to change, I would have to have somebody out there with me. You know, couldn't go outside by myself.
Yeah, you start getting that warning. If a stranger approach you offering you candy and that whole school they get you in school, because remember, like they were taking kids straight from out of school. That's why they made it so strict now for you to come in there and in any school. You gotta have some ID. You gotta be, you know what I mean, to get a child off. Back in the day, it was
straight line.
Very relaxed back in the day, bro.
Wow.
Shit great.
So back what I was saying about the apps and the community is now you get apps like Citizen, Neighborhood.
Oh yeah. That shit is crazy.
That stuff can be terrifying. Looking at all the stuff that's going on, or in the radius in the area. Like what?
You looked at it? I ain't never looked at it. I've heard about it. I never, because I'm kind of like, I don't know. I ignorance is bliss.
Right. I feel you.
I'm already kind of amped up. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't need to be an extra.
You don't need nothing extra.
Even without the app, though, because I don't have like an app, but they got Facebook groups for your like local area and shit that's going on. And so like,
you be in that too?
I be in the Facebook groups, yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Anybody in here ever pull up the sex offenders in the community map?
Oh, I ain't did that.
Yeah, I've done that before.
So I'm saying, like, I would need that type of person.
I'm scared to do it now.
I hear you, Queso.
I promise you, you don't need that type of shit in my life.
No, seriously. There's a map with the location and the pictures
I
of all.
know. I know.
Mhm.
I
Oh
know.
my goodness.
Yep. I've definitely done it before. I've done it before.
Have you?
I haven't done it recently.
Okay. Oh my gosh. I don't
Yeah,
think I want.
back in Gary, I had like 2 stand within a block of me.
Mm. Mm-mm-mm. Yeah, that's too much.
That's too much. That's too much information. Probably pull up shit. Hold on. Jesse?
Get on your vigilante shit.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, nigga, I'm catch your ass.
Yeah, they have to register to the Florida Department and everybody come up. You see them? You type it in. Transient offender, transient predator, sexual offender, sexual predator. Right? And like in a 2-mile radius, I just pull up the map now. And I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18,
What?
about 30. Pull up your map. You know,
Nah.
Nope.
Now that's wild, Stu. Like, no, that's
Like,
wild.
nope. Nah, Phil.
That anxiety as a woman, it's enough. I'm just saying.
Yeah,
On that.
yeah, that's wild.
Yeah.
Like, honestly, when I looked, I thought it was gonna be worse than what it was. Like, I did, but I felt like, okay, okay. Man, I would be losing my fucking mind.
But the problem with sex offenders that they don't break it down to child offender because, all right, I'm not saying rape is a good thing or rape is a bad thing, but as a man, there have been many men who have been charged with rape who didn't rape, right? Who have been accused of rape and they have to go and they settle out, but they still
Get convicted and
they have to be registered sex offender for the next 15 years.
And like you never know what it is. Like, let's say you drunk and you piss in an area. You know what I'm saying? If you're in a particular area, that could be charged. Yeah, that's indecent exposure.
Right.
Let's say it's close to a playground. You feel me? And then so it's a whole type of variable.
Yeah, if you pee somewhere and a child is passing and the child see your penis, as a man, you can be charged as a sex offender because you expose the child to yourself.
Or if you just pee and you're in the area where the children are, and the police pull up, they're gonna see that as some. You know what I'm saying? Like the playground's right there, bro. You know what I'm saying? You got caught with. You know what I'm saying?
See?
You think this out? Boom.
All right. We have offenders, but in my map, I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 predators in a 3-mile radius.
Is that a good average, 2 piece? I don't know. I don't know if that's good.
This is Florida. That's a good average.
He said, "This is Florida. That's a good average."
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it's saying with that polite shit. Like, regardless of what happened, he'll be, you know what I'm saying, unless he beat it, he'll have to register as a sex offender and have to report his address. Like, everywhere he goes, you gotta make sure they got an address. You see,
Now,
like
with
Nicki
somebody
Minaj
in that
husband.
situation, because he's like in Florida and then California, wherever he has a residence, he would have to do that.
Yeah. Like, you know how Nicki Minaj husband do whenever they go somewhere, whenever he goes, you know, you gotta let them, you gotta check in type shit. You gotta let them know.
Police.
Yeah.
You have to tell them and they decide. And not all neighborhoods you can live in Ireland because you cannot live like half
certain
of
mile radius
near a school or so. That's why a lot of sex offenders live under the bridge in your communities. So, especially the communities that have a lot of schools, they can't live near there.
Hmm. Mhm.
Now, is that all sexual? So, okay, I guess my question is, I know they when you like look them up, they don't really differentiate,
Not
but
the new
is
one.
that just sexual predators in general they can't live, or is it like child
The
sex
one,
offenders?
the child sex offenders.
Okay.
But the adult one also has to register.
Yeah, I know they got to register. I was just wondering if like the school thing applied to them as well.
Yeah, no, I don't. I think all of them, you know. I'm not sure, but I think.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Because
Not
I
sure.
know more recently they've done more study on like sex offenders and like the psychology of them, and so they tend to say that most people that are offenders of adults aren't offenders of children. Like child sex offenders are child sex offenders versus
Yeah,
those that are sex offenders of adults.
yeah.
So I was wondering if they.
Yeah, pedophiles only really want up to a particular age.
Yeah.
They don't pursue past that, and then yeah. I don't know though. I don't know.
Yeah, but
I'm looking at it. I think it applies to all though, because I'm looking at it now. Yeah, it's like it's just a
Blanket,
sexual
so
offenders registry. Yeah,
whoever.
it goes everything. Yeah, and then it gets respect to sexual offender who's placed. Let me see. Let's see where it's at. Yeah, like number 3, area where minors congregate should include all public and private parks and recreational facilities, playgrounds, skating rinks, neighborhood centers, gymnasiums, school bus stops, public libraries, public and community swimming pools. It's like a whole list just for all of it. Yeah, once you're on the list, you just on the list. Like they ain't got time to be goddamn
So
skipping.
all that, yeah, I'm trying to figure out.
Yeah,
Stay away from all this shit.
yeah, just stay your ass away, nigga. I ain't got shit, for real.
yeah, so
That's crazy.
yeah, so then yeah, or that all of them have to register. Have to register.
Yeah. Let me slide, though. I gotta go, goddamn, go take care of some shit early in the morning, y'all.
Right.
I'll
Yeah.
talk to you a little bit later.
Oh, ladies, what do you think about Drake before we go? Drake situation.
I don't even know his situation.
I think it's absolutely fucking ridiculous. That's what I think.
What happened?
So he's being sued by he's being sued by a woman that they had sex. He used a condom, discarded it in the trash, put hot sauce in it, and she tried to pretty much insert herself with his semen from the discarded condom and want to sue him for the hot sauce in the semen. Yeah. She has a lawsuit. She filed a lawsuit against him. Now the crazy thing is to me, like, bitch, you telling on your like how you bitch, you tried to track this man. Like,
right.
You mad because he was ahead of the game, put hot sauce in the shit. And now you got the nerve to sue. Like,
that's crazy.
I can't even. I thought it was bullshit when my dude told me about it. I thought he was joking. Then I started seeing all these memes come out. I'm like, wait a minute, that shit was for real.
She's mad, mad.
Yeah.
She was mad, huh? She was banking on getting that baby.
Yeah, so
Salty.
That's crazy.
He said he poured hot sauce in the sperm to kill it, and then he threw the condoms in the garbage bin. And she left. She waited until, and she said, "I'm going to use the bathroom." And she went into the bathroom, went into the garbage bin, searched for the condom, pulled the condom, and poured the contents in her vagina.
What?
Because she's going to have a Drake baby. A Drake baby is a good thing, you know. Think about it. Think about it.
Terrible.
All
Why
right, look
couldn't he
at
just flush the toilet, the condom down the toilet? Like he could
some
have
people
did.
don't do that because they don't want to clog up the septic tank.
Right.
The
He gonna
septic
have
tank.
to start leaving with his condom. That's what he gonna have to start
Or
doing.
I mean, but I do not understand why guys don't just rinse the condom out, or like
Mm.
then discard it.
Yeah,
No,
I bet
but
they gonna change up their tune now.
why should I have to rinse my condom out? You understand?
That's
Why
Well,
should I have?
crazy. She's wrong
now
for that.
the crazy thing is I could understand if it would have been like outside or something like that. I think she probably would have had a defense, but I don't know if he was in his residence or hotel that was in his room, because that's still technically like his property.
No.
But typically trash is trash. It's like anybody can go through
Can
it.
get access to, but you can't. What the law says that you cannot make a booby trap. And what she's saying that Drake booby trap the condom. Although somebody's going to break into your house, you cannot booby trap your doors or windows, because if you hurt them with that booby trap, you can't put nails. So this person is going to jump through this window, and when they step on this nail, it's going. No.
She shouldn't have been going. She should have been trying to impregnate herself if that wasn't his intention. That part already is wrong.
Yeah, but
Drake,
yeah,
like to me, that's a violation.
Yeah, but Drake needs to understand. All right, look at Ludacris. Ludacris' girlfriend, baby mother, child, right, took him to. He was giving her $7,800 a month for child support.
That's ridiculous.
And she said that's not enough. And she went back to court. $7,800 a month is $100,000 a year, If you're supposed to, if you had a job and was making that money, you had to be making like $140,000 a year to carry home $100,000 a year. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So let's look at it now. That means you had to be a professional, not an ordinary degree, but you had to have a master's degree. So now you have a baby, you have to do your master's or your doctorate or your degree, but you're getting the salary equivalent to somebody who has to go do a 9 to 5, who had to go to school for 7 years.
Right? I mean, clearly there's women out there, that's what they do. And for some reason, these wealthy men, they keep, going for these type of women.
I get what you're saying, Tiffany, but I think this kind of goes to a larger issue too. First of all, the fact that, okay, the booby trap thing, you can't booby trap somebody, okay, whatever. But at the end of the day, like, men, their agency, as far as how women have agency, we don't expel things from our body that, can impregnate us. You know what I'm saying? Or like, we don't carry our kids outside. So for men, like, I feel like they need better laws to protect the agency that men have, like, over their body and when they reproduce. Because if she wins, what does that say about a man's right to choose when he becomes
I think
a
that's
father?
wrong. She's dead wrong. I was just speaking on the women who hook up with these men and do get pregnant, but these type of men seem to always go for those type of women. That's like I guess that's a separate conversation, but yeah, that lady is wrong.
But I think they're so prevalent because there's no law. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I think it's such a prevalent and pervasive mindset because there is nothing in our current system that protects men from this.
No, you know what they trying to do now?
It's born though. That's his child.
All right, let's ask the question. Let's say she got pregnant. Let's say there was no hot sauce, and she got the turkey base out or the syringe that she had in her bag, and she did it, and she inserted that deep into her vagina, and she got pregnant. Dude walk away. Dude know that he used a condom.
Right.
And now saying that I'm pregnant. The condom must have burst. I'm saying, no, I checked the condom. It wasn't burst. It didn't break. I checked it when I left the bathroom. And she said, oh, something must have happened. Something must have happened. No, he's held to now support this child for the next, the college, the next 22 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. So then, but then,
if he denies it, he's
the burden of proof, right?
Daddy.
Right.
Yeah,
You know
it's
what they're starting
tricky.
to do now with you know what people are starting to work on now in the legal field concerning like men and stuff in the agencies. There is several judges that are like coming out now trying to reverse the whole men are taking care of children that they find out isn't theirs up until like a DNA test. They're trying to have it to where that they don't really have to like pay child support anymore and really like look after the child. I think that's I'm like,
That's a
ooh,
good.
that's
That's a good
That's
start.
it's a good step, but what about all the money that
Right.
they've invested? I'm personally, I feel like DNA should be required
Birth of a child.
at birth.
they
Yeah,
used to actually have blood tests in schools and stuff,
But
but
that
then
blood test was for that couldn't determine paternity unless the blood type is O and the person's A and B and
yeah, that's why they took it out the school because people's lives start to come into light and they're like they're infringing on our privacy. I just found out that my dad was not my dad, and they took that out of school. I'm like, good lord.
So that's so hard. That's so yeah. I see what you're saying when you put it like that because now what's to say that these men in this type of sector or whatnot, or wealthy men like that, won't think, oh my goodness, I wonder if a woman has done that to me,
right.
right? And
I
so,
mean, and it's a
and then how would they go about proving it though? Then that comes into play.
right, but
They
that's the
ever
thing. Like,
prove something like that?
it's yes, it's plenty of men that it's plenty of men that have already said, like, no, this bitch trapped me. Like, I'm telling you, like, but the narrative is that if they don't want to take care of the child, they just a deadbeat, right? Like,
Yeah, but
oh,
okay,
ain't no one.
but how would they prove that though? And what really though?
But that's
What
the
steps would
point.
they have to
They
go through to
really
prove
can't.
that she turkey basted herself with the semen?
But that's the thing. They really can't. They really can't prove it.
all right. Listen to this. Listen to this now.
Maybe this is the end of the. I don't know what they call that arrangement, but maybe this is the dawning of the end of that.
All right. 50 Cent paid his baby mother over 1.3 million in child support over 18 years.
That is crazy.
Right? That add up to almost, call it $80,000 a year.
And the son don't even like him, I think.
No, but listen to this.
It was. I don't think it was that.
That's a low number. If that's what she. That's what he said.
Yeah, but if that's $80,000 a year, right? That's a damn good job. $80,000 a year for 18 years. This girl don't even have a house. She didn't go back to school. She didn't do anything. Now that the child support is done, she's broke.
That's what Earthquake Mama was crying about. I mean, Earthquake Baby Mama was crying about. She like, he not taking care of us no more because he not giving me no money. She went on Comedy Guy looking like a fool.
But the crazy thing, like, to me, like, I hear that amount and I think that's a lot of money.
Right.
Like, especially when we're talking about child support is intended to be that absent parent's contribution to that child's expenses and upbringing, right? Like, it's not intended to support the family. It's intended to supplement, you know what I'm saying? Their absence. So to me, when I hear certain people make like, oh, he make this amount of money, she should get more, or this, like, it's like, hold on, what we talking about? Like, at the end of the day, what's her income? He's already above and beyond that. So how is it that I don't feel like just because you have a child by someone, your lifestyle should mirror theirs. Like, your child can still have a solid, decent lifestyle, but a lot of women get caught up in, I have such and such as baby, I'm their baby mama, you know, I gotta look like I got I live a certain lifestyle, but that's not the intention of the support. Like, it's not for you to put on and look like you live in a certain lifestyle.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
No, what the state said now, this is what the state said. If you have a mansion and the child visits you The child mustn't go home to a house less than the mansion that you live in. So you have to provide a mansion for the child, right? Oh, look at this. Owen Wilson, the white actor Owen Wilson, he's paying $36,000 a month in child support.
That's crazy, yo.
No, $36,000 a month is almost $420,000 a year for child support.
Doctor, lawyer salary.
Yeah, and that's driving a high-end car, a Ferrari, right?
Hmm.
So it's that. So that's why that girl is carried back Ludacris to court, and Ludacris said, "Listen, since you can't manage on with $7,800 a month, I should take the child." So Ludacris end up with the child, and there
That's
were
smart of
women,
him.
and there were women who were saying Ludacris is evil because he could pay more in child support. There's women out there. Ludacris is wrong for doing that because he could pay, he could afford it, and the child deserved to be with his mother.
And see, that's the problem. Like, okay, he can afford it, so what? But it blows me. Now the law, and I'm gonna be honest, the law does typically favor the child being with the mother.
Right.
They typically do. Even when the mother doesn't make as much, doesn't have as much as, they still typically tend to favor the child being with the mother. But I agree, he was absolutely, and it ain't like that was his first move. He paid her what was ordered, and then she didn't feel like that was enough, and he just said, okay, well, since she can't manage with that, then let the child come live with me. And now I'm pretty sure she probably ain't getting shit.
I'm glad he did that.
He
That's like a
probably
man
mad.
taking ownership over his agency. But you got people like Future out here that's just like, he just don't know how to stop having babies.
Yeah, but because Future...
See, Nick Cannon cutting up too. Nick Cannon trying to catch up.
Like, they just reckless with it.
After
as long as they taking care of their children, it shouldn't really.
But how are they really taking care of their children? DMX died, 15 kids. Was he able to really love and pour love into all those 15 kids?
Okay,
just because a person can afford it, don't mean they should do it.
Bob Marley had like 22 kids. He took care of all of them.
And I don't want to say that, like, because that's like saying our grandparents had large families. It's not to say that they didn't love all of their kids, and hell, half of them couldn't support
But in different households, though.
No, Bob Marley.
That's true.
Took
now,
care of all of them, though. Like,
my biggest problem with Future is
same as Isaac Hayes.
He's not present in his kid's life. Like, it ain't like he's even attempting to be present. He's not present in some of his kids' life based off of poor decisions he made and the women that he chose to lay down with. I never heard him say that somebody trapped him, or like, he's pretty cool with, he just has sex recklessly and motherfuckers get pregnant, and that's just what it is.
All right, listen to this one. But I had to cut you. Eddie Murphy, baby, with Mel B, Spice Girl, Mel B. Eddie Murphy is paying this girl. Yeah, he's paying this girl $73,000 a month.
What?
For child support. So now, when this girl, now you understand why this girl wants Drake baby. Because Drake has Eddie Murphy money. And if a judge was supposed to, she said, and the child, Drake have a house in Canada, they call it Embassy. Drake have one of the nicest house any entertainer ever have. Probably only Beyonce and Jay-Z's house is nicer than Drake's house. You can look it up on, they call it the Embassy. He has one of the nicest houses. So this girl is looking at it and say, if I can get us $50,000 a month in child support for the next 18 years, that's $10 million. I don't have to work a day in my life. Suspended.
That's terrible. That should not be
I mean,
allowed.
we understand the motivation. Like,
Well, we get
we're
it.
not
It's just
confused about
horrid.
that part. It's just
That's horrid.
I don't understand the audacity to try to sue this man. Like like that lets me know the bitches ain't even ashamed of doing shit like this no more. Like
Right.
she got the nerve to be mad.
Like she's
nigga, you
entitled to.
yeah, like
she's literally feel like she's entitled to his seed.
Yeah.
Like she got tricked. Oh, you mean to tell me I had sex with you and I couldn't even get what I wanted out the deal? Like she's acting like a whole fucking rape victim. Like what?
No, that's not right. Mm-mm. Nope.
I just want to know who's representing her. Like seriously.
Probably if it doesn't fit, you must have quit, dude.
Listen to this now. PJ Washington, this dumb dude, went on Brittany Renner pregnant. And the child support $200,000 per month.
Damn. These brothers better wise up, boy.
200. No, which judge? When the judge said child support, and you're telling somebody $200,000 a month. The average black family, and I'm talking mother, father, 2 kids in the United States.
Wait, PJ Washington, my age.
Yeah, 22 years old. The average black family do not earn $100,000 a month.
Well, no, not many Americans earn that.
Right, or a year, shit, fuck a month.
I don't know. These brothers got to smarten up for real. They got to leave these women alone. I just don't.
Man, when I say now the killing part is, it ain't even like it's gonna create some real generational wealth. Cause if they gonna fuck it off, and then to me, I feel like niggas is getting wealth and fucking it off because they don't know how to control their sexual urges. Like it's so stupid.
Yeah.
No, all right, listen to this.
It's not. I don't think it's really about controlling your sexual urges. It's just that a lot of cats, and this is sad, but with like men, period, a lot of us, there's only basically 3 types of dudes that a woman will try to go after, and that's like a small percentage. So when a lot of when dudes get famous out here, we get Kim Kardashians and all these attractive women that the average man ain't used to, and then we're like, oh my god, I'm not used to
not
this.
being able to control themselves.
This
is what that is.
No,
it is about control.
It is about control. They could pick other women. They could pick other women.
It's about control. It's about low self-esteem.
It's not about.
Like
It's not. It's not about control. It's about, oh my god, I was never exposed to this.
No.
Man, I've never. No, it is from a male perspective.
Adrian.
No, look,
Adrian.
I'm a male. I am a male.
I know you're a male, but this
and she has 2 sons.
I know what I'm talking about.
Hold on. This is what I'm saying though. Like men don't want to just call it what it is and say it's low self-esteem. Like niggas don't want to say that it is low self-esteem. Because I don't understand how a motherfucker that wouldn't touch you when you didn't have shit, all of a sudden, because like that the bitch only wants you for the money. You just do not care. You understand? Right. That's a self-esteem issue. It validates you. It makes you feel like you finally arrived because now this woman that wouldn't look at you otherwise is now looking at you. That is a fucking self-esteem issue. Now you could say it's your ego and you just want the baddest bitch, but you couldn't get the baddest bitch off your own strength, off of who you were. It took money to get her.
Listen to this now, Amber. Amber, listen to this.
Still got her.
Hold on.
Exactly. It's a self-esteem issue. You feel validated.
Listen to this now. I'm going to go on a diatribe for 2 minutes. The average black household income, meaning that if you add up all of the incomes together and divide by the total amount of black people in America, it's $45,000 a year.
Yeah,
right?
I mean, it's just
Yeah, average white is 70. They make almost twice as us. but we're not going to discuss that. No, we're going to talk about this, the relationship to this and what is happening now. A lot of women don't want the struggle $45,000 a year. They want the, I'm going to use Kevin Samuel's word, don't kill me, the high value man.
Oh gosh, them men ain't high value. They got low self-esteem.
No.
And anyway, many of those women
Don't
that's
say
doing this
don't say
ain't black
most
women.
women.
Hold on. Let me change it.
Don't say
The
most
high
women.
earning man.
Yeah,
The
but many of those
man-
women that are many of those women that are involved are not black, even black women.
No, but
That part.
have you listened to Kevin Samuels? All the women.
No, you
90%
were
of the
making
women
you were talking about what black households make.
Yeah.
Right. And you're saying these men are paying out now $200K to somebody. A lot of those women aren't black women that are getting caught up in this. There's a few.
Most of them is black women. Most of them is black women.
Are you sure?
Sure about that?
Huh.
Most. All right.
I don't know
The
about
athletes
that.
that was with white women, no, we know, is the ones that come to the forefront. But most.
This is what
Was that a black woman?
I'm saying. I think a lot of them may be Latino. They may not be black.
No.
I
Was
mean,
that a
if
black
we're
woman
being
that was
clear,
suing Drake? Was that a black woman that was suing Drake for the?
No, there's no show a picture yet.
I don't know. There'll be a lot of
I'm
racially ambiguous women.
gonna say this. If we're being clear though, and it's no excuse because it's still trash ass behavior whenever you do.
Right.
But at the end of the day, I don't see a white woman having to do that because again, so it's the bad bitches that niggas go for. They want to fuck them, and then the white women they want a wife because again, white women are a symbol of status because they ain't
And a
gonna fuck
symbol of
with you.
beauty too. That's
Status.
another thing.
But the thing is, a lot of niggas get with white women that don't even be beautiful though. It be black bitches shitting on them. So it's more a status thing than a beauty thing.
Read Frantz Fanon's Black Skin White Mask. He has a chapter on that. He explains it.
No, I'm going to tell you something what I realized. I'm going back to school now. I'm getting back my certificate in some bullshit, right? I decided to do it back on thing, right? But this is it. What I've noticed since I've been back is that the young black boys, especially down here in Florida, the young black
But
boys.
most of y'all Haitians, ain't y'all? Haitians and Jamaicans?
No, Haitians, Jamaicans, Black Americans, they are being gobbled up by the Spanish girls, by the white girls, the college guys. These white girls are gobbling them up. These dudes don't have any car, they don't have any money, but they have a little white girl or a little Spanish girl. Because guess what? They're looking at the future. I remember going to college in Jamaica and I didn't have $1 to my name. And most girls, you had to have a good talk game to get a girl. Because black girls don't like to date broke guys. They wait until these guys achieve what they're achieving, and then they would say, "Oh, I can see him now." But when he was in school, he wasn't being seen by black girls.
Oh man, Supees, you trying to have us on here for another?
Right. I'm like, I'm supposed to log in to work in a few hours.
This is another touchy topic, actually.
I'll say this. I'm not gonna make it like you're making that up, like it's completely crazy. But I would say that the difference is I think it's a lot of black women that play the quote unquote short game, right? Versus white women that play the quote unquote long game.
Right.
So you'll get a white woman that got a black guy athlete in college and start dating them, and they'll be the ones that support them, buy their food, their clothes, this, that, and the third. But in their mind, they thinking this nigga got a future. Meanwhile, the athlete, he may be able to smash certain girls, for they care about his status, but there's always that population of women who, I don't care who you think you are, I think I'm somebody too, and you got to do certain things to deal with me.
But I don't have the money. Amber, I have a friend.
Those white women in those situations usually have the economics to support those brothers too, through college.
Yeah, I agree. They
And
have
so,
the economics,
so
they
the
have the
sisters ain't
patience to get dogged
right. The
out, to
sisters ain't
catch
got
you
that.
cheating, and yeah,
And
I
if them
agree.
brothers, and if those brothers don't rise to the occasion as they grow older and maybe get married, it's not like it's gonna be hunky dory 20 years down the road when her family as a whole still comes to the table with more wealth than he does. So
I mean, but see, but my thing is, I'm not even advocating that. My biggest thing is that at the end of the day, men look for certain support in their women that I feel like we can't do that same shit. Like men feel like entitled that their woman is supposed to support them in certain ways if they down bad, which I can kind of understand that to a degree, but at the same time, I don't feel like you're entitled to that. So like,
right.
That's
just because
men don't feel like we're entitled to that. Men, there are two men on the panel now. I'll tell you why the white girls appear to be winning. They're not winning. They appear to be winning.
yeah, I don't feel like they winning either. Because
Cynthia G
niggas,
says they're getting the same black man. But go ahead.
but
no. Let me
exactly.
tell
That's
you.
I'm like, they ain't getting no prize. But go ahead.
Right. They're getting the same black man we get.
No,
go ahead.
they're not getting the same black man either. Don't
No, they
let me
not.
explain, but
No.
all right, I'll take it from a man perspective, and this young boy might not realize it.
Okay.
I've dated white girls already. When I was much younger, I had a friend who was a criminal in Canada, and he came down to Jamaica to hide out, and his sister came down, and we became friends. Right? So, but what I've realized, white girls, and this is a general statement, I'm not saying all, but from my experience with one and other people who have dated white girls tend to start the day with something positive.
Oh God. So please, see why you taking us there? Like,
No, what's your name? What's your name, brother? What's your name? I don't want to. What's your name?
Adrian.
Have you ever dated a white girl?
I will say this: white women have liked me, but
no. Have you ever dated a white girl?
No, I was like, I'm not.
Have you ever been friends with a white girl?
Yeah.
Oh, let's start with you. When they meet you for the first minute, isn't it generally something positive?
Yeah, she was always smiling and just nice. Like
they don't come from the same households that many of us do. Supees, that's not fair.
No, but
or the same cultural struggles.
No, we cannot.
Meanwhile, their men show up for the most part. So there's that too.
Hold on, I'll say this because I'm not gonna pretend like I've never. Now, have I ran into some bitches? Yeah, but like my team at work, my supervisor and the other white girl on my team, like they're always fucking positive. Like they start out the day with fucking memes and shit. Oh, awesome day, and let's knock it out. Like I go in with an attitude because I'm not a morning person. So I log in with the fucking attitude. No, we're virtual. They be all in the chat joking and sending memes. I don't respond unless I have a question or unless I'm responding to somebody's question or something like that. Other than that, I'm in my corner to myself, this, that, and the third.
No.
We went into the office. I still was fucking messaging. We was in cubicles in the office. We did like a team meetup, and I was still typing in the fucking group chat when I had questions. Like they're walking around to each other's cubicles.
Amber, I need to let you know this. To a man that coming from a constant struggle where it's hardly anything positive. When he encounters somebody who give him this positive vibes, it builds a sense of peace. That's the first thing that girls need to understand.
Stupies. I understand what you're saying, but here's what I'm saying. Yeah. So like my nigga, he texts me or call me every fucking morning, start his day off. I'm always energy for him, right? Because he brings that energy to me. That's just how we engage with each other. Like, now, do we have our little?
Well, you're always like this, Amber. Were you
Yes,
always like that?
I've always been like that because he's always brought that energy.
Not with
I've
him.
always been like that.
Not with him. From this is behavior what you learned over time. They used to listen.
No. I'm gonna be honest with you. Any dude that I've dated, that I've actually been in a relationship with, that's how I am. One, I'm picky. So our chemistry got to be a certain thing in order for me to like actually consider it. We got to be able to laugh together. We got to have good, like that, have an attitude. And like, I don't understand why people be in relationships like that. Me personally. So yeah, in all my relationships, I've been like this. So when I have that chemistry and like we're actual friends, yeah, to me, it's easy for us to be in a relationship. It's not work. But like somebody that's fucking miserable every day, or like don't care how your day went, or like I wouldn't want to be bothered with that. But at the same time, you got to understand that black women, just like I don't feel like a black man is supposed to be a woman's escape. Like she don't get to be a bitch and bitchy and then expect her nigga to be, always on go for her. Same way I don't think men should be, expecting for their woman to be on go. Like pay attention to the energy you put out. It's a different thing if you're putting out that energy and it's not being reciprocated. But you can't expect that because the world, you have a hard day. Like we have fucking hard days too. Our struggle is just as hard as yours.
But Amber, can't you just be nice, be nice, sick, without me being nice?
Nah,
Can't
see,
you just be nice?
that sounds like an ego that needs to be fed like constantly, though.
That is true. That's what. But
well,
you
should admit it.
don't understand that black men egos need to be fed.
Black men's egos.
Here's what I'm saying. Everybody gonna have a fucking off day, right? But what I'm saying is, I'm not finna be trying to get to your good parts. I'm not fighting to get to your good parts. You're gonna bring me your fucking good parts, and then when your bad parts show up, I'll still stick around and deal with them. But you're not finna bring me your bad parts and expect me to dig and dig and dig and dig to get. I'm not doing that. Fuck that.
And you should. You should.
I'm not.
You should.
You should.
Yeah.
No, stupid.
Yes, of course you should.
Nah. See, I'm the kind of woman that kind of looks for the man to set the tone. I'm not looking for a man to look for me to lead the tone of the relationship. That part right there.
Stupid. Black women have been doing that for fucking decades and it hasn't worked yet. That's why so many women disappointed. That's why so many.
Amber.
No, that's why so many black women is disappointed. Because they're because men keep telling them, oh, you got to do this, you got to do that. We need this and we need that. And they bending over backwards. They turning fucking cartwheels. They doing round offs. They doing all of this. And
that's
they still don't pass.
Amber.
Yes,
Amber.
it is. Do you know how many female homegirls, women that I'm around where they reciprocate all this energy, catering all galore. I know more women that cater to their niggas than I know they don't. And I'm talking about cooking dinner. I'm talking about running baths. I'm talking about picking out clothes, ironing they shit. I know women that still do that because they think that's what's gonna get their man to stay.
But do they do with a level of joy? Do they do with joy?
Yeah, they start out doing it with joy until they realize the motherfucker don't appreciate it. They feel entitled to it. And it's not reciprocated.
How soon before they realize that it's not appreciated?
What difference does that make?
About 2 weeks?
No. I got friends that's been in relationships for years. They ask they do for a simple date night and it's a problem. No bullshit.
Right.
Now, of course, to me, that's like bananas. Like, baby, I couldn't do it.
Look, there's more to a problem. If a dude don't want to spend a date night with you, there's more to it than just not spending a date night. Right? There's far more to it than that.
Right? See how you giving excuses and accommodations for your side and not being open to seeing where we're coming from.
Don't do that. I'm not doing. I can only give you the man perspective, and you give me the female perspective. The man perspective is that. Listen. I'm talking about Black American women because I don't have experience in math. I'm talking about when I say Black woman, I'm talking about the Black Jamaican woman that I've known.
So the Black Jamaican woman is the same as the African American woman?
I'm not saying I cannot combine them. I'm only talking from my experience.
Like how are they? Like,
and my experience.
That's the experience he's talking about, Adrian.
No, my experience with Black women is that Black women start out wonderful. Play the watching game. I'm not talking about. Jamaican women start out wonderful, and they play the watching game and the waiting game, and they start say, "I am going to take my energy off this dude. So if he's acting this way, my personality will swing this way, and if he's acting that way, my personality will swing that way." It's almost like a pendulum. So eventually, you don't really know the real person, because you know the facade of the person will feed off of what you give them in terms of emotional support or in terms of communication. It's almost like a chameleon relationship with many Black women, is that they say, all right, I will let you lead, but I'm not going to make him see the real me.
Do you think that might be a thing about the type of women you're choosing, since you really can't?
Most women.
But you've not dated most women.
Well, Stu, I'll say this. Do I feel like, to a degree, and again, that's what I'm saying, it goes back to the narrative, right? I can agree to a certain extent that there are some women who put on a front. They're not presenting their real self. They're trying to attract a man based off of what men say they want, right? But then over time, I'm doing all of this and I'm still not getting the response that I want. I want to be admired. I want to be adored. I want to be told I'm beautiful. I want to be, showered with love. I want to feel like I'm something. Right now, I just feel like your housekeeper and your cook. So then eventually, this ain't nothing I really want to do anyway. So the attitude changes. Now, me personally, I'm a firm believer in don't do what you don't genuinely want and love to do. Because I can't, from the very beginning. Because at the end of the day, eventually you're going to get tired of pretending. Eventually, especially if you're pretending without the reward that you expect to get. Like, you may get the commitment, but you don't get the genuine adoration. And maybe it's men, they already kind of pick up that this ain't really who she is and she being phony, and they can't get connected to someone that they feel isn't, being their real self. Maybe that's a part of the problem.
That's the vetting. I honestly think that's a vetting issue on both ends. Go ahead, Stu, please.
Tiffany, right?
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? How many times in the last 5 years have you said the word sorry to your partner?
Oh, I don't have a problem with apologizing.
No. How many times have you done?
I don't know how many times. It's been enough though. I don't have a problem doing that at all.
Are you asking me too, Subi?
Yes, I'm asking both of you. When was the last?
I don't have no number. Like, I don't know.
I probably said sorry earlier today. I apologize for shit he didn't even realize I did. It's like I'll self-reflect.
Yep.
Here he go texting now. Damn, he already up for work. But
you are the exception to the rule. Trust me. You are the exception to the rule. You're an outlier. I said that all the while.
But here's the thing, Stu. Here's the thing, Stu.
I think it's a vetting thing.
I don't think I'm an exception. Literally, most of the women in my family are like me. Like, now they might not be carbon copies of me, but will say when they're wrong, will admit when they're wrong, are affectionate, are pretty communicative, like got a sense of humor, like most of the women in my family are like me. So when
and I can bet you $100 now that most of the women in your family have a man.
Yes.
I can bet you $100 that all of these women who are similar to you, who have no problem to say that I'm sorry, who have no problem to give affection, because many women don't understand this, that they think that having an ego is wrong. But 99% of men they need the ego stroke. And even if they don't admit it, it is very important to them to have the ego stroke. That's what charges the battery to go to face the other day. Somebody stroking them ego, building up.
But still,
we understand that. Like,
we get that.
I don't think y'all understand that Black women have egos too. We need our ego stroked too. Like, that's why I don't think y'all understand. It ain't that we don't understand y'all got an ego. Y'all need to, feel appreciated and feel in charge sometimes.
Say your job is to say what you need. I'm
Hold
saying what
on.
I
You
need.
don't know that though?
But here's the thing, like we're human. What the fuck why I gotta tell you that my self-esteem deserves a boost occasionally?
My
Then why have
humanity
to read your
deserves to be
mind? I tell
acknowledged.
you, most black women tell most black men tell black women what they need. Most black men tell black women what they need. But why,
You know,
why should I read your mind when I tell you what you need, what I need? It's your job to tell me what you need. I'm not going to read your mind.
yeah, but I think what we're trying to say
I think that's a cop out. I think that's a cop out.
I think we're saying we're humans, Supi. So we want to be treated with some humanity, just like you want to be treated, because we're human, regardless of our gender.
But regardless, tell me what you like.
No, everybody likes to be treated good. Who don't like to be treated good?
That don't cover anything.
No.
All right.
But here's the thing, Sue. Like, my guy has used that. Oh, well, you didn't tell me, because I put something in my mind. If it ain't laying the way I think it's supposed to lay, by the time I think it's supposed to lay there, I'm gonna move the fuck around. I'm not finna tell you what I feel like you should already know. If you know me well enough to know, pay attention to me, learn me, like the same way I learned you. It's certain things I know he's not the type to ask me for an apology. You know, he may do it jokingly, but I know that's just not him. He just feel like, okay, this her, I'm gonna deal with it. So when I realize I'm wrong about something, I give that to him because you deserve it. You don't have to ask me for that. But at the end of the day, I don't have to ask you to treat me the way that you need. I'm gonna move the fuck around. Now, eventually, he may not know exactly why, but eventually he'll come back around like, okay, I don't understand what happened. I thought we was good, this and the third. What's wrong? What do you need from me? Oh, okay. Well, at least you opening up your mouth and you realize it's something that I needed from you. Because I feel like if you care, you're gonna express care. You understand what I'm saying?
But Amber, wouldn't it be simpler instead of jumping out through all of those hoops? You said to me, say, honey, these are my expectations. This is what I need. And probably it's something that should have been introduced in the beginning of the relationship. The man's supposed to ask you, say,
this is why I say no, stupid. A lot of women will give a nigga the whole roadmap to success, right? And all they do is find ways to manipulate and fuck over them.
Mm-hmm.
Period. So to me, I'm not gonna tell you, give you the rundown. Oh, this what I need from you, and this so you can pretend to be that, but all the while you fucking over me. No. Pay attention, learn me, and then if I feel like you ain't learning me quick enough, I'm gonna move around. Now, if you want to show some additional interest, hunt me down, chase me, yeah, you gonna have to show me you want this. And it's gonna come with some changes. But I'm not gonna give you the fucking roadmap to success. Absolutely fucking not.
Andre, question, Andre. You went, Andre's on sleep.
What?
All right. Question.
What
You're going to college. You're going to college, right?
Yeah, I'm in college right now.
You're in college now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say you're doing psych. You're doing psychology, any subject. Let's say you're doing chemistry. Going to that. You're doing a chemistry test.
Right.
Will the teacher expect you to answer any question that she have not been given, that you never got the information for?
She wouldn't expect that.
She wouldn't expect that. In life, men think different than women. And if you're going to worry about a man manipulating the situation, it's the wrong man. We have to put it out there, hope for the best, hope that it works out. And if it don't work out, it don't work out. But the guessing and spelling thing don't work. Because most men can't guess answers to questions that they didn't have the information for. Because every woman is unique.
Yeah, men and
well,
women.
it's luckily we don't want most men. How about that?
Do think, yeah, y'all don't want most men. Y'all get
the thing is what? Okay, let me share another woman on the panel. Let me just share. So what I have found that works for me, and I do think vetting is very important. A lot of people aren't vetting. A lot of folks, men and women, are just going off of their lustful emotions in the beginning and thinking that's the foundations for a sustainable relationship, and it never works out that way. So if the vetting process doesn't go well and from the gate, you're gonna have problems, right? And so for me, it's important for me to observe to observe the man that I may potentially want to be involved with and learn about him through conversation and things like that. I'm automatically gonna learn what he likes, what he's into by just getting to know him as a person, and vice versa, he me. So now if we take the time to get to know one another and get to understand and really observe one another, then each one of us as human beings can see what would make the other one smile. So it's
Can I
not
ask you a
about like I
question?
gotta tell you every single turn to go to. No, if I have to do that, that's especially when you get to a certain age, because you expect that when you get in your 40s and above, men would have experience. Now, if you're in your 20s, it's a different conversation. But me and Amber are grown ass women. So therefore, if we're dating men who are our age or older, we expect you to have some experience dealing with women, so that when you are, older, you don't have to act. You don't need to have like a turn by turn how to.
Can
You
I ask you a
understand the
Now,
question?
nuances.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead,
Miss
Tiffany.
Tiffany.
I don't know which
Yeah,
one, Miss Tiffany. How old are you? Because
You can
I just
ask
want
her that
to use
question.
this as
I'm 47.
what? Okay.
Yeah.
Nobody my age is honestly working we're not trying to find out like what's going on anymore, because now with like social media, it has like changed the game now. Like
Right. We
we're
talk just
not
two
worried about
generations here. We're talking about.
like we don't care about like getting to know each other anymore. It's just about it's hookup culture now.
Mhm.
That whole time that's old school what y'all talking now. We just
Well,
care
y'all have
about
fun with your hookup cultures.
but that's just the game now. Social media has changed the game for us now. We're
Hey,
not worried about relationship no more. Like we not even really getting married anymore either.
well, there you
I
go.
mean, but truth be told, I feel like now that's like it's been hookup culture as far as men. That's kind of been
No, but I'm
men's
saying social
general
media has
attitude.
made it. I'm saying like social media has
Yeah,
made
it's definitely made it
it way
worse.
easier now.
Yeah,
That's not true. That's
it's
not
made it,
true.
but
It
but
actually is.
All right, let me start an example, please. Let me start an example. Most of my friends have been on the second marriages. Most of my friends
I've been
have been on
engaged.
this. I've been on the second marriages, and most of my friends, the second marriages, the young ladies are between the ages of 28 and 35. These
And how
dudes
old is
are
that?
50.
Yeah, that makes sense because women,
50. No, no,
they
no,
go
no,
after older
no,
men a lot.
no. It's not a matter of going after older men because most women don't choose their partners. The partners choose them. That's the most black women don't choose their partners. The partners choose them, and then they decide whether or not that partner is one that they would like.
That's what Kevin
So
Samuels be talking about.
no,
You be
no, no,
watching
no.
Kevin Samuels, man.
It's the same. No, it's different because all right, look at all right. If Amber was single, Amber not going out there visually to meet people because the age where she come from and Tiffany, the age where them come from, women don't initiate the contacts. They look good and they dress good. Men normally initiate contact with them. In your age group, in Tinder and all of these sites, women tend to be more engaged into swipe left or swipe right.
or
Amber and
hopping in
Tiffany,
the DMs, shit I
yeah,
ain't never
yeah.
doing.
Amber and Tiffany not going to happen. Nobody DM, and they're not swiping left or
Never,
swiping right.
Ever,
Because
ever.
right, never ever. Because the generation
never.
they come from, they don't initiate. They don't run down boss. This boss run them down. Right? So right, they don't right. So it's a different scenario. But what happened to us as my friends? Why you choose younger girls? Why is that? And they say it is easier to deal with because this is
Yeah,
no,
that's true.
no. It is not. It's not true. But they think that it's easier to deal with because most women, when they reach 40, they tend to be set in their ways. the expectations, and nothing is novel to her. If I take if let's say I decide to date Tiffany, let's say I decide to date Tiffany or Amber, and I said to the tempter, let's go to this 5-star restaurant. I know this 5-star restaurant. You know that there's 100% chance
That
that
she been
Amber or
there.
Tiffany that she's been there already.
Bruh, Kevin Samuels say the same
What?
stuff.
So what?
Kevin
Okay,
Samuels say
I
the
just
same stuff.
So pretty much they
I just
can't, you
can't.
know, they can't introduce you to new experiences and blah blah blah
So,
blah blah.
so the
Right.
experiences.
See?
So guess what? Guess what? I don't feel special around her because
Oh
there's
my
nothing
God.
special I can do. Because
That's
guess what?
crazy.
Guess what?
Mm.
If I said to her, I said, let's
Let's go to
this
Jamaica.
weekend, let's go
Let's
to
go to
Jamaica. Oh, you know, I've been to Jamaica 3 times already, and I've been.
Stop it, Stupides. You are really reaching right now.
No,
Let's go to
no,
Rose Garden.
You're
But the
reaching.
crazy, I mean, but the thing is,
Amber,
I don't know why.
Amber,
I don't know why guys think that doesn't work in reverse though. So
Amber.
like, my sister. Hold on, Stupid.
Yeah.
My sister, her husband, he was in the military for 20 years. Been all kinds of places all over the world. Been all like. It's hard to do anything for him. Like she wanted to share an experience for the first time. But for somebody that did damn near everything, you understand what I'm saying? Like, so I don't know why y'all don't think it, like even my dude, now he ain't did much traveling, but he's acquired a certain amount of wealth in his lifetime. You know what I'm saying? It's certain things that he's done. So like it had, even if he don't have it no more, it's like how you buy something for him. How do you begin to try to shop for a nigga that got everything? Like I don't understand why y'all think the same thing don't happen in reverse. Like we feel the same way, but yet at the end of the day, it's about the person though, right?
That's
Like
right.
to me,
Right.
it's about the person. Y'all centering everything around your ego and
Mhm.
not necessarily the person.
Because my ego is very important. And people need to recognize that my
A male's
ego
ego is very
is
fragile.
very important.
All men are not like that. I'm sorry. All men are not like
Most
that.
men don't put that front out. Most men don't put that front. Listen, the men who don't put that front out is men who got hurt in the past and they decide to keep it close to their chest. But most
No.
men, no, go and ask any man. To be
I
honest
mean,
with you,
I know men like to
ask
have
them.
their ego stroked. We're not talking about that, but it's like the way you're putting it's like your ego is you lead with
Comes
your
before
ego.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah,
Of course,
it comes for
yes,
everything.
yes,
And
Okay.
see,
yes.
And most men are
stupid.
not. A lot of men are not
And
like that.
honestly, I feel like that's the biggest problem. Now, don't get me wrong. Like I'm attracted to arrogant niggas, you know, niggas with ego. I'm attracted to that. Like I can't do the whole, you know, super soft, super
Right.
sensitive and in touch. Like I can't do that. I do need a healthy amount of ego. However, I will say that in this relationship, that ego ain't function the way it has in past relationships for my dude. Because I feel like I allow him a safe space to, you don't need all of that. Like just you don't have to do all of that and try to lead with your ego. Just trust me to love you enough to do these things for you. Because
Right.
it don't have to be my ego and I love you and I want to do that for you. You don't have to lead with your ego and what a man needs to feel like a man and all of that. Like
So
no.
how old are you now? Because you said that you
I'm 36.
okay. So
But
back
Amber
in the
don't
day, you
realize it.
probably wait a minute. So back in the day, you say so you was attracted to all the arrogant. I guess I don't know, maybe like
I
street
already know where
big
he going
crazy
with this.
people, right?
He's still arrogant. Like all
Okay,
of them have been that way, but they gotta like again.
It's a
I'm gonna come to
healthy
you
balance.
straight. Yeah, I'm gonna come to you straight up, and I've always been this way. My first father that I started dealing with in high school, he was like I typically date men who are very similar, right?
right. The
But
appetite.
at the end of the day, at least personality wise, right? So
So
me and him would have straight up discussions. I'm like, oh nigga, that's your ego talking. And I'm gonna need you to tone that down. Like that's how I'm gonna need you to bring that down if you're not, just because I get it. You don't have to tell me that, and don't do that. That's gonna get you. That's not gonna get you what you want. You're better off just talking to me. Bottle and all of that shit.
Listen, what Amber
But don't
fails to
bring that to me.
recognize, what Amber fails to recognize, is that she subconsciously has learned how to stroke ego. And because she do it naturally,
What you mean I've learned subconsciously? Nigga, I have one. Like,
And not even that. She's not doing that at the expense of her own agency as a woman. She's not gonna stroke a man's ego and lose herself.
She learned from her mother, her father, all of them have her sisters, all of them have similar personalities. It's the group that she was in. So she don't even know that she's doing it.
Oh man, this
But
is
she's doing
hilarious.
it. Well, it's learned behavior. Certain behavior is learned behavior.
But notice, 2Ps, me nor Amber, we didn't say that there was an issue with stroking a man's ego.
That is why she might not think that she's doing it, but she's doing it. Even
no,
when she's
I
not
never
doing it,
said
she's
I
doing it.
don't. I never
I'm sure
said
she
I
knows
don't.
that.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, if you listening to Peace,
yeah.
What I'm saying is, I'm gonna do that anyway because I want you to feel good about yourself. I'm gonna do that anyway. But when you come to me with this bravado, like you wrapped up in you bringing your ego to me, like you toting it around in the room, and it's the biggest thing in the room. I'm gonna need you to tone that down. Both of our egos can't fit in this motherfucker. That's how we both gonna tone our egos down, so we got room up in here. But you make your ego big, then mine gonna puff up too. Now I'm gonna out ego your ego. Don't play with me like that. Just let everybody tone it down.
No.
So you walk
and then
around
we
with your
can.
chest out, like,
No. I do get to them ego stroke. Don't have to get puffed up. They don't do it. They don't have to get the ego. They don't have to, because it's soothes them to remember on somebody who recognize and acknowledge who they are as a person. It's a whole total different ball game. A child who getting attention don't have to cry for attention. It's natural. It's a child who not used to attention is not one they can answer themselves. Mm-hmm.
2Ps, how old are you?
Too old now, 50. What's it? Just 3.
Are you married or coupled up?
uh-oh.
Yeah.
Don't be saying being nasty out here.
I just want to know if he's interested in, the 20-year-olds himself. That's what I was curious about.
No. No, not really. The 20-year-old is not my cup of tea.
Okay.
I have to address a comment in the chat.
Right. He's still tripping.
Utterly forward. Shaking my head. They make their man submit to them. Shaking my head. See, they want a dick so bad. First of all, the fact that you think having a dick entitles you to something already lets me know you're basic than a motherfucker. But second of all, they man submit to them. Why the fuck not? Like the thing is, this is a reciprocal thing. I submit to you, you submit to me. Y'all be wanting the motherfucker to submit to y'all like y'all a fucking master or something. Who the fuck are you? Like master at the end of the day, I act. Like at the end of master of dick, obviously, because that's what makes them entitled to shit. Like it's very ridiculous. And I want to ask how old you are, but I feel like you above your 40s, and I'm just gonna say it's a prime fucking shame you still think like that in this day and age. That's all I'm gonna say.
I don't have nothing to add. She said it all.
No. Question. Let's go back to let's go back on it. Let's retrack it for a few steps with the whole younger situation and the older situation. Right? Now, Tiffany asked how old I was if I was interested in younger girls. I'm not. Probably because
I've been there and done that. I've had money and I'm broke now. And I'm going to have money before I die. Right? But that's my expectation. Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Welcome to. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, but the thing about it is that many women don't understand the man that they're with. And as Tiffany said earlier, it's part of the vetting process. A lot of people end up in relationships, not because it was intended to be relationships in the first place. I can remember in life, my first couple of relationships was because we had sex 4 or 5 times. And then we got comfortable around each other. So it was a relationship based on sex, not vetting. It wasn't based on conversation. It wasn't based on expression of who I am, who you are, what I like, and what I don't like. And then you tell me what you like and what you don't like. But as you get older, you realize that you don't need that. But a lot of my friends, they want a second chance to start over. That's why they go back for the younger. It's like they want to live back over the experiences and hope that it have a better outcome this time. Hope that this person appreciate them more this time. Right? Because I taking you to a restaurant that is like Burger King to you. You're not going to appreciate that. Because all your boyfriends before used to take you to those 5-star restaurants. You're not going to appreciate that it's a sacrifice I'm making. You're going to be impressed by the
restaurant. You went to it's a sacrifice. Wait a minute, a restaurant is a sacrifice?
Right.
No, depends on the restaurant that you go to. Depends on the restaurant that you go to.
What?
Depends on the restaurant you go to. If I carry down to South Beach and we have to eat
I can't.
that's a sacrifice.
You sound a little further away, Stu Peas. I keep hearing sacrifice.
He's talking about the restaurant that he may take his woman to because it's a sacrifice for him. And that's why he want her to appreciate the great sacrifice of taking her to this 5-star restaurant.
To Burger King. I'm gonna take my girlfriend to Burger King. That's a sacrifice.
I'm gonna say this. Like maybe
we're not
he's
talking
wording
about
it wrong.
we're not talking about Red
maybe
Lobster.
Maybe he's wording it wrong. Are you wording it wrong, Stu?
She's trying to give you an out.
All right, don't give me an out.
Ruth Chris's. I'll take my girlfriend to Ruth Chris's. That's a sacrifice.
No, all right.
Right.
All right. You're going.
I think you're just talking about general appreciation, right?
No. I'm talking about general appreciation. Let's say, Andre, when was the last time you took a girl to dinner?
Last time I took a girl out, that was like a year ago.
Where you took her?
I took her to man, where did we go? Outback. Yeah, Outback.
That's not a sacrifice. You spend about $50 on the date. That was a $60 dinner date at Outback. You got 2 steaks and 2 drinks. That's a $60 date.
That was a lot. That was a lot for me. That was at the time. That was a lot for me. But hey, I had to take care of my girl.
But at the time, it was a lot for you, right?
I mean, but that was me and my girl hanging out. So I mean, like it kind of was like a lot, but at the same time, it was just, like I'm hanging out with my girl.
So for you to have the opportunity to hang out with your girl that.
What'd you say?
When you was hanging out with your girl that day, and you had to pay that restaurant bill, and it was a lot. Wasn't that a sacrifice?
I mean, it was, but
okay.
I mean, it was a good investment because that's like
you're investing in art, right?
Yeah.
Okay. A lot of women, you carry them out, and it's like nothing. It's expected. They don't appreciate the fact, sir.
Yeah, so you want to be appreciated.
Of course. Of course. I could have said the money I go to the strip club and get some black dance. But instead, I'm here enjoying it with you because I enjoy you.
Right? But you really kind of have an issue with the money that you're sacrificing.
No. I don't have that issue with the money. I have an issue with the fact that when somebody is old, to them it's dinner. To
That
them
means you're not choosing the right type of women, Stu Peas. You're choosing women that are not appreciating you.
Hey, Tiff, I love how you explain that. You are wonderful. Tiff, I am going to give you a job as a weaver. You know how to spin stuff.
I mean, but I ultimately I do feel like it comes down to your choices. Like people have to be accountable for their choices and what they accept and allow in their relationship.
Yeah.
Like at some point you can't like just blame the other person because you'll continue to fall into the pattern of dating these same people if you don't change your behavior first. Like there was a point where a motherfucker was unappreciative, and you recognize that as okay, they not appreciating this. Yet you continue to do things knowing that they're not appreciative of it, and then you build up a resentment for that, and you make that like women aren't. No, it's not a woman thing. Just like there's some men that may not show that same level of interest. If I feel like you're not up to par on the interest for me, then I need to move around. I'm not gonna wait around until you show me interest. You know what I'm saying? Like, no, you're not showing me the kind of interest I require.
Can I ask you a question though? Can I ask you a question? Then okay. So then why would you all like show interest, but then as males we show interest to somebody else? Sometimes y'all get jealous over that. Like I've never understood that. Like I haven't been in that many relationships, but I've seen that a lot happen to me. Like I've experienced.
What do you mean interest? Like what?
Like meaning that, like let's say there would be a girl who wouldn't like show, who I would always show interest to, but then she would ignore me, right? But then when she sees me with somebody else, she'll get angry and like she'll kind of like get jealous, but she left me alone, Why does that happen sometimes?
I think that's a generational specific thing.
Because like even
not
even
necessarily Amber, but I'm just saying like
I've seen it before. Now I'll say this. I feel like 9 out of 10 in that situation, you probably was showing interest, but it was still ambiguous. Like, cause some niggas are almost shoot they shot. Like they'll get in position, but they're not gonna quite shoot it because they don't want to handle the rejection. So, but she wants you want to go all the way. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't be afraid. You want to go all the way. You want to drop hints, and you want me to pick up that you're interested, and then reciprocate on that. But no, if you're interested, commit to being interested. You know what I'm saying? Like,
I mean, that's happened to me before. Even like there's been like certain times where I was out with my girlfriend in public, and I think it was because she was like a little older than me too. But like when me and her would like always walk around in public, like girls would be looking at me like, "What's going on over here? Like what does he have that's making her like him? Like why does that happen too? I mean that's happened to me too. Like
yeah, that'll happen. Yeah.
Why is that like I don't know what. Why does that happen sometimes?
Human nature.
I can't speak to that because certain stuff I don't know. I'm just real weird in the sense that I really don't be paying attention to people like that. Like to a relationship, I don't do that. Most of the dudes that I've ended up being interested in, they've shown an interest, they've pursued me, I got to know them, and now I'm interested in them. But I don't go around like, oh, she with him, I wonder what he got going on. He look like this, that, and the third, or he look like he'd be a good man for like I don't do that. But I do know a lot of women who do. Like,
listen.
It's the same thing they say with men. Like sometimes men don't be like they don't want a girl until another nigga, got her, or until a certain kind of nigga got her, and then they're like, oh, she up there, like say you'll have a dude that may have a certain level of affluence, right? And and then they might not fuck with, this girl, but if another affluent nigga date her, then she becomes a girl that affluent niggas want. You know what I'm saying?
That don't necessarily be happening like that. Like, well, in my generation, we'll try to finagle our way up in there. Like, we'll try to throw some seeds in the air. Like, hey, if you and the dude don't work out, holler at me, because we're kind of like vultures in that sense.
Oh Lord, I'm done.
But do you respect women like that though?
Respect women like what?
Like, let's say she with somebody that you might be cool with. You might like, oh, she kind of fine. I never even realized she fine. And you put it out there. If you and that nigga don't work out, holler at me. And then her and that nigga don't work out, and she holler at you. Do you respect that?
I mean, I would never be able to trust her, but I'd be like, ooh, all right, I ain't gonna be able to.
But you got what you asked for, though.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Listen, ladies, you cannot use a 23-year-old. This is a total different generation.
No. Hold on. Yeah. I know niggas that share baby mamas and like they share a baby mama in common. Niggas that smash behind, like that's like an old thing. That ain't no new shit.
Right.
That's a nasty thing. Listen, I have friends, our associates, and I don't want from probably it's a different culture. It's cultural. For me, I don't want a dude know what I don't want an associate know what my partner look like, feel like, or taste like. I don't want that. She's supposed to be mine. I'm not saying that she can't have other dudes before me, but I'm not friends with anybody that she was friends with. I'm not that not supposed to happen. There must be some level of
degrees of separation.
Yeah, degrees of separation. But what
you see why we say it's different? We have a different cultural experience.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because honestly, if like no matter how fine the girl is, if she was talking to one of my friends before, no.
Talking don't matter though.
No, not when we say talking in Jamaica, we mean if she was in an engagement with one of my friends
entanglement.
Before, or entanglement, or a situation with
situationship. Yeah, situationship.
You would not want to be a one night stand or a real relationship. No, I don't want my friend to. I don't want my friend. No. That to me that's that different. But then it's a whole total different scenario.
Mm-hmm. I feel you on that too, please.
Yeah, it's a whole total different scenario. You know, imagine one of your girlfriends used to talk to a guy that he used to be with.
Oh yeah, that's happened to me before.
No. It makes for uncomfortable situations when
I couldn't even really think straight. I was like, what?
That's an uncomfortable situation.
It is.
Well, I've heard guys say before, and this is what I've heard another group of guys say, that if that like okay, they say that they kind of put women into categories, right? So they'll have like the little, you dig, little dip, whatever.
Yeah.
And then they'll have the girl that like they verbally tell they niggas like, hey, that's me. Like, and that means don't y'all try to fuck with it. But if they don't really put that precursor out there, that she for everybody, or she could be for anybody. So if they was to smash, like if they one of the homies was to smash her, they genuinely wouldn't give a.
Yeah, that's how we are. But if it's over somebody who we really like, it's a problem. Like
you know, fundamentally, what's the problem with that? All right, like back home where I come from, you have like they call a community an area, community dude or community girls. Girls sometimes don't date guys who lives in the same community as them.
Makes sense.
Guys don't date girls who live in the community as them. They tend to go outside of the community to meet somebody to talk. So people venture far distances outside the community. Because when you're in a relationship with somebody and it don't work out, and that person live across the road from you or 2 streets over, it makes for an uncomfortable situation. I don't so when you're in high school, you probably never smash 1 or 2 of them as a guy growing up. But as you get older and decide to engage in a relationship, you tend to go outside the community. And you meet people. Right? Because you don't want the baggage of what there was before to interfere in what the relationship could be. You don't want to know that, oh, you used to be with this guy who is down the street, and I seen him stop at your house yesterday and talk to you. You know what's the issue? What's going on? You don't want that even to come up into a conversation. So you tend to go outside of the community. But I don't know. I am glad that, listen, if this wife and I don't work out, I am good. I've had enough sex in my life. I am good. I will sit and die alone. I could not deal with this.
Stupid, you ain't doing nothing but lying.
Oh,
Now you probably don't get married no more, but you definitely gonna have some sneaky links.
No, honestly, I believe in the institution of marriage because I hate the fact that I don't want to, last year she went on vacation. And when you're in the house and the house is just you alone, I couldn't deal with that alone life. No problem with that. We don't have to talk. She can be upstairs and I'm downstairs. Yeah, I don't want to be alone.
That's all right. Speak that truth.
I can't deal with that. That's not for me at all. That's not for me at all. And then the single life is not for me at all. And when you're in the 20s, that's when you're this whole dating game, and I couldn't deal with it at all.
Yeah, I feel you.
Firstly, I wouldn't know the rules because, all right, when I came up here and I hear people saying I'm single in the island mean different than single up here, right? Because single mean when somebody in the island tell you say them single, chances are they're not smashing nobody. They don't have nobody in them life. Single mean I don't have nobody in my life. Single up here mean
I gotta go, y'all.
You're not married.
All right.
Single up here mean I'm not in a committed relationship. What single mean up here? If a girl says she's single, Amber, what it means?
I think Amber's gone.
No, all right, Tiffany. Sorry.
When we say single, I mean I can only speak for, within my age group. I don't know what these new young folks is doing, but single means you're not married. So you could be dating. You could be dating and still be considered single. Yeah.
All right. So let's say you're dating this guy several times. You've been out 4 or 5 times, but you're not in a committed relationship, and you're having sex. Are you still single?
By many people's standards, yes. Yes. Unfortunately, that's just what it is.
No, you understand. So somebody meets you now.
I understand what you're saying though, but yeah, a lot of people feel like, we ain't married, we single. But then there are other people who want monogamous relationships. So they kind of make that commitment, at some point and say, we're not dating outside of this. But technically they're still considered single because they're not married.
So if somebody new meet them now and say, you're attractive, you look nice, enjoy you. What's your relationship status? Single? It's a single and dating?
It depends on if that person wants to, not be monogamous, I guess, at that point, honestly.
Right.
Yeah, it's just
what dating mean now? I need to ask because you're female. What dating?
You're gonna have to ask the 22-year-old on the panel.
No. You dating in your age group. Dating mean that you're dating more than one person. You're dating.
So please, you and I are in the same age group, sir.
That's what I'm asking you. I don't know nothing about this. Oh, what dating mean to you, young man? What dating mean? If I young lady
Dating,
such a
dating means you talking to multiple people or you sleep with multiple people too, for real. Like even single.
Wow.
I'm serious. In my age group,
Y'all doing all of that?
yeah. Single
Wow.
is
Yeah, we weren't doing
single.
all that.
Single is I'm talking to multiple people and I'm smashing multiple people. And we be single for as long as we want to because the power of Facebook, Instagram, Twitter has changed the game for us. I mean,
so what's
power.
the difference between dating and single?
What's up?
What's the difference between dating and single?
It's the same. It's kind of if you ask somebody in my generation, it's kind of. I mean, you know, dating single is really the same thing.
So is there rules to the dating? Meaning that, all right, a young lady go on a date tonight, can she go on a date tomorrow night
With somebody else.
with
Yeah,
somebody else?
Of course.
yeah.
But let's say she go on that date tonight, last night, and she liked that guy, and she had sex with him. Is it okay to go on a date with somebody else tonight?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean that's how like my generation is going now. Like you know she'll go from one person right after she's done with you and go to someone else the same as the guy. You know it's like social media. You know it's changed the game. You can go from here to there and everywhere. But y'all not
Left
attached to
and right in the circle, around the corner, and back
seven
again.
ways. 7 ways still Sunday. But you know neither one is together with each other, so there shouldn't really be like feelings involved for real for even though it's mostly physical but still you can't control what she's doing, you know, like you can't control what she's doing, you know.
Oh, so let's say I meet somebody who was single and they were dating, and you meet them now, and you say, all right, this person really, I'm attracted to this person. I want to get to know them better.
Hmm.
You have to have that conversation to say, are you dating anybody else? Are you seeing anybody else?
Well, this well I'm kind of different because I've kind of noticed like with women are naturally hypergamous individuals. And for the sake of my mental state, I wouldn't ask a woman if she dating somebody else unless I really, really, really liked her, and I prefer to take some sort of a risk. But 9 times out of 10, I'm not gonna ask a woman if she with somebody else.
You're just gonna kind of assume that.
Yep, just to save myself, you know, because I don't, because like,
Funny, you
look,
funny.
because look, Miss Tiffany, like if I like you, like you know, I'm gonna pretty much be focused on you, but at the same time, I guess you're like attractive and stuff. So like even like let's say like you're attractive, which I'm pretty sure I think you are. But like let's say me and you were together. I'm not gonna really like ask, are you with somebody else? Like I only thing I'm gonna be happy about is that Miss Tiffany with me right now. I'm not trying to think about that after she leave my house and she sleep for like 2 hours and she goes somewhere else. Like I'm not gonna think about. I'm not trying to think about her going over to this 6'5", 300
Oh
pound dude
Lord,
house. Like I'm not. I'm not
hilarious.
trying to think about that.
You're not trying to go through those mental gymnastics. So
I'm. I'm
what differentiates when you want to be committed? I'm not saying you experience that, but how do you think that changes for you when you meet somebody that you sincerely want to like be with long term or consider marrying? How would that look
um.
different? The dating is Sue Peas is outlining it. How does that look different?
I was engaged once, and it pretty much between like me and her. She was like my first girlfriend. I mean, I kind of regret how we turned out, but you know, like it got to the point to where like I knew that she was the only person. I mean, that I was the only person that she was talking to, and we saw each other like literally like every single. Yeah, we saw each other like every other day,
And then it was like getting to the point to where like we even got closer and closer. And I just felt that me and her, we had like a genuine like connection, but I broke us up though. But it's more about like the vibe and stuff. And there's like women, they tend to give off, certain signals and stuff as well, psychological, signals. So it was pretty much just the vibe and how close we were, for real.
So it was like an natural progression, you would say.
Yeah, it really was like it
Okay.
was beautiful, like, but
So I'm picturing you throw a net into the ocean and wherever you catch fish, and you catch a lot of fish, and then whichever one of those, probably the wrong analogy to use, but the point is you throw a large net, and whatever sticks over the long term is kind of what could evolve into the long term commitment. That's what it sounds like.
okay. Well, you mean a bunch of fish? Do you mean like a bunch of women? Like
And
I need
people, like when you're dating, because you're saying your generation just dates whomever, as many people as y'all want. Y'all dating for y'all is sleeping with each other and going out. That's
Yep.
all included. So you could be dating 5 or 6 people at the same time. So then whichever one of those 5 or 6 people that's kind of there, I guess the longest you have the most connection with, that is the probability of that person and you being together long term is greater.
Yes.
Okay.
Like, but I mean, I don't operate like that myself because I'm really like a naturally monogamous person. I mean, I could be polygamous if I wanted to, but if I
That's
like
not
one
polygamy.
person,
If you're not married, it's not polygamy.
polygamy is when you have multiple. Is when you got.
No,
Yes, it is.
polygamy is when you have multiple committed relationships. If you're not committed to anybody,
But
it's not polygamy.
but you get what you get what I'm saying, right?
I get what you're saying. Yeah. You don't like to have multiple partners at any one time.
Yeah, yeah. I just generally I'm really looking at one mostly. Like,
But what if that person is not like you? Don't share the same characteristics. What if they are just dating?
I mean, I'm not gonna like beg her like, hey, I'll, how about you be with me? You know what I'm saying? I believe women should be, they're free spirits. Like, I'm not gonna try to, like, if I feel that she's with multiple people, then I'm not gonna try to put all like, stock with her just to save my mental state.
So when do you guys have a real conversation then about what is this? You
Like
look at
what?
them, you go to the person 3 or 4 times, and you just tell the person, I'm attracted to you. I really enjoy your company. This I feel special. We have funny, light-hearted conversation. We laugh, we smile. This feel good. This feel natural. This feel right. What is it? Where we're going? Are we just going out? Do you still need time to get to know me? Because if you go with somebody 3, 4, 5 times, that should be an indication that, listen, I really like this person. Am I wrong? Am I wrong, Tiff? If you go with a guy 4 times, what signal that's sending to the guy? That you're hungry, or you just like going out?
I mean, those are really kind of the options sometimes, which is funny because there was an article that came out. It said women are going on dates with dudes to get free meals, which is hilarious. But I mean, if you go out with somebody 5 times, that does mean something. But I mean, I've never really like only thing I've really asked a woman is did she like me or not? And then she would say that, she did like me, and then we'll be like kind of together after that. But like I have a way of like talking to women and stuff. Y'all still listening?
Yeah, man, I'm listening. I think Tiffany gone.
Uh, but like I have a certain way of like talking to women, right? Where I literally would just talk to them and I'm like naturally a very charming individual, like 80% of the time, to where like I would go out of my way to make her laugh. You know, I make sure to have a lot in common with the girl, so she's gonna like me anyway. After like
No,
maybe 2 or 3 weeks of like meeting me and talking to me, because I have like a really infectious personality, where she's gonna like me anyway, just from my personality, and she's gonna be like glued to me.
yeah,
Okay,
but
confident.
yeah, but when Tiff, I asked a question earlier. When the conversation come up, when should a conversation come up where somebody, after how many dates, should a conversation come up to say, what is this?
That just so it's that's so subjective, especially because I'm just being mindful of the generation gaps that we have here on the panel.
I feel like you just
So it's
trying to
gonna be
keep
different.
secrets.
So
I feel like you keeping secrets from us. You trying to be
No, man.
secret.
no, I just want to be
No.
clear. So my I may think of it completely different than you. So like I just said a while ago that where how I think now, a lot of I get that men don't want to like waste money going out on dates. Like I get it. Well, I don't even want to waste my time going out on a date with you if I haven't vetted you properly just in conversation. So I'm not, when I was younger, sure, there was always men wanting to take you out. So for a minute, I took advantage of that. I'm not gonna lie. Went out to all kind of places because of that. But that's not what I don't have the same mindset now because you look for things different as you get older.
That should
So
be
I don't even
required
want to
for
go
a
out on a
guy.
coffee date if I don't vet you in the conversation properly on the phone. So I'd rather do like the phone, maybe do some video chats. Then I'll see if I actually want to be in your presence.
That should be
Right.
required for a dude to take a woman out anyway. I mean,
Well,
I've
I mean,
always did
that's
that.
not what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about that. I'm saying, do I want to even waste my time getting up to go meet you?
That's
So like I'm saying,
that's
there's a lot of men who don't want to, who concerned about wasting money. And I understand that. And I'd be concerned about wasting my time too. Right. Getting all dialed up
But
and
you said when
prettied
you was
up. And
younger. But what you said when you was younger, you did that though.
well, yeah. I mean, I think those are things that people do in their youth. There's a lot of things that we all do in our youth that we shouldn't hopefully be doing 20, 30 years down the road in many cases. There's got to be some growth, right?
Yeah, I know, but it's like, but I mean, that should be required for a guy to take a
But
woman out
everybody's
anyway.
different. Some women get a lot of possible suitors who, she'll have somebody wanting to take her out every night of the week. It just be
But
like that sometimes.
that's the average. Ain't that the average woman though?
It might
'Cause
be, it might be now. It might be now. I don't know. Like I'm not 22, so I don't know how.
my age don't have nothing to do with
Okay, but
the
it do
average.
because
But
you said some things that neither I or Stu Pete's can relate to at all.
I mean, but I'm just saying though.
So it do have something to do with it.
But here's the thing though. But isn't it true that the average woman usually has like maybe I don't know. I'm not a but maybe two or three dudes like maybe that's always filling them, right?
I mean,
The
I
average woman.
guess.
You guess.
I
What do you
guess.
mean? What do you mean
There's
you
some women in
guess?
chat, ladies in the chat. Can y'all chime in? Is that what would y'all say that's pretty much standard for women to have several men like in their, you mean not
Suitors
that
in
they're
waiting.
dating, they don't have to be dating these men. These men could have
No,
feelings for them. Is that what you're
Right.
right.
saying, Adrian?
Yeah.
Suitors in waiting.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Yeah,
'cause I
yeah,
think
I would say, but
because
I don't claim to speak for most women. That's why I'm seeing if the ladies in the chat will chime in at that.
because I think that's why like women that like I've known like tend to have like how should I say like multiple needs. Like they usually are able women are usually able to distinguish between the guy who fulfills their physical needs, and then they're also able to distinguish between a guy who's able to fulfill their emotional needs. Like, like I love this person as a mate, but he may not be good as like a lover and stuff like that. Like,
So they're actively having different partners that suit different needs. Is that what you're saying? I just
yes,
want to be clear.
yes, that's what I'm saying. Because I've seen
Okay.
that
So
before.
I don't relate to that. Because
I don't relate to that
if
either.
I have several, if there's several men who like me, at any given time, I'm not engaged in any type of intimacy. And by intimacy, I mean like emotional intimacy, communicating with them to the level where this is where I get this from. I'm gonna get this other thing somewhere else. I don't engage in relationships with men in that way. So
Oh, you don't?
yeah,
I mean,
I don't think that's standard for women in you know, in my age group. I don't. I know there's of course there's gonna be some that do, but I don't think that's really how we see dating and relationships.
so how do
Typically.
y'all see?
Let me say something. I have seen that occur, but how I see it occur differently. I've seen a lot of women with male friends who they spend hours on the phone talking to. They might not recognize that this dude is fulfilling a need, right?
Right.
But they spend a lot of time with him, conversation, friendship, and do talking. Because the other day I was talking to a friend and he had a situation similar to that with somebody. So he likes this girl, but she's currently in a relationship. But they spend hours on the phone talking and they have this rapport about them and this friendship. And I said, stop talking to her. She's a time thief.
Exactly.
I said, stop talking to her. She's a time thief. What she's doing is that she's taking from you what she needs, but you're not getting any of what you need.
Right. She using you for emotional needs. She got another dude for the
yeah, I don't mess around with that. I don't do that kind of stuff.
So I've seen females do that. I've seen females who are time thieves. So sometimes I have to tell dudes, no, stop talking to her. When she calls, tell her say you're busy. Find somebody else to take up your time. Go and read a book. Go and watch a movie. I know that you enjoy the conversation.
That's different than making it a matter of how I operate in relationships. Because the way he's explaining it, he's making it like that's kind of okay. That's what they do. Like, I'm gonna get this here, I'm gonna get that there, and that's like, that's okay.
I don't think women do it consciously either. Honestly, most women don't do it consciously. They're not even aware of what they're doing when they do that.
Yeah, I don't do it because I don't want my own time wasted, honestly.
Right? They're not aware. They just feel like, oh, I have this friend and he's so nice. I will spend hours on the phone and I can tell him a problem. And
that happens a lot, especially with people in my generation. That's a big phenomenon now too.
Right? No, that's a time thief. You tell a person, listen, you know that you're a time thief. No, I can't.
Yeah, but Stookies, they may not see it that way. They may be okay with it. That's what I'm
guy might be okay with that.
Not you personally, but it sounds like this is something that goes on that you all are okay with.
I mean, I'm okay. I mean, I am okay with that. Like, not because here's the thing, that's just how it is sometimes.
No,
like,
because most guys are okay with it because most guys live in hope. They're hoping that this young lady will see them for the good do that they have. So eventually, if I spend more time around you and I give you the conversation that you need, you'd recognize who I am and what I am. And it don't work like that.
Hold on. So are those young men in your age group, Adrian, are they also having multiple women in their lives that they're getting different things from?
Well, you have to look at it this way. The average male,
yes or no.
The average male is not getting multiple women. It's only a small minority of men that get the majority of women.
Oh, no.
You're
really saying that the men in your generation don't really mess with multiple women?
It's a small minority of men that do that.
Oh, okay.
The average man to be on the phone with a girl for 12 hours a day hoping for something.
I don't know about that one, but
no, I'm being serious. No, I'm being so serious. It's it's only 3 types of guys that women want for it. You either considered very attractive by most standards, you either have a lot of money, or you either the street dude. If you don't fit in those 3 categories, it's like women are not really looking at your direction like that. I mean, that's just a fact of life.
I don't know. When we was growing up, all of the men we know had more than one woman. Just about all of them. So I don't know. Maybe the tables have turned.
No, like was he considered? Were they considered very attractive by most standards?
Very attractive? No, not necessarily.
No,
No, and they
it was
wasn't
about
thugs
being,
either.
it was about the ability to communicate, to talk.
They're just average men, actually. Average men
Yeah,
walking around here with several women at a time.
yeah.
That's all. I don't. I don't just,
It's about communication. It's about listen, young man, say what you want. If you don't get what you want, nothing to be mad about. You say, okay, no problem. Don't go into the store to buy a shirt. And because the shirt fits you, you buy it. No, buy the shirt that you like. If you can't afford it, you have to walk away. Save up your money and come back. But that is it. It's different now. That's what I realize now. It's different now than back in the day.
yeah, it's different.
Back in the day, you go out there, you use your words. You use your words, you're funny, you're witty, you're smart, you use your words. Right? I don't say
Right?
the ballers, you have always have ballers. And the ballers have always been ballers and do what ballers do. Right? But at the same time, the average guy could pull.
Several
Right?
women at the same time.
Right, because he learned to use them words.
Yes.
Because that's what you have, so that's what you have to work with. Work to your strengths. Anything you
Yep.
have, that's what you work with. If you're tall, work with your height. If you're short, work with your mouth. Use your words.
Yep.
Like,
And when you realize that somebody is a time thief, you say, okay, no, don't work like
Time
that.
teeth. Time teeth.
Oh, a lot of guys are time thief too. A lot of guys come into women's life and they talk and they have sex and they take the woman time. And you realize
Yeah, I
that
believe it.
6 months pass, a year pass, and you say, you know that I'm dealing with a time thief? And you just say straight up, so dude, you're a time thief.
My time is way too valuable for that. I ain't trying to be nobody's time teeth.
you, you was
Yeah,
probably someone's time thief back in the day.
yeah. You don't nobody been a time thief. Don't thief your time. No.
Trying to hold back, trying to be like, no, that's not me anymore. That was the young me.
Yeah, a lot of people. And even if somebody come into your life and you say, all right, when you're young now, you're 22 now, enjoy yourself, you're having little sex, and it feel like it's fun. If I could go back, if you're 22 now and I could go back and give myself the advice that I could give a 22-year-old, this is the advice I'd give to myself. You can take it if you want it or you can throw it away. Do not be fucking a ton load of girls.
You said older girls?
Do not be fucking a lot of girls. It don't do you no good as a man.
Well,
What it
Mm.
does, what it does is that it desensitizes you to women.
Mm.
yeah,
What
you
it
get
does,
tired of it.
no, you don't get tired of it. You never get tired of sex. What it does is that you become specialized in the art of getting sex instead of knowing the person. When I was 22, 23, 24, it's like sex was easy because I became specialized in the art of talking to somebody to get sex from them. So instead of getting to know them, you dive down the lane, the quickest lane to get sex. And so the person didn't matter anymore. It wasn't about the woman you meet. It was about the sex that you could get. So it's like you was just in the, if it was a highway, it would be in the express lane. You're not
Mm.
taking time to enjoy the view.
Mm-hmm.
And then it desensitizes to women because after a while, after you do that for 10 years, 22 to 32, most women now become not women anymore, but sexual object. And then you'll find difficult now to connect to somebody who you really like.
Mm.
And
Teach
the
to be.
other thing that it will happen now is that when you're young and you have sex with so much different people, your level of perversion increase. Meaning that, yeah, your level of perversion, meaning that what you need from sex, or what kind
For
of
it to be
sex you're
exciting,
having,
right?
or what you find exciting.
Right.
When you
You
find,
always
when
gotta
you
raise
find
the bar.
yeah, the bar gets raised so high that when you meet a normal, nice girl know who really into you, you cannot bring what you really like, do you want to the sex game? Because that would scare her away. She would say, no, you want to do that and that and that and that and that. No, I can't say no. And then she would say, who you was doing that and that and that and that and that too. Because after a while, yeah, so don't waste time. No, don't be fucking everybody else. They desensitize you. And yeah.
So let me ask you this question there, and you can answer too, Miss Tiffany. My OG told me this a long time ago. He said, Adrian, it, like if you have sex with a woman and she really likes you, um, she's gonna really like she's gonna kind of like make herself like uh climax anyway because she's already like into you anyway. Like is that true?
That's a lie.
What does he mean by make herself? Why would she be making
Like
herself?
I don't know, like because the way he said like if like a woman really likes you, it's like it's gonna be like something different. Like if she's really into you, like it's I don't know. I'm
Let me
just
tell
You
you,
leaving
let me
something
tell you.
out because I'm missing.
No, what he's trying to say that once a girl is very attracted to you and like you, a lot of guys believe this, that her ability to achieve orgasm would be easier.
Oh, that's what he's saying. Okay.
That's what he said. But the thing is that you should be turned on, yes. But if you don't know what you're doing,
Nah,
she
yeah.
doesn't recognize that you don't know what you're doing.
She might fake it so you don't feel
Yeah,
bad though.
yeah, she might
Yeah,
think
she
it
will
say
do
don't
that.
feel bad.
So
But let me tell you a secret. You know how you know your sex game good? Let me tell you how you know your sex game good.
about time for me to get off.
No. When you put a girl on ice, let me explain what you mean by you put a girl on ice. Putting a girl on ice meaning that you will see her today and then you'll
what?
ghost her for like 6 months. You'll go out
Ghost
and
for 6 months.
yeah, 6 months.
Okay.
And then you call her up and say, girlfriend, honey, hi. I know that
Now
I've
we
been an
get off
asshole.
the panel.
I know that I've been an asshole. I'm so sorry for that. Can we meet up? Can we see each other? Is the sex game good? She's going to say yes. Trust me. Then that's a sex game good. So you can put a lot of them on
See what I
ice.
mean by vetting? See, you be getting what you asked for out here.
So
See,
you can put a lot of them on ice all over the place. And you meet
mm,
them every 3-4 months if your sex game good. But
Oh Lord.
don't be that dude. Don't be that dude because that dude will always have problem with connecting with people. Don't waste
I've
time. Don't waste time having sex with a lot of people. Have fun, get to know them, get to talk to them, communicate, tell people what you want from day one. If you meet somebody you like, them say, girl, I like you. I like it, but this is my expectation. I don't want to kiss you. I know that you were sucking at the class. You tell her.
I've had a woman be extremely jealous of me once, but that was a long time ago. But, like, hmm.
Hi, Tamika.
Unbiased is up. I just sent him a text telling him we still live, just in case he didn't know.
Listen, I'm off today and I've not slept as yet.
Me
I've not slept,
too.
but I'm off today. I love being off on Wednesdays.
Hey,
Yeah.
what's your name? Your brethren,
Stupid Tiffany. Stupid.
brethren.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? I'm
Yeah.
just switching the subject a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, would Marcus Garvey would he be stoned to death if he was to like come back alive in Jamaica today? Would he be taken care of?
No, if Marcus Garvey was alive today, he'd be on the street side. He'd be on the street corner preaching to himself. He was teaching to himself. Marcus Garvey started out as a, like how you see the dudes on 125th.
Yep.
That's how
like
he started out.
in them.
Yeah, that's how he started out. On the corner of Orange Street. And he'd gather a crowd. Because at the time, people needed direction. They needed somebody to tell them what was happening. Because things were hard. And they needed a better way. They needed somebody to say, listen, this is what's happening. This is what is not happening. This is how we can become a better people. A man who don't know about himself, where all of them talk, famous speech from Marcus Garvey. But today, in today's society, very few people take notice. It's like what's happening now on YouTube, that the conscious community will have conversations on all different topics, but yet still, you find somebody talking about Carly B and Tasha K having 2,000 people watching. But you're having somebody talking about stocks and investment, you have 5 people watching. That exactly what would happen to Marcus Garvey today. Nobody would have stolen him, but he'll be ignored.
Because I listen to John Henrik Clark a lot. And he talked about how he went to Jamaica and he went to like this like We Love Garvey celebration, and he asked the question of like, would Marcus Garvey be, it was something like, would Marcus Garvey be listened to in Jamaica today? And no one could really like answer his question.
Nobody would listen to anybody listen to Sinatra. More than the same amount of people. You have 40 million black people. How many people listen to Sinatra on a daily basis? 300?
Yeah, probably like 1,000 once the night is over.
1,000 once the night is over. It's the same thing. People know going on about their lives. We fall in the trap of wanting to be successful, of getting a little bit of success. Remember, when Marcus Garvey came out, majority of people wasn't successful. But in today's day, you have some people who have experienced a bit of success. And the persons who have achieved a bit of success think that there's more for me. I can't waste time listening to you because I'm on the right track. I'm going to get the promotion. I listen to Kevin Samuels, and Kevin Samuels said I need to be a high value man.
Sorry, that's me. Sorry.
Why do I'm kind of like studying a lot of the great Caribbean intellectuals like Walter Rodney and C.L.R. James, and why does it seem like they always are kicked out of their respective islands because they're preaching the right stuff and they come to America? Like,
no, but
is it the fact that you all historically were just never receptive to them? Because Walter Rodney, he came over here too.
No, you have to understand what was happening in the islands at the time. At the time, the islands were colonial powers. Meaning that at the time, the islands were ruled by the British. All of the islands were ruled by the British. So it was hostile for them in their own country because they were preaching against the British. When most of these people came to America, and most of them ended up in Harlem. Harlem at the time was like a refugee camp.
Yeah, J.A. Rogers, his
different
base of operations was in Harlem.
Yeah.
So it was more about
different later. Yeah. Yeah. So it was like at the time, what was happening? What was the political environment that was happening at the time? That you have to take into consideration when you read about these guys. And when they came to America, they came for refuge.
Because Walter Rodney was murdered in Guyana by Forbes. I think people believe that Forbes Burnham had killed him. because he died in a car explosion. I mean, a car bomb.
No, but most of it was political. You have to understand that. Remember, these people were going against the political system that existed in the countries at the time. So somebody put in Israel, Jesus, it was a rebel. And nobody wanted a rebel. It wasn't the people or the populace who didn't want them. It was the power that didn't want them.
In the Caribbean islands, is there a huge color problem? Because my one of I know a woman who is from St. Lucia. Me and her, like, we're really close, and she told me that she had to leave, her island, which is St. Lucia, because she said in the Caribbean islands there's a huge color problem down there, where you might see lighter skinned black people who have jobs and appropriate positions of power, where the darker skinned people in the island, they're very poor. Is that true?
Okay. It is not as simple as a yes or no answer. This is how I'll answer it. After colonization, after independence, so most of the islands gained independence between 1962 and 68. Some went as far as 1971 to get independence.
Like
That means
Maurice
they
Bishop
broke.
and all that.
That means they broke away from the motherland, England. What was
Right.
happening is that people of lighter complexion, whether it's happening in the black population here, red bone, you call it red bone here, we call it lighter complexion in the islands, tend to be more favored for frontline jobs back in the day. We're talking about before a time when education wasn't really stressed in the islands. So persons of lighter hue benefited more than persons of darker hue. Meaning that if somebody had a job for the bank, they wanted the person of the lighter hue to be the bank teller or to represent the company. As a result, people start to look at it as people with lighter complexion are better than. It is like here. Here, if you realize a lighter complexion black girl is treated differently than a darker complexion black girl. Am I right?
Yeah, but African Americans culturally, we don't have a color problem like the islands, whether it be in South America or where you're from. We African Americans, we have a class issue that we don't like talking about. But
No.
I get what you're saying.
But you don't have a color problem?
No,
Light-skinned girls, light-skinned curly
no,
hair girls are not treated better than dark-skinned girls?
no, I'm saying that it's not it's not like it's a social problem. It's not a major problem like in the Caribbean islands, where that permeate that's part of the culture to
All right,
be like
all right,
colorist.
all right. All right,
We have a class problem.
all right, let me give you a scenario.
Mhm.
Two girls graduate from college, one lighter skin or one red bone and one darker skin, and they have the same degree. And they go in front of a white HR manager for a job. Based on just those two inequalities, everything is equal. Equal experience, equal education, both of them graduated magna cum laude, both of them brilliant, both of them beautiful, one lighter, one darker. Who, in your estimation, who in your perception is more likely to get the job?
No,
Both of them
I'm not
have equal.
saying. Well, okay.
No, answer. Do you think that both of them have equal opportunity to get the job? Or do you think that the one who is lighter complexion might just have an edge?
Probably the one with lighter complexion. But I'm saying, but this is what I'm saying. African Americans, I'm saying when I mean like you, from what I've been told by people who are from the islands that I know, that the Caribbean islands have a huge color issue, and that's just amongst you all. No. Let me finish. And that's just amongst you all. Most of those Caribbean islands are black. Mostly the Chinese are coming over there and colonizing, but that's neither here nor there. But like I'm saying, like you all, like as a culture, have a color problem. African Americans, we are a minority, and we suffer under the brunt of so-called white supremacy. But when we look at if we look at how African Americans, how we treat each other as like a cultural apparatus, we have a class problem that is a huge issue, like how you gonna have a color issue.
No, all right. And we don't have a color issue. Let me explain the color issue, what you think we have. Let me explain it to you. Let me use this simple term. Imagine this scenario that let's go back 100 years. And 100 years ago, the lighter skinned black person was given the opportunity, was given better opportunities than the darker skinned black person. That lighter skinned black person now got a better job than the darker skinned black person, was able to save wealth. So they now can transfer the wealth to their kids, who more than likely also going to be lighter skinned dark people. So what we have is that the lighter skinned dark people over time is going to elevate financially and going to be in a different financial class than the darker skinned black person. That's what happened in the islands, right? But it's still class, because if you're dark skinned and you become successful, you're also welcome in the group with the lighter skinned people. In the Caribbean, it's about class and money. The more money you have, whether you're black, blue, or yellow, you're elevating class. So, but what happens is that why the higher classes appear to be lighter skin is because they were given opportunities sooner and longer than darker skinned people. So they were allowed to amass wealth.
Okay.
But it's about class. Everywhere it is about class. Here in America, from my observation, it's also about class. Because within the African American population, from my observation, you have different classes of people. Meaning that you have, I'm not talking about the entertainers nor the ballers. I'm talking about educated black people, educated black Americans. They tend to live in different neighborhoods than other black Americans who are not as successful. And they're allowed entry into the white population sometime, into their events, into their activities. Right? At the same time, there's a distinction between white supremacy and black people. But within the black culture, you have a defined class stratum, where black people with money don't really live around black people without money.
Yeah, that's why I said we have a class problem amongst each other.
It's the same problem we have in the Caribbean. We have a class problem, but because our problem because the lighter complexion persons were allowed the opportunity sooner than the darker one, the ones in the higher class appear to be lighter complexion. But go ahead.
Okay. I remember I was listening to another lecture of John Henry Clark, and he talked about Michael Manley.
Right.
And he said that, now I want to ask if this is true. He said Michael Manley came out of that lighter skinned class of the Jamaicans. Is that true, or Michael Manley was a white man?
Michael Manley was, we'll put it. Michael Manley could fit comfortably. Michael Manley could pass for white.
So he was so John was right. Because when I looked up Michael Manley, because the first time I knew about him was that Bob Marley documentary. And Bob Marley was talking about he'll never agree with Michael Manley ever. And then when I heard John talk about him, I was like, so I thought Michael was a white dude.
No, he could pass for white. Edward Sager, the other leader during the Bob Marley thing where he said shaking hand. He was Syrian. Syrian means that he came from that part of the world, Syria.
Mm-hmm.
So he had those phenotypical features. And so basically, they didn't look like the populace. They didn't look like the ordinary black people. They look more white.
So the dude Sager was a Syrian man?
Yeah.
And who did, well, I don't want to ask you because you said PMP, and I think that was, I don't know, one of the.
All right. Okay. The People's National Party was was led by Michael Manley until 1989. Was it 89 when he won back and he retired? And then the Jamaica Labour Party was led by Edward Seaga until year 2000 or somewhere along the line. I'm not sure about the date. Somewhere
Now,
off. But you have to understand, in 1962, Jamaica got independence. And when I use the word independence, I mean Jamaica was a colony of the United Kingdom. The
Yeah,
leaders,
y'all sound like English people sometimes, and y'all be talking like, even though that whole Jamaican accent is an
yeah,
Irish dialect,
yeah.
but well, that's an Irish
We
accent.
tend to, when we're ready, when we're ready, we'll possess the ability to speak the Queen's English. Right? So before independence, we had very poor, uneducated Jamaicans. Our literacy rate was like 50%, 50 or 60%. We were people ready now to discover who we are without the yoke of colonization. So it's relatively a new nation.
Mm-hmm.
People are alive now who was there when we got independence in 1962. It wasn't long ago. So relatively a new nation. We took leadership for ourselves. But we carry some of the past colonial beliefs with us. Right? Because up until a certain time, most of the head of the army could pass for white. We have a saying, if you're black, go to the back. If you're brown, stick around. If you're white, you're all right. Right? But you were indoctrinated for hundreds of years to believe that the white man was superior.
Right.
Like a lot of people, because post-slavery here, a lot of black people think that the white man was superior. If you listen to Jesse Lee Patterson, he will tell you today that the white man is superior. So some people still carry that belief system. I like the
Like,
fact that you're
even
listening
people
to,
my age.
yeah, even people your age, even people my age. If the information comes from a white person, it is more readily believed than if it comes from a black person.
Mm.
Because remember, it's hundreds of years worth of indoctrination. And you're not going to get rid of that in just 2 or 3 generations. It will take a while.
Let me ask you another question.
Mm.
I be talking like I be looking at some of these celebrities who are of I'm not even gonna say Jamaican descent, because that sounds, like somehow we look different or something like that. But black people who are culturally from the island of Jamaica, right?
Mm-hmm.
There was this celebrity, even about like a coup and stuff, right? And even what's my other guy's name? Like Cedric and them from like pseudo killers. You Google scholar, ain't you, right? I think.
No. I used to follow more Dagger Squad. But continue.
Okay, what I noticed with a lot of these Caribbean black people, they tend to say stuff like, "Oh, Jamaican, it's a culture, a Chinese can be a Jamaican, Syrian can be like where like being a Jamaican, it's not a ethnic group, like it's not something like it's not taken. It seems like that that there is no ethnic. You know what I'm saying? Do you
I
get what I'm
understand what you're
talking
saying.
about?
I get what you're saying. All right. And they're right. Jamaica is a culture. It's not an ethnicity. Not because you're black necessarily mean that you're a Jamaican. And I'll go as far as to tell you this. I had a Chinese friend who was living here for years. And when he's Chinese, his mother's Chinese, his father's Chinese. And when one day he was filling out some paper and I saw him tick black. And I said, but you're not black. You're Chinese. And he must say, years me I tick black. When you come from a culture which is predominantly one set of people. Everything you're more likely consider yourself one of the people. I'm not talking about first generation or second generation Chinese. He was like, you see, his parents. He doesn't know a lick of Chinese. If you listen to him talk, he sounds
He
just
sound like
like me.
you.
Him sound just like me. Right? It's a culture.